As the strongest blacksmith of the dragon country, I intentionally fail every time I forge, because I have awakened the blacksmithing failure 10,000-fold return system. Ding! Forging epic rank gear failed triggered a 100-fold crit, obtained an artifact. Ding! Forging artifact gear failed triggered a 1,000-fold crit, obtained 1,000 pieces of artifact gear. Living a second life, who says a blacksmith cannot slay gods? Chapter 1, Forging Failure, 10,000-fold return. Ding! Please select your class. The familiar system prompt sounded like a clap of thunder, a voice from the high heavens that roused Fong from the endless darkness. Blacksmith. In a daze, Fong chose this class based on pure instinct. After all, he was far too familiar with the blacksmith class in his previous life. The title of Destiny's #1 blacksmith was not earned for nothing. Ding! Selection successful. Ding! Scene transitioning, please wait. After a bout of dizziness, Fong stared at the familiar starter village, the familiar sky and earth, and the NPCs. He was completely lost in thought as a strange surge of emotion swirled in his mind. Fong originally thought this was all a hallucination before death, but who would have guessed it was actually real? He had traveled back in time. And as luck would have it, he arrived on the very first day Destiny opened its servers. This? Fong looked at everything around him, and for a moment, tears welled up in his eyes. He knelt on one knee, his body trembling uncontrollably, though he couldn't tell if it was from anger or excitement. After a long while, Fong suppressed his erupting emotions and opened his attribute panel. Class, Blacksmith. Class rank, Apprentice Blacksmith. Description, the most common class in Destiny. Constitution, 1. Strength, 2. Spirit, 1. Agility, 1. HP 10. MP 10. Active skills, none learned yet. Passive skills, basic smelting. Basic smelting, master the fundamental knowledge of smelting common metals. In this life, since I have a fresh start, then, the tragedy will not happen again. In his previous life, Fong's existence was tragic. Upon first entering Destiny, he displayed an extraordinary talent for blacksmithing and was taught everything by an NPC. Later, he was scouted by a guild and tricked into signing a contract akin to indentured servitude, leading to a bleak and miserable life. Though his title was illustrious, the #1 blacksmith in Destiny, only he knew the true depth of his suffering. The guild not only withheld his wages but also demanded monetary compensation for any mistakes he made. In short, under those predatory terms, Fong was held in a death grip. Ultimately, this even indirectly led to his parents' deaths as they struggled to help him pay off his debts. In this life, if I ever sign another contract, I'm a dog. Fong roared out, venting the pent-up frustration in his heart, as he sprinted toward the blacksmith in the starter village. Blacksmithing was a life class. In the early stages of Destiny, players who chose life classes were extremely rare. But who could have predicted just how scarce gear would be in Destiny? The drop rate from mobs was abysmally low. This eventually led to a continuous rise in the status of blacksmiths. After all, without them, where would you get your gear? Ding! System binding in progress. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the system, Forging Failure, 10-fold return. Note, completing tasks can increase the return multiplier. Hearing the system notification, Fong froze in his tracks, standing still like a statue. Could this system literally mean what it said? 10-fold return? This. Fong couldn't sit still anymore. He quickened his pace even further. The layout of the starter village was simple and rustic, like a hidden paradise. Thatched cottages and brick houses complemented each other, and NPCs were dressed simply in coarse cloth and linen. The village chief kept watch at the entrance as if waiting for something. A large question mark above his head indicated a multitude of quests. Countless players were lined up before him, waiting to accept their tasks. Fong pulled up the time panel, March 1st, 2051. This was the first day the servers opened, and the first day a massive influx of players poured into Destiny. The elderly women washing clothes by the river worked non-stop, largely ignoring the players. Yet, some persistent players still tried to strike up conversations, hoping to trigger hidden quests. Children played and frolicked in the streets, full of joy and completely indifferent to the players. Still, some players joined in their games, whether out of a playful spirit or a desire for hidden rewards. Fong, however, hurried straight to the blacksmith NPC in the village. He was a muscular, dark-skinned man who was currently forging, farming tools in silence and with deep concentration. After all, in this peaceful village, there was no need for weapons at most. He made kitchen knives. "Excuse me, are you still looking for a blacksmith's apprentice?" Fong revealed his class. The blacksmith NPC, who was in the middle of forging, stopped immediately. His gaze, as firm as a mountain, fixed upon Fong, seemingly assessing his physical build and potential. "Lack!" The blacksmith NPC tossed a piece of pig iron to Fong and stepped aside. "Ding, mission issued, smelt the pig iron. Mission reward, strength +1. Ding, you have successfully accepted the mission." Fong did not hesitate, his passive skills activated as he began the smelting and forging process. Though he was reborn, the memories of his past life remained. The moment his hand touched the forging hammer, Fong's entire aura underwent a complete transformation. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out, crisp and as pleasant to the ear as a lark's song. The second strike. The third strike. Fong felt the hidden passion within his blood awakening. Fong was a man of pure focus. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to become the #1 blacksmith in Destiny. As the blacksmith NPC watched, his eyes narrowed. The kid's movements weren't those of an apprentice, but rather those of a veteran smith. The channeling of power, the release of tension, and the delivery of force were all executed in one fluid motion. The piece of pig iron was quickly refined, gleaming with a purplish-black edge. Ding, you have successfully completed the mission. Ding, strength +1. Feeling the newfound strength within his body, Fong did not hesitate and began forging once more. This small piece of pig iron was most suitable for forging a dagger. The blacksmith NPC originally intended to stop Fong, but after seeing his movements, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he took another step back. The cold gleaming dagger quickly took shape, with only the final strike remaining for success. However, Fong brought the hammer down directly onto the sharp tip of the dagger. Ding, forging failed. Ding, blacksmith EXP +1. The confusion in the blacksmith NPC's eyes deepened. This? Why? Ding, tenfold return. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained Iron Rank Dagger 10. Fong was stunned looking at his backpack filled with 10 daggers. He was truly shocked. Name, Iron Rank Dagger. Introduction, forged by a blacksmith. Strength +5. Constitution +1. Agility +2. This? The attribute scaling is massive. Suitable classes, Assassin, Rogue, Warlock, Hunter. Iron Rank gear does not provide any additional skills. Why did you intentionally fail the forging? The blacksmith NPC, filled with doubt and hesitation, stepped forward. He examined the scrapped dagger forged by Fong, feeling a deep sense of regret in his heart. The quality of this dagger was comparable to the absolute pinnacle of an apprentice's work. If the forging had succeeded, Fong might have been promoted directly to an Iron Rank blacksmith. I don't know, the final strike was clearly about to succeed, but I felt my strength failing me. Fong played the fool appropriately, giving the blacksmith NPC an opportunity to offer guidance. Ding. Blacksmith, Long's favorability toward you +1. Ding. Current favorability level, neutral. Blacksmith Long began his guidance. Ding. Blacksmith EXP +1. Ding. Blacksmith EXP +1. Ding. He successfully farmed a wave of EXP. Ultimately, Fong's blacksmith EXP reached 70. Only 30 more were needed to promote to an Iron Rank blacksmith. Stay here. Be my apprentice for 2 hours a day. Blacksmith Long agreed to let Fong stay. Fong nodded, instantly overjoyed. Ding. Blacksmith Long has issued a quest to you, promote to Iron Rank Blacksmith. Quest reward, Bronze Rank Forging Hammer. Ding! You have successfully accepted this quest. Do not underestimate a Bronze Rank Forging Hammer in this early stage of the game, it is practically comparable to an artifact. Ding! Would you like to open the Starter Village Auction House? Open. Chapter 2, Signing the Contract. The weapon page of the auction house was completely empty. After all, the servers had only just opened. Even if players managed to drop weapons, they would use them themselves. Who would trade them? Fong would. He listed all 10 iron rank daggers at a price of 500 coins. Destiny's conversion ratio, 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins equals 100 bronze coins. 1 bronze coin equals 1 Huaxia yuan, linked directly to the external currency system. In the early game, would anyone actually spend 500 bucks on a weapon? Fong felt a bit skeptical. As for the auction house taking a 10% commission, Fong didn't care. In his past life? Hadn't he been taxed enough? Ding! Listing successful. Please wait patiently. After listing the items, Fong began to follow Blacksmith Long to learn the art of forging. Fong seemed to remember that in his previous life, the first blacksmith to forge an iron rank gear and successfully promote to iron rank would receive a server-wide announcement and a special reward. Ha! Look, why is there a player inside the blacksmith shop? Could it be some kind of special quest? Quick, let's go listen and see. There's a hidden quest at the blacksmith shop, hurry. What? There's an artifact at the blacksmith shop? The rumors grew more terrifying as they spread, and soon, a massive crowd gathered in front of the blacksmith shop. Tyrant Guild. These mobs are way too hard to kill, they're practically more perverted than bosses. The Tyrant Guild, relying on their advantage in numbers, had successfully occupied a leveling zone. However, the mobs in Destiny had extremely high attributes and massive health pools. Most importantly, the gear drop rate is simply too low. As a veteran of numerous MMOs, Tyrant had done his research on gear drop rates. In Destiny, it took slaying 500 mobs just to get a single piece of gear. 500 people, working for a full hour, had only managed to drop 3 pieces of gear. Without gear, map progression was too slow. Purchasing gear was a necessity. Morgan, head back to the village. Try to buy gear from the blacksmith shop, and don't overlook the roadside stalls. Sweep the stock, don't let other guilds beat us to it. Understood, guild leader. While Morgan ran back, Tyrant opened the auction house, hoping to get lucky. The moment he opened it, 10 iron rank daggers came into view. The price? 500 coins? That cheap? Buy. Ding. Insufficient coins. Would you like to exchange? Exchange. Overjoyed, Tyrant moved to buy the entire lot. 4,500 coins. Man, which old six is being so generous today? Ding. Congratulations, 4,500 coins have been credited to your account. Fong, who was in the middle of forging his second piece of gear, stopped immediately and looked at his inventory. These days, 4,500 Huaxia dollars even with inflation was enough to sustain a living for about a month. He. Fong was suddenly filled with motivation. He wanted to be the first to promote to an iron rank blacksmith and earn a server-wide announcement. In this game, the celebrity effect was the most valuable asset. In his past life, being branded as the #1 blacksmith in Destiny had brought him terrifying levels of profit. With the boost from the 10 daggers, the Tyrant Guild's map progression speed suddenly accelerated. In the early stages of the game, everyone understood the logic. A step ahead now meant a step ahead at every turn. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully forged a piece of gear, Iron Rank Longsword. Name, Iron Rank Longsword. Description, forged by a blacksmith apprentice. Strength +3. Constitution +5. Extra HP +100. This gear is pretty good. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully promoted to an iron rank blacksmith. Would you like to make a server-wide announcement?
Note, you may add a message of up to 9 characters to the announcement. Yes.
In this life, Fong intended to announce his return with a flourish.
Ding.
Congratulations to Blacksmithsion for promoting to Iron Rank Blacksmith. Server-wide announcement, PS, add as a friend to purchase gear.
Ding.
Congratulations to Blacksmithsion.
This was Fong's player name. Ding.
Congratulations, you have received a reward blessing. Blessing, forging success rate plus 2%.
This? Fong was suddenly moved to tears of frustration.
For any other blacksmith, this would be a god-tier skill, but for Fong, it was useless. It was even a hindrance.
Wouldn't this interfere with his path to getting rich?
The server-wide announcement made players across the entire world of Destiny aware of the playersion for the first time.
That name is actually quite domineering.
To be the first to reach Iron Rank Blacksmith is still very impressive.
Can we find out which district he's in?
Players throughout Destiny had all realized the problem with low gear drop rates. Overnight, blacksmiths had become a hot commodity.
Ding. You are not in the same starter village as playersion and cannot add them as a friend. Ding.
System notifications like these echoed in the minds of the leaders of all the top guilds.
Tyrant was no exception and attempted to add him. Ding. Friend request sent.
Waiting for the other party's approval.
Tyrant was instantly overjoyed.
He had a hunch that the gear in the auction house had also been put up by this blacksmith. At this stage, perhaps only a blacksmith wouldn't care about gear.
Ding. Quest complete. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a reward, Bronze Rank Forging Hammer. Name, Bronze Rank Forging Hammer.
Introduction, the forging hammer used by Blacksmith Long in his early years. It contains his story.
Level, Iron Rank Blacksmith. Strength plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Spirit plus 10.
Special effect, critical hit successful forging can increase the rate of high-quality items by 1%.
Yet another high-quality piece of gear.
Fong was just about to equip the gear and test his skills when the system notification sounded.
Tyrant? Could it be the leader of the Tyrant Guild? Memories from his past life surfaced in Fong's mind.
In his past life, the Tyrant Guild was a behemoth within the entire Destiny world, consistently ranking in the top 10 of the Huaxia Guild leaderboards year-round. Even compared to the guild Fong served in his previous life, their strength was nearly equal.
Ding. You have agreed to the ad request. Ding. You and Tyrant are now friends.
The system notification appeared before both of them.
The Tyrant Guild needs a large amount of gear. As long as the price isn't outrageous, you name it.
A short string of text, yet it carried the domineering aura of "I'm not short on money."
Do you have specific gear requirements? Fong maintained the professional ethics of the blacksmith class. We'll take anything as long as it's gear. $888 for Iron Rank, $1888 for Bronze Rank. Weapons are priced separately. This price immediately made Fong grit his teeth.
In his past life, he had signed a profit-sharing contract, a 60-40 split, with Fong receiving 40%. However, the price of each piece of gear back then didn't even exceed $100. The most expensive artifact he remembered selling went for $1,000, and he only received $400. At the time, he was as happy as could be. Although Fong later learned the true price of gear and demanded an increase in reimbursement for the wages the guild had owed him over the years, the final outcome was
Fong lost the lawsuit. He had no chance of winning whatsoever. That son of a bitch. Fong cursed under his breath in pure frustration. Draw up the contract. Fong spat the words out through clenched teeth. Tyrant had been waiting for a long time without a word from Fong.
He had assumed the price was too low and was just about to raise his offer when Fong's message finally came through.
You can. Tyrant immediately had his clerical staff draft the contract and send it to Fong. Usually, who would bother reading this kind of contract in detail? Ahem, Fong would.
After being screwed over in his past life, Fong had diligently studied law, contract law, and a whole series of related books.
Today, that knowledge was finally being put to use. After a long while, just as Tyrant was growing impatient, Fong sent back a version of the contract covered in edits, strikes, and notes. Tyrant was stunned. It was the first time he had ever encountered someone so meticulous. He tossed the contract back to his staff and told them to revise it according to Fong's requirements. The members of the legal department responsible for drafting the contract were shocked when they saw the revisions. It was incredibly detailed. Every single clause that was unfavorable to him or laid a potential trap had been completely rewritten. Was this? Had they run into a master? The legal department wanted to warn Tyrant, but they were being rushed by him. Left with no choice, they could only draft the final version according to Fong's vision. Fong looked at the new version of the contract and checked it in detail once more, not letting a single word slip by. Finally, he signed it with great solemnity. Once bitten, twice shy. That was the perfect description for Fong. Tyrant signed as well. The contract was now in effect. Ding! Fong has requested a trade. Tyrant was slightly taken aback. Had Fong finished the forging already? Accept trade. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Iron Rank Longsword 10. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Iron Rank Hat 10. Ding! Chapter 3, Opening the Silver Rank Chest. Tyrant stared at his backpack, filled with a full 100 pieces of Iron Rank gear, completely stunned. No matter how powerful a blacksmith might be, it should be impossible to obtain this much gear only one day, no, less than 3 hours after the server opened. Please pay 93,019 coins. That was the price for this batch of gear. Without the slightest hesitation, Tyrant transferred the funds directly to Fong to maintain a good working relationship. Ding! Congratulations, you have received coins, 100,000. Note, the excess will be deducted from the next transaction. Fong instantly sensed Tyrant's extravagance. To Tyrant, this batch of gear could bolster the strength of several teams. 100,000 bucks? It was a steal. Guild leader, a boss has appeared on the plains ahead. We should retreat. The strategist of the Tyrant Guild stepped forward to advise him. An hour ago, Tyrant had led a team in an attempt to slay this boss, but unfortunately, if there were more than 10 people, the boss would flee. If there were fewer than 10, the team would be wiped out. This was currently the only bronze rank boss in Destiny. If they could slay it, the rewards would be immense. Bronze rank gear? Class change scrolls? There was a chance for all of these to drop. After forging for a full 2 hours, Fong bid farewell to Long and left the blacksmith shop. Wait! Long called out to Fong, asking if he was planning to head out of the village. Fong didn't hide his intentions and answered yes, at which point the system notification rang out. Ding! Blacksmith Long has issued a quest to you, head to Azure Mountain and collect the bronze rank or Celestine. Quest reward, basic gathering. Ding! Quest rewards have been distributed in advance. You may attempt gathering 10 times. After 10 attempts, if gathering fails, the quest will be voided. As a solo blacksmith, gathering skills were essential. After all, one couldn't rely solely on buying materials. As an elite blacksmith, it is only natural to possess exceptional blueprints. In Destiny, gear blueprints can only be obtained from treasure chests. Whether it is an iron rank chest or a mythical chest, there is always a certain probability. According to statistics from his past life, the chance of obtaining a gear blueprint is approximately 20%. Consequently, gear blueprints are extremely rare, and the most powerful ones are mostly hoarded by the major guilds. In his previous life, Fong had seen formidable blueprints and forged powerful gear. Most importantly, he knew the locations of 90% of the treasure chests. Why? Because Fong had a remarkable memory. He had read through all the treasure chest data within the guild out of boredom and even tried to identify patterns. As for the distribution of chests within the starter village, Fong remembered the locations of 1 gold rank chest and 2 silver rank chests. The gold rank chest was temporarily out of reach, as it required slaying a level 10 boss. However, there was still hope for the 2 silver rank chests.
As for the lower-tier bronze rank and iron rank chests, they were beneath Fong's notice. Fong didn't know exactly what these 3 chests would yield, but as long as he could pull a single weapon forging blueprint, it would be his source of wealth in the early game. Fong kept himself busy in the village, purchasing various miscellaneous items. Once everything was prepared, he hit his name and stepped out of the village. The first silver rank chest seemed to be at the bottom of a lake. Fong ran at a swift pace, reaching the vicinity of the lake within 15 minutes. The mobs in the lake were few in number and low in quality. Almost no one was farming monsters in the surrounding area. However, there were a few players fishing, likely having accepted a cooking quest from a chef. Fong took an oxygen mask and fins from his backpack, found a secluded spot, and dived to the bottom of the lake. The lake bed was pitch black, as if night had fallen or as though it were stained with ink. Fong pulled out an underwater flashlight, emitting a piercing beam of light to inspect the conditions at the bottom of the lake. On the lake bed, the aquatic plants were like reeds swaying in the wind, obstructing Fong's vision. Fong pushed aside the weeds and searched patiently. Finally, beneath the foul-smelling silt, he spotted a glimmer of silver. With a forceful tug, he dragged the chest out, and the silver luster met his eyes. Fong inspected it and breathed a sigh of relief. This chest was unlocked. Fong decisively opened it, took the items inside, and then departed. Finally, Fong buried the empty chest back into the silt, waiting for it to respawn. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Silver Rank Strength Amplification Potion Blueprint. Silver Rank Strength Amplification Potion amplifies the strength of players at level 10 and below, including level 10 by 80%. Fong smiled immediately and tucked it into his backpack. This blueprint will definitely fetch a high price after some time. Fong left the lake bottom and headed to another location, the cypress forest. This silver rank treasure chest is extremely well hidden, located inside the nest of a level 8 mob, the golden winged bird. If someone hadn't posted about it in his past life, no one would have ever found it. This chest is guaranteed to drop a level 10 silver rank blueprint. Fong recalled it being for a bow and arrow. Unfortunately, in his previous life, it was discovered too late. By then, the blueprint was no longer useful to anyone. The golden winged bird is not a boss, but a level 8 golden winged bird would have no trouble killing Fong, who is just a blacksmith. Fong could only exploit the golden winged bird's simple-minded nature to lure it away. The cypress forest grinding zone currently has no players. After all, this is a level 10 leveling area. Fong began smearing Tiger King feces on himself. He moved as if on level ground, and mobs immediately steered clear of him upon seeing him. As he walked, he began dropping breadcrumbs in a straight line, spanning a full mile. The last piece was dropped beneath the golden winged bird's nest. The golden winged bird immediately flew down and began pecking at the food, gradually moving further away according to Fong's trap. Fong skillfully climbed the tree and entered the nest. The silver rank treasure chest lay there quietly, but unfortunately, it was locked. If he were a rogue, he could pick the lock. But since Fong is a blacksmith, he could only open the mall and purchase a silver rank key. Ding! Each silver rank key is priced at 1,000 coins. Would you like to purchase? Ding! Please be advised, keys do not have a 100% success rate in opening chests. Purchase. Gritting his teeth, Fong chose to buy. Ding! You have purchased 10 silver rank keys for a total of 9,800 coins. A 2% discount, not bad. Feeling the sting of the cost, Fong took out a key and inserted it into the silver rank chest. He prayed in his heart, hoping it would succeed. Ding! Unlocking in progress. Ding! Unlocking failed. Fong's face darkened, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. 1,000 bucks, gone. Gritting his teeth, Fong inserted the second key. Ding! Lockpicking in progress. Ding! Lockpicking failed. Fong's eyes turned bloodshot and his breathing grew ragged. That was 2,000 bucks down the drain. How thrilling! Refusing to believe his bad luck, Fong inserted the third key. Ding! Lockpicking in progress. Ding! Lockpicking successful. With the lock opened, Fong immediately reached in, grabbed the blueprint inside, and quickly made his departure. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining silver rank gear, Longshi Bow and Arrow Forging Blueprint. Only after Fong had escaped to a safe place did he check the attributes of the Longxi Bao and Arrow.
Name, Longxi Bao and Arrow.
Description, contains a trace of dragon aura, possessing immense power.
Only the brave may gear it. Strength plus 100. Agility plus 100. Constitution plus 50. Spirit plus 50.
Active skill, Dragon's Roar can intimidate level 10 mobs and interrupt their casting skills.
Fong suddenly broke into a silly grin, as if seeing piles of coins falling into his pockets.
Gear with an additional skill is worlds apart from gear without one.
Chapter 4, Collecting a Little Interest First. Fong turned around and headed toward the ore collection point, preparing to mine ore and complete his quest. Ding, collecting in progress. Ding, collection failed. Ding, collecting. Ding, collection failed. This repeated 9 times until, on the final attempt, the collection was finally successful. This was a setting of the game, designed to add a bit of tension and excitement. Ding, task completed. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained basic collection. As proficiency increases, the collection skill will also gradually level up. On the way back, Fong calculated how to maximize the profit from this silver rank gear. Fong is currently unable to forge gear of silver rank or higher. The blacksmith's limitation, one can only forge gear at most 1 tier above their own level. In other words, Fong needs to raise his blacksmith level to bronze rank. Going from a blacksmith apprentice to an iron rank blacksmith only requires 100 EXP, but going from iron rank to bronze rank requires a full 10,000 EXP. The gap between them is massive. Based on Fong's current speed, he estimates that it will take at least 7 days to promote to a bronze rank blacksmith. Forging in the blacksmith shop means not having to worry about resources, but the shop only gives him 2 hours a day. He needs to source the remaining materials himself. Should he contact the Tyrant Guild? Just as he was thinking, Fong was blocked by someone. Fong had been walking with his head down, deep in thought. Being blocked, he instinctively looked up. Once he saw the person clearly, a rage flared up in his heart, a fury so intense it felt as if it could ignite the world and turn the sky a different color. This person was none other than the player Saber, who had tricked him into joining the Phoenix Guild in his past life. Saber, the strategist of the Phoenix Guild, possessed great wisdom and excellent insight. He was a very sharp judge of character. Dressed in a simple green robe that carried the aura of ages, with a middle-aged face and a smile as warm as a spring breeze, he was extremely deceptive. To anyone else, this man with thick eyebrows and big eyes looked like a protagonist. But Fong knew that this old fox was rotten to the core, from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. In his previous life, it was also Saber who first discovered Fong's forging talent. After sweet-talking him into joining the Phoenix Guild, he made Fong sign a contract so exploitative it would move a fool to tears, eventually turning Fong into the Phoenix Guild's personal ATM. The Phoenix Guild consistently ranked in the top 20 on the guild leaderboards. Currently, it could not yet be mentioned in the same breath as the Tyrant Guild. But in the previous life, there was a period when the Phoenix Guild broke into the top 5, leaving Tyrant far behind. In that achievement, Fong's contribution had been the greatest. History has a strange way of repeating itself. Before Fong could even make a move against the Phoenix Guild, Saber had unexpectedly tracked him down first. Thinking back to his past life, the moment Saber recruited him into the Phoenix Guild should have been 3 days from now, when he was setting up a roadside stall after successfully forging iron rank gear. In this second life, the timeline had actually shifted forward. Are you Jin? That familiar tone, always brimming with self-confidence and an arrogant attitude, as if he had already seen right through Fong. That smile on his face was the kind that made people trust him unconditionally. In his previous life, Fong had been intimidated by this facade and was subsequently swindled by his smooth talking. In this life, Fong would not repeat the same mistake. Fong didn't try to hide it and gave a direct confirmation. This time, Saber was caught off guard. He had expected Fong to deny it or make excuses, but he never imagined Fong would admit to it so openly and graciously. Truly, a hero emerges from the youth, young and promising indeed. An iron rank blacksmith is likely one of a kind in destiny right now. By the way, are you familiar with the Phoenix Guild? Saber shifted his demeanor, starting with a round of praise. His smile grew even warmer, like the first light of dawn. I am. Looking to buy gear? Iron rank random pieces are 3,000 each, weapons are 10,000 each. Honest prices for everyone. Saber's expression instantly darkened. Are you playing me? From the very beginning, Saber had sensed Fong's resentment and coldness. With just a few words, Fong had toyed with him directly. Iron rank gear? How could it be that expensive? Saber wanted to lash out, but he forced himself to hold back. Looking at the saber before him, Fong smirked inwardly. Yes, that was the look, first tempting with benefits, then threatening with a stick, which had left the old Fong dazed enough to join the Phoenix Guild. But in this life, Fong was no longer a naive rookie. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tyrant. I just sold a batch of gear to them. Fong remained perfectly composed, then assertively pushed past Saber to enter the starter village. Saber stood there in a daze. He didn't want to believe it, but remembering Fong's steady gaze and certain tone, he found he had to. Fong's expression had been too genuine. Then he thought about it. Tyrant, that fool. It really was possible he would buy a batch of gear at such an exorbitant price. Ding! Player Jin is requesting a voice call. Do you accept? Agreed. Tyrant, who was currently grinding levels, stopped immediately and answered with a smile. With this batch of gear, his leveling speed had doubled. I have a deal for you, and it's a real bargain. What? Fong sent the Dragon Creek bow blueprint to Tyrant. Tyrant suddenly gasped in shock. It hadn't been long at all, yet this kid had already managed to get his hands on a silver rank gear blueprint. Ding, information has been encrypted. If leaked, you will compensate players in 30 million coins. Tyrant's mouth twitched. This kid was certainly meticulous. What's the deal? For the next 3 days, supply all of Tyrant's or materials to me. In 3 days, I will give you a silver rank Dragon Creek bow. If I breach the contract and fail to forge it, I will compensate the full price of the ores. Tyrant glanced at the archer ranked 10th in the Hall of Fame within his team and immediately agreed to Fong's request. In 3 days, most people would likely still be using iron rank gear. A silver rank piece of gear by then? It would cause a sensation. After signing the contract, Fong breathed a sigh of relief, his mood greatly improved. By the way, there's one more thing I need your help with. After listening, Tyrant smiled and readily agreed he had long been annoyed by the Phoenix Guild. Fong caught a glimpse of movement behind him out of the corner of his eye. A knowing and cruel smile curled on his lips as he walked toward a narrow alley. Saber followed closely behind, intending to ambush Fong. As a blacksmith, how could he not be carrying gear on him? As a rogue, it just so happened that Saber had learned the steel skill. Saber wanted to pull a job on Fong. In the dim alley, where even sunlight seemed unable to reach, Fong blended into the shadows, took out his forging hammer, and stood ready. A second later, Saber entered. Phantoms appeared beneath Fong's feet, as if sealing off all directions. Carrying 10 years of anger, 10 years of suppression, and 10 years of being exploited, he swung the hammer. This strike caused a value of 99 to pop up over Saber's head. 1/3 of Saber's health vanished instantly, and he immediately tried to counterattack, drawing a pitch-black dagger. Fong? He was just a blacksmith, right? Could he really turn the tide? To his surprise, Fong executed an arc-shaped footwork, circling to his back and delivering another heavy hammer blow to the center of his spine. 99. Saber was horrified. Could this be the legendary arc step? It was said that only 3 people in the entire online gaming circle could perform it. Why would such a top-tier expert appear here, and why would he choose only the blacksmith life class? For the final strike, Fong hammered directly at his head. The moment the hammer fell, a faint, ghost-like voice rang in Saber's ear. This is just the first time. I'll take a little interest now, and from here on out, I'll kill you every time I see you. Fong's voice was soft but piercing, like the soul-hooking call of an emissary from the underworld,
making Saber shudder uncontrollably. Before sinking into darkness, Saber heard Fong laughing a reckless, hearty, and fearless laugh. Chapter 5, Ding. Forging failed, critical strike triggered. A madman, a complete madman. He felt Fong's insanity and his utter lack of restraint. This was Saber's only evaluation of Fong. From beginning to end, Saber had no idea how he had offended him. Such a proficient arc step? Who could he be? Saber respawned at the center of the fountain in the starter village, standing dazed as he pondered deeply. Could it be Ling Tian? Could it be Rainy Night? 3 different game IDs and 3 peerless figures constantly circled in Saber's mind. Saber was able to serve as the chief strategist for the Phoenix Guild not just because of his brains, his strength was also considerable. Yet, facing Jin, he had been completely powerless to fight back. Guild leader. Jin's asking price is too high. But he said the Tyrant Guild once offered this price to purchase a batch. Saber reported the full details of the incident to the leader of the Phoenix Guild, letting him make the final decision. The Phoenix Guild leader dialed Tyrant's communication line. After some pleasantries, the Phoenix leader hung up, his face as dark as a storm, looking as if he were about to explode. Those two? Were they playing him for a fool? Iron rank gear? How could it be that expensive? You have to look at the market stalls at most, it's 500 coins, and that's pushing it. As for why Tyrant offered such a high price? First, he wanted a long-term partnership with Fong and had to maintain a good relationship. Second, he didn't care about money. Ding. Since you have slain your fellow clansman Saber, you have entered a one-day wanted period. The so-called wanted period was the red-flagged state. Anyone could attack Fong, and upon death, all the gear he was wearing would be dropped. Fong looked up, glanced at the pale pink name, and thought nothing of it. Inside the blacksmith shop, Fong chose to log out of the game. Fong opened his eyes to the familiar sight of his dilapidated rental room. The rotten doors and windows looked as if they might fall apart with a single gust of wind, and the moldy room was covered in festering patches of fungi. The rickety small bed groaned under Fong's weight, seemingly on the verge of collapse at any moment. The entire interior of the room could be seen in a single glance, much like the trajectory of Fong's life. This was the year 2051, a 2051 defined by a staggering gap between the rich and the poor. Fong, quite clearly, belonged to the bottom tier. Fong deftly removed his holographic helmet, pushed open the window, and looked up at the colossal structures in the sky. They blotted out the sun, vast and boundless. That was where the upper class lived. Those were the products of the great technological explosion. The elites occupied the heavens, while people like Fong remained behind on the Earth, a scarred and devastated Earth. This blue planet used 90% of the Earth's nutrients to sustain the top 1% of the population living at the peak of the sky. As for the people on the ground? Simply staying alive was a monumental struggle. Meanwhile, life in the upper reaches was a realm of debauchery and unimaginable luxury. Such a disparity bred despair, and out of despair, endless resistance naturally arose. Destiny was a product of the great technological explosion. The original intent behind its creation was to prevent uprisings by the lowborns on the earth. This artificial world was sufficient to keep the masses below completely enthralled. Everything went according to the Sky People's plan. Indeed, riots gradually decreased and were eventually suppressed. Fong pushed open his door to buy a dark, sticky, bread-like substance for lunch. Afterward, he converted a portion of his in-game coins into currency and mailed it to his parents. This was Fong's display of filial piety, as well as an act of atonement for his past life. Fong glanced at the giant structures in the sky, a burning intensity flickering in his eyes. One day, he too would ascend to those colossal buildings in the heavens. This was the allure of destiny. It served as the upward channel for those at the bottom to rise to the top. It was mesmerizing, something people were willing to fight for. The reason Fong had been deceived in his past life was because the Phoenix Guild had promised him this: sign a contract, work for 10 years, and they would give his family of 4 the chance to enter the Sky City. This was an offer no one could refuse. Whoosh! A petite and thin dark figure appeared, lunging like a wild beast to snatch the food from Fong's hand.
Fong instinctively turned and dodged.
The shadow missed its mark and landed in a half-crouch on the ground like a leopard, poised to strike again at any second.
This is the norm of this land, all for the sake of survival.
Fong caught a clear glimpse of the dark figure's features, a face blackened by grime, weathered by sun and wind, tattered clothing, and scabbed wounds.
Though appearing human, the aura emanating from her was something even wild beasts dared not approach.
Ultimately, Fong was soft-hearted. He broke off a piece of bread and tossed it to her. The dark figure quickly tucked it into her bosom, glanced around sensitively, and vanished.
Fong watched her departing figure and let out a sigh.
This was a refugee. Someone who had fled from elsewhere, essentially an undocumented resident, unable to work and forced to rely on deception and theft just to maintain a basic livelihood. Fong still remembered that one day, many years later, he had seen her corpse, a body that had already been rotting for days.
What a twisted society. Fong returned to his dilapidated rental room, put on the holographic helmet once more, and entered the game. Ding, welcome back.
The bustling starter village, the fresh air, the warm sunshine, this was what life should be. Nearly 90% of the living population on this earth was addicted to this world, unwilling to look at the filth of the outside world.
Ding, you have new mail. Ding, you have new mail.
The mail was filled entirely with forging materials.
Ding, would you like to rent a blacksmith's forging station?
Ding, the cost is 10 coins per hour. Please select the rental duration. A voice as crisp as a lark's rang out, prompting Fong.
Rent for 3 days. 72 hours. Ding, please pay 720 coins. Ding, payment successful. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a bronze rank blueprint, Shadow Dagger. Fong was surprised.
Looking closer, he saw this was part of the mail sent by Tyrant.
Fong appreciated the gesture and clicked to learn it. Ding. Would you like to learn the bronze rank blueprint? Learn. Ding. You have learned the bronze rank blueprint, Shadow Dagger.
Tyrant had prepared a full 100 sets of materials for forging the Shadow Dagger.
With that, Fong began forging the Shadow Dagger immediately. Clang. Clang. Clang.
The rhythmic ringing of metal on metal sounded out, crisp and pleasant to the ear. Blacksmith Long glanced at Fong from time to time, as if admiring a unique landscape.
Ding. Forging failed. Ding.
Triggered tenfold critical hit, obtains silver rank gear, Silver Shadow Dagger.
Name, Silver Shadow Dagger. Description, a high-quality piece crafted by a blacksmith. Required level, level 5. Required class, Rogue. Strength plus 188. Agility plus 88. Constitution plus 1.
Active skill, Silver Shadow summons a Silver Shadow to assist in combat, possessing 50% of the user's attributes.
This gear? It's a minor masterpiece. Fong was instantly impressed and began calculating in his mind, how many coins would be a fair price for this? Finally, Fong opened the mailing page. Ding. Please select the items to mail. Ding. Please select the recipient player. Ding, mailing successful.
Looking at the mailing successful prompt, Fong finally felt at ease.
Ding, you have new mail.
Tyrant, who was currently grinding mobs, was startled to hear the notification.
Fong sent the mail this quickly? Could it be that he's still missing some materials?
Tyrant thought to himself, but when he opened the mail, he was instantly shocked. Chapter 6, The Unique Quest.
Name, Silver Shadow Dagger. Description.
By the time Tyrant finished reading, his entire body had turned into a crude stone statue, standing frozen on the spot. Even his eyes didn't twitch once.
This? It's actually a silver rank piece of gear?
One must know that in the current state of Destiny, even getting iron rank gear to drop is a massive struggle. Even someone like Tyrant, who consistently ranks in the top 100 of the Hall of Fame, currently takes pride in wearing a full set of iron rank gear. At this stage, Being able to equip a single piece of iron rank gear means you are either lucky or a top-tier expert. If you can equip a full set of iron rank gear, you are a god among gods. If someone could possess a single piece of bronze rank gear, that would be the absolute peak, unreachable by ordinary people. As far as Tyrant knew, only Rainy Knight, who consistently ranks first in the Hall of Fame, had obtained a piece of bronze rank gear. Yet his bronze rank gear wasn't even 1/10 as good as this silver rank gear. And now, he was actually looking at a piece of silver rank gear. This gear? How did Fong get it? And more importantly, he was actually willing to mail it to me? Was it a mistake? Tyrant looked at the text attached to the mail. This is the payment for your blueprint. For the next piece of silver rank gear, give me an offer. If the price is right, I can give you priority. Faced with such a message, Tyrant gladly accepted the silver rank gear. As for whether the values were equal, that wasn't within his scope of consideration. Tyrant wasn't an assassin, but looking at the attributes of this gear, his heart still itched with desire. Ghost, come. Tyrant summoned his inner circle, his absolute confidants, and trustingly handed the silver rank gear over to one of them. Ghost was also dumbfounded. How could a dummy like the guild leader possibly get his hands on silver rank gear? How about it? I'm leaving the bronze rank boss at the village entrance to you. At the very least, get me a set of bronze rank gear to wear. Inside the blacksmith shop, Fong fell into deep thought. Inferred based on current conditions. The tenfold return on forging failure possesses two possibilities. First, a common forging failure returns 10 identical pieces of gear. For example, failing to forge iron rank gear initially returns 10 pieces of iron rank gear. Second, a forging failure under a critical strike returns higher tier gear. For instance, this time, it was originally a failure to forge bronze rank gear, but it triggered a critical strike, returning a silver rank critical reward. Can this be controlled? Or is it pure luck? Fong pondered as he continued forging. Perhaps due to Fong's title bonuses, 3 consecutive pieces of gear were all successfully crafted. Consequently, 3 bronze rank shadow daggers appeared in the auction house, priced at 5,000 coins, equivalent to $5,000. This price was artificially high. However, the moment they were listed, they were immediately purchased by Tyrant. This is the advantage of a major guild having dedicated personnel monitoring the auction house to sweep up goods at the slightest movement. 6,000 coins, sell them all to me. Rest assured, I won't let you lose out. Tyrant dialed the voice chat, sounding extremely domineering. You can. This was the intended effect of testing the waters. Currently, Fong's output was not large, and the Tyrant Guild alone could absorb it all. Tyrant hung up and heard the system notification. Ding, mail has been delivered. Ding, mail has been delivered. 100 emails plunged Tyrant into deep thought once again. This kid? Was he hurt? Jin, come find me. This was Long's highly recognizable voice. It seemed a hidden quest had been triggered. Fong was unaware that while he was lost in the trance of forging, Long had been watching from the shadows, nodding from time to time. In his previous life, the blacksmith shop and the starter village didn't seem to have any hidden quests. That wasn't certain. Perhaps he simply didn't know, or perhaps others had kept it hidden. Jun, do you know the exact ranks of a blacksmith? In front of the forge, Long held a smithing hammer in one hand, looking toward Fong with a solemn expression. Ding! You have triggered a special scenario. Ding! Please note, your different answers will trigger different plot paths. Fong pondered for a moment and chose to act as if he didn't know, quietly waiting to see where the story would lead. However, as the top blacksmith of his previous life, he was undoubtedly the one who understood the existence of the blacksmith class best. The ranks of a blacksmith are divided into 8 tiers: iron rank, bronze rank, silver rank, gold, purple gold, epic rank, legendary, and mythical. Fong? Do you know what a blacksmith's true purpose is? To forge divine weapons and peerless armaments. A blacksmith condenses the creative power of heaven and earth to forge the world's most brilliant weapons. Using a mortal body to personally craft a myth. Do you know what the limit of a blacksmith is? Amidst this exchange of questions and answers, a starlight glint flickered in Fong's eyes at this moment. He was incredibly serious. These words were not something a rigid NPC could say. Perhaps this really would trigger a powerful hidden quest. There is no limit. This was the voice of Fong's heart, and his most honest answer. Hearing such a response, an infinite light flashed in Long's eyes, as dazzling as a miniature sun. In his mind, the standard answer was, to forge an artifact, the ultimate dream of every blacksmith. But Fong told him that a blacksmith has no limits. Long fell into deep thought, carefully mulling over those words. Ding! Mythical rank blacksmith Long has issued you a unique quest, break through the blacksmith's limit. Ding! Task reward? Fong was instantly shocked when he heard the system notification. Who could have imagined that a plain, ordinary blacksmith in a mere starter village would actually be a mythical rank existence? As for the quest reward? Though it was marked with question marks, Fong knew it wouldn't be meager. After all, this was a unique grade quest. Ding! You have successfully accepted the quest. Jun, the path of the blacksmith requires perception. Mythic blacksmith Long uttered these words and then departed. Fong left shortly after and resumed forging. After forging for 24 hours, Fong had exhausted all his materials. The results left him caught between laughter and tears. Could it be? Perhaps tainted by the aura of a mythic blacksmith, all 132 pieces of gear were successful, leaving Fong without a single chance to trigger the system. Looking at the gear in his inventory, Fong mailed every piece to Tyrant. Tyrant looked at the bronze rank boss before him, then at the mountain of mail, and suddenly felt the world was unfair. This? The Tyrant Guild had worked themselves to the bone slaughtering bosses all day, yet their total haul wasn't even a fraction of what Fong had forged. How was one supposed to play this game? Tyrant suddenly felt that the bronze rank armor he had just looted lost its luster. To think that when this piece of gear dropped, the entire guild had been cheering and celebrating. Brother, did you not manage to get the cheat this time? The female voice was as elegant as a swan and as refreshing as a lark, carrying a mature charm yet filled with maiden-like purity. This was Aqua. No, it was snatched up by a very interesting little fellow. The voice was magnetic and incredibly warm. This was Rainy Night. These two had occupied the first and second spots in the Hall of Fame for years, immovable and unchallenged. Despite their immense fame, they were shrouded in mystery to this day. No one had ever met them in real life. They were only encountered by chance within the game. As they drifted away, their silhouettes revealed a young man and woman with slender figures. The mere sight of their backs was enough to spark the imagination. Chapter 7, The Second Opportunity. This batch of gear was enough for Tyrant to fully equip his strongest 10-man squad. Coins? Tyrant didn't care in the slightest, trading them all to Fong without a hint of hesitation or debt. Only after receiving this batch of coins did Fong finally log off, satisfied, to get some rest. Wearing a holographic helmet for extended periods causes a certain amount of physical strain. Only true deep sleep can alleviate it. Fong exited the game and scanned the room. He glanced at the moonlight outside the window. The bright, pure white light spilling down, juxtaposed against the dilapidated city and the thick, foul-smelling air, created a truly exquisite view. Before long, the massive sky city blocked out the moonlight, plunging the earth into darkness as if the entire city had ground to a halt. Fong locked the doors and windows and drifted into a deep sleep. The place where Fong lived was a chaotic mess. It had once been a global metropolis, home to 50 million people, but everything had changed since Sky City ascended. The aristocratic lords had all boarded Sky City, leaving behind nothing but a sprawling wasteland. Former skyscrapers had turned into crumbling tenements, becoming a playground for the impoverished. Pollution was everywhere. Small green rivers emitted a rancid stench, and mountains of trash from Sky City were piled high all around, swallowing residential buildings in a scene of total apocalypse. The residential area where Fong lived had a relatively better environment and was somewhat safer. At the very least, one could sleep peacefully at night without worrying about being murdered in their dreams. The next day, Fong opened his eyes to find a small black cat curled up beside him. He got up with practiced ease and began his morning routine. This was Fong's unique pet. Every morning, it would demand a bowl of fresh water and a piece of blackened bread, then leave immediately after eating, giving Fong no chance to pet it. After feeding the kitten, Fong opened the doors and windows to let in some air. As the morning sun rose, he bathed in the sunlight, savoring the moment, while the black cat quietly slipped away. Ding! Welcome back to Destiny. Ding! Please accept your mail. Ding! Please accept your mail. A new day had begun, and Tyrant had sent over another pile of materials. Buying bronze rank blueprints at high prices. PM me if you have any. Fong spent 1,000 coins to broadcast 10 starter village announcements. Every online player in this starter village could receive them. Ding! Tyrant has requested a trade. Clack, clack, clack. Tyrant placed 3 bronze rank blueprints into the trade window. Ding! Your friend Tyrant has sent a message. Take them. Don't worry about the trade details if it's not enough, your big brother will keep farming them for you. Fong didn't stand on ceremony and clicked trade directly. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a level 5 bronze rank blueprint, Swordsman's Shortsword. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained an LV.8 bronze rank blueprint, Flame Staff. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained an LV.8 bronze rank blueprint, Frost Bow. Ding! In one breath, Fong collected 10 blueprints, each costing 2,000 coins. This price was inflated compared to the market rate. After all, at this stage, most people did not yet realize the true value of blueprints. What Fong sought was a long-term partnership. He knew it was impossible to acquire every blueprint he needed on his own. Besides, anyone capable of obtaining a blueprint at this early stage was far from ordinary. Inside the blacksmith shop, facing the rising sun, Fong began his forging. Ding! Forging failed. Critical strike triggered. You have obtained silver rank gear, Swordsman's Dagger. A lucky start. A direct forging failure triggered the critical strike return. After a day of grinding, most players had reached levels 3 or 4, while guild players were slightly higher, around level 5. This Swordsman's Dagger was the optimal choice for Fong to forge, as customer demand was massive. According to statistics from his previous life, the swordsman class had the largest player base in Destiny. Second item, forging successful. Third item, forging successful. In Long's eyes, Fong's forging success rate was absurdly high. How could Fong, who had just started forging and only recently promoted to an iron rank blacksmith, successfully forge bronze rank gear 5 times in a row? Was this what they called innate talent? Long thought to himself, his eyes fixed on Fong, never wavering. Forging complete, Fong left the blacksmith shop. Today's haul: 3 silver rank swordsman's daggers and 130 bronze rank swordsman's daggers. He dumped them all onto Tyrant to be converted into coins. Fong left the shop and strolled along the familiar main road of the starter village. The game Destiny perfectly replicated the towns and villages as they were before the rise of the Celestial City. For players over 40, this place was a vivid memory of their childhood. Today was the second day since the server opened, and it was also the timing of the second fortunate encounter that Fong remembered by heart. Fong quickened his pace, leaving the blacksmith shop and heading toward the predetermined location. Before long, Fong arrived at the very center of the starter village and witnessed the same scene from years ago. Beside the respawn point, a youth no older than 18 was kneeling on the ground in deep grief. Before him lay a rough wooden board. Scribbled haphazardly across the board were the words, "Selling myself to bury my father. 50,000 coins required." The vicinity of the respawn point is usually where players are most numerous. After all, who doesn't die? The players witnessed this scene and broke into a flurry of discussion. This kid? He's probably a scammer. Likely. Selling himself to bury his father? Who would believe that? This is a game, for heaven's sake. This scam is way too low end. Young man, with the time you're wasting here, you'd be better off farming mobs. If you're lucky enough to get a silver rank drop, that gear would be enough to bury your father. Exactly. A young man with his health and limbs intact, why resort to fraud? In the face of such accusations, the young man remained unmoved. This was the first time Fong had seen the future god of slaughter with his own eyes. At this moment, there was no coldness in his eyes, only endless grief and infinite desolation. In his previous life, on the 5th day after the server opened, a kind-hearted person had helped him, and he had indeed fulfilled his promise. Even after he had ascended to become the god of slaughter, one of the 10 great gods of the world, he remained by the side of the benefactor who had helped him back then, never leaving. In his past life, Fong had once scoffed at this news story, not believing it at all. But upon seeing this youth, he believed it. The light in this boy's eyes was very similar to his own, full of persistence, with a hint of fatigue hidden deep within. Ding! Player Zhen has requested a trade. The youth looked up in confusion at Fong, and in an instant, his eyes filled with hope. Ding! The other party has accepted the trade. Ding! Do you wish to trade 100,000 coins to player Clay? Confirm. This was all the coins Fong had earned up to this point. Ding! Trade successful. Clay looked at the 100,000 coins in astonishment and hurried to initiate a trade again. This was too much, he couldn't accept it. Seeing that Fong refused the trade, he could only stand up and quickly approach Fong's side, his expression extremely anxious, like a child who had done something wrong. I don't need this much. Take it. Don't you want your father to have a dignified funeral? You can just pay me back these coins in the future. Fong spoke with great nonchalance and then turned to leave. Clay's eyes welled up as he watched Fong's departing figure, seemingly trying to etch it firmly into his mind. Thank you. Clay quickly knelt down, knocked his head on the ground 3 times with heavy thuds, and then logged out of the game. Fong felt a pang of sorrow. There are truly too many people suffering in this world. Chapter 8, Vengeance for Every Slight. The world is full of suffering. What a chaotic age. Ding, Player Phoenix has requested to add you as a friend. The system notification rang out. Fong was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curled into a cold, chilling smirk. In his past life, Fong had only one evaluation of Phoenix, rotten to the core. Every evil deed committed by the Phoenix Guild was masterminded by this old man and executed by his subordinates. This included the trap set for Fong. In the beginning, Fong thought this old fellow was quite decent, but the more he interacted with him, the more he found him repulsive. Accept. Ding, Player Phoenix is requesting a voice call. Do you accept? Accept. Hello, I am the leader of the Phoenix Guild. It's a pleasure to meet you, please excuse my intrusion. Phoenix's voice and tone were perfectly polite, refined and elegant with a hint of authority, neither humble nor arrogant. Buying gear? The price remains the same. Fong forcibly suppressed his anger and got straight to the point. As for killing that lackey Saber, Fong didn't consider it a big deal. My friend, why be like this? In these chaotic times, it's better to avoid trouble whenever possible. Besides, you killed my brother. If I don't do something about it, I won't be able to command my people. Hearing Fong's bluntness, Phoenix's words immediately took on a threatening tone. This was the first time, truly the first time, someone had dared to speak to him like that. That price was a mockery, showing not a shred of sincerity. You're right, it is indeed better to avoid trouble in this world. As for the gear, there's nothing to talk about. Fong sneered and hung up the communication. Is this old guy playing dumb? He's clearly the one asking for a favor, yet he's acting as if he's the king of the world. Phoenix's face turned red with rage. A mere blacksmith? How dare he speak to him like that? Does he really think he's somebody? Since you won't show respect, and since you've refused the face I've given you, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's a game, right? Problems are meant to be solved with force. All members of the Phoenix Guild assemble at the village entrance. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, 10,000 people had swarmed the starter village. These were all members of the Phoenix Guild. Tyrant received the news immediately and, with a beaming smile, prepared to watch the spectacle, wondering which traitor had provoked this mad dog in sheep's clothing. Brother Phoenix, do you need any help?
Tyrant even personally dialed the voice chat to tease him. The player Jin has repeatedly insulted my Phoenix Guild and killed my brothers.
Today, I will kill him 100 times as a warning to others. This was the voice of Saber, with a hint of excitement in his tone. The tables had turned, the day for revenge had come all too soon. In the starter village, players who were smithing or tending to their stalls all stopped to watch the commotion. It's only the second day since the server opened, and there's already drama to watch? Jun? Could it be the first blacksmith to promote to iron rank? A blacksmith? How could he provoke the Phoenix Guild? Who knows, maybe the Phoenix Guild is just bullying a newcomer. Let's watch. The players gathered, always eager for a spectacle. Targeting Jun? Tyrant hurriedly hung up the communication and summoned his guild members. Tyrant had actually been weighing in his heart for a long time whether he should offend the entire Phoenix Guild for the sake of Jin alone. Ultimately, Tyrant made his decision. In the long run, Jin was far more valuable than the entire Phoenix Guild. This was only the early stage of the game, and Jin had already shown such powerful forging talent. What about the future? What if he could forge legendary tier gear? Providing help in an hour of need is far better than adding flowers to a bouquet. Ding, Tyrant is requesting a voice call. Accept. Brother, run. The Phoenix Guild is coming to hunt you down. Log off and hide for a bit. I'll bring my men to block them and buy you some time. Fong cursed under his breath. It was supposed to be a purely professional relationship of interest, so why add personal feelings? Yet, his heart warmed, and a smile appeared on his face. Well, that's another favor owed. President Tyrant, take your men and go farm mobs as usual. It's not necessary, I have a way to deal with them. I'll remember this favor. Tyrant could hear the ease in Fong's voice and couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he really had an ace up his sleeve? Tyrant's 10,000 plus men did not leave. Instead, they followed closely behind the Phoenix Guild's 10,000 members. Tyrant, do you intend to start a war? President Phoenix felt a sense of unease. He couldn't fathom Tyrant's intentions, but he was certain they were malicious. Oh, the weather is lovely today, we're just out for a picnic. If you have a problem with that, go ahead and start a war, Tyrant said, acting like a complete rogue, utterly fearless and indifferent to the prospect of battle. President Phoenix was extremely agitated, yet he found himself utterly helpless. Fong sat at the entrance of the blacksmith shop like a stone sculpture, his expression relaxed as he quietly awaited the members of the Phoenix Guild. 1,000 men guard the respawn point. Kill him repeatedly without stopping. Saber took full command of the situation. 9,000 players surrounded the blacksmith shop and encircled Fong. By all appearances, Fong had no way to escape. Is President Phoenix certain he wants to kill me? Is the Phoenix Guild certain they want me as an enemy? Fong's tone carried a hint of mockery. The way he asked made it seem as if he were the massive guild, speaking with such confidence as if he were granting the Phoenix Guild one last chance. Kill. The only response Fong received was a single word. Saber led the charge, striking at Fong while countless attacks from the backline transformed into bolts of light and electricity, raining down upon him. 1. Although it was unclear why the damage dealt to Fong was so low, he still died instantly, vanishing into a flash of white light. Tyrant was dumbfounded. This was the plan you mentioned? Just waiting here to die? The second time. The third time. The fourth time. It was still the early stages of the game. Fong truly didn't possess any items capable of insta-killing everyone on the field. As for the Divine Smith Long, Fong had asked, but he was unwilling and unable to intervene, as it was not permitted within the rules. Fong was killed a full 100 times before Saber finally signaled the guild members to stop. By this point, 90% of the Phoenix Guild members had their names turned red from the slaughter. Tyrant had been on the verge of intervening several times, but Fong had stopped him. Hey, little chick, I have a gift for you. Fong's face was a sickly, pale white, but the smile on his lips never faded as he shouted the insult, calling Phoenix a chick. Had enough fun killing me? Now, it's my turn to act. In the next instant, level 80 town guards clad in silver armor descended, arresting every single player whose name was read.
Ding!
You are suspected of violating public security regulations and are hereby detained for 7 days.
Ding! You are suspected of violating public security regulations. Ding!
System notifications rang out continuously as 90% of the Phoenix Guild players were arrested.
This was Fong's counterattack.
It was also the means Long could employ within the rules. As for Fong, his red flag status had long since been cleared. To avoid being flagged as a red player again, Fong had endured being killed 100 times without striking back even once. The soldiers escorted the Phoenix Guild members away, leaving only about 100 people from the guild remaining on the spot.
The Phoenix Guild leader immediately sensed that things were going south.
For the next 7 days, the Phoenix Guild was effectively finished in this starter village. Brother, for 10 pieces of silver rank gear, keep an eye on these 100 or so people from the Little Chick Guild for me.
Today, I'm going to slaughter some chicks.
Even through voice chat, Tyrant could hear the thick murderous intent in Fong's words.
10 pieces of silver rank gear? This deal was definitely worth it.
Like someone crawling out of the depths of hell, Fong walked toward the Little Chick Guild leader step by step with a sinister grin, a sharp smithing hammer appearing in his hand, radiating pure malice and skyrocketing rage.
Tyrant, are you sure you want to make an enemy of me?
Seeing his subordinates being dragged away one by one, Phoenix flared up with an anonymous rage and questioned Tyrant. For some reason, when he looked into Fong's eyes, a trace of fear actually surfaced.
Now, it's my turn.
With the enhancement of 5 pieces of silver rank gear, Fong crushed the Little Chick Guild leader in terms of both speed and power. Fong's phantom blurred with one strike of the hammer, he finished off the Little Chick Guild leader, giving him no chance to show off any maneuvers. Then, with a smile on his lips, he quietly waited for him to respawn.
Another strike, another death.
At this moment, the onlookers all felt Fong's coldness, his vengeful nature, and the madness embedded in his bones. He was clearly going to kill the Phoenix Guild leader 100 times as well.
The 3rd time. The 4th time. The 10th time.
Every time he respawned, the Phoenix Guild leader met certain death, struck down by a heavy hammer with absolutely no technique involved.
Thud.
By the 100th death, the Phoenix Guild leader felt dazed, his face pale, vomiting uncontrollably. This was the realistic experience of death.
Thud, the 101st time.
On the 101st death of the Phoenix Guild leader, he was forced to log offline. This was a protective measure in Destiny. Exceeding 100 deaths would cause certain physical harm to the body.
Chapter 9, the first piece of gold rank gear.
Fong stared expressionlessly and coldly at the spot where the Phoenix Guild leader had dissolved into white light and logged off. At this moment, the temperature around Fong seemed to drop to the freezing point. The spectating players were all silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to utter a single word.
Ruthless. This kid was simply too ruthless both to himself and to his enemies.
Using his own 100 deaths, he had baited and killed 90% of the Phoenix Guild's members. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he proceeded to kill the Phoenix Guild leader exactly 101 times.
The player Jin had now formed a death knot with the Phoenix Guild. My thanks to Guild leader Tyrant for the support.
A smile played at the corners of Fong's mouth, but no matter how one looked at it, it was chilling.
Ding, player Jin has requested a trade. Accepted. This is the first batch, the rest will be made up tomorrow. Fong unequipped his own silver rank gear and traded it to Tyrant.
He didn't like owing favors. If he could repay a portion, he naturally would. Having handled everything, Fong endured the discomfort and exited the game.
The sensation of death was too realistic. Even with Fong's physical constitution, he couldn't handle it easily. This was mental exhaustion. Upon exiting the game, Fong immediately fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the little black cat arrived as scheduled, licking Fong awake. Fong opened his bleary eyes, yawning as he began his busy routine, preparing breakfast for the black cat and himself. After breakfast, greeting the dawn, Fong stepped out of his room and began his morning exercise, running plus Tai Chi to drive away the weakness in his body.
In his past life, Fong had tested this, and the results were excellent. After finishing his workout, Fong purchased black bread and drinking water to head back. Unsurprisingly, he was robbed once again. It was still that scruffy young girl, her eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Fong glanced at the bread in his hand, then at her. This time, Fong broke it in half and tossed it to her. The cheetah-like young bandit girl was still reluctant to leave, her eyes fixed on the fresh water in Fong's hand. Fong's eyebrows twitched slightly. Pushing her luck? That wouldn't do. He immediately took a step back and shifted into an offensive stance. The cheetah-like girl vanished instantly. Fong was strong. She had witnessed this before. Under normal circumstances, she had no desire to trade blows with him. The relationships among the neighbors in this building were like one thief eyeing another, extremely vigilant yet filled with greed, everyone wanting to turn what belonged to others into their own. Morality was gradually disintegrating. Fortunately, the two old security guards responsible for the peace in this area could suppress everything. For one simple reason, they had guns. And during these turbulent times, their hands were stained with blood. Fong returned to his room and entered the game. Ding! Welcome back. Fong immediately began forging to pay off his debts. Ding! You have received new mail. Ding! You have received new mail. System notification tones rang out incessantly. Ding! Player Tyrant is requesting a voice call. Accept. Brother, how is your health? Tyrant's voice sounded, carrying notes of genuine concern. Fine, Fong replied, his tone neither warm nor cold. Well, brother, this is the final batch of materials. Our temporary 3-day trade agreement is coming to an end. After all, our guild needs to train its own blacksmiths as well. I hope you understand. This was a move born of necessity for Tyrant. Was Fong's gear good? Definitely. But it had one flaw: it was expensive, far too expensive. If Tyrant were a solo player, he wouldn't mind a long-term purchasing partnership with Fong. But he had a massive guild behind him. He had to cultivate dozens, even hundreds of blacksmiths to truly establish a foothold. Otherwise, wouldn't the Tyrant Guild always be at the mercy of others? Furthermore, once they left the starter village, the scale of the Tyrant Guild would expand tenfold. At that point, how could Fong alone possibly keep up with the demand? Understood. Fine, the deal is concluded. Fong agreed readily, without the slightest hint of reluctance. This was the limitation of being a solo blacksmith: mining, refining, and forging everything had to be done by one person alone. Brother, I have a bold request. I was wondering if you'd be interested in joining Tyrant Guild? Don't worry about the compensation. I'll offer you the position of chief blacksmith with an annual salary of 10 million. On top of that, you'll receive a commission for every high-tier piece of gear you forge. What do you think? By the way, if you're concerned, you can draft the contract yourself. As long as the terms aren't too excessive, I can accept them. Fong could tell that Tyrant was being genuinely sincere. Tyrant truly wanted to recruit a powerhouse like Fong into his ranks. It was simple: Fong alone was worth 100 blacksmiths. I appreciate the offer, guild leader Tyrant, but I have no intention of joining any guild at the moment. However, you are always welcome to purchase gear. Fong rejected him decisively and hung up the communication, giving Tyrant no further opportunity. The idea of joining a guild again felt like a trigger for his PTSD. He refused without hesitation. Clang! 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 The rhythmic sound of Fong's forging echoed continuously. Ding! Forging failed. Critical hit triggered. You have obtained silver rank gear, blazing staff. Ding! Ding! The system notifications rang out repeatedly as Fong's inventory gradually filled up. Ding! Congratulations, forging successful. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 100 forging EXP. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully promoted to bronze rank blacksmith. After 3 days of high-intensity forging,
Fong finally managed to advance to the rank of bronze rank blacksmith. Ding! Would you like to make a server-wide announcement? Announce it. Ding! Congratulations to player Jin for becoming the server's first bronze rank blacksmith. Pre-order now before it's too late. Ding! Congratulations to. After 3 consecutive server-wide system announcements, Fong had officially earned himself a fair amount of fame. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a reward, blessing forging success rate plus 2%. Fong was stunned. He remembered that the reward in his previous life wasn't this. This? Wasn't he doomed? Powerless to change the situation, Fong was forced to accept it. Fong first returned the 5 pieces of silver rank gear to Tyrant, then listed the piece of silver rank gear he deemed to have the best attributes on the auction house, initiating the bidding mode. Tyrant saw it, Phoenix saw it, and the various major guilds saw it as well. Consequently, they all began to place their bids. Tyrant's mouth twitched. This? It had to be Fong's doing. Bidding? Wouldn't that mean having to pay more coins? Fong, however, couldn't care less. This piece of gear was a trap. And the person he was trapping was the guild leader, Chicken. Fong was convinced that he wouldn't let this piece of gear go. Inside the blacksmith shop, Fong took out the blueprint for the silver rank gear and began to study it. Long narrowed his eyes. This kid was aiming too high. At iron rank? He had cross-tier forged bronze rank gear, but having just promoted to bronze rank, he actually wanted to forge silver rank gear? You brat, are you looking down on the silver rank tier a bit too much? Long was just about to criticize Fong, but who would have thought? Fong walked over with a smile on his face. Senior, could you sell me a batch of forging materials? Silver rank forging materials? At this stage, no player was capable of gathering them. 30,000 coins per set. Long deliberately set the price artificially high, aiming to make Fong back down. Purchase. This forging attempt was guaranteed to fail. Trading 30,000 coins for 10 pieces of level 10 silver rank gear was not a loss. If a critical hit was triggered, it would be an even bigger profit. Long stopped interfering and sold the materials to Fong. Fong began forging, his mind focused and free of distractions. Ding! Forging failed. Triggered return critical hit. Obtained gold rank gear. Chapter 10, A Land Deed and the Knight's Shield. Ding! Forging failed. Triggered critical hit return. Obtained gold rank Dragon Creek Bow. This? Gold rank gear? Fong stared intently at the gold grade gear in his backpack, saliva practically dripping from his mouth. Name, Dragon Creek Bow. Description, infused with a trace of the lineage of the divine beast Longza, its power is doubled. Suitable for dragon slayers, legend has it that it brings a touch of good fortune to its wielder. Equipable level, level 10. Suitable class, archer, hunter. Strength plus 500. Agility plus 300. Active skill, execute when a target below level 50 has their HP reduced to under 5%, there is a probability of instantly obliterating them. This gold grade gear only adds 2 attributes and 1 active skill. These attributes are comparable to the current peak, worth at least 100,000 coins. As for this skill? It's top tier, truly top tier. Selling it for another 100,000 coins would be no problem at all. After finishing his inspection, Fong felt reluctant to sell it for a moment. Ding! A gold grade gear has appeared in the world, unlocking the gear rankings. Fong's piece of gear directly triggered a hidden mechanic in Destiny, opening the gear rankings. In his previous life, the gear rankings didn't open until the 10th day, but in this life, they opened on the 2nd day of the server launch. This system announcement echoed throughout every starter village. This leaderboard compiled the gear rankings for the entire world of Destiny. Gear ranking number 1, Gold Grade Dragon Creek Bow. Unowned attributes viewable. Gear ranking number 2, Silver Rank Phoenix Longbow. Rainy Night attributes hidden. Gear ranking number 3, Silver Rank Azure Dragon Staff. Aqua attributes hidden. Gear ranking number 4. Gear ranking.
The top 10 on the leaderboard were all silver rank and gold grade gear. It seemed there were quite a few children of fortune in Destiny.
What is this?
It's only the second day since the server opened.
How can there be so many silver rank and gold grade pieces of gear on the list?
Heaven have mercy, I've been playing for so long and haven't had a single piece of gear drop yet.
Gold grade gear? How is that even possible?
I can't figure these top players out.
How on earth are they farming this gear? Is this gold grade gear for sale? Is the gap really this massive?
The players were buzzing with discussion. Envy, disdain, and jealousy were all present in equal measure. Fong, however, fixed his gaze upon two specific pieces of gear, the Phoenix Longbow and the Azure Dragon Staff. In his past life, these two pieces of gear had occupied the first and second spots on the gear rankings for years. Fong had been fortunate enough to see them once their power was truly world-shattering, leaving an indelible impression on his mind. Rainy Night, Aqua, in his previous life, Fong had no intersection whatsoever with such big shots. He wondered if he could cross paths with them in this life. The Phoenix Guild leader looked at the top 10 ranked gear, the fires of jealousy burning in his eyes. Even now, he didn't possess a single piece of silver rank gear. He was determined to get his hands on the silver rank gear currently up for bidding in the auction house. The gear in the auction house was named the Knight's Shield, a level 10 silver rank piece of gear with an additional active skill, block. It was ranked 10th on the gear leaderboard. The Phoenix Guild leader had chosen the Knight class, so this gear couldn't be more perfect for him.
30,000. 35,000. 40,000.
The price of this silver rank gear was gradually reaching the level of gold grade gear.
Ultimately, the Phoenix Guild leader secured the silver rank gear for 60,000 coins.
That was a full 60,000 Huaxia dollars.
Ding!
Player Phoenix has purchased your gear.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have received 54,000 coins.
A 10% transaction fee was taken by the auction house. Fong felt a pang of heartache, but there was nothing he could do. How could he avoid the auction house's transaction fees?
As Fong pondered this, his mind began to wander.
That's it. A memory surfaced in Fong's mind.
The only gold grade treasure chest in the starter village didn't just contain weapon blueprints. If he recalled correctly, there was also a townland deed. He vaguely remembered that in his past life, this shop deed was obtained by the Phoenix Guild, allowing them to establish a firm foothold in the town in a very short time. In this life, that deed belongs to me.
Brother? This gear, it's actually not bad.
Shingru clicked on the attributes of the Dragon Stream Bow, examined them closely, and gave her evaluation.
Yeah, it is indeed quite good.
Rainy Knight took out his Phoenix Longbow, which was exquisitely carved, looking as if a real phoenix had been solidified in his hands.
Was this truly a silver rank gear? Even Fong's gold rank gear could not compare to even a fraction of the Phoenix Longbow's magnificence. Name, Phoenix Longbow. Status, sealed. These two pieces of gear were the strongest in all of Destiny at the moment.
However, they were currently sealed and required certain conditions to be met before they could be unlocked.
This gold rank gear, it couldn't have been forged by Jin, could it?
This thought suddenly popped into Tyrant's mind, and no matter how he tried to suppress it, it wouldn't go away.
In the end, unable to contain his curiosity, Tyrant dialed Fong's voice chat and got straight to the point. 200,000 coins, I'll buy it. 250,000 coins, otherwise no deal. A piece of gold rank gear for 250,000 coins? Sold. The wealthy Tyrant didn't give Fong any chance to hesitate. Meanwhile, Tyrant's heart was in absolute turmoil. Initially, it was just a guess, but who would have thought that this gear was actually forged by Fong? Fong, I set the price too low.
Ding, Tyrant has initiated a trade with you.
Ding, trade completed. Fong looked at the 250,000 coins with a smile. Tyrant looked at the gold rank gear with a smile. After tidying up, Fong put on a black robe and left the blacksmith shop. Fong clicked on the gear rankings. The gear ranked 10th unexpectedly had the name of the Phoenix Guild leader as its suffix. And so,
Ding, you have slain player Phoenix. Ding, silver rank Gear Knight's shield has dropped.
name, Knight's shield.
Description: it is said that only a true knight can equip this peerless shield.
Equipable level, 10. Defense plus 200. Constitution plus 88. HP plus 1000. Active skill, block. Note, guaranteed drop upon death.
Perhaps guild leader Phoenix was so overwhelmed with excitement that he failed to notice this line of small text before being ambushed by Fong. Given guild leader Phoenix's level, he was not yet able to equip this gear, otherwise, Fong would have truly had to pay a significant price to kill him instantly.
Ding. You have been slain by player Jin. Ding.
Gear, Knight's shield has been dropped. At this moment, guild leader Phoenix's heart was consumed by boundless fury, like a long dormant volcano on the brink of eruption. At the respawn point, he clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, letting out a roar like a maddened bull.
Shin, you've gone too far.
Surrounding players turned to look, unsure of what had happened, but upon realizing it was the leader of the Phoenix Guild, their curiosity piqued instantly. A short while later, the Knight's shield reappeared in the auction house.
Starting price, 1 coin. In this moment, guild leader Phoenix felt as though his dignity was being ruthlessly ground into the dirt by Fong. Chapter 11, Chronicles of Raising the God of Slaughter. Note, just looted from guild leader Phoenix. This immediately sent the player's desire to buy skyrocketing. Guild leader Phoenix was fuming with rage, yet he was powerless against Fong. He had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. At this stage, attempting to kill Fong was clearly unrealistic. Fong returned to the blacksmith shop and requested 5 more sets of silver rank materials to begin forging. Long watched from the side, silently shaking his head, seemingly skeptical of Fong. The path of a blacksmith required not just innate talent, but also hard work, relentless, painstaking effort. Tyrant Guild, grinding levels. Phoenix Guild, grinding levels. Players went about their daily business, gossiping and staying busy, so immersed in the game that they were unwilling to return to reality. 3 days passed in a flash. On this day, as soon as Fong logged in, the system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Player Clay has requested to add you as a friend. Accept. Ding! You have successfully added Player Clay as a friend. Ding! Player Clay has requested a voice call. Accept. Benefactor, where are you? Clay's voice carried a hint of heaviness and grief, though it was well hidden. He had come to repay the favor. If not for Fong's money, his father might have truly been left without a proper burial. At the entrance of the blacksmith shop, Fong provided his coordinates and waited for Clay to arrive, his mind beginning to drift toward certain matters. In his previous life, Clay was the god of slaughter, one of the fearsome 10 eternal gods who rose to the top through his own sheer effort. The 10 eternal gods was a title introduced on the 10th anniversary of Destiny's launch. The requirement to obtain it was to be ranked in the top 10 of the Hall of Fame every year for 10 consecutive years. This alone speaks volumes about the prestige of the title. Destiny had hundreds of millions of players, yet only 10 people ever received such an honor. In his previous life, the god of slaughter was ranked 9th. In this life, with his help, Fong wondered if Clay could aim for an even higher level. Benefactor. Without a word, Clay knelt directly on the ground. Bang, 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 he kowtowed 3 more times. It seemed this was the only way he could express his gratitude. Tears welled in his eyes, and he remained speechless for a long time. Fong stepped forward, helped Clay up, patted his shoulder, and shook his hand firmly, speaking with a smile. Let us get reacquainted. My name is Fong. Don't call me benefactor, you can call me brother Fong or boss. Fong. Boss. Perhaps finding the title boss more natural, Clay immediately settled on it. During this first real interaction with Fong, Clay was still a bit reserved and felt somewhat constrained. I don't even know your name yet. Fong initiated conversation, hoping to quickly build rapport between them. Boss, my name is Clay. You can call me whatever you like. Zhang Tian remained nervous. In that case, I'll call you by your name. Fong paused for a moment before speaking again.
Clay, if you want to truly establish yourself in Destiny, player level, player skill, and equipped gear are the three most important factors. Fong shared his experiences from his previous life with Clay to prevent him from taking unnecessary detours. As for gear, I can provide that for you. By the way, what is your class?
Boss, I'm a rogue. A rogue hidden in the darkness, killing enemies invisibly in an instant. Not bad. Here is a set of silver rank rogue gear that can be equipped at level 0. Use this for now. When you're done with it, just put it on the auction house yourself. After putting on the equipment, Clay immediately felt a surge of powerful energy pulsing through his body. It is worth noting that while Clay was currently level 0, his attributes were already significantly stronger than those of current level 10 players. As for skill, that requires your own effort, constant refinement and constant practice. No one can help you with that. I'll record a few videos for you later that you can study and emulate.
Clay was a novice, but his innate talent was extremely high. In his previous life, it took him a full 6 months to start making a name for himself.
Now,
what Fong intended to do was the God of Slaughter training project, shortening that time frame indefinitely. Clay listened intently, absorbing every bit of information. As for your level, I can help you at this stage, but in the future, you'll have to rely on yourself. After finishing his advice, Fong immediately led Clay to a leveling spot that only he had known about in his previous life.
Fong had discovered it by accident while mining.
Since blacksmiths didn't need to level up like other players, Fong had shared this spot with the Phoenix Guild back then and received a reward of 100 coins. At the time, Fong had been thrilled beyond words. This is a primeval forest, thick with the scent of the wilderness. It is a level 15 grinding spot, and at this stage, not many players have reached this area. In 3 days' time, only the very top tier of players has managed to reach level 10. When the first player in the starter village reaches level 10, a bronze rank stone tablet will appear at the village entrance, recording level 10 players in real time daily. Once the number of level 10 players exceeds 500, the starter village's only gold rank boss will appear. The 10-person team that is first to defeat the gold rank boss will obtain the town pass. Currently, the number displayed on this bronze rank stone tablet is 89. Summoning the gold rank boss is likely only a day or two away. Ding, player Jin has invited you to a party. Do you accept? Accept. Ding, congratulations on joining the grinding squad. Members, Jin, Clay. Fong searched around, and after a short while, a smile touched the corners of his mouth as if he were reminiscing about something. What entered Clay's field of vision was a peculiar-looking tree trunk. The trunk was a bluish-black color and appeared extremely sturdy. It looked like two lovers embracing, with a split in the middle wide enough for one person to pass through. I'll go pull the mobs. Don't move around, Fong said as a silver rank bow appeared in his hand, his figure leaping nimbly through the dense forest. In the setting of Destiny, the blacksmith class has mastery over all weapons. They can gear any weapon. 10 seconds later, Fong returned swinging on a vine like a nimble monkey. Behind him was a pack of level 10 wild boars, their eyes crimson as they followed him, grunting and squealing as if he were their mortal enemy. Fong fired an arrow from time to time to ensure that aggro wasn't lost. This is a video on mob pulling techniques. Watch it more when you get back and try to understand it. Fong started recording. This was all prime material. Fong nimbly passed through the crack in the tree, but the wild boars behind him got stuck. At that moment, Clay suddenly understood. So that was it. Even as the wild boars struggled violently, they couldn't break free. Wasn't this the perfect grinding spot? To his surprise, the next second, the remaining wild boars bypassed the tree and continued to hunt Fong. Fong easily grabbed the hanging vine and used his running momentum to instantly swing upward, landing steadily on a thick branch. Meanwhile, about 15 or 16 wild boars fell into the rotten swamp behind the tree, wailing and struggling desperately. For these wild boars, a swamp was one of the most terrifying terrains. Clay, finish off the trapped boars first.
Clay held a silver rank dagger, instinctively aiming for their throats with frantic strikes. This was perhaps the instinct of a rogue. Ding! Player Jin has changed the EXP distribution to 0-10. This meant that Clay would receive all of the EXP. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1000 EXP.
Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 1.
Ding!
Congratulations, your level has increased to level 2. Clay's level began to rise rapidly.
Chapter 12, Bronze Rank Boss Wild Boar King.
Once this batch of level 10 ferocious wild boars was hunted down, Clay reached level 3. This speed was like riding a rocket, giving him a sense of unreality. Wasn't it said that leveling in Destiny was very slow? Why couldn't he feel it at all? Study my mob pulling video first, you'll be the one pulling the next wave. Note that the pulling methods for rogues and archers are slightly different, figure it out for yourself. Fong finished speaking and turned to leave. How could a flower in a greenhouse compare to the fragrance of a wildflower growing in the wild? Clay needed practice, not just blind assistance in leveling up. The second wave of wild boars was lured over, grunting all the way. Fong repeated his old trick. The wild boars fell into the swamp like dumplings into a pot, struggling frantically. Another wave of experience points was banked. Clay studied intently with a serious expression. As if to let him see more clearly and gain a better understanding, Fong used his Gira dagger to pull the mobs this time. Every move was fraught with danger, as if he were drinking blood from the edge of a blade. Watching this, Clay found it thrilling and shouted in excitement. What was this? The wild boar's sharp tusks had clearly almost touched Fong, but in an instant, Fong performed a nimble turn. Not only did he evade the collision, but he also struck back at its neck. Blood seeped out, the damage was significant, and the aggro was pulled firmly. Fong moved like a phantom, constantly drifting through the pack of wild boars, yet also like a world-renowned dancer, waltzing among the herd. At this moment, Clay felt his blood burning. His fists clenched involuntarily. He felt as if a brand new door was opening toward him. Not just Clay, Fong also felt his blood burning and his adrenaline surging. Everything around him seemed to have become much clearer. In his past life, besides forging, Fong spent every day studying videos of top-tier players to see how they operated, sneaking in time to practice in virtual scenarios. Over time, although Fong had never been in actual combat, he felt that the maneuvers of those top players were nothing special. A brand new set of combat techniques suited to him also emerged in his mind. But unfortunately, as the world's #1 blacksmith in his previous life, his opportunities to take action were nearly zero. The only time he did take action was during his final outburst, where he easily slaughtered Saber, the guildmaster of Phoenix, and the strongest members of the Phoenix Guild one by one. In his hands, those people had almost no room to fight back. This was Fong's first time engaging with mobs. Muscle memory kept pouring out, allowing him to turn virtual knowledge into practice and fully master the techniques. I'll give it a try. Clay was eager to start, his muscles trembling and his breathing slightly hurried. Clay set off, and Fong waited quietly. He didn't know if Clay would succeed after all. It was his first time, and he was a novice. A short while later, Clay returned. His pulling speed was not a bit slower than Fong's, and the quantity was no less either. However, his footwork was immature, and his management of aggro was unstable, leading to constant mishaps. He was covered in wounds and looked quite miserable. If it weren't for the protection of a full set of silver rank gear, Clay would have died countless times already. Because of this silver rank gear, Clay's margin for error was greatly increased, allowing him to correct his mistakes in an extremely short amount of time, thereby rapidly improving his positioning in mechanics. It was clear that Clay possessed immense natural talent. Even Fong hadn't been able to achieve this much on his first try. This person? He was a born thief. Again! Clay was feeling exhilarated. Hovering between life and death made him tremble with excitement. Consequently, Fong witnessed Clay's terrifying learning ability. In just a single morning, Clay had picked up about 30% of Fong's positioning, mob pulling, and other techniques. This guy was a genius. Ding, the bronze rank Wild Boar King is about to appear. Please take cover. Note, because you have hunted too many wild boars,
you have incurred the wrath of the Wild Boar King. A bronze rank Wild Boar King boss. This truly was excellent material. Clay, follow my movements. Together, we shall slaughter this bronze rank boss. I'm with you, boss. After spending the morning together, Clay had gradually become well acquainted with Fong. Crack, snort, rumble. The bronze rank Wild Boar King crashed through a tree as thick as a bull. Grunts issued from its throat, carrying a terrifying aura. Each step it took hit the ground like a falling boulder, creating a massive scene and kicking up clouds of dust. With a mere glance, Fong determined that this Wild Boar King weighed at least 1,000 pounds. Its entire body radiated a metallic bronze rank glow, and its fur was hard in texture, acting like the sturdiest of armor. Most fearsome were the two ivory tusks flanking its mouth, still stained with a trace of blood, attesting to their sharpness. This was the first time Clay had seen such a behemoth, but his first instinct wasn't to run, it was to step forward and fight it. Clay, I'll take the lead. You're responsible for the finishing blows. A level 10 cold gleaming dagger appeared in Fong's hand. He prepared for close quarters combat with the Wild Boar King, intending to show Clay some melee techniques and thief-specific mob grinding skills along the way. Name, Wild Boar King. Description, the ruler of the wild boar herds. HP 100000. Mana, 10,000. Active Skill 1, Savage Charge. Active Skill 2, Bristle Armor. Active Skill 3, Tusk Assault. 64. This was the damage dealt by Fong. No critical hit, no weak point. When dealing with a boss with high defense like this, we generally target its weak points. In the heat of battle, Fong did not forget to explain things to Clay to help him grasp the concepts. Fong's footsteps traced a circular pattern as he lunged, piercing the Wild Boar King's eye. Instantly, a massive burst of crimson damage appeared. 364 weak point. 124 critical hit. After 2 consecutive hits, the Wild Boar King squealed in pain, its attacks becoming erratic and disorganized. In combat, especially in melee, there's a very low margin for error. You have to predict the boss's movement and attack patterns in advance. This comes from experience. Fong moved with effortless grace. The bronze rank Wild Boar King hadn't managed to touch him even once. Clay grew restless and joined the fray. However, the kid was a bit of a devious fighter, focusing his stabs exclusively on the Wild Boar King's backside. 45 bleed damage. 45 bleed damage. The Wild Boar King's health bar began to drop steadily. Bronze rank bosses do not enter a berserk state, allowing the two of them to execute the kill smoothly and steadily. How does it feel? Not bad. I could go for another one. The experience from a single bronze rank boss alone boosted him from 1/3 of the way through level 7 to 2/3. This pace was equivalent to hunting 50 ordinary wild boars. Fong began looting the corpse, but only obtained a few hundred coins. As for gear? Not a single piece dropped. Anything else? Nothing at all. At that moment, Fong suddenly realized that the prices he had set for his gear might have been too low. In his past life, Fong knew the drop rates for gear were low, but to think that killing an actual boss would yield only a few hundred coins? Was this a joke? This afternoon, go ahead and grind levels on your own. I'm going to forge some gear. Over the course of the morning, Fong had taught everything he could and recorded it all on video. The rest would depend on Clay's own intuition and understanding. These are for health, these are for mana. Consider it a friendly sponsorship. Once everything was arranged, Fong returned to the starter village to begin forging. Buying a shop required more than just a land deed, it also required a massive amount of capital. Fong had to accumulate 1 million coins within 3 days. Otherwise, even with the deed, he wouldn't be able to secure the shop he had his eye on. Chapter 13, The Silver Rank Set. Ding! Forging successful. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained bronze rank gear, frost armor. Ding! Forging failed, triggering double effect. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained bronze rank gear, black earth boots. Over the last 3 days,
players in Fong's starter village all noticed that the quantity of gear available in the auction house was gradually increasing. Although the major guilds were sweeping up stock at breakneck speeds, some lucky solo players were still able to snag a few items. Everything in the auction house consisted of bronze rank gear, with prices generally not exceeding 1,000. As for silver rank gear, it was monopolized by the Tyrant Guild. There was no helping it. Who else but Fong could currently forge silver rank gear? And who else but Tyrant was on such good terms with Fong? 630,000 coins. This was the wealth Fong had accumulated over the past few days, leaving him nearly 400,000 coins short. Fong would need to forge at least 2 more gold rank pieces of gear. Ding! Blacksmith Long has issued a quest to you, forge silver rank gear. Quest reward, level 10 silver rank set blueprint. Upon hearing the system prompt and seeing such a reward, Fong was instantly revitalized, his motivation soaring. It was common knowledge that silver rank gear and a silver rank set were two completely different concepts. To a certain extent, a silver rank set could be considered equivalent to half a set of gold rank gear. If Fong could craft this set, it would undoubtedly cause a massive sensation. People would be willing to pay 500,000 coins for such a set. Ding! You have successfully accepted this quest. Ding! You have obtained a new silver rank blueprint, Ghost Demon Longsword. Ding! You may claim 1 set of forging materials daily. Fong dialed Tyrant's communication line to ask if he had mined any silver rank forging materials recently. Waiting to claim just 1 set of materials per day was far too time-consuming. Brother, you have to understand how time-consuming and difficult it is to mine silver rank materials. This Tyrant's instinct was to refuse. Currently, silver rank materials were definitely strategic reserves. Unfortunately for his resolve, his eyes nearly popped out of his head the moment he saw Fong's quest reward. Supply me with silver rank materials, and if the quest is successful, I'll give you a silver rank set. This was Fong's promise. Ding! A contract was mailed over for Tyrant to review and confirm. Tyrant stood silently, weighing his options for a long time. After much thought, he finally decided to agree. Ding! You have new mail. Letter after letter filled Fong's inventory. Fong was overjoyed. After carefully studying the blueprint, he began forging. The heat is insufficient. You're too impatient, leading to substandard quenching. There are certain issues with your basic forging technique. Long continuously pointed out Fong's flaws and shared them without reservation, but as for actual guidance? It was zero. Since Fong was capable of saying that a blacksmith's potential is limitless, Long had no intention of interfering with his path. As a divine master craftsman, Long could have passed all his insights down to Fong if he wished, turning him into a high-level blacksmith in a short time. But what would be the point of that? It would be nothing more than a duplication of himself. What he needed were entirely new blacksmithing concepts and original ideas. With every forging attempt, nearly 100 flaws were pointed out in Fong's work. Yet, far from being discouraged, he felt deeply grateful to divine craftsman Long. Every single issue identified saved him from countless detours. Even some deeply hidden habits flaws carried over from his past life were rooted out by Long's keen eyes. Fong's forging skills were improving at a breakneck pace. Ding! Forging failed. Critical strike triggered. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a gold rank weapon, Ghost Spirit Longsword. Name, Ghost Spirit Longsword. Description, forged by a blacksmith. Equip level, level 10. Suitable class, Knight, Warrior. Strength plus 510. Constitution plus 100. Agility plus 100. Active skill, Ghost Spirit Wrath increases attributes by 50% for 30 seconds. Note, usable by anyone under level 20. With this gear, that has 100,000 coins in the bag. Ding! Forging failed. Return triggered. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained silver rank gear, Ghost Demon Longsword 10. Whether the forging succeeded or not, Fong was making a massive profit. Long watched the smile on Fong's face with a frown of disapproval. This youth,
Why was he smiling even when the gear forging failed? Ding!
Congratulations to starter village number 999 for reaching its 400th level 10 player.
Ding!
100 more level 10 players are required for the gold rank boss to appear. The continuous system announcements spurred the players within starter village number 999 into a frenzy. Clay grew even more obsessed, grinding levels at an even faster pace. He could tell that his boss was fixated on this gold boss, and he was determined to help him take it down.
Brother, what should we do about this gold rank boss?
Inside starter village number 521, Aqua and Rainy Knight stood deep in thought, staring at the gold rank boss that was still deep in slumber. In her hand, Aqua held a bag of nuts, snacking on them casually. The players in their starter village seemed indifferent to leveling up. After all this time, only 100 players had reached level 10. Realizing it would take far too long to wait for 500, the two decided to take down this gold rank boss ahead of schedule. The gold rank boss was still deep in slumber, but unfortunately, it was forcibly awakened by Rainy Knight and Aqua.
Kill it now!
Rainy Knight drew his bow and notched an arrow, his expression calm and composed. A short while later, the system announcement echoed throughout the entire world of Destiny.
Ding!
Congratulations to players Rainy Knight and Aqua from starter village number 521 for successfully slaying a gold rank boss and obtaining the pass to the city.
Ding! City gameplay is about to open.
All players, please be prepared.
Ding! Destiny will undergo an update in 6 hours. The update will last 8 minutes.
Please wait patiently. Changing and adding scenes requires a massive amount of computation, but Destiny is more than capable.
Consequently, updates for Destiny rarely exceed 10 minutes.
On the 9th forging attempt, Long continued to point out countless flaws, as if Fong's craftsmanship were utterly worthless.
Fong, however, had already grasped the underlying rhythm.
He believed it wouldn't be long before he succeeded. He was determined to claim that said blueprint.
The 6th hour. This was Fong's final forging attempt, his last chance.
Every bit of silver rank material Tyrant had given him had been exhausted.
Ding! Forging successful. Ding!
Congratulations, you have obtained gear, silver rank Ghost Demon Greatsword.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have successfully completed the quest.
Ding! Congratulations, you have received the reward, silver rank set blueprint. Ding! System update in progress.
Before Fong could even see what kind of silver rank set the blueprint was for, the world went dark.
He was forced offline and kicked out of the game. Chapter 14, Gold Rank Boss, Blazing Firewolf. Exactly 8 minutes later, Fong logged into the game on the dot. Ding! Welcome back, the update is complete. Ding!
The contents of this update are as follows. 1. New city system added. Players who reach level 10 and pass the village entrance trial may proceed to the city to begin a brand new journey. 2. Various leaderboards unlocked. Specific boards include level rankings, gear rankings, weapon rankings, PK rankings. 3. Added a weather system, synchronized with real-world weather system. 4. Launched the brand new expansion pack, God's Revenge. The God's Revenge chapter. This was the first chapter of Fong Destiny, and also its most successful one. Fong carefully read through all the update details, feeling reassured it was exactly the same as in his previous life, without any changes. Players in the starter village were all discussing the changes in this update, trying to see if they could discover any loopholes.
Fong clicked on his backpack and opened it to view the latest set, Frost Great Ape Set Blueprint. A 5-piece set. It would trigger 2 additional set attributes, providing a massive boost to a player's strength. Name, Frost Great Ape Longsword.
Description, said to be forged from the bones of the Frost Great Ape.
Equipable level, level 10. Suitable class, Knight, Warrior. Strength plus 300. Agility 10. Constitution plus 200.
Passive skill, every attack has a 1% chance to apply a freezing effect. This was the first piece of gear in the silver rank gear set, and it was the weapon. Although it had no active skills, Fong salivated looking at that freezing effect.
Name, Frost Grade 8 Boots. Description, said to be made of. Equipable level, level 10. Wearable class, all class. Agility plus 200. Spirit plus 50. Tenacity plus 50. Passive skill, speed increased by 5%. This piece of gear would be absolutely invincible on a rogue. Name, Frost Giant Ape Greaves. Description, rumored to be made of. Required level, 10. Suitable class, all classes. HP plus 1000. Spirit plus 150. Active skill, extreme speed increases movement speed by 10%. 3-piece set bonus. Strength plus 200. Agility plus 200. Spirit plus 200. Constitution plus 200. HP plus 2000. These 3-piece set attributes are comparable to having 2 extra pieces of silver rank gear. Name, Frost Giant Ape Breastplate. Description, rumored to be made of. Required level, 10. Required class, all classes. Constitution plus 250. Agility 30. Strength plus 70. Passive skill, regenerates 1% of HP every 10 seconds. Name, Frost Giant Ape Helmet. Description, rumored to be made of. Required level, 10. Required class, all classes. Spirit plus 150. Defense plus 100. HP plus 1000. Active skill, Grade 8 Phantom summons a phantom of the level 10 silver rank boss, Frost Grade Ape, to fight for 3 minutes. Note, requires a spirit attribute of 500 or higher to use. 5-piece set bonus attributes. Constitution plus 400. Agility plus 400. Strength plus 400. Spirit plus 400. Passive skill, increases the duration of the summoned Frost Grade 8 Phantom by 100%. The set attributes were incredibly powerful. Fong felt a surge of excitement after reviewing the gear set, wishing he could forge it as quickly as possible. Ding! Screenshot successful. Fong took a screenshot of the completed task notification and the 5-piece set's attributes, then sent it to Tyrant. Tyrant's eyes widened the moment he saw the stats. The set's attributes were even more formidable than he had imagined. All Tyrant Guild players level 10 and above were mining for the day. Follow me into the mining zone. Tyrant's eyes turned bloodshot with determination as he made the call. If he possessed this set, securing the first kill of the level 10 gold rank boss would be a certainty. Securing a first kill brought immense benefits, most importantly promoting the strength of the Tyrant Guild to attract more solo players to join. Guild leader, we still need to lead members in leveling up. Mining at a time like this? Isn't that inappropriate? Voices of dissent rose within the Tyrant Guild. However, when Tyrant posted the blueprint in the guild's private group, the entire chat erupted. Whoever mines the most silver rank ore and makes the greatest contribution will get this set. With such a guarantee, the top experts of the Tyrant Guild were instantly invigorated, marching toward the mining zone with heads held high and spirits soaring. There were 2 mining zones outside the starter village. One was occupied by the Tyrant Guild, while the other was originally occupied by the Phoenix Guild. However, due to a lack of manpower for defense, the Phoenix Guild zone remained in a semi-open state. By paying 3 coins, anyone could enter to mine, and all ores collected would belong to the individual. This move immediately attracted a large number of solo players, who began liking and generating hype for the Phoenix Guild, while simultaneously smearing the Tyrant Guild. If the Phoenix Guild can open up the mining area, why can't we? The Tyrant Guild discreetly sought to purchase silver rank forging materials to avoid drawing attention. Fong never imagined that the high-end players of the Tyrant Guild would so willingly mine materials for him. At this moment, the entire Tyrant Guild became Fong's solid backbone, providing him with silver rank materials. Blacksmith, may I purchase some silver rank forging materials? There isn't much stock left in the smithy. A brief conversation caused Fong to give up entirely. Left with no choice, he had to start by forging gear of other ranks. Everyone, look at this article. With a snap, the player posted a link to Destiny. Within Destiny, there exists a dedicated interactive section that can be summoned with a voice command. Any player can leave a message about any matter, allowing everyone to discuss it together. The launch of this section allowed everyone to completely break away from live streams, forums, and other traditional methods of obtaining information. If you feel your information is highly valuable, you can even start an auction for it to be purchased with coins. In short, it is a place where fish and dragons mix, a melting pot of the elite and the mundane. It shares a similar charm with a certain short video app that was popular nationwide years ago. It always keeps players scrolling until they lose track of time, because the next piece of news is always more explosive. In Destiny, there truly are people who do nothing all day but browse the interactive section. For example, the Fong of his previous life. The reason Fong understood Destiny so well was that he followed this section constantly, spending at least 16 hours a day watching it. Illustrated Guide to Gold Rank Boss Drops, pay 30 coins. A certain player couldn't resist and clicked it. 30 coins wasn't expensive. After reading it, he was speechless for a long time. Quickly notify the guild leader. If this is true, this is a massive harvest. This article was posted by Rainy Knight. He didn't want to let this money go to waste. A short while later, Tyrant, who was busy mining, saw this reposted article and his eyes widened instantly. With pictures and evidence, the gold boss actually drops. Just the title alone made people want to watch. 1 title deed for the town center, 1 guild base token, 1 gold rank blueprint, 1 gold rank potion blueprint. After reading it, Tyrant's eyes glowed with green light, like a hungry wolf. If before reading this article he only wanted to hunt a gold rank boss to show off and increase his fame, what about now? The rewards for hunting a gold rank boss were simply too high. Hurry up and mine. With that, Tyrant's movements became even faster. Only with a sufficient amount of silver rank materials can Fong forge the silver rank set as quickly as possible. When that time comes, wouldn't this gold rank boss be as good as caught? This? Jin, I will kill you. When President Phoenix saw this illustration, he was instantly so fuming with rage that smoke practically rose from his head. He was flying into a thunderous fury. Fong. It can be said that by his own efforts alone, he successfully cut off the Phoenix Guild's path to early game dominance. It is no exaggeration to say that whichever guild hunts down this gold rank boss will soar to success and achieve a meteoric rise, gaining a massive advantage in the early stages. But now? Because of Fong, 90% of the Phoenix Guild's players are still locked up in jail. The Phoenix Guild has essentially lost the chance to compete for this gold rank boss. How could President Phoenix not hate Fong? The grudge between the two parties is now completely set in stone. Fong also saw this illustration and could only shake his head helplessly with a sigh. This top-tier figure should theoretically be indifferent to money, yet every post he makes is a scooper reel, major scoop, and every time, he only charges a tiny amount of coins. Fong has every reason to suspect that this is just a quirk of a top-tier powerhouse. The information clearly records, Gold Rank Boss, Blazing Firewolf. Chapter 15, A Wager. Rainy Knight snorted, someone who doesn't run a household doesn't know the cost of living. Doesn't he have to earn money for Chinbrew, for cosmetics? Even though it's only 30 coins, the purchase volume has already surpassed 10 million. This amount of money is no small sum. Many a little makes a mickle. Rainy Knight understands this principle better than anyone. Fong's understanding of top-tier powerhouses and high-end knowledge of Destiny mostly stems from Rainy Knight's leaks, nearly 50% of it. It must be said that Rainy Knight's information offers incredible value for the money. The price is low and very accessible, yet every piece of data is eye-opening, making one feel that the money was well spent. Ding! Congratulations, your forging failed, triggering a tenfold return. Ding! Congratulations, your forging was successful. System notifications like these rang out continuously. After a long while, Tyrant and the others delivered the first batch of silver rank materials for Fong to forge. Time flew by like a white stallion glimpsed through a crack, vanishing in an instant. A mass of dark, pitch-black clouds drifted across the sky, heavy and oppressive. The raindrops within seemed to have accumulated to an unbearable weight,
poised to pour down and sweep away the clamor of the scorching sun.
Ding! You have been logged into Destiny for 14 intervals 28 hours. Please log off and rest. This was the first warning. By the 20th interval 40th hour, it would be a forced shutdown and a mandatory kick from the server. After all, humans are not machines, they need rest. In the outside world, dark clouds also loomed, signaling an impending storm. The little black cat had long since slipped into Fong's home through its secret passage, curling up comfortably in a corner to take shelter from the wind and rain. Outside the door, a frail and small dark figure with soot-stained cheeks huddled together, also seeking refuge from the storm. The air carried a hint of cold, and her figure was trembling. Creak! The sound of Fong opening the door rang out. The dark figure stood up instinctively, assuming a combat stance. This is the real world. So real it makes one's heart ache. Come in, get out of the rain. Fong's words were soft, but they seemed to possess a certain magic that made the dark figure submissively enter his room. The dark figure warily surveyed the layout of the room, then curled up again like a cat against the corner wall by the window. This was the easiest spot to escape from. Fong prepared some food and tossed it to the black cat and the dark figure respectively. Afterward, Fong spent some time gazing at the sky city and the firmament. The black cat and the dark figure followed his gaze. Eventually, all three fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the sun was bright and beautiful. When Fong opened his eyes, both the black cat and the dark figure had vanished. He was left alone. Ding! Welcome back to Destiny. We wish you an enjoyable experience. No, boss, I've hit level 10. My level isn't increasing anymore. Fong had just finished forging a piece of silver rank gear when a message from Zontu arrived. I see. While you have the time, you should travel around more, see more, and think more. To understand Destiny completely, one had to integrate into Destiny on a profound level. Time was tight during this period. Fong needed to forge continuously and truly had no time to attend to Zangtu. Zangtu was very obedient and gradually ventured deeper. Mobs had tried to pursue Zangtu, but they were all left far behind. Even during several life and death crises, Zangtu managed to evade them easily. Unknowingly, Zangtu's strength had improved tremendously. Ding! Phoenix is requesting a voice call. This was the second time the guild leader of the Phoenix Guild had contacted Fong. Furthermore, he reached out proactively even after the Phoenix Guild had been nearly crippled by Fong, after he had been killed 100 times by Fong, losing all face, and with both sides being sworn enemies. Fong was stunned for a moment but answered anyway. 100,000 coins for one piece of silver rank gear. I want a full set of warlock gear. Guild leader Phoenix's voice was extremely cold, as if he were merely discussing business with Fong. Deal. This. Fong truly had no reason to refuse. The price for silver rank gear had reached the price of gold rank gear. Guild leader Phoenix was momentarily taken aback before hanging up the communication. He really hadn't expected Fong to agree. This time, he had approached with a give-it-a-try attitude. After all, at this stage, trying to get silver rank gear to drop? It was harder than climbing to heaven. Buying was much simpler, yet it just so happened that the strongest blacksmith in Destiny currently was his own enemy. But in order to hunt a gold rank boss, he could only contact Fong, hoping to obtain silver rank gear. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Ding! Player Jin requests a trade. Do you agree? Agree. 3 seconds later, 5 pieces of silver rank warlock gear were displayed on the trade panel. Guild leader Phoenix inspected the attributes of the gear one by one, frowning slightly. This? The attributes didn't quite match. Why would a warlock need defense? However, he still chose to proceed with the trade. Ding! Trade successful. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 500,000 coins. Fong smiled slightly. This Phoenix was truly a wealth-distributing boy. This batch of warlock gear consisted of defective products that Fong had specifically picked out to scam people with, but who would have thought Phoenix would buy the whole set? Equipped with a full set of silver rank gear, Phoenix felt a surge of confidence. Leading the remnants of the Phoenix Guild,
he began grinding mobs and bosses to accumulate experience.
Major guilds and independent pharmacists alike seized the opportunity and began extracting frost potions. Frost potions are effective to a certain extent against the gold rank boss, the Blazing Flame Wolf.
At this stage, it was the perfect time to sell them at a high price.
Ding! Player Phoenix is requesting a call. Tyrant, who was currently mining, was startled by the system notification and couldn't fathom the reason for the call. Accept. Tyrant, give me the first kill of the gold rank boss at the village entrance for 1 million coins. Tyrant immediately scoffed, are you treating me like a beggar? 1 million coins? You actually have the nerve to say that out loud.
Guild leader Phoenix didn't seem to mind. Instead, he spoke again with a smirk, hee, be careful, or in the end, you won't get the million coins, and you won't get the gold boss first kill either.
Tyrant sensed a hint of a conspiracy. Could it be that guild leader Phoenix had discovered some secret method to slay the gold rank boss first? Tyrant, how about a wager?
If I, the Phoenix, slay the gold rank boss at the village entrance first, you owe me 10 pieces of silver rank gear. If you, Tyrant, slay it first, I will pay you 10 pieces of silver rank gear. Phoenix's voice remained full of confidence, as if victory was already in his grasp. Of course, you don't have to accept, as long as you publicly announce that you, Tyrant, are inferior to me, Phoenix. Despite it being such a clumsy trick, Tyrant fell for it completely.
Agreed. Let us sign a contract.
Unknowingly, Tyrant had grown fond of signing contracts. He liked this professional approach where everything was laid out in the open.
Good. Straight to the point. The wager was established. Tyrant immediately ordered the members of the Tyrant Guild to shadow Phoenix closely and track his movements. Ding! Zungtu is requesting a communication. Accept.
Boss, I've discovered a cave deep within the endless forest.
Scorching heat waves are rolling out of it, and it's flickering with golden light. I can hear bursts of roaring coming from inside. Upon hearing this, a thought immediately flashed through Fong's mind. Could this be the lair of the sleeping gold rank boss? Send me the coordinates. Fong's expression turned serious as he immediately rushed toward the provided coordinates. Chapter 16, A Critical Moment. Boss, there are players hiding around the outskirts of this cave. Judging by their name prefixes, they all seem to be from the Phoenix Guild. This was an extremely useful piece of information, one that instantly brought Fong's long-buried memories flooding back.
In his previous life, the first kill of the gold rank boss in starter village number 999 was achieved by the Phoenix Guild.
Fong recalled carefully.
It seemed that the very second the stone tablet at the village entrance recorded 500 level 10 players, the Phoenix Guild slayed the gold rank boss, giving no chance whatsoever to any other guild or player.
How? How was the Phoenix Guild able to achieve such a feat?
Now, the mystery was solved.
The Phoenix Guild had known the location of the gold rank boss all along. By employing a swarming ants tactic, they could wear down and kill this gold rank boss. In an instant, everything clicked for Fong. He finally understood why the Phoenix Guild leader had humbled himself to beg for a set of silver rank warlock gear. It was all in preparation for farming the boss. Ding! Player Tyrant is requesting a communication. Do you accept? Accept.
As soon as Fong saw Tyrant's communication request, he thought of a certain bet from his previous life. Back then, it had caused quite a stir.
Brother, this set of gear needs to be ready by tonight at the latest.
As a guild leader, Tyrant was constantly monitoring the status of the stone tablet at the village entrance. The number of players at the top had already reached 453, with only 47 remaining. By tonight at the latest, the gold rank boss would appear.
Ding! Player Jin is requesting a trade. Tyrant was taken aback, but he immediately accepted. Ding!
Congratulations, you have received silver rank gear, Frost Great Ape Helmet.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have received silver rank gear.
Ding! Congratulations!
A full set of silver rank Frost Great Ape gear was now in his possession.
Brother, this is incredible. After inspecting the items, Tyrant felt a massive surge of adrenaline.
With the boost from this gear, Tyrant was brimming with confidence, merely waiting for the gold rank boss to emerge.
Ding! Tyrant is requesting a trade, 1 million coins. Ding!
You have received 1 million coins. The Tyrant Guild had provided the silver rank materials, but that only granted them the right of first refusal. It was impossible to obtain such powerful gear by just providing a few materials alone. President Tyrant, one piece of intel regarding the Phoenix Guild for 50,000 coins. One piece of intel regarding the gold grade boss for 50,000 coins. You can choose whether or not to purchase them. Fong spoke while rushing, hoping to make a bit of extra cash. This transaction was a one-time deal, so naturally, the price had to be a bit higher. Buy it. Tyrant hesitated for 3 breaths before transferring the funds to Fong like a true high roller. He had a gut feeling that this information was crucial. President Tyrant, have you and that little chickadee signed a contract regarding the gold grade boss? Yes. Fong spoke with a relaxed and casual tone, but Tyrant broke out in a cold sweat. This contract? Only he and a few high-level executives knew about it. Fong? How could he possibly know? Could there be a traitor within the guild? The first piece of news, the Phoenix Guild knows the location of the gold grade boss. The second piece of news, the coordinates for the gold grade boss are 152-414. I hope these 2 pieces of information will be of help to you. After saying this, Fong immediately hung up the communication. Tyrant froze for a full 3 breaths before cursing Phoenix for being shameless. He then quickly rallied all guild members and sprinted toward the coordinates Fong had provided. At this moment, Tyrant didn't feel like those 100,000 coins were a waste. On the contrary, he felt they were well worth it. If it weren't for this information, the Phoenix Guild might actually have staged a comeback. Inside the starter village, President Phoenix immediately sensed something was wrong. The members of the Tyrant Guild were gradually leaving the village. Could it be? An ominous feeling surfaced in President Phoenix's heart. RIP! President Phoenix instantly tore a precious teleportation talisman and vanished from the starter village. When he reappeared, he was right outside the gold grade boss's cave. Level up! Level up quickly! As soon as President Phoenix appeared, he gave a decisive order. The Phoenix Guild players who had been hiding in the vicinity for a long time immediately slaughtered the mobs beneath their feet. For a moment, streaks of white light flashed repeatedly. This group of people? They instantly achieved level 10. In just one breath, the number on the stone tablet at the village entrance reached 500. Ding! The gold grade assessment boss of starter village number 999 is about to appear. Players, please be prepared. Kill! President Phoenix charged into the cave immediately, with the subsequent 1,000 players following close behind. At this moment, the Phoenix Guild was racing against time. If they won the race, Phoenix would rise again. If they lost, they would once again go into hiding. Because of the teleportation talisman, President Phoenix had seized the initiative. Even though Fong and Tyrant knew the location and the Phoenix Guild's scheme in advance, they simply wouldn't make it in time. Fong was still 15 minutes away from the gold grade boss's coordinates, while Tyrant was at least 20 minutes away. Gold rank bosses are formidable, but to say that 1,000 members of the Phoenix Guild couldn't take one down? Tyrant didn't believe it, and Fong didn't believe it either. After all, it was only level 10. Moreover, Fong had even provided the enemy with a set of silver rank gear. Boss, how much more time do you need? The health of the gold rank boss, the blazing firewolf, has been whittled down by 1/3. That Phoenix Guild leader, with a set of silver rank gear, has the highest damage output. Clay's voice over the communication channel was incredibly urgent. Watching the gold rank boss's health continuously drop, anyone would be anxious. But a few lines of frustration appeared on Fong's forehead. Based on the time estimate, I won't make it. Fong stopped his frantic pace and began to think. Ding, player Jin requests communication. Accept. Tyrant was also on the move and had no idea why Fong was contacting him at this moment. Give me a set of level 10 rogue skill books at the very least. I need stealth.
I'll buy them for 100,000 coins. While rogue skill books didn't have a drop rate as low as gear, they weren't easy for solo players to obtain. For instance, Clay had spent the whole day farming and only managed to drop 2 skill books, neither of which were very relevant to him. Ding, player Tyrant requests a trade. Once the trade was complete, Tyrant hung up. One could tell he was extremely anxious, as he was currently commanding the Tyrant Guild's army. Clay, learn these skill books. Fong immediately tossed the acquired skill books to Clay. Ding, congratulations. You have learned the skill, Stealth. Ding, congratulations. You have learned the skill, Weakness Attack. Ding. System notifications rang out repeatedly. Clay carefully examined each skill, meticulously calculating the damage points for each one. Ding, Player Jin has sent you mail, please accept. Clay opened the mail, and his eyes were instantly blinded by 5 rays of dazzling golden light. What was this? A full 5 pieces of gold rank gear. Clay looked at the silver rank gear he was currently wearing, then glanced back at this set of gold rank gear. His face instantly flushed deep red. The attributes of this gear were incredibly powerful. Clay, I need you to help me snatch the first kill of that gold rank boss. I need the land deed that the boss drops. This was the first time Fong had tested human nature, and the first time he felt this nervous. It's no exaggeration to say that if this set of gold rank gear were put up for sale right now, people would be scrambling to buy it for 3 million coins. If the situation hadn't been so dire, Fong would never have pinned his hopes on Clay. To be honest, Fong asked himself if even he could have resisted such temptation. But now, he had no choice but to gamble. The Frost Great Ape Dagger was a blueprint Fong had specifically modified and forged for Clay, but the rest? Those were from his personal collection, items he had prepared for his own use. Chapter 17, The Final Drop of Blood. This set of gold rank gear would have been enough for Fong to crush everyone on the field and snatch the first kill of the gold rank boss. But plans can't keep up with reality. Who could have predicted that the guild leader of the Phoenix Guild would be sharp enough to sense something was off and launch the attack ahead of schedule? This caused his entire plan to fall through. Now, he could only place his hopes on Clay. Could Clay succeed? Fong remained skeptical. After all, Clay had only been playing this game for 2 days. Fong admitted that Clay was a genius, but even geniuses have their limits. Listening to Fong's slightly pleading tone, Clay glanced at the battle near the cave. At first, a surge of fear rose in his chest, and his muscles trembled slightly. The arrows, fireballs, ice shards, and poison mists from 1,000 players almost submerged the gold rank boss. Could he even get close? Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Clay closed his eyes. With a ding, he cut off the communication with Fong and began adjusting his breathing, relaxing his muscles so that tension and fear wouldn't lead to cramps. Clay began checking his attributes and calculating skill damage, making sure he knew exactly where he stood. 3 breaths passed. Clay opened his eyes. His gaze was like a still pond, like an endless ice plain. Everything was so quiet, without a single ripple. His presence was completely restrained. No one could detect even a hint of him. Clay seemed to have entered a mysterious state of mind. Guild leader, your prediction was spot on. The entire Tyrant Guild is heading this way and will arrive in 10 minutes at most. This was a Phoenix Guild scout hidden within the Tyrant Guild, reporting their marching route immediately. A mocking smile appeared on the Phoenix Guild leader's face. By the time those women from the Tyrant Guild arrived, the battle would have long been over. End the battle within 5 minutes. Don't hold back on potions. The guild will reimburse all expenses threefold, and everyone will receive a bonus of 1,000 coins or RMB. Hearing this, the players of the Phoenix Guild let out a roar of excitement and fought even harder. The gold rank boss's health began to drop even faster. Relying on his silver rank set, the Phoenix Guild leader dealt significant damage, keeping his DPS steady and the boss's aggro firmly on him. Guild leader? Why do you keep changing your mind on a whim? Within the Tyrant Guild, the player closest to Tyrant, Ling Tian's sword, spoke up helplessly. Ling Tian's sword was the number 2 figure in the Tyrant Guild,
with strength second only to Tyrant himself. His swordsmanship was nothing short of divine. Complaining was his norm. If a day went by without it, everyone would feel something was off. First, it was mining, where everyone had toiled all night. Just as they were about to rest, they were dragged toward these unfamiliar coordinates. They were exhausted, truly exhausted. Especially a fanatic like Ling Tian's sword, who hadn't closed his eyes for 3 days straight. If we don't go, the gold grade boss will be cleared by the Phoenix Guild. We'll be stuck waiting for the second batch. Ling Tian's sword froze for a moment, then his pace quickened. This? Regardless of where the guild leader got his information, looking at his expression, it was definitely accurate. How about the elites move ahead first and let the regular members bring up the rear? You can. With their attributes fully pushed to the limit, the speed of Tyrant and his 100+ followers reached their current peak. The ordinary players within the starter village, upon hearing such a system announcement, naturally wanted a piece of the action. Hey, usually when a gold grade boss appears, the coordinates are announced. Why not this time? Don't tell me we have to go find the boss ourselves? Bullshit, I heard that Tyrant and Phoenix knew the spawn point of the gold grade boss ages ago and have already headed there. If you don't believe me, look at the leveling spots occupied by Tyrant and Phoenix. Is there anyone left? You're right. Damn, big guilds really are big guilds. The coordinates for a gold grade boss must be very well hidden. What do we do? Screw it. I have the coordinates for the Tyrant Guild, let's follow them. This was the first gold grade boss so far, and it was guaranteed to drop high quality loot. Who wouldn't want to get involved? Large swarms of solo players set out like a colony of termites. Qin Shang was a figure who could rank within the top 10 of starter village number 999. Even in the Hall of Fame, he consistently ranked around 300. He was considered an expert, though perhaps not a top tier one. Qin Shang was also in this dense forest leveling area. He had seen that the Phoenix Guild was currently hunting the gold grade boss. As an archer, he was currently hidden in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He wanted to snatch this boss too. Even if he couldn't secure the loot after stealing the kill, he still wanted to take it. To muddy the waters further so he could better fish in them, Qin Shang posted the coordinates of the gold grade boss on the interaction board for the price of 3 coins, complete with a screenshot proof in the form of a picture. Consequently, players around the forest immediately became like sharks scenting blood, their eyes turning red as they rushed over and lurked in the surroundings. The guild leader of Phoenix also saw this post. His face instantly darkened, and his eyes narrowed like an old fox as he scanned the perimeter, seemingly trying to identify the hidden threats. Pick up the pace. Our position has been exposed. The Phoenix Guild leader roared, beginning to fight with reckless abandon, trading injury for injury and blood for blood. 1 minute. Give him just 1 more minute, and the Phoenix Guild would surely make a magnificent comeback. As Clay hung up the communication, Fong actually felt a sense of relief. Last 10 seconds. The Phoenix Guild leader had suppressed the gold rank boss's health to 5%. With 1 more wave of attacks, this boss would surely fall. Roar! Ding! Health has dropped to 5%. The gold rank boss, Blazing Firewolf, has entered a berserk state. Note, in the berserk state, attributes are boosted by 300%, while defense is reduced by 50%. The Phoenix Guild leader immediately retreated, letting the guild members charge forward one after another, trading their lives for damage. 4%. 3%. 2%. The number of Phoenix Guild players grew smaller and smaller as the gold rank boss's health dropped lower and lower. Phoenix held back his strongest skill, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. At this moment, the players hidden in the surroundings all made their moves, every one of them targeting the gold rank boss. With only 2% health remaining, it all came down to whose attack was lucky enough to be the final hit. Whoever it was would be the lucky person to finish off the boss. Seeing that things were taking a turn for the worse, the Phoenix Guild leader immediately unleashed his own ultimate strike. Roar! At the brink of death, the Blazing Firewolf triggered its most powerful skill, breathing out a sea of fire spanning about 10 meters. It turned the dense forest into a living hell, and the Phoenix Guild players died one after another in the endless burning. Even the Phoenix Guild leader was no exception. Despite wearing a full set of silver rank gear, his health was depleted within 2 seconds, and he vanished into white light. 3,000. 3,000. 6,000 damage dealt in 2 seconds. Who could possibly withstand that? Finally, this gold rank boss was left with only a single drop of health. The Phoenix Guild leader was livid. His rage felt as if it would pierce through the heavens. From the moment this gold rank boss appeared, to locating it, to the final planning, Phoenix had invested an immense amount of manpower and resources. But now, it was all for nothing. This feeling, it was enough to make one die of pure frustration. Within the dense forest, the endless flames were spreading, and the surrounding players began to retreat. Even without entering the range of the fire, the sheer heat waves caused their health to continuously drop. At that moment, a player shimmering all over with golden light was moving against the tide, charging straight into the sea of fire. Chapter 18, Slaying the Gold Grade Boss, the Blazing Firewolf. Look! Why do I feel like there's someone inside that sea of fire? A player rubbed his eyes and stared into the inferno. Qin Shan came to a halt, eyes wide, fixating his gaze intensely on the sea of flames. Wait, it really is a player. 3,000, 3,000. He can actually withstand such high damage? His gear? Could it be a full gold set? This? The player's wild imagination was, in fact, the closest thing to the truth. A full set of gold grade gear had transformed the health of Clay, a rogue, into a tank-like state of over 50,000 HP. He could endure the searing burn of these flames for nearly 17 seconds. 5 seconds. Clay drew close to this weakened gold grade boss. 6 seconds. Clay raised the gold grade dagger in his hand, which flickered with a cold, sharp glint. 7 seconds. 1. Within its own flame domain, the gold grade boss, the blazing firewolf, died with eyes full of resentment and terror. Until the moment of its death, it could not understand why a player was able to penetrate its flames. 8 seconds. A white light flashed as the blazing firewolf collapsed with a heavy thud. 9 seconds. Clay quickly began looting the corpse, sweeping everything into his backpack. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a gold-grade blueprint. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a townland deed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a guild token. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 300 coins. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining level 15 gold grade gear, Rogue's Ring. Ding! A series of system notifications rang out, leaving Clay feeling dazzled. Clay wanted to stay and harvest materials from the blazing firewolf's body, such as wolf fangs and wolf skin, but the surrounding flames reminded him that it was time to leave. The 15th second. Charred all over and with only 1% of his health remaining, Clay successfully escaped the range of the flames from the opposite direction. Players like Qin Shan cursed him for being a sly fox under their breath before quickly departing. Had Clay fled in their direction, these hungry wolves wouldn't have hesitated to strip him of every piece of his gear. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the 9th player server-wide to slay the gold grade boss, Blazing Firewolf. Would you like to make a server-wide announcement? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to player Clay from starter village number 999 for successfully slaying the gold grade boss, Blazing Firewolf. This announcement is hereby broadcasted. Ding! Congratulations to player Clay from starter village number 999. Ding! Congratulations to player. This was a Destiny server-wide system notification. Instantly, the name Clay became thoroughly famous. 9th place. This was 9th out of the countless players in Destiny. This achievement, this level of prestige was incredibly high. Upon hearing this, reactions from various parties differed. Fong was already standing at the edge of the fire. Hearing the system notification, he immediately stopped in his tracks, clenched his fists, and felt a surge of excitement. He did it! He actually did it! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Fong took deep breaths, trying his best to calm himself down. After waiting for 3 seconds on the spot, Fong couldn't help but start to mutter to himself, "Why hasn't Clay contacted me yet? Could he have run off?" This was the first time Fong was testing human nature, and he was truly nervous. In his past life, it was precisely because he trusted others too much that he was cheated out of everything. Once bitten, twice shy, that saying was no joke. The word trust carried immense weight for Fong. In this life, this was the first time he had placed his complete trust in Clay. To be honest, if Clay had run off with the spoils, he would have had no recourse. After all, there was no contract signed between him and Clay. He chose to believe in Clay because of the stories from his past life, yet his experiences in that life had also made him suspicious of everyone. It was a tangled contradiction, yet the two feelings did not clash. Ding, player Clay has requested a trade. At this moment, Fong's heart finally settled. He felt a sense of immense relief, and his heavy expression instantly transformed into a smile. Accepted. Ding, congratulations. You have received a townland deed, a guild token, a level 10 gold grade gear blueprint, thorn shield, gold grade gear, frost grade ape helmet, gold grade gear, frost grade ape, and 300 coins. Clay had handed over almost everything obtained from the gold grade boss, the blazing firewolf, as well as this entire set of gold grade gear to Fong. Looking at the items in the trade window, Fong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Ding, player Clay has requested a voice call. Accepted. Boss, I kept one gold grade assassin ring. This piece of gear really suits me. Clay hurried to explain to Fong, seemingly afraid that Fong might blame him. Hearing this, a wave of guilt washed over Fong's heart. Clay was truly a pure person, whereas he had actually doubted Clay. Clay, you might not know the value of these items, but I cannot deceive you. For this guild token, the Tyrant Guild or the President of Phoenix would surely be willing to pay at least 5 million coins. As for this townland deed, I would be willing to buy it for 5 million coins myself. This gold grade blueprint is worth at least 100,000 coins. Right now? I can't produce 10 million coins to give you. Fong treated this as a business transaction. He wanted to settle the accounts clearly. Boss, what are you talking about? If you hadn't given me this set of gold grade gear, I definitely wouldn't have succeeded. These things were yours to begin with. Besides, didn't I keep that assassin ring? Ha ha. If you feel bad about it, then let's just say this ring belongs to me. Clay laughed lightheartedly. Fong wanted to say more, but he was directly interrupted by Clay. Boss, my life belongs to you. Clay was incredibly solemn and serious, his voice low and carrying a sense of absolute resolve as he uttered those words. I understand, Clay. Fong stopped being oversensitive and accepted this haul with a clear conscience. Ding, player Jin has sent you a mail. Fong was startled for a moment, but promptly accepted it. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 pieces of gold grade gear. These are yours. If you refuse them, it means you're looking down on your boss's class. This kind of stuff I'll have as much as I want in the future. Fong could be considered to have finally unburdened his heart, completely accepting Clay. Alright, boss. Clay accepted them with a grin, no longer refusing. To be honest, the overwhelming sense of power brought by 5 pieces of gold grade gear was truly intoxicating. Be careful. Come find me inside the blacksmith shop. Also, if anyone from the Phoenix Guild contacts you, reject them all. At this moment, it was no exaggeration to say that Clay had become a hot commodity. Those targeting him and those trying to recruit him would certainly not be few, especially the sinister and deceptive Phoenix Guild. Fong had to give Clay a heads up in advance. Inside Starter Village. The Phoenix Guild leader smashed the sturdy wooden table. His expression was incredibly gloomy, his chest heaving as rage built up within him. This time, he had truly exhausted everything only to pave the way for someone else. Clay. Clay. The Phoenix Guild leader paced back and forth, incessantly muttering the name under his breath. Chapter 19, Gold Grade Treasure Chest. The players of the Phoenix Guild were all dejected, looking as though they were mourning their own parents.
At a time like this, no one dared to disturb the guild leader. All they could do was wait quietly and discuss in hushed tones.
What do you guys think? Now that the mission failed, is our reimbursement going down the drain? That money is 3 days' worth of living expenses for me. It's hard to say. I feel like it's a long shot. Quit the guild. It's not our fault we didn't get the kill this time. If they don't reimburse us, I'm quitting. Quit.
The players whispered among themselves, growing angrier as they spoke.
Saber? Help me contact Clay, I want to talk to him personally.
He shouted twice, but there was no answer. Only then did the Phoenix Guild leader remember that it would be another day before Saber could be released. Thus, the Phoenix Guild leader personally sent a friend request to Clay. Ding, player Clay has rejected your friend request. Phoenix Guild leader, what the hell? He actually rejected it? In that case, I'll just have to corner him. Let him see the power of the Phoenix Guild. Clay, no one in the Phoenix Guild is any good. Hongying, help me gather the guild members. Track down Clay's location and corner him. The Phoenix Guild leader was accustomed to solving problems with brute force. Guild leader, everyone's morale is quite low. Take a look. Under the hopeful gazes of the crowd, the player Hongying put on a bitter face and rubbed his hands together toward the Phoenix Guild leader. The words, coupled with the gesture, made the meaning crystal clear. Guild leader, what about the reimbursements and rewards you promised everyone earlier? When will they be paid out? Even though the boss wasn't slain, everyone put in the effort, and the red and blue potions consumed were all from their own pockets. If these expenses weren't reimbursed, the team's cohesion would fall apart. And once hearts are scattered, a team becomes impossible to lead. Brothers, due to a misjudgment this time, someone else managed to snatch the fruits of our labor regarding that gold grade boss. But don't be discouraged, everyone is still entitled to 500 coins, 100 red potions, and 100 blue potions. These costs will be covered by the guild. Although the Phoenix Guild leader was acerbic and full of schemes, he was no fool. A guild? People gather because of shared interests. If the benefits are insufficient, isn't it only natural for them to leave? In severe cases, it's even possible for the guild to disband entirely. Long live the guild leader! Long live the guild leader! The players' faces flushed as they roared in excitement. A mere 700,000 coins was enough to reunite the fragmented morale. The Phoenix Guild leader felt it was well worth the price. At the edge of the dense forest, over 100 experts from the Tyrant Guild had gathered here, only to hear the news that the gold grade boss had already been slain. Helplessly, the 100+ people came to a halt and let out a heavy sigh. They were one step too late. Who is this Clay? Have you heard of him? Never. He doesn't seem to be in the Hall of Fame, but it's possible a top-tier pro is using a smurf account intentionally. Contact him and ask if the guild token is for sale. For the major guilds, the guild token was naturally the most attractive prize. This item wasn't just a token, it represented the selection of a base location. As long as you held a token, you could construct a guild base within the surrounding area of a town, serving as a secondary supply depot for players. If managed well, earning a fortune every day would be no problem. Should we use force? A guild token is a guaranteed drop upon death, isn't it? Don't. Offending a rising star is never a good idea. Tyrant saw things very clearly. He would rather recruit someone than offend them. This was the reason why the Tyrant Guild had been able to stand tall for so long. Great. Ding. Player Tyrant Sword of Heaven has requested to add you as a friend. Decline. In just 3 short minutes, Clay's ears were nearly ringing as the notifications for friend requests poured in like a relentless tide. Consequently, he blocked all incoming friend requests. He rejected it. Perhaps he has his own reasons. Tyrant sighed, choosing not to dwell on it. If I get it, it's my luck. If not, it's my fate. One must maintain the right mindset. This gold grade boss isn't a one-time occurrence. Though the drop rate for a guild token drops to 50% upon its second death, it can still be obtained. Tell the brothers to work hard lately and keep an eye out for any anomalies across the regions. The first kill of a gold grade boss offers the most loot, and drops are guaranteed. While it's harder for it to drop the second or third time, there is still a chance. Meanwhile, the common players in the starter village began discussing this person named Clay.
Wait, why does this name sound so familiar? Right, I remember now. Isn't this the guy who was selling himself to bury his father earlier? Yes. I remember him too. I can't believe it's him. Is he actually a pro player? Was all of that just an act back then? Sigh, if only I had known, I would have lent him the money.
The common players were filled with regret, many of them convinced that Clay's earlier actions were merely a publicity stunt.
Ding!
Playersion has initiated a village-wide announcement. An auction will be held in front of the blacksmith shop tomorrow to publicly sell a guild token, gold grade gear, etc.
Ding! Playersion has initiated. Ding! Playersion.
The 3 consecutive announcements cost Fong 3,000 coins, but the results were promising.
Guild leader Phoenix, could it be? Did the guild token end up in Jin's hands?
Guild leader Tyrant, clever kid, so you were the ultimate winner after all.
Get me in touch with Jin. Common players, who is this Jin? Why does he have the guild token?
The players of Starter Village number 999 were completely bewildered.
Ding! Tyrant is requesting a voice call with you. Accept. Brother, I didn't realize you were hiding so deep. You really played the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I won't beat around the bush. 8 million coins for that guild token.
To be honest, 8 million coins was a very sincere offer. Even if Fong held the auction tomorrow, the price might not necessarily exceed 8 million.
President Tyrant, aren't you making things difficult for me? I just released the announcement. Please participate in the auction tomorrow. Fong maintained a strictly professional demeanor.
Don't worry, I won't break the rules. I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow. But, brother, I need a batch of gear.
What do you say?
Tyrant wanted to purchase a batch of gear in advance, but Fong played Tai Chi with his words and refused.
Rest assured, President Tyrant.
We have bronze rank, silver rank, and gold rank.
There might even be adamantine rank gear. President Tyrant understood this kid was stubborn and clearly intended to fleece people.
A public auction is one price, while a private purchase is another.
Fine. But show me the screenshots first.
Fong sent over several screenshots of guild tokens and gold gear, then hung up the communication.
Get your coins ready. President Tyrant looked at Fong's avatar, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This kid was obsessed with money. But as long as he loved money, he was a potential partner.
Ding, the president of Phoenix requests communication with you.
Accept. Jin, 5 million coins. Give me the guild token. What a coincidence, President Tyrant just bid 8 million. Fong's voice was cold.
The president of Phoenix decisively cut the communication.
This kid? Fleecing people again. Was Tyrant a fool? Bidding 8 million coins.
Fong let out a cold sneer. Even if that little chick really swallowed this token, she'd have to spit it back out. In the next second, presidents of small and medium-sized guilds contacted Fong with a glimmer of hope.
But as soon as Fong leaked Tyrant's price, these people were instantly deterred. 8 million coins, that price was too high. Fong didn't care. He didn't return to the starter village but instead sped toward the flaming area deep within the dense forest. Although the blazing fire wolf was dead, there was still a gold-grade treasure chest in its cave. Would Fong give that up? This was the greatest opportunity in the starter village. Still 20 chapters behind. Thank you all for reading. Thank you for the tips. Thank you for the recommendation tickets. Thank you for the bookmarks. It's not easy for a new book. Please give it your full support. Chapter 20, Opening the Gold-Grade Treasure Chest. Boundless flames emitted waves of searing heat, like giant serpents flicking their tongues, frantically eroding outward with a sense of impending destruction for the entire forest. The sound of moisture exploding in the trees, the screams of fleeing mobs, the whistling wind, and the crackling of burning flames intertwined to form a symphony of death. At the center where the blazing fire wolf had died, the flames were gradually dying out, as the fuel had long since burned away. Fong, dressed in another set of gold grade gear, stepped into the flames, speeding through like an elf. 3,000, 4,000, 3,000 damage numbers kept popping up as pain surged over him like a tide. In 9 seconds, Fong successfully broke through the ring of fire and entered the inner zone. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but endless scorched blackness. Trees were withered and dead, devoid of any sign of life. Beneath the soles of his feet, it was still hot, no, scalding. The smell of smoke, the aroma of roasted meat, and the stench of charred remains mixed together, creating a nauseating odor. Even though no flames were visible, Fong's health continued to steadily decrease due to some invisible force. Fong endured the damage as he arrived outside the flaming wolf's cave. Nearly half of the cave had collapsed, with broken pebbles scattered everywhere, but a gap the height of a person remained, enough for Fong to enter. Crunch, crunch. Fong stepped on the stones, easily crushing them into powder. Inside the cave was pitch black, filled with a foul stench as a searing heatwave swept over him. Fong took out an item, a flashlight. A thick beam of light appeared, easily illuminating the environment inside the cave. Fong stepped inside. The interior of the cave gradually widened, and light and pool water began to appear. The foul smell also gradually dissipated. A massive gold rank chest caught Fong's eye, shimmering with a dazzling golden light. With stars in his eyes, Fong hurried forward and began to purchase chest keys. Ding! Would you like to purchase gold rank key 9? Confirm. Ding! Please pay coins, 27,000. The price of each gold rank key was 3 times that of a silver rank key. Confirm. Without any hesitation, Fong purchased them immediately. Note, a gold rank key has a 10% chance to open a gold rank chest. Note, for every failure, the success rate increases by 1%. Ding! Would you like to open the gold rank chest? Open. Ding! Opening, please wait. A progress bar immediately appeared before Fong's eyes. 1%. 3%. 6%. 16%. Ding! Opening failed. Cooling down for 10 seconds. Ding! Success rate plus 1%. Current success rate is 11%. Fong was not discouraged. He had long since prepared for a battle of attrition. At most, it would only be a matter of purchasing 90 gold rank keys. Ding! Opening, please wait. 3%. Ding! Opening failed. 10-second cooldown initiated. Ding! Success rate plus 1%. Ding! Opening in progress, please wait. Fong kept trying to open it, but kept failing. Fong, should I call Clay over to try? Never mind, with Clay's current lot-picking proficiency as a rogue, he wouldn't even be as effective as a gold grade key. Ding! Opening failed. Ding! The 30-second key. Even though Fong had recently come into a small fortune, he couldn't help but feel the sting of the cost. The 33rd key. Ding! Opening in progress, please wait. 53%. 78%. 95%. 97%. Fong held his breath, terrified that the slightest exhale might cause a failure. 100%. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully opened the gold grade treasure chest. 100,000 coins just to open this one gold grade chest. He desperately hoped it wouldn't be a total loss. Fong specifically took out a bottle of mineral water and washed his hands thoroughly before finally opening the chest. Bursts of dazzling, blinding golden light flickered, making it impossible for Fong to keep his eyes open as tears streamed down his face from the glare. Fong reached inside and began to feel around. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a level 10 gold grade gear, Heart of Flames necklace blueprint. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a level 10 rank 4 potion, strength potion concoction blueprint. Note, rank 4 potions are equivalent to gold grade potions. With just these 2 blueprints, he had already broken even on the 100,000 coins spent. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a gold warrior skill book, taunt. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a gold rogue skill book, eviscerate. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a gold knight skill book, block. These 3 skill books meant he was deep in the profit. Each one was worth over 50,000 coins. According to the settings of Destiny, skill proficiency is divided into 8 ranks from low to high: black, bronze, silver, gold, god, and so on. The higher the proficiency, the higher the damage, the shorter the cooldown, and the more natural the skill feels to use. Gold tier. This saved him the time required to grind through 3 entire tiers of proficiency. That time was equivalent to pure money. Fong put away the 3 skill books and reached in one more time. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a devouring pet egg. Fong let out a small gasp of surprise as he looked at the pet egg, his brow furrowing. He remembered that in his previous life, the pet system wasn't unlocked until nearly a month after the server opened. Why now? Why had he already pulled a pet egg? Fong took out the devouring pet egg and examined it closely. It was as large as a dinosaur egg, azure blue like the color of the sky, with black patterns swirling around it as if forming some kind of sigil. Beep. Accessing the Destiny System query. The Destiny Query System. Anything unknown or known to players can be looked up here. Some queries yield answers, while others remain a mystery. It functions much like an electronic library. Fong first typed in the words "devouring pet egg." Ding! No results found. Then, Fong entered the pattern. Ding! No results found. Left with no choice, Fong could only inspect the attributes of this pet egg. Name: Devouring Pet Egg. Description: a pet egg formed by a creature from another world. Hatchable. Note: depending on the amount of coins devoured, this pet egg will unlock different skills and forms. Note: minimum consumption is 1 million coins. Maximum consumption is 10 million coins. Note: the hatched level is not fixed, the maximum is bronze rank. At this, Fong understood. Why did it take nearly a month for this pet egg to hatch in his previous life, thereby unlocking the pet system? A pet with a maximum potential of only bronze rank requiring 1 million coins? What kind of idiot would hatch this pet egg? Wait, that's not right. In an instant, Fong froze in place like a statue, as if struck by lightning. He seemed to recall a secret about the Phoenix Guild from his previous life. In his past life, it seemed it was the Phoenix Guild that hatched this pet, and then, it disappeared. The Phoenix Guild. They were never short of high-level forging materials. Every time he forged high-level gear, no matter what high-level materials were missing, the Phoenix Guild could produce them immediately. At first, Fong didn't think much of it, but later, he vaguely heard some players mention that high-level materials seemed to be related to this pet. Some within the guild even said, the perfect cooperation between him and the pet was the Phoenix Guild's money-making machine. At the time, he was still indignant, feeling insulted that they would compare him to a pet. But thinking about it now, pet. High-level materials. Secret. Fong immediately made up his mind. He would feed this pet egg at least the maximum of 10 million coins before hatching it. Still 19 chapters behind. No, thanks to the tip from Schwerpiapiao, I still owe 20 chapters. Thank you all for your support. Thank you all for reading. Thank you for your recommendations. A new book isn't easy, I need everyone's help. You can safely invest in this book and earn a wave of points for free. Guaranteed 2 chapters a day, anything extra is to pay off the debt. Thank you for your support. Chapter 21, The Auction. Fong put away the devouring pet egg and reached into the treasure chest once more. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 500 coins. The blinding golden light gradually dissipated, leaving only a tattered treasure chest in its place,
with the aura of ages swirling around it.
Fong left, still wanting more.
The hatching of this pet egg would depend entirely on tomorrow's auction.
Fong returned to the starter village and spent the entire night forging gear to ensure he wouldn't sell out the next day.
The next day, a massive crowd gathered in front of the blacksmith shop, packed together like rising foam, filled with noisy chatter and speculation. I heard there will be gold rank gear appearing in this auction.
It should be true.
I heard the rumors too, so I came to check out the excitement.
Look, the Tyrant Guild and the Phoenix Guild are both here. This auction definitely won't be simple. This Shin is quite bold. Isn't he afraid that thugs will rob him? Hee, do you think any daring thugs will show up later?
The players were gloating, waiting to see Fong make a fool of himself.
Fong. Without any backing, how did he dare to hold an auction? Did he really not know about the existence of thugs?
Thugs, these were a group of people who followed no rules as long as there was a 50% profit, they would dare to strike.
Fong pushed open the door and stepped out of the blacksmith shop.
His face was slightly pale, but a confident smile played on his lips. Blacksmith Long, acting as an NPC, walked out of the shop to back Fong up and prevent any lowlifes from stirring up trouble. Whoever makes a move, dies. Blacksmith Long spat out these words coldly, revealing his own level.
A dazzling level 89.
At this, the players instinctively took a step back, not daring to provoke this powerhouse.
The existence of thugs? Fong knew better than anyone.
In his past life, he was nearly kidnapped by thugs and imprisoned with specialized talismans just to forge gear for them. Therefore, to prevent an attack from thugs, he had used his silver tongue to persuade Master Smith Long to help oversee the event. As the price, Long would take a 10% cut of the auction's revenue, which Fong estimated to be around 1 million coins.
He had to pay this sum.
Clay stood behind Fong like a follower, his full set of gold rank gear glowing with special effects so bright they seemed capable of blinding onlookers.
What? Does Clay have a full set of gold rank gear too?
No wonder he could charge into the sea of fire and survive for so long.
Could it be? Was his gold rank gear provided by Fong? Tyrant sensed Clay's gold rank gear. This gear? This style?
It was almost identical to the style of his silver rank Frost Grade Ape set, but what Clay wore was the gold rank version of the Frost Grade Ape set.
Tyrant glanced at Fong. You're hiding quite a lot. If even Clay has a set, then surely you have one too? Welcome everyone to this auction. Though the venue is a bit simple, the items up for bid will certainly not disappoint. Fong bowed slightly, imitating the auctioneers from his past life, though he looked somewhat like a monkey dressed in human clothes. Veteran powerhouses like Tyrant and Phoenix could tell at a glance that Fong was inexperienced. This was clearly Fong's first time hosting an auction. Without further ado, let's begin with the first item, a guild token. The starting bid is 5 million coins. For the very first item, Fong had dropped this bombshell. A palm-sized token appeared in Fong's hand. The front was carved with a lifelike golden dragon, while the back featured the character for association engraved in flamboyant, flowing calligraphy. It was gilded, high-end, and exuded an overbearing aura. Tyrant and Phoenix exchanged glances, but neither placed a bid. With the two great overlords remaining silent, the leaders of other smaller guilds naturally didn't dare to bid either. This was a test of wills between the two sides. They were waiting to see who would lose their composure first. The one who broke first would naturally be at the other's mercy. Fong wasn't in a hurry. After waiting 30 seconds and seeing no bids, Fong promptly tucked the guild token away. It seems no one needs this. I suppose the various guilds within the cities might have a use for it. In that case, let's move on to the next item. Before Fong could even finish, Tyrant and Phoenix's expressions instantly darkened. The cities. They served as the integration point for all the various starter villages. Tyrant and Phoenix were overlords in starter village number 999, but once they entered a city, it would be an era where many heroes contended for supremacy. Anyone could rise to power, and even overlords could meet their downfall. If they lacked a guild token, it would be equivalent to being born a step behind everyone else.
Even if they eventually got one, if all the prime geographic locations were already occupied by other guilds, their guild might stagnate, becoming mediocre or even bottom tier. In the early stages of the game, what everyone competed for was time. 6 million coins. Guild leader Phoenix gritted his teeth as he offered such a high price. This had already exceeded his psychological expectations. Oh, since guild leader Phoenix has placed a bid, I'll wait a bit longer. Each subsequent bid must be no less than 100,000. Fong pulled out the guild token once more, waiting for bids with a smile. Having endured the devastation of his past life, Fong was not someone who could be easily manipulated. Tyrant's perception of Fong shifted. This kid is a little fox. 8 million coins. Tyrant directly offered the maximum price, hoping to make the other guilds lose hope. At such a high price, Phoenix suddenly realized that Fong hadn't been trying to swindle him yesterday. Tyrant was actually willing to pay 8 million. For a moment, the scene fell deathly silent. 8,100,000. Guild leader Phoenix had a spiteful smirk on his face. He was intentionally trying to screw over Tyrant. Since Tyrant was determined to get it, he didn't mind letting Jin earn a bit more while making Tyrant lose a bit more. Tyrant gave a forced smile. 9 million coins. Phoenix, if you bid again, I'm out. After speaking, Tyrant folded his arms with an expression that said, do as you please. Phoenix quickly weighed the options in his mind. 9 million? For a guild token? Was it worth it? Ultimately, guild leader Phoenix shook his head. It wasn't worth it. Once the Tyrant Guild obtained this guild token, they would leave the starter village. When that time came, he would be determined to get the second guild token. Deal. Fong waited for a minute, and seeing that no one else was bidding, he immediately agreed. Thank you for your generosity, guild leader Tyrant. Here is a small gift. Ding. Player Zhen has requested a trade. Accept. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a guild token. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a town resident token. Town resident token. With this token, one may enter the town. Tyrant gave Fong a meaningful look and cupped his fists in a gesture of respect. This kid is alright. This town resident token? If Fong hadn't given it to him, Tyrant would have been left anxious and unable to enter the town despite having the guild token. The onlookers were utterly shocked. This was terrifying. The very first item had already reached 9 million. Second item, gold grade gear, frost grade 8 greatsword. Starting price, 500,000 coins. A wave of commotion rippled through the surrounding players. Destiny had been live for quite some time, yet 30% of the player base was still so destitute they didn't own a single piece of gear. And Fong? He was actually auctioning off gold grade gear. 600,000. President Phoenix was the first to bid. Tyrant was not to be outdone and bid 700,000. In the end, this piece of gold grade gear was secured by President Phoenix for 980,000 coins. Upon seeing that the second item was the Frost Grade 8 greatsword, Tyrant sensed Fong's devious nature, so he prepared to give Phoenix a taste of his own medicine. Sure enough, when President Phoenix realized this was part of a set, his face immediately fell, and he glared at Tyrant. First update of the day. Thank you all for reading. Thank you all for your support. Thank you for adding this to your collection. Launching a new book isn't easy, please show your support. Hard at work typing. But being in the mortal world, it's inevitable to be tied down by trivial matters. I hope my readers will understand. Chapter 22, Ding, Pet System Unlocked. The second piece of gold grade gear was eventually secured by President Phoenix with a final bid of 700,000. The attributes of this gear were too tempting, he truly couldn't resist. Moreover, it was part of a set. When Phoenix saw the set bonuses for the full Frost Grade 8 set, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Third item, Gold Grade Frost Grade 8 helmet, starting price 500,000. 1 million. Tyrant bid directly, causing President Phoenix's expression to darken. He understood that Tyrant was intentionally blocking him from completing the set attributes. If he wanted to assemble the 3-piece set bonus, he would have to pay a premium.
1.1 million. 1.3 million. The tables had turned.
An incense stick ago, Phoenix was baiting Tyrant. An incense stick later, Tyrant was baiting Phoenix. The crux of the matter was that President Phoenix couldn't say a word. He was the one who started this.
Fong was like a Maitreya Buddha, his lips curled in a constant smile.
As the host, he was most delighted by this kind of cutthroat competition. Ultimately, President Phoenix had to pay a staggering 1.6 million to secure it. At this moment, Phoenix's gaze toward Tyrant turned into sharp arrows, as if they could pierce him through. Countless times, President Phoenix thought about giving up, but in the end. 4th item, Gold Grade Frost Grade 8 Boots, starting price 500,000.
Tyrant did not bid on this particular item.
Had he placed a bid, guild leader Phoenix might have actually given up, even though the 3-piece set attributes were quite good. In the end, Phoenix secured the boots for 550,000 coins. 5th item, Gold Rank Frost Grade 8 Armor, starting bid 500,000. Guild leader Phoenix immediately bid 1.5 million.
Tyrant, if you bid on this, I'm out. Tyrant shrugged helplessly and did not place a bid. Fong was satisfied that a set of gold rank gear could fetch around 5 million coins in total.
After all, this was merely level 10 transitional gear. 6th item, Gold Knight Skill Book, Block, starting price 100,000 coins. Tyrant glanced at Sword of Heaven, signaling him to bid with his own money. The guild would not be reimbursing this. With a look of helplessness, Sword of Heaven had no choice but to bid 300,000 coins, eventually securing the skill book. This price had already set a new record.
7th item. 8th item.
The 3 gold skill books were successfully auctioned off for a total of 700,000 coins. 9th item, Tier 4 Strength Potion Blueprint, starting price 100,000 coins.
Get it. Must have it.
This item might not mean much to an individual, but for a guild, it was a strategic resource. In the end, it was snatched up by guild leader Phoenix for 280,000. So far, the auction had almost been a two-man show between the two major guilds. The reason was simple: every item Fong put up was high tier, making it nearly impossible for ordinary casual players to participate. Once the auction for high-end items concluded, Fong finally began the auction for the silver rank and bronze rank gear. Total of 1,084 silver rank gear pieces. Bidding is open to all.
Starting price 10,000 coins.
Total of 5,073 bronze rank gear pieces. Bidding is open to all.
Starting price 1,000 coins. Fong took a step back and waved his hand, summoning a simplified interface.
Every piece of gear was numbered, and every piece could be bid on freely. This was a simplified version of an auction house interface that Long had built using technology. As for the commission, it went to Long. Now, the casual players began placing their bids one after another. Tyrant and other guild members also joined in, picking out gear they liked.
Bidding will last for 15 minutes, please take your pick.
Staring at these gear, Tyrant was stunned. Could these all have been forged by Fong? Taking advantage of the bidding period, Fong returned to the blacksmith shop and began feeding coins to the devouring pet egg.
Ding!
You have fed 1 million coins.
Would you like to continue feeding?
Yes.
Ding! Each feeding is limited to a maximum of 1 million coins. Please proceed. Watching the coins in his backpack continuously decrease, Fong felt a sharp pang of distress. Fong, 10 million coins, don't let me down. With every million coins fed, a golden vein appeared on the pet egg. It looked incredibly luxurious and magnificent.
Ding! You have fed 10 million coins.
Hatching in progress. Hearing this system notification, Fong couldn't help but feel nervous.
10 golden veins had now appeared on the pet egg, interlacing with each other yet remaining distinct. Each vein shimmered with golden light, as if the internal energy was extremely abundant.
Ding! Hatching progress, 50%. Ding! Hatching progress, 90%. Ding! Hatching successful. Fong held his breath, staring intently at the pet egg. Crack, crack.
It seemed a young creature inside was struggling to peck at the eggshell. After a short while, the shell cracked open, and a pitch-black kitten came into Fong's view. This cat was jet black all over, with 10 golden veins spreading from its head to its tail, running all the way down. Its eyes had not yet opened, and its fur was not yet fully unfurled. It lay limp on the ground, struggling to stand up, looking quite pitiful. The black cat meowed with a soft, milky voice, appearing to be hungry. For some reason, the image of the black cat he fed in real life immediately flashed through Fong's mind. However, there were still differences between the two. For instance, cats outside of Destiny did not have 10 golden veins on their backs. Fong checked the attributes of this kitten. Name, none. Please name. Description, a creature from another world possessing incredible abilities. Quality, iron rank. Lines of black frustration appeared over Fong's head. This? 10 million coins just to hatch an iron rank pet? A surge of heat. HP, 100,000 status, unbound. Favorability, 10 note, can be bound once favorability reaches 10. Active skill, or purification. Skill description, can devour impurities within ores and convert them into pure minerals. Note, this skill can be upgraded. Currently at 1 star. Seeing this skill, Fong immediately sensed something was wrong, but he couldn't resist his curiosity and tossed out a piece of iron rank iron ore. The young black cat seemed to catch the scent of something delicious. It immediately struggled forward to swallow the ore whole. With its sharp teeth, it crunched through the iron ore, which would normally require a heavy hammer to break, and swallowed it. The entire process was bone-chilling to watch. A moment later, with a few soft sounds, the black cat excreted a tiny, rice-sized grain of iron ore that shimmered with a silver luster. Fong no longer cared about it being disgusting. He picked up the ore and examined it closely. He was shocked, truly shocked. It had eaten a piece of iron rank ore and spat out a grain of pure silver rank ore, the kind that could be used directly in forging. This was a treasure, a literal gold mine. Ding! You have successfully bound this pet. Note, binding complete. Cannot be discarded. Did that even need to be said? Who would be foolish enough to discard such a cornucopia? No wonder there were rumors in his past life within the guild that he could only become a treasure bowl by cooperating with this pet. He accepted it, he truly accepted it now. Ding! Congratulations to player Jin for successfully binding a pet. The pet system is now unlocked. Ding! The system will update the pet system in 5 minutes. This update will take 8 minutes. Chapter 23. Ding! Please name your pet. Fong thought seriously for a moment and settled on a simple name. Xiao Hei. Ding! Please confirm. Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Confirm. Ding! Your pet has been named Xiao Hei. Fong was very satisfied with the name, calling out Xiao Hei for quite a while. Currently, Xiao Hei is in its infancy. It can level up and enter its growth stage after devouring 100 different types of silver rank forging materials. Fong wasn't stingy. He took out silver rank materials for Xiao Hei to consume, hoping to help it grow as quickly as possible. Pet system? The players who were bidding turned their attention toward the blacksmith shop one after another. This kid? What else is he hiding? Every now and then, he comes up with something new. Pets? What do you, a blacksmith, need a pet for? Heh, I thought it would take a while longer before the pet system was unlocked. The players were buzzing with discussion. Frost Town. Rainy Knight was grinding mobs on the frozen snowfield outside of town when he suddenly heard the system notification. Brother, he was the first to unlock the pet system again. Ching Ro exclaimed. Not bad. It actually saves me some trouble. A gentle smile appeared on Rainy Knight's face, as warm as sunlight. Ching Ro frowned. She didn't want her brother to be outshone by anyone. Sooner or later, she would have to meet this so-called Jin. Everyone, please place your bids as quickly as possible to avoid the transaction failing due to the system update. At that moment, Fong walked out of the blacksmith shop composedly, the smile on his face impossible to suppress. 10 million coins, it was truly worth it. Moreover, selling this batch of silver rank and bronze rank gear would allow him to recoup a significant amount of capital. His shop in town was now secure. In the next instant, the ruthless thugs struck. However, their target wasn't Fong, but Clay. They had been coveting Clay's set of gold rank gear for a long time. This set? It was worth 5 million coins, more than enough for them to take the risk. Facing the sudden attack of the thugs, the smile on Fong's face instantly froze, turning cold and then erupting into fury. Thugs? Each of them was skilled, and their gear wasn't bad either, all bronze rank, and Fong even saw the shimmer of some silver rank pieces. But these people? They had chosen the wrong target. Clay, kill them all. For some reason, Clay heard a thick scent of blood and a murderous intent in Fong's words, as if at this moment, Fong had transformed into a god of slaughter. A gold rank dagger appeared in Fong's hand, and his footwork traced arcs like a tumbler doll. Squelch Fong slit a thug's throat, and blood gushed out. Thud Fong struck a thug's spine, leaving him paralyzed and slumped. His Fong severed a thug's main artery, and blood flowed like water. Fong was like a demon, devoid of any emotion, strolling through the group of thugs and executing them one by one. Seeing Fong's positioning and his composure, experts like Tyrant, Phoenix, and the Sword of Ling Tian quickly searched their memories, seemingly trying to figure out whose alias Shin actually was. Clay naturally couldn't let his boss take all the glory and joined the fray as well. Clay's mechanics were slightly green, but what about his attributes? They were much higher than Fong's. With a single strike triggering a weak point or a critical hit, a flash of white light would inevitably appear, followed by the enemy vanishing. The 80 or so thugs weren't even enough to last 30 seconds against Jin and Clay. White lights flashed, leaving 70 to 80 pieces of gear lying quietly on the ground. As for the slain rioters, they were all promptly taken away by the city guard, who had been waiting for a long time. Red-flagged players would be imprisoned for at least 7 days. This is where Long's value lies. The surrounding players were all stunned. Who could have imagined that the strength of Fong and Clay was actually this formidable? Tyrant wanted to help, but by the time he reacted, the battle was already over. Chairman Phoenix couldn't help but take a step back. He was terrified by Fong's madness and killing intent. This was the second time Fong had revealed his crazed side. Sorry to have made a scene, everyone. As for the gear on the ground, please feel free to place your bids. Fong casually wiped the blood off his cheek and looked at the crowd with a faint smile, signaling that they could start bidding. The slaughter seemed to have brought no change to Fong's heart whatsoever. In contrast, Clay's legs were feeling a bit weak. Although he knew they were killing players and that it was all simulated, the game Destiny focused primarily on realism. The sensation of blood splashing and the feeling of slicing through a person's throat were all so incredibly real. Tyrant, Phoenix, and the others' facial muscles twitched. Was this for real? Did those rioters just come here specifically to deliver a batch of gear to you? For minutes later, the bidding ended. Naturally, no one ignored the gear on the ground, and they all placed bids to buy them up. Thank you all for participating in this auction. Finally, I wish you all abundant wealth. Fong seemed to have snapped out of his madness as a smile reappeared on his face, and he gave a gentlemanly bow. As Tyrant departed, his internal evaluation of Fong was, this guy is like a dog. His face changes faster than anything. Chairman Phoenix left and began to search his memories. When exactly did I offend Fong? Ding, final 30 seconds. Please log out of the game in time. Fong quickly organized the coins harvested this time, totaling 18,530,000 coins. Excluding what Xiao He devoured, there were 8,530,000 coins left. He also had to deduct the labor costs for the Master Smith Long, which amounted to 1,853,000 coins. In the end, Fong was left with 6,677,000 coins. While this auction could be called a complete success, it also made Fong realize his own shortcomings. First was the lack of preparation. The timing was too rushed. Second was the lack of defensive capabilities and follow-up management. As a blacksmith, he would certainly host more auctions, potentially throughout his entire career in Destiny. However, he couldn't rely on Master Smith Long's protection every time. That wasn't realistic. Therefore, he needed a group of thugs, preferably a group of NPC enforcers. This was especially a hidden danger once he owned a shop. Rioters would definitely rob shops. In his previous life, many shops were robbed by rioters, and some owners were even driven to bankruptcy. Currently, the rioters were still a disorganized mess with no discipline. However, by the end of his previous life, the rioters had developed to the point where they even captured a town, renamed it the City of Evil, and became bottomless bandits who often struck terror into people's hearts. Fong's mind raced, and suddenly, he thought of a quest from his previous life that could satisfy this requirement. Thank you for your help, Master Smith Long. This is the reward you deserve. Fong offered his heartfelt thanks. Next time, you can call on me again. Long returned to the blacksmith shop, muttering to himself in doubt. Why did Fong have so much gear? Boss, what are we doing next? Clay asked excitedly, his entire body drenched in blood. Next stop. The town. Fong's gaze couldn't help but drift toward the direction of the town. The starter village was merely a transition. The town was where Destiny truly began. New class advancements for every profession, the emergence of hidden classes, the revelation of subclasses, the adrenaline of dungeons, pet rearing techniques, and everything else. It all made Fong's heart race with anticipation. Ding! Game update in progress. Fong, Clay, and the others were kicked out of the game. Chapter 24, Purchasing a Shop in Tianyang Town. When Fong opened his eyes, a familiar scene met his gaze. Outside, dark clouds loomed as lightning flashed and thunder roared. Pea-sized raindrops relentlessly hammered the ground, weaving together a classic summer landscape. Inside the room, a black cat was curled up quietly in a corner, seemingly fast asleep. A dark silhouette occupied another corner. Seeing Fong wake up, it stood up instinctively, assuming a combat stance and watching Fong warily. Fong ignored her, acting as if she didn't exist, and walked straight to the kitchen to start preparing dinner for himself. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The torrential rain seemed to have exhausted all its strength and gradually weakened. The final rays of the setting sun broke through the barricade of dark clouds, descending upon the world once more to offer a final glow, draping the sky in a multicolored cloak of clouds. Fong gnawed on some hard black bread, comfortably taking in the view. In the quiet residential area, a security guard caught several thieves and was beating them senseless to teach them a lesson. Not every place is open for stealing. Fong smiled slightly and tossed a bottle of mineral water down to the guard. The guard caught it with ease and waved to Fong to show his appreciation. By the time Fong finished his black bread, the Destiny update was complete. Fong poured some water for the black cat and left some breadcrumbs. He then tossed a decent-sized piece of dark bread to the silhouette. The rain stopped and the sky cleared. The dark silhouette picked up the bread, tucked even the cat's breadcrumbs into its bosom, and then left Fong's home through the window. The black cat woke up, lapped at the water, and also departed from Fong's home. Ding! Welcome back to Destiny. Ding! Update complete, pet system. Ding! Pet leaderboard is now open. Driven by curiosity, Fong clicked on the pet rankings. Rank 1, Black Cat Xiaohei. Rank 2, None. Currently, Xiaohei is the only pet listed on the rankings. Fong was already familiar with several strategies for obtaining high-ranking, powerful pets in Destiny. He was simply waiting for the right moment. Boss! Clay was even more eager than Fong. Having logged on long ago, she was already waiting for him. Mei-chan, let's head to the town together. Fong handed Clay a town resident token. A total of 3 tokens had dropped. Fong had gifted 1 to Tyrant, leaving 2 just enough for the both of them. Ding, would you like to use this token to teleport to Tianyang Town? Teleport. Without a moment's hesitation, the two of them instantly vanished. Tianyang Town. It presided over 50 subordinate starter villages, which meant that in the near future, players from all 50 villages would converge within Tianyang Town. This place would become a battlefield for heroes, a massive treasure trove, and a literal meat grinder. Fong had earned his first pot of gold in the starter village in this town. He intended to earn the capital needed to reach Sky City.
Fong and Clay were teleported to the outskirts of Tianyang Town. Fong looked up, seeing the thriving town once again.
High-rise buildings were everywhere, as were billboards, entertainment venues, and shopping malls. Everything was incredibly prosperous. To Fong, all of this felt so familiar, yet so foreign.
Fong and Clay stepped into Tianyang Town. A moment later, the town guard, dressed in uniform, ran over swiftly to verify Fong and Clay's identities. Please present your identification documents. Fong and Clay each produced their town identity tokens. Permission granted for free movement within the town. Once verified, Fong and Clay moved on.
Drawing on memories from his past life, Fong headed quickly toward the administrative hall to process the legalization of his land deeds, aiming to convert them into actual shops as soon as possible. In his heart, Clay admired Fong even more. The boss must have done his homework in advance, which was why he seemed so at ease now, knowing Tianyang Town like the back of his hand. In truth, Clay had no idea that in his previous life, Fong had spent at least 3 years wandering around Tianyang Town. Forget the main streets, he knew even the smallest alleys inside out.
Ding, please register.
In front of the administrative hall, the two of them completed their registration before being permitted to enter. Regarding the world of Destiny, the two words that left the deepest impression on Fong were rules. In Destiny, everything followed an established order, and everything had to operate according to the rules set by law. The administrative hall was fully equipped with various service counters and NPCs, each with their heads down, pretending to be busy. Fong followed the directional arrows toward the commercial office. There were no players waiting in front of the commercial office, so Fong knocked and entered directly.
Hello, I would like to exchange for a shop. Please present your land deed, as well as your class information and asset details.
The beautiful young NPC requested a lot, but Fong had already prepared everything one by one. There wasn't a single flaw in the documents.
Your materials have been prepared correctly. You may now select the location for your shop.
The NPC summoned an electronic holographic map, which, like a miniature model, encompassed the entire Tianyang Town.
Areas marked in red are unavailable. You may choose from the green areas. Fong first identified the location of the player respawn point in town, then determined the shop's position.
It faced south, with a foundation of 500 square meters, and allowed for the construction of a second and third floor. A shop of this size next to the respawn point would undoubtedly become a gold mine in the future, raking in daily profits. Since Fong was the first to choose, he could pick the absolute best spot.
Hello, would you like to lease or purchase?
Purchase.
One moment, I need to calculate the cost for you. Sorry to keep you waiting.
If you wish to purchase this shop, you will need to pay 5.13 million coins. Ding, you have paid 5.13 million coins.
Without the slightest hesitation, Fong paid immediately. Ding, you have obtained permanent usage rights for Plot 02.
Please note, you may hire a construction team yourself to renovate your shop. With the purchase successful, Fong felt a major weight lift off his mind.
Hello, may I ask, can one purchase a plot without a land deed?
No.
That is the rule.
Upon receiving this reply, Fong immediately departed and headed toward his own shop. The respawn point was located in the very center of Tianyang Town, so naturally, Fong's shop occupied a prime golden location right in the heart of the area. This was a single-story shop and appeared somewhat dilapidated, but its footprint was substantial. At 500 square meters, it was large enough to open a small supermarket.
Fong entered the interior to inspect the premises, finalized the construction blueprint, and summoned construction NPCs.
For the shop to fully open for business, it would require at least 5 days of renovations.
Fong looked at the surrounding shops with envy. He wished he could take them all over and turn the area into a dedicated gear street.
Clay, I have a mission for you, join the city guard.
As a blacksmith, Fong could only accept tasks related to his profession. Clay was different.
To protect one's property from loss, one first had to establish good relations with those who enforce the rules, such as the city guard.
Boss? How do I do that?
I don't know either. You'll have to figure it all out yourself. After saying this, Fong quietly departed.
Boss, where are you going? Clay looked at the unfamiliar town, feeling a bit apprehensive. To go squeeze a little chick, haha. It won't be that easy for him to obtain a second guild token so simply. Clay waved his hand, signaling Fong to go ahead. Meanwhile, Tyrant had also successfully entered Tianyang town. However, he did not have Fong's advantages and had to find the administrative hall through a process of trial and error and constant questioning. Hello, how may I help you today? Chapter 25, The City Guard Assessment. Ding! Please pay the guild registration fee, 500,000 coins. Ding! Please submit the guild membership list. Ding! A series of system notifications rang out, leaving Tyrant exhausted. He had never imagined that establishing a guild would be such a hassle. Had he known, he would have let Sword of Heaven run these errands. Ding! Congratulations, the Tyrant Guild has been established. Ding! As you are the 9th player in Destiny to establish a guild, you are specially rewarded with guild startup capital, 3 million coins. Within 7 days, you may freely choose a territory outside of the town to establish your guild base. Tyrant took careful notes to avoid forgetting anything. As Tyrant left the administrative hall, he happened to bump into Clay. Wearing a hearty smile, Tyrant immediately approached him. The two had no prior connection, but Tyrant was the type of person who acted like an old friend even without a prior relationship. Couldn't one be built through conversation? Brother Clay, I know about you, a man of loyalty and integrity. Jin is also my little brother. I understand him too kind and magnanimous. Following him will surely lead to a great future. It was a barrage of praise, but the focus was on praising Jin, which caused Clay to lower his guard. Brother Clay, I won't say anything about recruiting you, as that would be an insult to you, but the Tyrant Guild will always welcome a man of loyalty and integrity like yourself. Tyrant's seamless and considerate approach warmed Clay's heart. As for joining Tyrant? That was impossible. Brother Clay, I'm just a naturally friendly guy who wants to make a new friend. How about we add each other? Ding! You have successfully added Tyrant as a friend. See you around, Brother Clay. I look forward to the day you shine in Destiny. Tyrant remained approachable throughout, without a hint of arrogance, handling everything with a subtle, effortless grace. After Tyrant left, Clay continued to wander around Tianyang town. How to join the city guard was a real problem. When he tried to strike up a conversation with the guards, they ignored him completely. Asking the NPC passers-by revealed plenty of quests, but none related to joining the city guard. Just as Clay was feeling utterly troubled, he spotted a car accident not far away. A blue sedan appeared to have brake failure, heading straight for an elderly man. The old man was trembling, his legs too frail to move quickly. Without a second thought, Clay used the stats from his gold grade gear to dash over instantly, shielding the old man like a mountain. The old man was saved, but Clay was sent flying over 10 meters by the impact. Thud! The blue sedan swerved, crashing into a wall. The violent collision knocked the driver unconscious immediately, and the car began to catch fire. Thanks to the protection of his gold grade gear, Clay was largely unharmed. Seeing the situation, Clay rushed to the blue sedan, sliced through the door with his gold grade dagger, and pulled the unconscious driver to safety. Wah! Clay faintly heard the sound of a baby crying. Could it be? As if to confirm Clay's suspicion, the driver weakly opened his eyes. He struggled to stand to save his daughter, but a puncture wound in his leg kept him down. He could only look at Clay with eyes full of hope, pleading for him to save his child. By now, the fire was raging. Yet Clay returned to the flames without a moment's hesitation. The city guard arrived in an orderly fashion with fire extinguishers, rushing forward to help. Boom! The car exploded. The city guards were blown back by the shockwave, while Clay, at the very center of the blast, was thrown the highest and suffered the most severe injuries. The injured driver closed his eyes in agony. There was no way his daughter could have survived such an explosion. Clay rolled several times across the ground, his hair singed black and his body covered in wounds, looking absolutely wretched. Enduring the intense pain, Clay forced himself back up.
A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he lifted the little girl high above his head. The little girl's loud crying seemed to tell everyone that she was perfectly fine. The driver wept with joy, bowing his head repeatedly to Clay to thank him for saving their lives. Clay just grinned, his smile as warm as sunlight. "Nice job." The captain of the city guard patted Clay on the shoulder, giving him high praise. In the next second, a massive golden question mark appeared above the captain's head. Clay attempted to accept the quest. "Young man, would you consider joining the city guard?" Clay was stunned. Truly, flowers planted with care may not bloom, while willows poked in the ground by chance grow into shade. What he couldn't get by seeking was now right in front of him. "Young man, joining the city guard requires passing many trials. I can only give you a letter of recommendation. Whether you can actually join depends on your own ability." Ding! Do you accept the mission to join the city guard? Mission reward, letter of recommendation. Ding! You have successfully accepted this chain mission. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a letter of recommendation. Clay departed for the administrative hall to prepare for the first stage of the assessment. Ding! Please complete the written examination within the allotted time. Clay was dumbfounded. This? Their essay written exam? Starter Village number 999. Ding! Congratulations to Starter Village number 999 for slaying a gold grade boss and opening the path to the town. Ding! Mobs outside the Starter Village will now drop town resident tokens. Only those holding a token may enter Tianyang Town. Consequently, a new surge of monster grinding broke out. The entire Tyrant Guild was grinding mobs, striving to have all members reach level 10 to enter Tianyang Town. The Phoenix Guild was pushing even harder. Having been imprisoned for 7 days, they had no choice but to level up desperately. Ding! Player Jin is requesting a communication. Tyrant decisively accepted the call. President Tyrant, I want to mess with the Phoenix Guild and snatch their boss. I wonder if you are interested? What's in it for me? This kid? You try to talk feelings with him, and he talks business. Since that's the case, Tyrant would talk business with him too. The second guild token. Agreed, let's do it. And regarding intelligence? Understood, the Tyrant Guild will handle it. By the way, President Tyrant, I have a batch of gold gear here. I wonder if you can take them all. Delivery tomorrow. The more, the better. Fong hung up the communication and began forging gear. There was no rush to ambush the Phoenix Guild. Since gold grade bosses respawn daily, Fong still had plenty of time to forge gear. The Phoenix Guild seems to have some method for locating gold grade bosses. The Phoenix Guild leader, along with over 100 of the guild's strongest members, has vanished once again. No one has caught a glimpse of them. Tyrant needs to find out soon, otherwise, Fong and the others will come up empty-handed again. Inside the Starter Village blacksmith shop. Upon seeing Fong's arrival, Divine Smith Long gestured to him with a serious expression. Ding, you have triggered a new scene. In a private room and a separate tempering chamber, the atmosphere of forging from the furnace was incredibly intense. Ding, Divine Smith Long has issued you a level-less quest, Forging. Note, this forging contains an element of testing. Please take it seriously. Shin, forge a piece of gear with your heart, any type you like. I want to see your true skill level. Fong was stunned as memories suddenly came rushing back. In his past life. It seemed it was right here in Starter Village number 999. A hidden class blacksmith had emerged. The city guard, essentially the police, but to avoid censorship, they will be referred to as the city guard from now on. Thank you all for reading and for your support. The first update is here. Chapter 26, Fong's Forging Technique. Initially, Fong didn't know why the hidden class blacksmith would be in Starter Village number 999, but once he learned Long's identity, he understood immediately. This Divine Smith Long must have given the hidden class quest to him. The reason Fong could be pushed around at will in his past life was that he wasn't an indispensable part of the Phoenix Guild. He was merely a pawn that was optional to have. Although he was ostensibly the #1 blacksmith in Destiny, he knew that some of the Phoenix Guild's gear wasn't forged by him at all. It wasn't until the final, complete break with the Phoenix Guild that he realized they had long since secretly recruited that hidden class blacksmith. That person was the true core of the Phoenix Guild, while Fong was merely the one pushed to the front to take the hits. Moreover, the treatment this hidden class blacksmith received was over 10,000 times better than his own. At that time, Fong was furious. While Fong's forging talent was indeed strong, he had one fatal flaw: he was not a confidant of Phoenix. He never truly fit in with the Phoenix Guild. There was another point, the most critical one: he was a pariah from the surface, someone anyone could trample on, rather than a resident of Sky City. It had to be said that in his past life, the Phoenix Guild truly had an incredible hand, a winning streak of luck. They had gathered talents from almost every industry and profession. Fong had to admire Phoenix's vision, being able to recruit so many geniuses. I ask for Divine Smith Long's guidance. Fong snapped back from the memories of his past life. He wanted this hidden class. In this life, he was destined to become the most outstanding divine smith. You may forge 3 pieces of gear. Begin. Simply put, Fong had 3 chances. If he could not satisfy Divine Smith Long in those 3 attempts, he would lose this opportunity. I asked Senior to prepare the materials for me. For this first attempt, Fong intended to forge gold grade gear. Even if he failed, he was determined to try. Currently, Fong's blacksmith level was still only bronze rank. Attempting to forge gold grade was, in truth, far too ambitious. Divine Smith Long remained silent and prepared a set of gold grade materials for Fong. He had given Fong the chance. If Fong could not seize it, he could blame no one else. Thank you, Blacksmith Long. 10 years of forging in his past life had taught Fong 2 truths. The first, a blacksmith's rank does not represent everything. He had once seen an iron rank forger create legendary grade gear. He had seen it with his own eyes. Fong began his journey of carefully studying the blueprint, preparing the materials, familiarizing himself with each one, touching them personally to inspect their properties and characteristics. This was something only veteran blacksmiths would do. Divine Smith Long watched quietly. At this moment, he felt that Fong was not a naive novice blacksmith, but an old veteran who had been immersed in this craft for a long time. Fong prepared for a full 5 hours before he finally began forging. Throughout the entire process, Divine Smith Long recorded Fong's every move but did not interfere once. The first step is to extract the essence from the ore materials. The extraction of each material requires a different technique. It demands the blacksmith's heartfelt perception and soul-deep refinement. Ding, dong. Every 10 strikes, Fong would stop and close his eyes, seemingly sensing the rhythm of the materials breathing to see to what extent it had been refined. Long watched Fong intently. He didn't seem to be faking it or intentionally showing off. Fong began forging again, closing his eyes to sense the process meticulously. With this kind of gold-grade material, it would take him a long time to complete the refinement. The first material. The second material. The third material. After finishing the refinement of all materials, Fong began to master the control of the fire, starting to familiarize himself with the flames of this forge. Ding! Fong struck the forging table first, seemingly testing the hardness of the anvil itself. Once he truly understood everything, Fong began the actual forging. Clang! Clang! Inside the blacksmith shop, a crisp and rhythmic sound rang out. Blacksmith Long watched quietly. The time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. 1 hour. Forging without a time limit was a massive test of Fong's physical stamina. For instance, right now, Fong's stamina had nearly reached its limit. He was still persevering, supported entirely by sheer willpower. Blacksmith Long saw this as well, but he had no intention of helping. This was Fong's choice. Whether it resulted in success or failure, it was Fong's choice. Clang! As Fong brought down the final hammer blow, the prototype of this gold rank gear, the Heart of Flame necklace, had finally emerged. Now, only one final step remained for this necklace to take shape and become a true gold rank gear. Fong quickly downed a bottle of health potion, feeling his body relax slightly. He no longer hesitated, raising his forging hammer and striking the necklace frantically. This was the final step, and also Fong's unique secret technique. By striking it 1,000 times in an extremely short period, he would completely hammer out the impurities within, elevating the quality of the gear to the next level. This placed immense demands on a blacksmith's focus, precision, and control over strength. A single mistake could cause the entire piece of gear to be scrapped and become junk. Under normal circumstances, Fong did not intend to use this move, but now, he had no other choice. If he didn't take the risk, the quality of this flame necklace would be silver rank at most. It could never become gold. Blacksmith Long's pupils contracted slightly as he watched Fong's maneuvers. This technique? It was his first time seeing it too. However, as a divine smith, he possessed the necessary insight. How could he not see the difficulty of doing this? How could he not see that with Fong's current physical condition, there was an 80% chance of failure? Yet, he still chose to gamble. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Divine Smith Long's mouth. This was a true blacksmith, a blacksmith who dared to fight. Even if Fong failed to forge this piece of gear, he had already earned the recognition of Divine Smith Long. A divine smith can be cultivated, but the spirit of a blacksmith is not so easily fostered. Thud! Thud! The sound of striking rang out continuously. Fong was already on the verge of total exhaustion. He had completed 936 strikes of his forging, with only a tiny bit left to achieve success. This blazing necklace was already flashing with a white light, the luster of silver rank. Even if Fong were to stop forging now, this piece of gear would not fail. Instead, it would be fixed at the gold rank level. The next second. As if experiencing a final burst of lucidity before the end, Fong's entire spirit returned to its peak. He completed the final stages of the forging. As the final hammer blow fell, a blinding golden light burst forth from within the necklace. The gold rank gear was complete. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully forged a gold rank gear, blazing necklace. The way Divine Smith Long looked at Fong completely changed. This was a true genius. Fong's performance had thoroughly won him over. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 100 favorability with Divine Smith Long. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed Divine Smith Long's trial. Ding! It has been detected that your body has reached its limit. Please log out of the game immediately. Fong forced himself to stay conscious, unwilling to log out. He wanted to know exactly what the reward was. At that moment, Divine Smith Long suddenly spoke. Jin, go and rest first. Come find me tomorrow to claim your reward. Divine Smith Long was also caught in a dilemma. He was wondering, was the reward he originally intended to give Fong truly suitable for him? Chapter 27, The Thunder Seal. Ding! You are about to be forcibly logged out. 10, 9, 8. Fong let out a sigh, bid farewell to Divine Smith Long, and then logged out of the game on his own. Inside the small room, Fong took off his helmet and tossed it back and forth in his hands. Finally, a bitter smile appeared on his lips, and he couldn't help but sigh. This Destiny game helmet had certain limitations. Take today's situation, for example. If Fong were suddenly forced out of the game while at his peak concentration during forging, he would likely be livid, and the assessment would result in an immediate failure. It seems that purchasing a Destiny nutrient pod needs to be put on the agenda. Destiny nutrient pod, as long as there is sufficient nutrient solution, one can stay in the game for up to 100 days. However, these pods are incredibly expensive. Even the cheapest ones cost 1 million huasha coins, while the most premium models, as Fong heard, can exceed 10 million. For instance, President Phoenix's Destiny nutrient pod is said to be custom-made, with a price tag of 30 million huasha coins. With Fong's current financial resources, he could afford to buy one, but he might not necessarily be able to keep it safe. The situation on the surface is still far too chaotic. Where do the thugs in Destiny come from? A large portion of them are real-world entities. They commit all sorts of atrocities, and compared to the game, they are even worse. Fong ultimately dismissed the idea to avoid bringing disaster upon himself and the security guard. Unless, of course, he ascended to Sky City or headed to the largest city on the surface, the Imperial Capital. It is said that the Imperial Capital still maintains the systems from before the world fell into ruin, earning it the reputation of being the Sky City of the surface. As Fong gazed at the bright night sky, wondering what that flying black shadow could have been, he drifted into a deep sleep. In his dreams, Fong saw his family ascending to Sky City to settle down, beginning a brand new life. In his past life, Fong once had the honor of visiting Sky City. That place? That was where humans were meant to live. People didn't need to lock their doors at night, and lost items were always returned to their owners. These were just the basics. It truly was the paradise of his dreams. The next day. Ding, welcome back to Destiny. Fong immediately stepped into the blacksmith shop, eager to find out what his reward was. Senior Divine Smith, where is my reward? Just then, the system notification rang out. Ding, the quest has been updated. Please forge a second piece of gear. Ding, quest requirements, without using any blueprints, forge a piece of gear that is no lower than iron rank. Quest reward, stackable. Jun, a blueprint is a blacksmith's lifeblood, but it is also a blacksmith's limitation. I hope you can carve out your own path. The Divine Smith Long uttered these words and patted Fong on the shoulder. Of course, you can also refuse. As a reward, I will give you this Thunder Seal. It will undoubtedly make your forging journey much smoother, but at the same time, your future potential will be limited. The Divine Smith Long pulled out a seal flickering with the aura of thunder. Fong examined it intently. Name, Thunder Seal Hidden Class Advancement Seal. Description, a seal born from the legendary divine craftsman's realization and mastery of thunder. Effect, upon use and completion of the class transfer quest, the user will become the hidden class, Thunder Blacksmith. Thunder Blacksmith, capable of harnessing the wild thunder of the nine heavens for forging, allowing forged gear to be imbued with thunder elemental attributes. Fong felt his heart race with excitement as he read this. Thunder Blacksmith, everything finally clicked. No wonder most of the gear used by the upper echelons of the Phoenix Guild in his past life, as well as much of the gear they sold, carried thunder attributes. The thunder attribute was considered a rare element. It dealt higher damage to mobs and bosses, making it more outstanding and significantly more expensive. Fong felt as though he had untangled some of the mysteries of his past life. Looking at this seal, his heart burned with anticipation. It was no exaggeration to say that this seal could shorten his journey to Sky City by a third. The divine craftsman Long looked toward Fong, leaving the choice to him. Though Fong was incredibly eager and wanted it desperately, he instead walked toward the forging table. Forging gear without relying on a blueprint? To be honest, this was also one of the research directions Fong had pursued in his previous life. After all, blueprints were too scarce, and high-level blueprints even more so. Fong had previously attempted to successfully combine certain blueprints. Through trial and error, he had actually managed to succeed. Senior Divine Smith, please help me prepare the following materials. Fong began to recall the transformed and restructured blueprints in his mind. With the materials ready, Fong didn't hesitate for a moment, directly taking out his forging hammer to get to work. Thud! Inside the smithy, the sound of striking rang out once more, as melodious as the song of an oriole. Divine Smith Long frowned slightly, appearing dissatisfied. Fong was still too young. How could he start forging right away? Could it be that he already had a complete plan in mind? Long didn't believe it. Even he had only created his own blueprint and crafted a brand new weapon upon being promoted to a legendary rank blacksmith. At this, Divine Smith Long's impression of Fong dropped slightly. As time passed, Divine Smith Long's expression gradually shifted from disdain to shock. Ultimately, he began specifically recording Fong's blueprint. Within 2 hours, relying on the experience from his previous life and his own understanding of forging, Fong successfully crafted a palm-sized, flying dagger-style hidden weapon. It was pitch black, highly concealable, and could easily be hidden anywhere on the body. This weapon did not belong to any class in Destiny, yet it truly existed. Divine Smith Long was stunned. Although this weapon was only bronze rank, it was universal for all classes within Destiny. How is this possible?
Fong wiped the sweat from his forehead. To be honest, he was cheating, yet it didn't quite count as cheating. This weapon seemed branded into my mind, lingering for a long time. Today, I've finally forged it. A pity it's only bronze rank quality. Ding, you have successfully completed the quest. Fong, for the third piece of gear, you are not allowed to use fire. The quality must not be lower than bronze rank. This was the third trial. Fong didn't hesitate, directly requesting a piece of iron or roughly 80 centimeters high, with a quality no lower than bronze rank. In a single breath, Divine Smith Long had it ready for Fong. Divine Smith Long was curious. When forging gear without fire, the smaller the material chosen, the greater the advantage and the higher the chance of success. Why did Fong choose such a large material? Fong gave a mysterious smile and summoned his pet. Xiao Hei. Eat. A kitten, pitch black with 9 black lines running from its head to its tail, appeared before Divine Smith Long's eyes. By now, the kitten had grown significantly. Its entire body had expanded in size, and its fur had become smooth and glossy, resembling black gold. Its eyes were stunning, sparkling like blue sapphires. Upon seeing the massive chunk of iron ore, the light in Xiao Hei's eyes grew even brighter. He lunged at the ore like a phantom, devouring it entirely in a matter of seconds. Then, with a series of poof-poof sounds, he excreted 4 or 5 lumps of pure metal. Every single one was of silver rank quality, and there was even one piece of gold rank material. This? Even the Divine Smith Long had never seen such a miraculous pet. For a moment, Long's eyes lit up. This pet was undoubtedly something every blacksmith dreamed of owning. Fong showed no sign of disdain. He picked up a piece of the pure metal, swung his forging hammer, and began a frantic bombardment of strikes. Fong's speed was incredibly fast and his strength immense. Before long, a silver rank throwing knife took shape. Chapter 28 Reward, Artifact Blueprint. Ding, dong. Under the continuous forging, a piece of silver rank gear was finally completed, shimmering with a silver luster. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully forged a piece of silver rank gear. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 1000 EXP. Ding. As the system notifications rang out, a slight smile appeared on the corner of Fong's mouth. The Divine Smith Long observed everything, and his estimation of Fong rose even higher in his heart. Jun, do you come from a family of blacksmiths? Senior Divine Smith, my father is the village blacksmith. I've been immersed in the art of forging since I was a child. When things got busy, I would help my father forge farm tools. Over time, I simply learned how to do it. This was the truth of Fong's real life, without the slightest bit of fabrication. A look of just as I thought appeared on Divine Smith Long's face. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the quest issued by Divine Smith Long. Ding! Rewards have been stacked. Shin, I give this Thunder Seal to you. Divine Smith Long first took out the Thunder Seal and handed it to Fong, then continued, Fong, with your talent and your understanding of forging, I trust you will not be hindered or confined by the path of a Thunder Blacksmith. Fong solemnly tucked it away, waiting for the subsequent rewards. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Thunder Seal. Ding! The Thunder Seal is now ready for use. Fong, I am giving this artifact blueprint to you. I believe it will be of help on your journey to becoming a divine smith. Boom! Fong was shocked. It felt as if thunder had exploded in his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. Artifact blueprint. Is it really an artifact blueprint? One must realize that in the 10 years of destiny in his past life, only 3 artifact blueprints had ever dropped in total. 2 of them were held by Rainy Knight and Aqua and were never leaked, so outsiders never knew of them. The third was held by the number 1 ranked guild in Destiny, the Songhai Guild. In his past life, Fong had never been able to promote to a divine smith because he lacked an artifact blueprint and was unable to forge a true artifact for the longest time. The reason why Fong studied the transformation and recombination blueprint was to refine it into an artifact blueprint, but alas! Everything went against his wishes and ended in failure.
Ultimately, it was a blacksmith from the Shanghai Guild who successfully ascended to the rank of divine smith using this artifact blueprint, seizing the title of the world's greatest blacksmith from Fong's hands. This artifact blueprint was the second greatest regret of Fong's previous life. He never imagined that the divine smith Long would give it to him so easily.
Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the artifact blueprint, Oana's sun chasing Bao. Even upon hearing the system notification, Fong remained as dazed as a puppet, unable to snap out of it. Fong pinched himself hard before finally coming back to his senses completely. It's real, it's truly real. Looking at this artifact blueprint, Fong's heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions, but euphoria occupied the lion's share. Fong suddenly broke into a silly grin and bowed to Divine Smith Long in gratitude. This meant that Fong truly possessed the qualifications to become a divine smith. Becoming a god through my artifact blueprint is ultimately a lesser path. You must remember, those who learn from me will thrive, but those who merely imitate me will perish. After leaving these words, Divine Smith Long departed silently. When Fong saw Divine Smith Long again, a full year had already passed. Ding! Tyrant is requesting a communication. Accept. Fong quickly roused from his pleasant dream and returned to reality. Coordinates 124-154, get here fast. By the way, where's that gold grade gear we agreed on? Little brother. Guild leader Tyrant, later. I ran into a bit of a situation. Understood, as soon as possible. Tyrant ended the communication and commanded the Tyrant Guild to move toward the gold grade boss. Ding! Would you like to rent a destiny safe? Rent. Ding! Please select the tier. Friendly reminder, the higher the tier, the better the security performance. Highest tier. Mythic. Ding! Renting a mythic tier safe requires an annual payment of 1 million coins. Confirm payment? Confirm. Even carrying this artifact blueprint on his person made Fong feel unsafe. Ding! Rental complete. A purple mythic tier key appeared in Fong's hand. Mythic tier safe, highest security coefficient 100-fold compensation for any loss. Fong immediately placed the artifact blueprint inside and locked it in one smooth motion. Ding! Confirm storage? Confirm. Ding! Please select the storage duration. 1 year. Ding! Storage successful. Only then did Fong feel completely at ease, quickly rushing toward the coordinates given by Tyrant. A gold grade boss spawn point. This was a deep canyon terrain, flanked by mountains of piled jagged rocks shaped like lions, tigers, and leopards. The surroundings were barren, devoid of any trees or shade, as green miasma drifted out and swirled around the entire canyon. This was a treacherous place. 90% of the Phoenix Guild members were guarding the perimeter of the canyon, blocking players who wanted to enter. The remaining 10% had entered the canyon interior, fighting desperately against the gold grade boss to race against time. Ding! Player Phoenix is requesting communication. Tyrant picked up the communication with a beaming smile, listening quietly. Tyrant, do you really intend to make an enemy of Phoenix? The Phoenix Guild leader's voice was cold, carrying a heavy tone of interrogation. What are you saying, Guild leader Phoenix? A gold grade boss can be killed by anyone. Could it be that this gold grade boss has the Phoenix Guild's name written on it? Tyrant chuckled, showing not the slightest hint of backing down. In that case, Tyrant and Phoenix shall be irreconcilable from now on. Tyrant, just you wait and see. The Phoenix Guild leader dropped this harsh remark and hung up the communication. The Tyrant Guild accelerated their pace, facing off against the Phoenix Guild in front of the canyon. The civilian players of Starter Village number 999 lurked in the shadows, prepared to scavenge for leftovers. A red-flagged player was guaranteed to drop a piece of gear. In a chaotic battle of this 10,000-person scale, if one could pick up a piece or two of gear, it would be a massive profit. Kill. Break through. Guild leader Tyrant did not hesitate for a second, issuing the order to charge.
All members of the Phoenix Guild, hold for 10 minutes and everyone gets 100 coins, hold for 20 minutes and everyone gets 500 coins, hold for 30 minutes and everyone gets 1000 coins. This was the Phoenix Guild leader's standard tactic, using money as an incentive. It had to be said, this move was extremely effective. The entire membership of the Phoenix Guild instantly acted as if they had been injected with adrenaline, howling with excitement as their combat power doubled. Ding, gold grade boss, Blazing Sun Fire Leopard has spawned. Players, please slay it as soon as possible. Inside the canyon, the Blazing Sun Fire Leopard burst out from within a cave, dispersing the surrounding toxic mist. Kill. Among the Phoenix Guild, a player dressed in a gold set looked majestic, engaging the Blazing Sun Fire Leopard in close quarters combat, forcing it back step by step and leaving it riddled with wounds. Such was the terrifying power of a gold grade set. 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, Guild leader Phoenix would successfully slay this gold rank boss. Hold on, they had to hold on. Crack. Crack. Guild leader Phoenix had planted trigger mines all around the perimeter. The moment a player approached, they would be sent back to town instantly. This could be considered mending the fold after the sheep were lost. Better late than never. Guild leader Phoenix did not want to make the same mistake twice. At the upper reaches of this canyon, Fong had successfully sneaked inside. Standing at the top of the canyon, Fong had a bird's eye view of everything below. He saw the battle between the Phoenix Guild and the gold rank boss, and he saw the trigger mines. Chapter 29, Stealing the Boss. Ding, your pet Xiaohei has leveled up. Ding, your pet is currently in the growth stage. Ding, your pet Xiaohei has reached bronze rank. Note, level up by devouring ores of different grades. Active Skill 1, Vein Seeking. Can detect ore resources within a 1 kilometer radius. Active Skill 2, Rapid Devour. Can quickly devour an entire ore vein. Requires a 3-day cooldown. During these 3 days, the pet will fall into a deep sleep and cannot devour any ore. Passive Skill, Universe Within. A separate space exists within its belly, capable of storing devoured and purified ores. Note, the capacity of the universe within expands as the level increases. This was the upgraded Xiaohei. Back at Iron rank, Fong was worried he wouldn't be able to afford to raise Xiaohei, but now, with the vein-seeking skill, Xiaohei could be completely self-sufficient and even have a surplus. Perhaps it could even generate profit, ensuring he would never lack forging materials. This was a true cornucopia. Xiaohei, check if there are any ore veins in the canyon. Fong decisively summoned Xiaohei as a malicious plan began to take shape in his mind. The pitch-black kitten sniffed around like a hound. Finally, its eyes lit up, and its tail wagged back and forth. It seemed to have found something. At the same time, a map of the ore veins layout appeared in Fong's mind. This was Xiaohei's sharing function. Xiaohei, devour this vein according to my blueprint plan. After finishing his observation, Fong immediately handed Xiaohei a blueprint and instructed him to construct according to the design. Xiaohei no longer hesitated, opening his bloody maw to literally eat out a small tunnel. Fong clicked on the auction house to purchase explosive supplies like landmines. This type of firepower material is forged by the artilleryman class. The artilleryman is one of the powerful classes in Destiny. By themselves, they possess no lethality, but in the late game, an artilleryman is indispensable. However, the cost of training an artilleryman is terrifyingly high. The most famous artilleryman of the previous life once ushered in the nuclear era of Destiny. Fong had the privilege of seeing a nuclear explosion once on the Destiny news. Its horror was absolute. Ding, would you like to purchase Blast Mines 99? Ding, purchase successful. Fong moved forward with difficulty through the tunnel Xiaohei had dug, planting the mines as he went. The gold rank boss's HP was getting lower and lower. Time was running out for Fong. Ding, Tyrant is requesting communication. Accept. Brother? Where are you? You wouldn't screw me over, would you? The Tyrant Guild was tanking the boss head-on and suffering heavy casualties. Worst of all, those rats kept sneaking around to steal the gear dropping on the ground. In a short amount of time, the Tyrant Guild had suffered massive losses. If Fong really scammed him this time, Tyrant would re-evaluate the relationship between them.
No matter how much of a divine smith Fong was, Tyrant would absolutely never cooperate with him again. The final minute. Fong finished planting all the explosive mines. President Tyrant, I invite you to witness a landslide. As soon as Fong spoke, Tyrant looked toward the towering peaks at both ends of the canyon with a thoughtful expression. Tyrant was no fool, he understood Fong's intention immediately. However, a deeper question surfaced in his mind. Triggering a landslide? How much explosive would that require? With Fong's financial resources, was it even possible? What Tyrant didn't know was that Fong had only spent 9,000 coins. The one who deserved the most credit was Xiao He. Fong quickly had Xiao He crawl out of the tunnel and flee far away. Inside the canyon,
President Phoenix watched the gold grade boss, which had only 1/10 of its health remaining, while listening to reports from his subordinates. The canyon entrance was holding the Tyrant Guild wouldn't be able to break through for at least 3 minutes. President Phoenix suddenly felt secure, and his racing heart relaxed slightly. Yet, before he could fully unwind, he had a nagging feeling that something was still about to happen. Watch out for the boss's berserk effect. Use your lives to pile up its death. President Phoenix issued the command trading lives for lives to ensure the gold grade boss died as quickly as possible. 7%. 6%. 5%. The gold grade boss, the blazing sun fire leopard, entered a berserk state, increasing its attributes by 300%. Not a single member of the Phoenix Guild retreated even in death. They had to inflict significant damage on the blazing sun fire leopard. Thud. Boom. A muffled explosion resounded. Suddenly, the earth shook and the mountains trembled as if a terrestrial dragon were turning over. Everyone in the Phoenix Guild struggled to keep their footing. Was this an earthquake? Impossible. The timing of an earthquake would be too coincidental. Suddenly, President Phoenix felt his vision darken as an intense sense of pressure descended. The moment he looked up at the sky, he saw the mountain collapsing. The mountain was caving in. Countless massive boulders hissed and roared like fierce beasts emerging from the forest, rolling down the slopes with unstoppable might. It wasn't just one rock. It was countless. The reckless falling stones blotted out the sky, seemingly covering the heavens themselves. Not a single ray of sunlight could pierce through. Kill. Kill the boss. The guild leader of Phoenix was somewhat hysterical, completely driven to madness. At this moment, how could he not understand that this was man-made? Now, he could only pray that they would slay this gold rank boss before the falling rocks crushed them to death. To stop the Phoenix Guild from slaying this gold rank boss, you all have truly gone through a lot of trouble. The rage in the Phoenix Guild leader's heart surged boundlessly, like an ocean brewing a 1,000-meter tidal wave, or underground magma roaring incessantly. Thump. 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 This scene of a mountain collapse shocked even Tyrant. One must realize, this is the early stage of the game. Who could possibly destroy the environment in Destiny? Fong did it. And he did it within an extremely short period of time. Tyrant waited quietly, waiting for the final ownership of the gold rank boss. The players of the Phoenix Guild looked toward the interior of the canyon one after another, momentarily losing their composure. Could it be? Are we going to fail again this time? Inside the canyon, muffled groans echoed as the players of the Phoenix Guild were crushed to death by the falling rocks. Only the player in the gold rank set, thanks to his thick health pool, managed to barely hold on. He was still struggling against the gold rank boss. Just one last drop of blood left. The Phoenix Guild leader died once more. Just before his death, he saw the gold rank boss enter a near-death state, beginning to spew countless flames. At this moment, the player in the gold rank set still had 1/3 of his health remaining. With just a light tap, this gold rank boss would die. A smirk played on the Phoenix Guild leader's lips as he turned into white light and vanished. He was already certain in his heart that the ownership of this boss would definitely belong to the Phoenix Guild. But things often go against one's wishes. The blazing sun fire leopard seemed to turn into a scorching fireball, its radiance blooming boundlessly. The player instinctively shielded his eyes, and his attack slowed.
Faster than words can tell.
A silver rank gear appeared in Fong's hand, a throwing knife.
He threw it out rapidly. Whoosh!
The throwing knife sliced through the air at high speed and pierced into the body of the gold rank boss, the blazing sun fire leopard.
1. The gold rank boss, the blazing sun fire leopard, collapsed with a thunderous crash.
When the player in the gold grade set opened his eyes and saw the death of the gold grade boss, an extreme chill instantly surged from the depths of his heart.
Ding!
Congratulations on slaying the gold grade boss, blazing sun fire leopard.
Would you like to make a global announcement? Chapter 30, Slaying the Dream. Ding!
Congratulations to player Jin for successfully slaying the gold grade boss, blazing sun fire leopard.
Ding! Congratulations to player. Ding! Congratulations. Fong was not one to keep a low profile.
The 3 consecutive system announcements left the Tyrant Guild, the Phoenix Guild, and casual players alike with expressions of shock and utter disbelief.
Tyrant, Jin? He actually succeeded? Phoenix, how is that possible? Didn't it only have 1 drop of health left? How could it have been stolen?
The guild leader of Phoenix immediately began spamming voice calls to the player in the gold grade set, interrogating and berating him about what on earth happened and why the kill was stolen.
Casual players, this blacksmith is turning the world upside down. Isn't Jin the blacksmith from the village?
This player Jin is truly ruthless.
Do you want to know the grudge between him and the Phoenix Guild?
Phoenix killed him 100 times, so he is making sure Phoenix never knows peace.
He really is a ruthless man. The Phoenix Guild is probably going to cry this time.
Guild leader, please let me explain. This Phoenix Guild player, clad in a gold tier set, gave a brief explanation at lightning speed before quickly devising a plan to break the deadlock in his mind. Guild leader, as long as I slay Fong, the drops from this gold tier boss will still be ours. The Phoenix Guild leader hung up the communication and quietly awaited the outcome of this player's battle. Dream, the top warrior of the Phoenix Guild, had followed Phoenix through no fewer than 3 online games.
Phoenix knew him inside and out, considering him an absolute confidant whose mastery of the warrior class was nothing short of divine.
More importantly, Dream was a citizen of Sky City and had signed a lifetime contract. Any breach would result in an astronomical penalty fee. This was why Phoenix felt secure giving him the gold set he had purchased at auction.
Leave the drops behind, and I might consider sparing your life.
Dream downed a health potion, using words to stall for time while trying to restore his HP to a healthy state as much as possible. Fong, however, simply stepped forward and began stowing the protected drops into his bag one by one. As for Dream's threat, he didn't pay it the slightest bit of attention.
Note, when a boss is slain in the wild, there is a 30-minute protection period.
During this time, no one except the Slayer can touch or pick up the items.
Ding, congratulations! You have obtained a guild token 1.
If it weren't for this guild token, Fong would have truly found it difficult to complete his task.
Ding, would you like to mail this to the player Tyrant?
Yes.
Ding, mailing successful. Tyrant took a glance at the mail notification without even opening it. He immediately began to retreat. Seeing Tyrant retreat, the members of the Phoenix Guild did not give chase.
Instead, they stood quietly at the mouth of the canyon, waiting for their leader's next command. I struck gold. I struck gold. On the way back, Tyrant couldn't stop mumbling to himself, the grin on his face impossible to hide. He then entered Tianyang town at top speed to register the second branch of the Tyrant Guild, seizing a prime piece of real estate. This time, the Tyrant Guild truly had a god-tier start. With 2 guild territories supporting each other, as long as Tyrant didn't lose his mind, he was bound to establish a firm foothold in Tianyang town. After a period of recovery and growth, they would undoubtedly become the most powerful guild in the area.
Ding, congratulations! You have obtained gold tier gear, Ring of the Blazing Sun. Ding, congratulations! You have obtained 500 coins. The drops from the second gold tier boss were clearly inferior to the first. However, with 1 guild token and 1 piece of gold tier gear, Fong had already made a massive profit. You can't stop me!
After cleaning up the corpse of the blazing sun fire leopard, Fong stood up and walked toward Dream without a trace of fear, locking eyes with him.
Throughout this process, Fong remained remarkably calm.
As Dream looked into Fong's eyes, he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, as if Fong had transformed into a fierce tiger or a predatory leopard extremely dangerous.
Fong was clearly a blacksmith. Why would he give off such a feeling?
With his health down to 2/3, Dream held his breath and focused his mind, treating Fong as an equal opponent. He swung his Frost Great Ape Greatsword, slashing toward Fong.
True masters release an aura.
Under the pressure of such an aura, ordinary players would immediately lose 30% of their combat effectiveness. Dream released his aura, but Fong felt nothing at all, as if he were completely oblivious to it. The biting cold wind whipped up by the greatsword left a trace of frost on Fong's cheeks. Fong dodged with ghost-like speed, his footwork so elusive it looked like a flickering phantom.
Is this the lost trace step?
Dream was slightly shocked. This footwork was his own unique creation. Even within the Phoenix Guild, those who could master it were few and far between.
Why did he know it?
With a flick of his wrist, Fong's eyes turned cold as ice, and a gold-grade forging hammer appeared in his hand.
Thud!
The forging hammer slammed against the greatsword. Neither side yielded, and both took a step back simultaneously.
Who are you?
Dream felt a sense of familiarity.
Could this person be a member of the Phoenix Guild? Fight! If you kill me, the loot will naturally be yours. Fong's blood was pumping, his gaze becoming even sharper as his adrenaline surged. He was desperate to test his skills against a renowned expert.
Great! Dream shifted his stance, and his body seemed to produce an afterimage, turning the fight into a 2-on-1. Given the current attributes, being able to create an afterimage meant he had achieved absolute mastery over his own strength.
But in the next second, Fong also produced an afterimage, engaging Dream's two figures in combat. Clang! Thud!
The roar of clashing metal rang out. Injuries appeared on Fong's body, and Dream was no exception. It was a scene of mutual destruction. Dream found the fight incredibly stifling, as if he were fighting himself, like looking into a mirror.
Who exactly was this person? It was as if he had studied him inside and out. He could even predict his next move. 30 seconds. A perilous 30 seconds.
Both their health bars were down to a mere 10th, yet neither made a move to heal.
Alright, I'm done playing. Fong spat out these words, a flame seemingly igniting in his eyes.
His figure vanished decisively, and when he reappeared, he had already struck Dream exactly 3 inches below the left elbow.
Clang!
The sound of a greatsword hitting the ground echoed. In that moment, Dream was utterly stunned, countless suspicions flooding his mind. That spot was his fatal weakness. Once touched, even in a game, he would instantly lose all combat effectiveness. Within the Phoenix Guild, only a handful of people knew about this weakness.
How? How did Fong know? Countless questions swirled in Dream's head. Fong said nothing.
This hammer blow swung straight for the crown of Dream's head. As for this fatal weakness, Fong had spent 10 years in the Phoenix Guild in his past life. How could he not know about it?
Roar!
Suddenly, the frost giant ape materialized, blocking Fong. Carrying an unstoppable momentum, it sought to crush him.
Fong didn't retreat. Instead, he rotated the ring on his finger.
The phantom of the blazing sun fire leopard tore through a rift, lunging out to clash with the frost giant ape.
This battle was over. Thud!
With one hammer strike, Dream's head burst like a watermelon.
Chapter 31, Sirius Canyon. Ding! You have slain player Dream. Ding!
You have entered wanted status.
The status will last for 1 day.
Upon Dream's death, as luck would have it, the greatsword in his hand dropped as loot. Naturally, Fong pocketed such a stroke of good fortune without hesitation, promptly tossing it onto the auction house with a price tag of 300,000 coins. At the starter village respawn point, guild leader Phoenix spotted Dream. His face immediately darkened as he prepared to demand an explanation.
There is a mole within the Phoenix Guild. Jin knows my Achilles heel.
Before guild leader Phoenix could lash out, Dream preemptively informed him of this fact in a calm voice.
Indeed. Dream could only conclude that Phoenix had a mole. Otherwise, what else could he do? Could he possibly guess that Fong was a regressor?
Guild leader Phoenix was taken aback, staring intently at Dream as if trying to discern whether he was lying. Seemingly having anticipated this, Dream tossed a recording to guild leader Phoenix.
It contained the complete footage of the battle between Dream and Fong. This? How is this possible?
Guild leader Phoenix watched the video without skipping a single frame, instantly stunned.
This person? Is he a mimic master?
His movements were almost identical to those of Dream.
And that final strike, slamming directly into Dream's elbow.
Guild leader Phoenix's expression darkened instantly, his gaze scanning several core members of the guild.
Don't breathe a word of this yet. At this stage, the Phoenix Guild needs peace.
Guild leader Phoenix forcibly suppressed the rage in his heart and told Dream to keep quiet for now. Dream also understood that, for the time being, the big picture had to come first.
Shun? Who could he be?
The names of several players who had left the Phoenix Guild in a previous MMO flickered through guild leader Phoenix's mind.
Could it be one of them?
This time, the Phoenix Guild has faced a setback, suppressed by the combined efforts of the Tyrant Guild engine.
Are we going to take this lying down?
Guild leader Phoenix began rallying the atmosphere again, eventually settling the matter with coins to barely keep the discontent under control. This was the second failure. If the third hunt resulted in failure as well, the accumulated tensions within the Phoenix Guild might explode in an instant.
Guild leader Phoenix endured. High noon. Tyrant returned to starter village number 999 and specifically issued an announcement. Ding! Player Tyrant has posted an announcement. Phoenix, I'm done playing with you. See you in Tianyang Town.
The entire Tyrant Guild membership in starter village number 999 relocated en masse to Tianyang Town. In an instant, the starter village suddenly became deserted.
The leveling spots left behind by the Tyrant Guild were occupied and taken over by the Phoenix Guild.
There was no other choice. The majority of the guild members were level 8, and everyone needed to level up, and level up fast.
Tomorrow, I'll see who else dares to compete with my Phoenix Guild.
Who else dares to make an enemy of my Phoenix Guild?
The guild leader of Phoenix once again made a bold declaration. Tomorrow would be the Phoenix Guild leader's final opportunity. The gold rank boss in the starter village would only drop 3 guild tokens.
After that, players wishing to create a guild could only wait for guild tokens to appear in the mall.
What was the most critical point? With a guild token dropped by a gold rank boss, one could choose a guild territory. Those purchased from the mall? No.
Unless one bought a guild token dropped by a gold rank boss from another starter village at a high price.
Fong attempted to locate the blazing fire leopard's cave and entered it. This time,
inside the cave was no longer a gold rank chest, but a silver rank chest.
Better than nothing. After Fong opened it and obtained some treasures, he left feeling satisfied.
Little Black had fallen into a deep sleep in the short term. Fong had no supply of forging materials.
Fong stepped into the outskirts of Tianyang Town, sneaking into his own shop to avoid being spotted by the city guard. Once discovered, trouble would be inevitable. A leveling spot 100 miles away from Tianyang Town, Heavenly Wolf Canyon.
This was a leveling area for level 30 to level 50 monsters, and it was also the location Tyrant had selected for the guild territory.
The canyon's terrain was exceptionally easy to defend and difficult to attack.
The towering cliffs looked as if they had been carved by knives and axes, while the gentle terrain below was like a spread of silk. It had to be said that the Tyrant Guild had chosen a prime piece of land. Once the Tyrant Guild was established here, it wouldn't take long for it to develop into a small town. 100 miles from the Tyrant Guild's main base, at the other end of the canyon, was the Tyrant Guild's second division.
The locations Tyrant chose were quite interesting. He occupied both the head and the tail of the canyon. The entire interior of the canyon was transformed into the Tyrant Guild's territory.
In this way, Heavenly Wolf Canyon almost became Tyrant's private property. One must realize that the mineral ores, medicinal herbs, and other resources inside the canyon were extremely abundant. Most importantly, the area surrounding the head of the canyon consisted of level 30 to 50 leveling spots and was very close to jungles and lakes. With the Tyrant Guild built here, it was particularly suited for resupplying. As for the area surrounding the tail of the canyon, it consisted of level 60 to 70 leveling spots, featuring grasslands and basin terrain.
The Tyrant Guild had finally settled down completely. Their leveling grounds spanned the entire Tianyang town. One had to admire Tyrant's keen eye for strategic locations. However, there was still one issue remaining: guild construction. Once the construction of the guild base begins, a monster's siege will commence exactly 7 days later. Only by successfully repelling the monster siege can the guild be considered officially established. This serves as both a test for the guild and a reward in disguise. During the monster siege, both EXP gains and drop rates are significantly increased. Ding, are you sure you want to construct the guild? The construction of the guild base should be done sooner rather than later. Construct. Ding, for guild construction, you may choose the Tianyang Town construction team or form your own construction team. Simply put, this asks whether you want to choose the system-provided construction team or assemble a team of players yourself. If time were on his side, building it himself would certainly result in a superior structure, but with time being of the essence, Tyrant could only hire the Tianyang Town construction team. Ding, please select a construction blueprint from the Tianyang Town construction team. Building a guild requires specialized personnel. These professionals naturally provide professional blueprints, allowing Tyrant to choose the style and decide how much to invest. For example, the basic version guild base, 1 million coins, 100,000 defense, accommodates 1,000 guild players. This? Tyrant decisively passed. A defense of 100,000 might seem high, but it would collapse under a single wave of monsters. Standard guild base, 3 million coins, 3,900,000 defense, 10,000 attack, accommodates 3,000 guild players. A standard guild base comes equipped with offensive facilities dealing 10,000 damage. Advanced guild base, 7 million coins, 999,999 defense, 33,333 attack, accommodates 10,000 guild players. To be honest, an advanced guild base is generally sufficient. However, guild leader Tyrant was still unsatisfied. Top-tier guild base, 15 million coins, 1,999,999 defense, 99,999 attack, accommodates 30,000 guild players. Ding, are you sure you want to construct a top-tier guild base? Confirm. Ding, please pay 15 million coins. Ding, payment successful. Ding, please note that the construction team will arrive within 10 minutes. A top-tier guild base can be described in 4 words: solid as a rock. Tyrant's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Ding. Welcome to Tianyang Town. On the massive screens within Tianyang Town, welcoming words scrolled continuously. Ding. Tianyang Town has issued a long-term quest to you: protect Tianyang. Chapter 32, The Revenge of the Gods. From purchasing the guild creation token and the land to constructing the base, the establishment of the Tyrant Guild cost approximately 30 million coins in total. This was a staggering amount, yet looking at Tyrant's expression, he didn't seem to care much about the money. This was because Tyrant knew that sooner or later, he would earn it all back. Destiny is a brand new world where countless possibilities exist. Ding. The population of Tianyang Town has exceeded 1,000. A long-term quest has been issued. The Vengeance of the Gods, Chapter 1 is upon us. Ding. A special cinematic scene has been triggered. Please watch. This is a mandatory viewing no one can refuse. At this moment, whether they were players in the cities or those in the starter villages, everyone felt their vision go dark, as if the entire firmament had been draped in a black curtain, the prelude to a magnificent film about to begin. Year 1. The Birth of the Gods. Countless deities descended upon the continent of destiny as if carrying a supreme mission. They seemed to be the darlings of heaven and the favorites of the earth, born with formidable power. This power was terrifying, chilling to the bone. A deity whose entire body burned with high-temperature flames, skin covered in dense magical runes, appeared as if born from magma. With a single gesture, he could incinerate thousands of fertile fields, destroy countless living beings, and turn vibrant oceans into scorched earth. Towering cyclopes, resurrected from the depths of the earth, stood hundreds or even thousands of meters tall like majestic mountains. A single punch could pierce the earth, a single punch could shatter mountain ranges, a single punch could annihilate rivers. A deity wielding the power of ice would freeze 10,000 miles on a whim, caring nothing for the creatures on the ground. He even treated their terrified expressions as playthings, collecting them as unique ice sculptures. The goddess of wind, born from the gales, possessed the most terrifying power of all. She could easily peel away the surface of the earth, exposing the deep yellow soil and hidden minerals. Facing the living beings on the ground, she could effortlessly strip the flesh from a person's body with a breeze, leaving only white bones behind. A magnificent man dressed in opulent robes, possessing an innate noble temperament, clutched a golden scepter and wore a supreme crown. He seemed to be the leader of these gods. He never showed any emotion, but simply by standing there, he made it known that he was the center of the world. No one dared to defy him, no one could. In a very short time, he established order and created the realm of the high heavens. He completely separated the gods from the terrestrial world. This was a monumental feat. The gods of the high heavens frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with this outcome, but they gradually settled down under a baptism of blood. The creatures upon the earth cheered and rejoiced, praising this magnificent man and calling him the Heavenly Emperor revered by both gods and men. That year, the Heavenly Emperor smiled. Year 184. For unknown reasons, the old Heavenly Emperor abdicated, and a new Heavenly Emperor ascended the throne. The new Heavenly Emperor represented a brand new order. He overthrew everything established by the old Emperor, permitting the gods to enslave the ants on the ground and treating all living beings as mere blades of grass. This world of destiny has fallen into infinite darkness. The creatures who once lived and worked in peace, the humans, the elves, the dwarves, have all become toys for the gods to amuse themselves with, stripped of all dignity. Toys? Naturally, they can be discarded or destroyed at will. Thus, the continent of destiny endured 10 long years of darkness. A torch appeared amidst the darkness, a torch representing hope, a torch representing resistance. In the midst of this endless oppression, a powerful rebel stood up from among the humans. No, he was not purely human, but the offspring of a god and a human. He could be called a demigod. This demigod, had been oppressed since childhood. In the eyes of the gods, a hybrid existence like his defiled the purity of the divine. Consequently, his treatment was even worse than that of ordinary humans or orcs. But when he awakened his divine power, the attitude of these gods shifted instantly, and they permitted him to join their ranks. However, this demigod, had long understood one truth: the gods must be destroyed, or there would never be peace in the world of destiny. Thus, united the demigods upon the earth and began to rebel against the gods. The gods were forced to retreat, returning to the heavens above. Successfully secured a glimmer of hope for the living beings of destiny. But alas, gods are immortal, while demigods have a limit to their lifespan. The year 314 AD. The first generation of demigods who dared to resist had all passed away, and the gods swept down once again. But this time, the humans, orcs, dwarves, and elves were no longer lambs to be slaughtered at will. They possessed the power to fight back. 200 years of procreation had allowed the blood of the gods to circulate among the various races. In this battle, all the races of the Destiny world united and successfully slew a high and mighty god. After more than 300 years, the curse of divine immortality was broken. At that moment, everyone realized that the gods were not actually that powerful. It turned out that gods could be killed too. But the slaying of a god triggered extremely severe consequences. The celestial emperor was enraged. He took action personally, obliterating the strongest living beings of that era and removing all restrictions on the gods' actions. His fury swept across the entire continent of Destiny. In an instant, the population of Destiny was reduced by 90%. Corpses littered the fields, and blood flowed everywhere. It was a tragic massacre, a genocide. Some races were even driven to total extinction.
As for the remaining 10% of the gods, the heavenly emperor continued to employ his methods, extracting the divine bloodlines from their bodies to prevent them from ever rising again.
The creatures of destiny began to proliferate and thrive once more amidst endless sorrow. This time, perhaps because the oppression had been too severe. The true savior was born. He was born into the human race, yet he naturally commanded the power of plague from the very moment of his birth. However, he was not a god. Instead, he styled himself as the envoy of plague. He once declared, "I am here to bury the dynasty of the gods." The humans merely took his words as a joke, and the gods sneered at him with disdain. But when the power of the plague began to circulate among the gods, they became afraid, truly terrified. This power? It was capable of stripping away their very lifespans.
If the god of plague were allowed to continue growing, it would truly deliver an incomparable blow to the divine order. And so, the operation against the god of plague began. At this point, the scenes began to shift rapidly, and this period of history was quickly bypassed.
In the year 487 AD, the plague was born. In the year 489, the gods were sealed away, never to appear again. In the war against the gods, pestilence claimed the ultimate victory. With the gods sealed, the world of destiny entered a 1,000-year era of peace. Pestilence became known to the countless living beings of destiny as the Lord of Pestilence.
1,000 years passed, and the world of destiny changed with each passing day.
From a primitive civilization, it entered the age of technology. But the seal left by the Lord of Pestilence has loosened. The gods? They are about to return.
The first thing the gods will do upon their return is unleash the boundless fury accumulated over 1,000 years of imprisonment.
The human race? This time, will they be enslaved once more?
Or will they seal the gods again, or perhaps resolve the threat of the gods once and for all?
All of this will be created by you. Chapter 33, A New Player Job Advancement.
This magnificent epic rank chapter gradually unfolded like a grand play.
Every player was completely immersed in this dreamlike scene, utterly mesmerized.
During this visual feast lasting over 2 hours, they were perfectly drawn in. They witnessed with their own eyes the human race being enslaved, living as humbly as ants and insects. They saw the human resistance, building monuments out of blood and tears, and they saw the tragic history of humanity being enslaved time and time again. But the fire of humanity will not be extinguished. The fire of hope will not be extinguished. This is a tragic history, but it is also the history of the human race's rise. Every player felt the thrill of being born human. Every player felt the pride of being born human. Ding, Chapter 1, Revenge of the Gods has officially begun.
The dreamlike scenes gradually restored themselves, transforming back into the actual game environment.
Countless players remained immersed in the previous scenes, unable to pull themselves away. For Fawn, this was the nth time he had watched it, yet every time he watched, he gained new insights and different harvests. In his past life, he heard that this epic rank cinematic was listed on the Sky Cinema rankings, occupying the #1 spot for years.
Shocking, so shocking. Is this the most advanced immersive experience?
I feel as if history is flowing beside me, and time is sleeping in my arms.
This Destiny has some impressive methods. Chapter 1, Revenge of the Gods?
A chaotic era is about to begin, which also means that heroes of troubled times are about to take the stage.
What an exciting feeling! Such a breathtaking scene.
At this moment, the entirety of Destiny was buzzing with discussions about the first chapter.
Ding, the power of the gods has leaked.
All mobs on the Destiny continent have had their attributes increased by 30%, their level of bloodlust increased by 50%, and there is a 30% probability of triggering a berserk state.
This marks the first wave of the gods' counterattack.
Although the seal of the gods has been shattered, it will still take some time for them to be completely unsealed and manifest fully. Thus, the first step for the gods, choose to support the most easily controlled beasts of the Destiny continent to weaken the human race. In an instant, the faces of the Destiny players turned as grim as if they were at a funeral.
The mobs in Destiny were already notorious for being difficult to kill. Now that their attributes have been enhanced, wouldn't they be even harder to defeat? Hard to kill, yet with low drop rates? This is going to be a nightmare.
Immediately following this, the countermeasures from the humans and dwarves arrived.
Ding!
The vengeance of the gods is imminent. The human race of Destiny has unlocked class advancement.
All players who have reached level 10 can accept advancement quests to complete their transition and master the powers of nature. Ding!
The vengeance of the gods is imminent.
The dwarf race of Destiny has unlocked class advancement.
All clansmen who have reached level 10 can.
Ding!
The vengeance of the gods is imminent. The orc race of Destiny has unlocked class advancement. All clansmen who have reached level 10 can. Countless races across the Destiny continent have all embarked on the path of class advancement. Quick, grind for levels. Strive to change classes as soon as possible.
What do you know?
Have you opened the Destiny Interaction Forum? On the Interaction Forum, the top pinned post featured players queuing up in towns to accept advancement quests. It was a sea of people that stretched as far as the eye could see, boundless like the Great Wall. Forget it, let's just take our time grinding.
The Phoenix Guild leader was fuming.
Due to their levels and the status of their guild token, it would take at least another day before the Phoenix Guild could possibly enter a town. One step behind means being behind at every step. Now, the Phoenix Guild leader's mind was filled entirely with the figure of the player Jin, wishing he could tear him into 1,000 pieces. Inside Tianyang Town, at the class advancement area, members of the Tyrant Guild occupied the front row positions.
Tyrant stood at the very front.
Before his eyes was a seat composed of sophisticated instruments, looking incredibly cool.
On the seat, there were 9 gems of different colors, corresponding to different attributes.
Above the gems, scales were engraved.
Ding! Do you accept the class advancement quest? The young NPC looked Tyrant up and down as he asked. Accept. Ding!
Please wait.
The young NPC began skillfully manipulating the buttons on the seat, motioning for Tyrant to sit down. The seat activated, and a faint electrical current flowed through every part of Tyrant's body.
Immediately, the fiery red gemstone began to glow, its radiance intensifying as the scale climbed steadily. Before long, it reached the 3rd notch.
Suitable for fire attribute class advancement. Ding!
Please consume 3 firestones within the allotted time to activate the fire attribute within your body.
Note, within 3 months.
Note, if more than 3 months pass, please undergo retesting.
Tyrant was completely bewildered. This? What did this mean? Ding! Quest accepted. Tyrant was hauled up from the seat by the young NPC and tossed to the side. Tyrant did not leave, he stood aside and watched quietly.
He didn't quite understand this class advancement process.
Firestones? What were those? Next.
Every player needed to have their attributes tested, after which different quests would be issued based on those attributes.
Ling Tianjijian.
Ling Tianjijian stepped forward and sat calmly on the seat. An azure light began to flicker, eventually stopping at the 5th notch.
Ding! Please consume 5 ice stones within the allotted time to activate the ice attribute within your body.
Ling Tianjijian and Tyrant glanced at each other, having noticed a pattern. The scale seemed to be very important.
The two stood to the side and began researching further. Tyrant tried to ask a question, but the young NPC remained indifferent and ignored him.
The 3rd person. The 4th person.
The 5th person. The 9th person. Tyrant and Ling Tianjijian grew more confused the more they watched.
Different players caused the gemstone to light up in different colors, and the materials required for their class advancement were also different.
Huafan, the NPC, called for the next person. Huafan was an ordinary player from the Tyrant Guild.
He had been playing online games for several years but had always remained mediocre, staying within the upper middle tier of the team.
Huafan sat down with a hint of nervousness.
A faint electrical pulse sent a numbing tingle through his entire body, but in the next instant, he felt something within him being activated, flowing back into the seed along with the current.
Hum.
The azure gemstone lit up rapidly in just 3 breaths, it reached the 5th level, and by the 9th breath, it hit the 9th level, the absolute peak. The gemstone burst forth with a dazzling, blinding light.
This. An anomaly. Tyrant and Sword of Ling Tian widened their eyes, seemingly trying to discern what was different. The young NPC's eyes couldn't help but light up, and a rare smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. A rare heavenly ice aptitude. You may go to the Tianyang Education Department to collect the necessary items for your class advancement. You are eligible to join the City Guard and the Tianyang Army without an entrance exam.
But please remember, fight for the human race. After the young NPC finished speaking, he gave a noble salute to Hua Fan. For a moment, the atmosphere became solemn, and Hua Fan immediately returned the salute with great gravity. There was no helping it, the atmosphere had been built up to this point. After listening, Tyrant finally understood. These markings represented talent. The stronger the talent, the more worthy one was of cultivation.
And him?
Only 3 bars.
Currently the one with the lowest talent in the Tyrant Guild. Some members within the guild couldn't help but chuckle. Tyrant was helpless in the face of this. Who could have imagined that this class advancement would turn out like this? But this? Testing everyone's talent one by one was simply too slow. Just waiting in line would probably take 3 days.
At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding, we apologize for the large-scale congestion caused by insufficient consideration regarding the class advancement process. Ding, over 1,000 new testing points have been opened in Tianyang Town. Brave warriors, please proceed there for testing. Chapter 34, Class Advancement Attribute Stones. Ding, the Human Race Talent Leaderboard is now open. A talent leaderboard? The members of the Tyrant Guild opened it one after another to satisfy their curiosity. First on talent board, Rainy Night Talent, Flame 9. Second on talent board, Aqua Talent, Life 9. Third on talent board, Huafan Talent, Ice 9. Fourth on talent board, Haneda Talent, Darkness 9. Fifth on talent board, Zhongyu Talent, Light 9. Sixth on talent board, Sky Eye Talent, Earth 9. Seventh on talent board, Pahongchen Talent, Ocean 9. Eighth on talent board, Lizard Deity Talent, Wind 9. Ninth on talent board, Sea of Stars Talent, Stars 9. 10th on the talent rankings, Infinite Ruin Talent, Death 9. This list records the 100 peerless geniuses with 9 talent. 9 represents the talent reaching the 9th stage on the dial above the seat's gemstone. Third in the mortal realm, not bad at all. Ling Tian gave Tyrant a meaningful look, and Tyrant understood immediately. It seemed he would need to pay more attention to Hua Fan in the future and strive to make him the primary carry. After reviewing the rankings, players who had not yet been tested felt a surge of excitement. Tyrant signaled for the 10,000 plus members of the guild to divert and head toward different testing points. By the end of the morning, after 3 full hours, the Tyrant Guild had completed its testing. The Tyrant Guild boasted a total of 18 players with 9-star talent, a figure that was considered quite terrifying. There were 136 players with 8-star talent, while those with 7-star talent exceeded 1,000. The majority were those with 6-star and 5-star talents, accounting for 6,000 members. The remainder consisted of those with 4-star talent or below, who were not worth mentioning. Call an emergency meeting for all members. Tyrant's expression was incredibly grim. In a guild of over 10,000 people, his talent actually ranked second to last. The only person ranked lower was a member with a 2 talent, who was also a veteran of the guild. The main purpose of calling this general assembly is twofold. First, I ask everyone to remain grounded and not be blinded by so-called talents, forgetting who you are. Strength is earned through hard work, not something you can obtain just by relying on some talent. Before Tyrant could even finish, the players below began to smirk. The guild leader was clearly trying to save face. The atmosphere within the Tyrant Guild was exceptionally good. Tyrant coughed twice and stopped trying to justify himself, The second matter is to gather information. Find out exactly what ice stones, death stones, life stones, and flame stones are.
Where are they? How can they be found? Tyrant had a premonition that in the future, these stones would become the mainstream currency of destiny.
For no other reason than the sheer volume of demand.
Tyrant clicked on the Destiny library to investigate, but the result came back as unknown.
Consequently, guild leader Tyrant ordered all members to scatter throughout Tianyang town to seek information from NPCs, hoping to seize the initiative. These attribute stones were, for the time being, very important.
Inside the shop, Fong also heard the system announcement and opened the talent rankings.
Essentially, it was almost identical to the powerhouses of his previous life. Right now, no one cared much about this list because the consensus among mainstream players was the same: talent was important, but hard work and mechanical skill were more vital.
The first 3 years of Destiny's service indeed proved this point. Talent?
It was nothing more than a few extra attribute points. As long as you landed one more hit, you could make up the difference. But when Destiny entered its third chapter in the third year, everything changed. The talent is useless theory was completely abandoned, replaced by the talent is supreme doctrine. Talent became one of the only two criteria for measuring a player's strength. As for the ice stones and life stones currently needed for the class promotion quests, Fong vaguely remembered that they seemed to be produced in dungeons. Initially, no one cared about these stones. After all, they weren't needed for anything except the class promotion. However, the moment the third chapter arrived, they suddenly became impossible to find.
Even a common ice stone was bid up to an astronomical price. Fong's eyes narrowed as he immediately thought of hoarding attribute stones.
The more he thought about it, the brighter the light in his eyes became. This thing could generate profit faster than any investment project. In 3 years, the profit could increase nearly 100-fold.
Who could resist such a temptation?
But to hoard attribute stones, there were 2 problems that needed to be solved. First, sufficient capital for acquisition.
Second, a massive warehouse.
Both were indispensable.
Fong began to plan, recalling the layout blueprint of the entire Tianyang town. After a long while, a flash of inspiration hit him as he remembered a wasteland area in the southeast corner of Tianyang town. This area is still within the city limits, so security is definitely guaranteed. If I can secure it to use as a warehouse, it would be most suitable. Furthermore, acquiring land in the early stages of the game is very easy, both in terms of the required capital and the difficulty of approval. Once a massive influx of players occurs, wanting to acquire land will become extremely difficult. Fong was just about to head out, but then he noticed he was still red flagged. Isn't this just a waste of time? Ding, player Clay is requesting communication. Agree. Boss, where are you? I've successfully become a member of the City Guard.
Clay's voice was full of pride, like a well-behaved child in desperate need of praise.
City Guard? Clay, come here quickly, I need a favor. Fong suddenly became excited and sent his coordinates to Clay.
This was truly an unexpected delight. He remembered that the City Guard had the privilege to clear a red flag status.
Boss, what do you need me to do?
Inside the unfinished shop, Clay asked with a serious expression. Help me clear my red flag status. I have business to take care of outside.
Clay thought it was just a minor matter. Ding, do you wish to become the guarantor for the wanted criminal Jun? Note, once the guarantee is successful, player Jun will be able to move freely within Tianyang town.
However, if player Jin is wanted again within 24 hours, the guarantor will be charged with the same crime, dismissed from the city guard, and barred from re-enlistment forever. The cost was actually quite severe. The same dialogue box appeared before Fong's eyes. In his past life, he knew that the Phoenix Guild could use the city guard to clear red flag status, but he didn't understand the details very well.
So that's how it is. Ding, guarantee successful.
Ding, a 1-star inspector of the city guard has become your guarantor.
You may now move freely. Clay, let us go. Follow me to the administrative hall.
This city guard identity seems quite useful.
I wonder if there are any privileges within the administrative hall. The administrative hall.
As the number of players increased, the number of people processing business also gradually rose.
Hello, I would like to purchase this plot of land. May I ask what the appropriate price would be?
Fong spoke with a smile to increase his affinity, making his inquiry with practiced ease while pointing to a small area on the miniature map of Tianyang town. The beautiful NPC in charge of land sales lifted her drooping eyelids and looked at Fong with impatience. Please present your asset information. It must be at least 100 million coins. Please present your guarantor's information. Their liquid capital must be at least 100 million coins. Please present. Before the beautiful NPC could even finish her sentence, Fong slipped away dejectedly.
This?
It was too expensive, and the requirements were far too high. There was no way Fong could earn a small goal of 100 million in such a short period of time.
Fong walked away, feeling extremely frustrated.
If this plot of land wasn't secured now, it would cost at least 3 times or even 10 times as much in the future.
Boss, do you want this land?
At that moment, Clay spoke up abruptly while looking at the area on the map.
Fong nodded indifferently and returned to the shop to begin forging gear. Currently, level 15 gold rank gear was the most sought after. Chapter 35, Epic Rank Quest, Investigate the Haunting.
With a sigh of regret, Fong returned to his shop and immediately accessed the Tianyang town auction house to begin purchasing silver rank forging materials in bulk. If a forging attempt failed, there was still a chance to produce gold rank gear even with a tenfold return of silver rank gear, but profit margins were astronomical. Silver rank materials cost at most 500 coins, with average ones going for 200 or 300, whereas gold rank materials started at no less than 2,000.
The price gap was massive. Fong went on a buying spree and began forging.
Meanwhile, Clay watched Fong's retreating figure with a look of determination before heading back to the city guard barracks.
Ding! Do you wish to accept the epic rank quest, Investigate the Haunting in the southeast corner of Tianyang town? Ding! Quest reward, title deed to the haunted area. Note, the difficulty of this quest is extremely high. Please proceed with caution. Note, this mission has no time limit. Coincidences abound.
The southeast corner area that Fong had his eyes on was haunted. Furthermore, this haunting had persisted for nearly 3 years, growing increasingly intense until the area was eventually abandoned. Otherwise, in a city like Tianyang where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, how could such a massive wasteland possibly exist? Ding! You have successfully accepted this epic rank mission. Clay, you actually took on this mission? Are you really tired of living? At that moment, Clay's direct superior, the squad leader, looked at him with eyes full of terror. He didn't even dare to step close to Clay, fearing he might be tainted by some ominous aura. He would cast a glance at Clay and then quickly avert his eyes. Clay, give up on this mission immediately, and you might still have a chance to live. You're just a newborn calf who doesn't fear the tiger. This is absolute madness. The middle-aged squad leader, his face weathered by time, began to scold him harshly before shifting to a tone of earnest persuasion. Do you know why no one takes this mission? Do you think you're the only brave one, Clay? The squad leader paused for a few seconds, his expression filled with sorrow, and a tear even welled up in the corner of his eye before he spoke again. Every comrade who accepted this mission, no matter where they were or what protections they had, died inexplicably at the stroke of midnight. Without fail, this continued for a full year, claiming the lives of nearly 1,000 comrades. The rewards for this mission? You think you're the only one tempted? Behind those rewards is a terrifying reputation built on a pile of corpses. Since then, the rewards have been adjusted higher and higher, but no one has dared to accept it. You are the first one in the last 2 years to seek your own death. At this moment, the squad leader's gaze was like that of someone looking at a dead man filled with pity and regret. No wonder no one would take this mission. After all, it was an epic rank task. Clay finally understood. To this, Clay merely offered a slight smile. I don't believe in ghost stories. Captain, wait for my good news. Clay left the city guard headquarters with a relaxed expression, whistling with his hands in his pockets as if he didn't have a care in the world. The middle-aged squad leader watched Clay's departing figure and muttered a number, the 28th one.
I hope you can succeed. Clay was the 28th member of this squad leader's team to accept this mission. His future was bleak, and his life hung in the balance. The corners of Clay's eyes grew moist. Ghosts? How he wished ghosts were real. How he wished he could see his father one more time. But unfortunately, ghosts were something he simply didn't believe in. Crying and laughing at once, Clay headed toward the haunted area in the southeast corner. This was a villa complex with exquisite decorations that exuded elegance and nobility. Covering over 10,000 square meters, it was specifically built for high-ranking officials, the upper-class elite, and the wealthy. There was a sapphire-like artificial lake, golf courses that looked like green carpets, and trees standing like soldiers guarding both sides. These trees? They weren't just any trees, they were locust trees. As the old saying goes, locust trees attract ghosts. Whether it was true or not remained to be seen. Clay wasn't a fool, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he sought out elderly NPCs near the villa complex to gather information. As luck would have it, a trembling old man was leaning on a cane, strolling and soaking up the sun quite comfortably. It was strange the haunting was confined only to the villa complex, while the surrounding skyscrapers showed no signs of anything unusual. "Old gentleman, I'm with the Special Affairs Office on a case. I'd appreciate your cooperation. Would it be convenient for you to tell me about the beginning and end of the haunting incidents in this villa complex?" This old man, who appeared to be at least 70 or 80 and had difficulty walking, suddenly seemed possessed by a world-class sprinter the moment he heard the investigation was about the haunting. He fled rapidly, wanting absolutely nothing to do with Clay. It was as if the origin of this story were the most vicious demon imaginable. Left with no choice, Clay tried to question others. However, as soon as the surrounding NPCs heard he was there to investigate the haunting, they all fled one after another, afraid to have any contact with him. Retrieving the full details of the haunting incident. Since no one would tell the story in person, Clay could only use his status as a member of the city guard to personally examine the haunting files and archives. Ding, retrieving. Please wait. Ding, retrieval successful. Please examine. Clay began to flip through the materials one by one. Year 1561. Case file for the Elite Villa Complex haunting. Time, early morning, July 23rd. Personnel, 19 security guards, specifically. Specific details: according to the memories of the security guards on duty, a complaint was received from a homeowner in the early morning hours. It was reported that a woman's voice could be heard singing by the lake. It sounded incredibly tragic and frightening. Consequently, the company dispatched 2 men to investigate. By the lake, the 2 men witnessed a horrific scene. A highly decomposed corpse wearing a red bathrobe was by the water's edge. Her body was covered in disgusting maggots, and her mouth opened and closed as she sang. In her hand, she clutched a rotting eyeball, which she was desperately trying to shove back into its socket. Sensing the 2 security guards, the woman in the red bathrobe suddenly split her mouth into a wide grin and chased after them with a piercing shriek. The 2 were scared out of their wits, losing their voices and control of their bladders on the spot. They fled as if their lives depended on it. After running for a full hour, they finally saw light again and encountered other guards on duty. Query marked in red: an entire hour? Based on geographical analysis, the lake is only a 5-minute walk from the security office. Could this be a supernatural phenomenon? Question mark marked in red. If not, how can this be explained? Having only read this far, a smile appeared on Clay's lips. This was nothing more than human mischief. Clay saw through the trick at a glance. Time, early morning, July 24th. Incident: the 2 security guards from the previous night died mysteriously, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. Autopsy report attached. Clay pretended to look through the autopsy report, though in reality, he couldn't understand it. While Clay was organizing these materials, the system notification sound rang out. Ding, the phantom cave of the ice god has opened. Ding, the phantom cave of the fire god has opened. Ding, the phantom cave of the life god has opened. Ding, the phantom cave of the death god has opened. Ding.
The Phantom Cave of the Wind God has opened.
Ding!
The Phantom Cave of the Earth God has opened. Finally, the Phantom Caves of all 36 gods were opened.
Ding! Would you like to check the dungeon details? Name, Phantom Cave of the Fire God.
Introduction: a cave formed by the long-term influence of a sliver of the fire god's phantom.
Note, the interior of the cave is extremely dangerous. Please prepare in advance. Recommended entry level, level 1020. Drop details, firestones, gear, coins, blueprints, etc. Drop probability, firestone 12%, gear 1%, coins 90%, blueprint 1%.
Chapter 36, a flashy class change. Within every town on the Destiny continent, the phantom dungeons of the 36 gods were now open. All members of the Tyrant Guild, follow your respective captains and enter the dungeons according to your talent attributes. Tyrant reacted quickly, organizing the guild members to enter the dungeons. The God Phantom dungeons can be tackled solo or in a group of up to 8 people accordingly. The difficulty increases with the party size. Brothers with ice attribute talents, group up fast.
Let's farm Ice God stones.
The area in front of the Ice God Phantom Cave dungeon was as bustling as a wet market, filled with people forming parties, sending invitations, pickpocketing, and those trying to pull a fast one. Looking at this scene, Tyrant estimated without exaggeration that the number of players entering Tianyang Town had already surpassed 1 million.
Tianyang Town was about to become completely lively. Looking for a priest to party up for the fire dungeon. Looking for a rogue to party up, 50-50 split on loot. Outside the dungeons, all sorts of demands existed. After all, everyone has their own understanding of the game. Some players, possessing absolute confidence in their own strength, entered directly without forming a party. For a moment, the streets were deserted as everyone flocked to the dungeons. The Tyrant Guild formed 2 elite 8-man teams and entered the Fire God Phantom Cave, aiming to set a record. The dungeon clear record. It was a prestigious achievement. If the Tyrant Guild consistently holds the top spot on the dungeon clear records year-round, every player entering the dungeon in the future will see it. Is there any better advertisement than that? A guild's strength is the ultimate enduring advertisement. Inside the Vulcan Phantom Cave. Ding! You are currently on the first floor of the Vulcan Phantom Cave. Please be careful. Tyrant and the other 7 assumed their combat stances, covering each other's flanks. One look was enough to see that such a formidable presence could only come from years of coordination. This place was the peak of a dormant volcano. Since no mountain spring water had accumulated, no hot spring had formed instead, it felt like a steamer basket. The temperature was extremely high, and Tyrant's temperature warning indicated it had already reached 57 degrees Celsius. In such heat, let alone fighting, even moving felt incredibly difficult. Furthermore, the rising steam drastically reduced the oxygen content. Every action required several times the physical stamina normally used. At the top of the volcanic crater, 88 flame bats hanging together suddenly snapped their eyes open as if receiving an order. With aggressive gazes and nameless fury, they emitted piercing sonic waves that surged toward Tyrant and his group. Ling Tian, check their attributes. Ling Tian's sword had obtained a scouting skill the moment he entered the game. Scout allows the user to detect the attributes of monsters that do not exceed their own level by more than 10. Name, Flame Bat. Description: a creature living within the Vulcan Phantom Cave. Nourished year-round by the Vulcan Phantom, it is extremely aggressive, short-tempered, and highly territorial. Rank, Bronze rank. HP 130000. MP 12000. Strength, 120. Agility, 240. Spirit, 360. Skill 1, Sonic Probe. Skill 2, Screeching Impact. Skill 3, Flame Breath. As expected of creatures nourished by a divine phantom, they had quite a few skills. However, these attributes were truly not that strong. Under the hunt of the 8 players, the 88 bronze rank flame bats were rapidly turned into carcasses on the ground, transforming into EXP. These flame bats seemed to lack intelligence once they began their charge. They showed a total disregard for death, refusing to stop until they were killed.
This was also the reason Tyrant and the others could slay them so quickly. Otherwise, if they had flown around aimlessly, they would have been quite difficult to kill. In 5 minutes, all 88 bronze rank flame bats were dead. Ling Tian's sword stepped forward to loot the corpses. This kid was recognized as the luckiest person in the entire Tyrant Guild. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a flamestone. Sure enough, right at the start, he managed to loot a flamestone. Collect 3 for me first. I want to test the changes after the class advancement. The sword of Ling Tian kept searching, finally looting the 3rd flamestone from the body of the last flame bat. The drop rate of this item. It really was low enough, even lower than what was indicated. Tyrant's face immediately lit up with joy as he held the 3 flamestones and consumed them. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the class advancement quest. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully activated the power of flame within your body. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the amplification of flame power overall attributes plus 3%. Even though Tyrant had excellent self-restraint, he couldn't help but curse at this moment. This is class advancement? Destiny made such a huge fuss, and after a successful advancement? It only added 3% to his attributes? Ha ha! The sword of Ling Tian and the others couldn't help but chuckle unkindly. So, this is what class advancement is. Everyone originally thought that once they successfully advanced, the gap between them and those on the so-called talent rankings would widen significantly. But looking at it now? A 5% gap isn't that large. Oh, wait, for the guild leader, it's a 7% gap. That's a bit significant. Ding, your team is about to enter the 2nd floor. Please prepare for combat. The 2nd floor still contained 88 blazing bats, but their attributes had doubled. Tyrant and his team began to feel a slight sense of pressure. Leave it to me. Tyrant was currently harboring a belly full of frustration and was eager for an outlet to vent. In the next moment, a fiery red glow erupted from Tyrant's body, enveloping him like a majestic god of fire. With a swing of his blade, a condensed streak of crimson saber chi materialized and swept toward the distance. It had to be said, it looked cool, but the damage? It was still the same. 1,521. 1,245. With the bonuses from a full set of gold grade gear, Tyrant's damage was indeed high. As Tyrant and the others continued grinding mobs, Tyrant studied the additional flame stones they obtained. He even swallowed a few more, but there was no reaction whatsoever. Frustrated, Tyrant could only curse them as useless trash. He had originally thought these flame stones would become a hard currency, but now? These things were truly worthless. They weren't even as valuable as the bronze rank gear that had just dropped. This time, Tyrant had to admit he had misjudged them. Brother, how about we go into a dungeon for some fun? It's so boring here. Chingru, who was currently grinding mobs, felt a bit tired of it and couldn't help but pout her lips in a way that evoked pity. Not bad at all. Rainy Knight smilingly agreed with Chingru's idea, and the two of them chose the nearest dungeon, the Phantom Cave of the Goddess of Life, and entered. Inside the Phantom Cave of the Goddess of Life. Ding, you are currently on the 1st floor of the Phantom Cave of the Goddess of Life. Please be careful. What met their eyes was a wide, clean platform surrounded by brick and stone structures. In the center of the platform sat 22 jade-like kitten sculptures. The kittens had their eyes closed, sitting serenely on the platform. In the next instant, green light descended like raindrops. These sculpted kittens seemed to be endowed with life, slowly opening their drowsy eyes and awakening from their slumber. Bronze rank life kittens. Their attack and defense were not high, but their vitality was terrifyingly high, reaching the 1 million mark. Rainy Knight silently pulled out his bow and arrow, drew the string, and fired. Thud! 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 These jade kittens with over 1 million HP shattered like bubbles under Rainy Knight's arrows. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a lifestone. Rainy Knight continued the slaughter while Chingru began looting gear. Chapter 37 Class Change, Thundersmith. Within the dungeon, every single green jade kitten defeated was guaranteed to drop a life stone. Such was Qingru's luck, it was truly impressive.
The second floor.
The third floor.
The fourth floor. These emerald jade cats could not halt the duo's progress. The seventh floor. The eighth floor. The attributes of the jade cats grew stronger, and elite monsters began to appear, but so what?
It merely meant Rainy Knight had to fire a couple more shots.
The ninth floor.
A phantom of the goddess of life, possessing a graceful figure and an aura of nobility, came into their view.
Humble human ants, die.
Her peerless face betrayed an undisguised loathing for the human race, her tone brimming with malice.
Name, Phantom of the Goddess of Life.
Description: a phantom of the goddess of life forged using real scene simulation technology.
Level, 15. Rank, Gold. HP 100000000.
With over 10 million HP, this was already the highest health pool of any boss encountered so far.
MP 120000. Strength, 3000. Agility, 3000. Spirit, 12,000. Active Skill 1, Divine Wrath reduces the enemy's HP by 10%. Active Skill 2, Life Restoration restores 5% of own HP. Active Skill 3.
This was the first dungeon in Destiny, and the gold rank boss attributes were incredibly formidable, with powerful skills to match. The Phantom of the Goddess of Life's attack power wasn't high, but her HP was nothing short of perverted. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Rainy Knight utilized his counter against the Goddess of Life to slay her.
Ding!
Congratulations to the team of players Rainy Knight and Aqua for being the first to clear the Phantom of the Goddess of Life dungeon.
Time taken, 32 minutes and 53 seconds. Ding! Would you like to upload your data to the dungeon rankings? Upload.
And so, on the ranking board for the Phantom of the Goddess of Life dungeon, Rainy Knight and Aqua claimed the #1 spot. Big brother, let's go clear some other dungeons and aim for the top spot in every single one.
Ha ha.
Shinro's voice carried a hint of adorable arrogance, her laughter as crisp and pleasant as silver bells.
Great.
Rainy Knight generally never refused any of Shinro's decisions. And so, the nightmare for every major guild and countless players in Destiny began. The team named Rainy Knight Qingru would firmly monopolize the top spot on the unique leaderboards of all 36 dungeons.
Tyrant's first team, currently running a dungeon, was on the 7th floor. Guild leader, these two? They're incredibly strong. All 8 members were completely stunned.
They were already the elite of the elite within the Tyrant Guild, but compared to Rainy Knight Qingru, they were worlds apart.
Don't compare yourselves to them. Those two are freaks. Tyrant cursed under his breath, feeling a twinge of jealousy.
In the last game, and the one before that, those two names had hovered over the heads of countless players like a lingering nightmare. The key was that these two seemed to play purely for the sake of fun. They were incredibly casual about it. Unable to help himself, Tyrant clicked on the damage contribution list for Rainy Knight Qingru's team.
Rainy Knight 1524532215. Qingru, 0.
Seeing this, Tyrant felt so frustrated he wanted to cough up blood.
Keep grinding. Boss, I'm still wearing silver rank gear. I can't really tank this.
The player Irin Jishui looked toward Tyrant, the implication clear: hurry up and buy us some gear. Tyrant let out a helpless sigh and cursed harshly, "You're all parasites." Hearing this, Irin Jishui, Lingtian Jijian, and the others didn't feel ashamed. Instead, they burst into proud laughter.
With no other choice, Tyrant had to contact Fong.
Ding, player Tyrant has requested a communication link.
Accept.
Brother, how about 2 million for a full set of level 10 gold rank gear? The members of the Tyrant Guild had already reached levels 11 and 12. Level 10 gold gear was on the verge of being phased out, so he naturally needed to drive the price down.
Tyrant believed Fong understood this logic as well. Deal. As expected, Fong agreed decisively, but added a follow-up: Guild leader Tyrant, do you need level 15 gold gear? Tyrant was taken aback.
Gritting his teeth, he replied, I do.
700,000 coins per piece. Deal.
A smile played across Fawn's lips.
For top-tier whales, they wouldn't hesitate to spend money to replace their equipment with the absolute best gear. Ding. Trade successful. Ding, congratulations. You have received 4 million coins. Fawn wanted to mention the 100 million coin loan to Tyrant, but the words reached the tip of his tongue and he held back. What if Tyrant wanted a piece of the action? Fawn wanted to keep this entire business venture for himself. In the next instant, Fawn fixed his gaze upon this gold-grade blueprint. If he could mass-produce gold gear, accumulating 100 million coins seemed like it wouldn't be difficult. But Fawn had only just been promoted to a bronze rank blacksmith. To advance to silver rank, it would take at least a month, if not longer. Ding. Are you sure you want to change your class to Thunder Blacksmith? After finishing this batch of gear, Fawn decided to complete the class change first. Confirm. Ding. Please head to Tianyang Town to test your talent attributes. Fawn fell into deep thought. He remembered that in his previous life, his blacksmithing talent was strength. Once the talent was activated, every piece of gear forged would add 7% to the strength attribute. Following the memories of his past life, Fawn headed toward the specialized testing area for blacksmiths. Ding. You have activated the talent, Strength. Blacksmiths do not need to absorb god stones, the talent activates automatically. In this life, nothing had changed compared to the previous one. Blacksmithing talents are categorized by different attributes: strength, constitution, agility, spirit, HP, MP, physical defense, magic defense, and the rarest of all, the luck talent. The luck talent. It can add luck value to the gear being forged. Such a talent would make every piece of gear he forged reach a sky-high price. Ding. Please find a land of thunder to temper your body, absorb heavenly thunder, and condense the intent of heavenly thunder. Mission reward, successful class change. Fawn was stunned. This mission description, put simply, was basically just getting struck by lightning, wasn't it? It was equivalent to a blacksmith's second talent. The thunder talent was not an inherent talent that a blacksmith could normally awaken, which was why it was considered a rare class. Search for the nearest thunderstorm region and thunderstorm weather. Fawn pulled up the Destiny query system and asked. Ding. The nearest thunderstorm weather will arrive in 18 hours at coordinates 4125-954. Fawn immediately felt reassured. Ding. Destiny Assistant, please set an alarm for 5:40 p.m. tomorrow. Ding. It has been set for you. Since silver rank materials were temporarily out of stock, Fawn decided he also wanted to enter these Phantom of the Gods dungeons. In his past life, he had never experienced these dungeons or this excitement. In this life, he wanted to make up for those missed opportunities and reconcile those regrets. In his past life, forging was almost his entire world. But in this life, he was going to live for himself, he was going to live a life of brilliance. Outside the Flame Dungeon. Assembling a 7-man squad, speed run. Farming flamestones, speed run, archers only. Need a warlock for debuffs, level 12 minimum. Priest? No thanks, what are you even doing here? A blacksmith? Ha, why is there a blacksmith joining the fray? The surrounding players burst into laughter at the sight of Fawn, their voices laced with mockery. A blacksmith? Had he lost his mind? Was this really the kind of place he belonged? Chapter 38, The Blacksmith's Art of Combat. Hey, blacksmith. This isn't the place for you. Wait, is this blacksmith actually planning to enter the Flame Phantom dungeon solo? He's lost his mind. A blacksmith's class advancement doesn't even require flamestones. What's he doing joining the fray? He's in. He actually went in. Who cares? He'll probably be dead and kicked out in no time. Let's get back to finding a party. The players in front of the dungeon sneered at Fawn, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Fawn directly blocked out and ignored such voices. In his past life,
he had heard words far uglier than these. The Flame God Phantom Dungeon. The moment Fong entered, he felt an endless burning sensation. It was incredibly realistic, as if his very hair would ignite. Instantly, his mouth went dry, breathing became difficult, and the moisture in his body began to evaporate. It was agonizing. In this place, even a stone would be melted by the heat. Sensing the scent of a stranger, the 11 flame bats hanging from the ceiling suddenly snapped their crimson eyes open. Uttering mindless screeches, they launched a frenzied attack on Fong. Fong performed a roll on the spot, and a set of gold-grade frost gear appeared on him as he evaded the assault. In a flash, a bow appeared in his hand as he flipped his wrist. Fong looked up, locked onto the 11 flame bats, and began to maneuver. Dealing with flying type mobs was the most troublesome. There was a 50% chance of error when trying to predict their movements. Fong kite them, attacking as he moved. 1242. 1242. The gold grade gear provided him with immense offensive power. Furthermore, the frost attribute significantly amplified his damage output. Fong went all out in every fight, his eyes burning with the will to battle. 3 minutes. The flame bats turned into corpses and thudded to the ground. Fong began looting the bodies. From the 11 flame bats, 3 flame stones dropped. This drop rate? Not bad at all. Though the flame bats on the second floor had doubled in strength, they still couldn't stop Fong. The third floor. The fourth floor. The fifth floor. The monotonous flame bats were nothing more than slightly stronger in terms of attributes. However, the further down they went, the more difficult the battle became, as the rising temperature of the flames significantly hindered their performance. The sixth floor. Silver rank blazing bats appeared with bodies exceeding 1 meter and a wingspan reaching nearly 3 meters. They were true behemoths among bats. Name: Blazing Sun Bat. Description: an evolved form of the flame bat. Level: 15. Rank: Silver rank elite monster. HP 840000. MP 17452. Strength: 954. Agility: 784. Spirit: 745. Physical defense: 458. Magic defense: 687. Active skill 1, brain-piercing demonic sound. Active skill 2, pounce. Active skill 3, wing slap. Active skill 4. Fong did not dare to be careless when facing such a silver rank elite monster. After all, the difficulty for a blacksmith to grind monsters lay in their lack of skills. They could only rely on basic attacks to trigger weak point strikes, critical hits, and other attributes. Fong gulped down a bottle of ice water, instantly feeling a wave of refreshment, but the sensation lasted only 3 seconds before the sweltering heat swept over him again. The set of gold rank gear currently worn by Fong was undoubtedly the best among all gold sets. Blacksmiths have no skills. But gear can have skills. As long as his gear possessed enough skills, he had nothing to fear. The silver rank elite monster, the blazing sun bat, awakened, its crimson eyes instantly locking onto Fong, making him feel a sense of oppression. Fong's eyes darted back and forth, staring intently at the blazing sun bat's every move. Screech, a piercing sound erupted. This was the blazing sun bat's brain-piercing demonic sound, an indiscriminate attack that could cause a 1-second stun effect. Simultaneously, damage numbers popped up above Fong's head. 954. Crunch, crunch. Taking advantage of the stun effect, the blazing sun bat immediately tore 2 bites into Fong's neck. 1451. 1421. 12 poison damage. 12 poison damage. The bats possess a certain level of toxin, and the venom began seeping into Fong's body. Even though gold grade gear provides a massive health pool, it couldn't withstand this kind of relentless attrition. Fong snapped out of his stun state. His gold-grade frost boots suddenly pulsed with light as he activated the skill, Haste. Haste increases the wearer's attributes by 50% for 3 minutes. The 50% speed boost made Fong even faster. Combined with his arc stepping technique, he instantly circled behind the silver rank blazing bat. Swapping to his gold grade weapon, the greatsword, cold light flickered as he activated the skill, Critical Strike. Critical Strike inflicts a 200% damage bonus. Thud. With a single swing, the sword hacked ruthlessly into the blazing bat's back. He followed up with a drag cut, a minor technique for handling greatswords to maximize damage. A long bloody gash immediately appeared on its back, revealing crimson and blackened flesh within. This is the advantage of being a blacksmith. One can constantly swap gear to adjust stats and adapt to different environments. Screech. The bat let out a piercing, agonized cry. The silver rank blazing bat tried to turn around, but by the time it rotated, Fong had already vanished like a slippery loach. Rip. Fong whipped out a poison-coated dagger. Its entire body glowed with an eerie green light that sent shivers down one's spine. Fong didn't target any other part of the bat, he struck the long, bloody wound on its back once again. The poison dagger shimmered with green light as it sank into the open wound. 100 poison damage. 100 poison damage. This was the additional skill of this gold grade dagger, Toxin. Toxin, upon drawing blood, inflicts continuous poison damage for 3 minutes, dealing 100 per second. The blazing bat's wound gradually turned green, and the creature's overall aura began to weaken. Screech. Another roar of pain. This ant on the ground was becoming truly unbearable. The blazing bat flapped its wings, soaring into the air and spitting fireballs at Fong. On the scorching magma ground, Fong moved like an agile monkey, constantly dodging. With a flick of his wrist, a gold-grade bow appeared in his hand, and he began his long-range assault. The gold-grade bow emitted a faint azure glow. A second later, a thick, deep blue arrow with armor-piercing properties was aimed directly at the blazing bat. Fong's timing was impeccable. He had chosen the exact moment he was in the blazing bat's blind spot. Squelch! The arrow pierced the blazing sun bat's left wing, rendering it unable to fly and forcing it to plummet toward the ground. Fong quickly closed in for melee combat, instantly switching his equipment to a gold rank shield. Shield in his left hand, short sword in his right, he mitigated incoming damage while simultaneously dealing significant counterattacks. Under Fong's relentless bombardment, the silver rank blazing sun bat's life gradually ebbed away. Ding! Attention, the silver rank elite monster, blazing sun bat, is about to trigger berserk. As its health was ground down below 5%, the berserk state activated. Fong immediately activated his chest armor's skill, Summon Phantom of the Frost Giant Ape. The moment the Phantom of the Frost Giant Ape appeared, it pinned the silver rank blazing sun bat firmly beneath it, rendering the creature immobile and creating a perfect opening for Fong to deal damage. Weak point. Critical hit. Weak point. Ultimately, this silver rank elite blazing sun bat met a miserable end at Fong's hands. Aside from the initial stun that had some impact on him, Fong dictated the rhythm of the entire subsequent battle, dragging the monster into a quagmire step by step until it was utterly destroyed. This is the art of combat for a blacksmith. Chapter 39, The Ninth Floor. After easily slaying the silver rank elite blazing sun bat, Fong stepped forward to loot the corpse. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Flamestone 5. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained silver rank gear, Bat Short Boots 1. Not bad luck at all, actually managing to drop a piece of silver rank gear. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 99 coins. Ding! Would you like to purchase Ice Spirit Water 99? Even inside a dungeon, one could access the mall to purchase necessary supplies. Ding! Destiny Mall satisfies all your needs. Ding! Please pay 99 coins. Ding! Purchase successful. Tipping his head back, Fong downed 2 bottles of ice spirit water in one go, letting out a satisfied and comfortable burp. This damn place is too hot. Clack, clack. The scene shifts. After a dizzying sensation, Fong enters the 7th floor. Inside the 7th floor. At the ceiling of the cavern, 3 massive silver rank elite monsters, blazing bats, are hanging together in a deep sleep. On the 7th floor, the difficulty has tripled. Fong feels considerable pressure but shows no fear. His eyes, gleaming with the light of wisdom, constantly scan the surroundings to see if there is a shortcut to take. The sulfur-like mist all around is gradually thickening. It deals no damage to the blazing bats, but for Fong? It inflicts 30 damage per second. Gurgle, gurgle. Fong's gaze lingers on the flowing magma not far away, pondering whether he can utilize it. The 7th floor is no longer solid, seamless ground safe enough to tread on. Instead, magma breaks through the surface like viscous red oil, gradually flowing and spreading. On this level, one must not only watch out for the silver rank elite blazing bats but also track the flow of the magma on the ground. A single moment of carelessness could lead to being swallowed by the lava, resulting in instant death. Fong takes out his smithing hammer, finds a weak spot, and strikes the ground with all his might. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The magma beneath the surface seems like a tyrannical deity, thoroughly provoked. If other players saw Fong's actions, they would surely be baffled. The survival area on this floor is already small. Why would he destroy the ground? Isn't this just digging his own grave? Thump! The ground completely shatters, and the subterranean magma instantly erupts, rapidly spreading in all directions. The surroundings become a sea of fire. The silver rank blazing bats at the top of the cave are startled awake, emitting terrifying screeches as they dive toward Fong. Hum! Fong summons a frost giant ape. Like a god of war, it firmly pins down one silver rank blazing bat, forcing it into the magma on the ground. 100,000. 100,000. High damage numbers constantly flash. White smoke hisses from the frost giant ape's entire body, looking as if it is about to be completely melted. These silver rank blazing bats seem to have a high immunity to fire, but in the face of this terrifyingly high temperature magma, they still cannot hold out. Hum! Fong summons another frost giant ape, which catches the wings of a silver rank elite blazing bat and shoves it into the lava. 100,000. 100,000. Massive damage numbers continue to burst forth. The third silver rank blazing bat charges toward Fong in a rage. But the third gold rank blazing sun leopard leaped out, pouncing onto the blazing sun bat and tumbling with it into the searing lava. Fong pulled out his tools and quickly scaled the cavern walls to escape the encroaching magma. The gold rank phantoms summoned from the 3 pieces of gear perfectly countered the 3 silver rank blazing sunbats. In the next instant, the frost great ape was completely dissolved by the molten rock. Meanwhile, the 2 silver rank blazing sunbats were coated in lava. The agonizing pain sent them flying erratically, flinging droplets of magma from their wings like rain. Although Fong dodged desperately, being clung to the wall made it impossible to avoid every splash. 1,000. 1,000. 5,000. High damage numbers continuously popped up. Fong repeatedly downed health potions to stave off death. After struggling for 3 seconds, these 3 silver rank elite blazing sunbats were completely obliterated by the lava. This time, Fong had skillfully cleared the level by leveraging external forces. As for the loot? None. Because the 3 silver rank elite monsters had been swallowed by the magma. Ding! Congratulations, you have cleared the 7th floor. Ding! Due to your unintentional actions, the 8th floor has been destroyed. Ding! The 8th floor assessment is judged as passed. Ding! Detected that your class is blacksmith. You cannot gain EXP. Ding! You are about to be teleported to the 9th floor. Ding! Congratulations, you have arrived at the 9th floor. Phew! Fong landed steadily on the floor of the 9th level, exhaling a heavy breath of turbid air as a hint of joy crossed his brow. This! By a stroke of luck, he had actually skipped the 8th floor. But reflecting on it, the word thrilling wasn't enough to describe it. Had any of Fong's calculations been slightly off just now, failure would have been certain. Not only would he have failed to kill the boss, but he would have also gotten himself killed. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Fong surveyed the conditions of the 9th floor, his brow furrowing involuntarily.
Inside the ninth floor, the annoying stench of sulfur had vanished. The irritating, rising heat was nowhere to be found, replaced instead by fresh air. There was even a cool breeze blowing. What was going on? How was this possible? Ding! Danger is approaching. A red light flashed before Fong's eyes, and he immediately dropped into a combat stance. An altar materialized out of thin air in the center of the ninth floor, its entire surface densely carved with flame-like patterns. In an instant, a phantom of the fire god appeared atop the altar. With eyes full of indifference and mockery, it looked down upon the ant before it, Fong. In his heart, the human race was like annoying ants, always daring to provoke the majesty of the gods. They were like weeds that could never be fully eradicated, a source of constant loathing. Ding! Scenario triggered. Lowly human ant, why do you not kneel before this god? Even as a mere phantom of the fire god, it emanated an infinite majesty. Its voice carried a terrifying piercing power that surged violently into Fong's mind, causing him endless agony and an uncontrollable urge to bow down. Fong resisted with great difficulty, gritting his teeth until they made a distressing creaking sound. The veins on his forehead bulged like earthworms, yet his inner conviction remained unshakable. He would not kneel. If he were to kneel before a mere phantom, his knees would surely betray him and buckle instantly when he faced the true fire god in the future. It's just a phantom. Fong spat out these words, a dagger appearing in his hand as he charged toward it. Ding! Scenario shattered. Fong successfully broke through his inner demon regarding the fire god. Ding! Congratulations, you have earned the qualification to challenge the phantom of the fire god. Had he knelt earlier, Fong would never have been able to clear this dungeon for the rest of his life. Name, Phantom of the Fire God. Description, a realistic simulation generated from data. Level, 15. Rank, Gold. HP 3000000. MP 320000. Strength, 5000. Agility, 3000. Spirit, 32,000. Physical defense, 1,000. Magic defense, 1,000. Active skill 1, Wrath of the Fire God. Active skill 2, Breath of the Fire God. Active skill 3, Halo of the Fire God. Chapter 40, Slaying the Phantom of the Fire God. 4th update, bonus chapter for Qingfeng Bakushu. Ding! You may freely inspect the attributes of the gold rank boss, Phantom of the Fire God. Note, any player who possesses the qualification to challenge may inspect this boss's attributes. Fong conducted his inspection calmly, but once he truly saw the stats of the gold grade boss, he was instantly dumbfounded, utterly shocked by what he saw. A basic attack from the Vulcan Phantom dealt at least 5,000 damage. Even more terrifying were its 8 skills. If any one of them hit, the damage would immediately exceed 10,000. Even with Fong wearing a full set of gold grade equipment, he could survive 30 attacks at most before dying. A blacksmith with 300,000 health? Where on earth am I supposed to find one? With a gold rank boss boasting 3 million health and 1,000 points in dual resistances, what kind of damage could Fong actually deal? Scarcely 100. To grind down this gold rank boss through sheer attrition would take at least 4 hours. 4 hours of intense concentration without being hit by this Phantom of Vulcan more than 30 times. No, even accounting for health potion recovery, he couldn't afford to be hit more than 100 times at most. This? How is that even possible? Moreover, among the 8 skills, Descent of Vulcan is a full-screen attack that deals a flat 100,000 damage, making it completely unavoidable. Combined with crowd control skills, Fong would be killed instantly the moment he was hit. At this moment, a question couldn't help but surface in Fong's mind: how did Rainy Knight and Qingru clear this so quickly? Ding, battle begins in 10 minutes. This dungeon was relatively humane, granting players ample time to study the skills and attributes of the gold rank boss, the Phantom of Vulcan. Ding, would you like to open the community interaction page? Open. Fong believed that given Rainy Knight's typical behavior, he would definitely post a video of his 30-minute clear. Perhaps, by putting himself in Rainy Knight's shoes, he could find some inspiration. Ding, would you like to spend 30 coins to purchase the walkthrough for the Phantom of the Goddess of Life dungeon? Note, produced by Rainy Night, guaranteed quality. Purchase.
Fong immediately began studying their video, but the more he watched, the darker his expression became.
Finally, he could only spit out, "This? This is infuriating."
In the video, Rainy Night spent the entire time drawing his bow and firing arrows like a machine, devoid of any high-level maneuvers. Chingru, meanwhile, acted like a noble princess, picking up gear, eating snacks, and cheering Rainy Night on, contributing nothing to the actual combat. The entire run was Rainy Night's one-man show. Under his sharp arrows, low-tier Jade Cats died in a single shot, while silver-rank elite Jade Cats fell in about 10. The final boss took the longest simply because its health pool was massive and its recovery was top tier, requiring 15 minutes to finally slay. Against the gold-rank Phantom of the Goddess of Life, Rainy Night didn't dodge or evade at all, tanking the goddess's attacks head-on while cutting her down.
The entire process was dry and boring. After watching it, Fong couldn't help but bark out a curse. "This is it? You call this quality? Bullshit, there's not a single shred of reference value here."
The strongest offensive gear, the strongest defensive gear, and a stationary turret-style combat method. After watching it for the first time, Fong felt like vomiting blood. He instantly felt like those 30 coins had been a total waste. Fong wasn't the only one. There were plenty of other scammed players across the continent of Destiny who had purchased this video.
What kind of crap is this? This is just blatant bragging. That weapon? It's definitely at the adamantine level. And that armor, it has to be adamantine level too. Great God, Rainy Night, do you still need a sidekick? I'm super cute too. What a satisfying way to clear a map.
Among the Destiny players, some were cursing Rainy Night, some were envious of Chingru, and others were asking if there were any sidekick spots left. All in all, the world of Destiny had become incredibly lively. The 9th floor of the Vulcan Phantom dungeon. Fong closed the video and began to seriously contemplate how he should break through the situation. Watching the video hadn't been for nothing. At the very least, he learned one thing: these divine phantoms could not leave the perimeter of their altars. Fong surveyed his surroundings. It was completely empty, there were no vantage points to exploit, and the walls were exceptionally smooth. Humble ant, accept the judgment of the gods. The 10 minutes were up. The Vulcan Phantom seemed to reawaken, its eyes swirling with boundless fury. With a wave of its hand, nearly 100 head-sized fireballs manifested and were hurled violently toward him. For a moment, they scattered chaotically like a shower of flower petals. Fong could only dodge rapidly. However, he ultimately couldn't evade them all and took the full impact of a fireball. 8,745. The Vulcan Phantom disregarded its mana pool, incessantly spamming its skills. In an instant, the once silent space became turbulent. The cool environment grew increasingly scorching. Fong was like a rat crossing the street, forced into constant flight and observation. He moved back and forth, weaving through positions. 15,421. 54,121. 41,241. Terrifying damage numbers continuously popped up above Fong's head. Fong endured an entire rotation of the Vulcan Phantom's skills. But this allowed him to see the only sanctuary, a 3-inch radius at the Vulcan Phantom's feet. Even if Fong stood directly in front of the Vulcan Phantom, he wouldn't be hit by the spells. The only thing he needed to watch out for was the Phantom's basic attacks. A newly appeared dungeon. It was impossible for it to offer no chance of survival at all. Fong activated his haste skill, circling to the front of the Vulcan Phantom at extreme speed. A gold-grade dagger appeared in his hand as he engaged in close-quarters combat. The Vulcan Phantom felt incredibly stifled, as if it had been silenced. Aside from full map skills that could still hit Fong, its other skills had become useless. However, the full map skill Vulcan's Descent could only be triggered once every 30 minutes. This period was enough for Fong to deal damage safely. With his haste active, Fong's speed was nearly identical to the Vulcan Phantom's. Consequently, the boss could do nothing but take a passive beating. 154 weak point. 100 toxin.
145 critical hit.
The damage Fong dealt was quite low, so he had to constantly search for weak points. According to the current trend, it might actually take him 4 full hours to slowly grind this gold grade boss to death. The more Fong fought, the more he felt something was wrong. The temperature within the 9th floor was continuously rising, having already surpassed the heat of the 7th floor. Forget enduring for 4 hours at this rate, it would be a miracle if Fong could hold out for even 15 minutes.
Break the deadlock! I must break the deadlock!
He had to devise a way to overcome this situation, otherwise, death was certain. Fong hurled a hand grenade, but the surrounding walls remained unchanged, failing to produce even a single tremor.
What now?
The situation was becoming increasingly desperate. Buzz. 5 minutes flashed by, and the temperature on the 9th floor reached 100 degrees, like boiling water.
500. 500. Fong's health began to drop continuously.
In 1 minute at most, Fong would die, and this challenge would be declared a failure.
What should I do? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Fong's mind. A phantom? A phantom? Since it's a phantom, then. In an instant, Fong recalled the video posted by Rainy Night. So that was it? The answer was right there. Fong suddenly seemed to realize something. He charged rapidly toward the Vulcan Phantom and triggered the new skill of the Frost Great Ape Greaves, Freeze. Freeze, an active skill that can freeze the target for at least 1 second. Buzz. In an instant, the Vulcan Phantom turned into a murderous ice sculpture, frozen mid-attack. Taking advantage of this moment, Fong did not strike the ice sculpture. Instead, he swung his sword violently at the empty space beneath the Vulcan Phantom's feet. This area was supposed to be empty, but a sound of shattering rang out. Crack, crack. It was the sound of the high-end machinery used to project the Phantom being destroyed. Ding! The Vulcan Phantom has entered a weakened state. All attributes are reduced by 99%. Fong showed no mercy and began to devastate the Vulcan Phantom. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying the gold grade boss, Vulcan Phantom. Chapter 41, Blueprint of Destiny. The Vulcan Phantom was dead. By combining the description with the video posted by Rainy Night, Fong had managed to uncover the secret of the Vulcan Phantom at the final critical moment. Although Rainy Night hadn't explicitly stated it in his video, he must have long since noticed the anomaly regarding the God of Life. Because at least 10 times throughout the entire process, he had looked toward the area beneath the God of Life's feet. It seemed he really wanted to shatter it instantly and end the battle in one swift move. But then, seeing Chingru just tearing open a bag of snacks, he decided he would slowly grind this gold grade boss to death, giving Chingru plenty of time to finish her snacks. Why did Fong notice this detail? Because he remembered that in his past life, something similar had happened to Rainy Night. At that time, many people didn't believe it, but in the end, they were convinced. These two individuals simply could not be described by common logic. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the Vulcan Phantom Dungeon Solo Challenge. Ding! Your record is 38 minutes. Would you like to add it to the Dungeon Clear leaderboard? Add. Ding! Your result has been added. You are currently ranked first, please check. Once Fong's score was added, the players waiting outside were instantly stunned. Solo Vulcan Phantom Clear Time Leaderboard. First place, Jin. Class, Blacksmith. Time taken, 38 minutes. This? Countless players went wild. How is it possible to clear this dungeon solo? Wait, am I seeing things? How is the first place a blacksmith? A blacksmith? Where would they get that kind of combat power? I think I remember this player. I was just making fun of him a moment ago. So, he's actually a pro? But that's not right either. What kind of pro would choose to be a blacksmith? In the continent of Destiny, there is no such thing as a subclass. Combatants specialize in combat classes. Supporters specialize in support classes. And now, a support-type player had actually accomplished something that even top-tier pro players had failed to do. This? It was far too unexpected.
Fong's previous battle had wasted too much time, otherwise, he could have compressed the record to within 30 minutes. Still, he was quite satisfied with this result.
Fong also understood that this record was only temporary, and someone would likely surpass him before long. Ding!
Congratulations, you have obtained Flamestone 99.
Fong began looting the corpse.
However, after searching thoroughly, he only found 99 flame stones. As for other rewards, there were none. This was unavoidable, as his kill had involved a bit of trickery. Being able to receive any reward at all was already decent.
Fong was perfectly content with this. Ding! Would you like to exit the dungeon? Exit. Fong left the dungeon.
Immediately after, he moved with great speed to publish the video of his dungeon clearance.
Ding! Are you sure you want to publish a paid video? Publish. Fong wasn't greedy, he set the price at 10,000 coins per view.
He also enabled intellectual property protections, prohibiting re-uploads or sharing. Consequently, a post titled "Clear in 30 minutes 10x refund if failed" appeared on the interactive board.
Ding! Are you sure you want to spend 10,000 coins to pin this post for 6 hours? Confirm. Ding!
Your post has been pinned. The reason Fong went public with this fast mob grinding method was simply to speed up the farming of attribute stones, allowing him to sweep the market as early as possible. Currently, there are indeed attribute stones available in the auction house. However, the price for each one is extremely high. Buying them out now is clearly unwise. Inside the Flame God dungeon, the 8 members of Tyrant Guild's first team arrived at the 9th floor. After checking the attributes of the Flame God Phantom, their expressions immediately turned as grim as if they had lost a parent. This? Even if there were 10 more people in the team, it would be impossible for them to slay this Flame God Phantom. Strong, it's too strong, the attributes are simply too high. I'll try to pull the mob first. Sword of Heaven was just about to go up and try, but he was stopped by Tyrant. Tyrant had been browsing various posts on the community boards, hoping to gain a bit of inspiration. Suddenly, he saw a post by Jin. The tone was incredibly arrogant, claiming that someone could clear the dungeon in just 30 minutes. 10,000 coins was an amount Tyrant could afford. Even if it was a trap, he was willing to take the risk. Among these paid posts, some are real and some are fake. Players need to use their own judgment to distinguish them. Generally speaking, as long as it isn't anonymous, it can be trusted. Look at this article. Buy it. In any case, it wasn't like Sword of Heaven and the others had to pay for it. Tyrant gave them an annoyed look and chose to purchase it. Ding, congratulations on your successful purchase. Tyrant examined the video. The video seemed to have been edited, leaving only the final stage. And the final stage video was exactly what Tyrant and the others needed. At first, Fong looked extremely pathetic, but just when Tyrant and the others thought Fong was doomed, he suddenly turned the tables. So that's it? The weakness is at his feet. A phantom? I understand now. Tyrant and the others were no fools, they immediately grasped the meaning of the phantom. This fusion of technology and biological life, I wonder which powerhouse came up with this idea. After the 8 members of the Tyrant Guild obtained the method, they took him down within 3 seconds. Ah, this is so easy. This Shin is definitely a top-tier expert. To be able to identify the flaw and solve the problem so quickly? This person is incredibly strong. These 10,000 coins were well spent, truly worth it. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 99 firestones. Because they used a trick, they could only obtain firestones. However, the experience points and other rewards were still substantial. Clearing the dungeon gave the 8 of them a full third of a level's worth of experience. 2 more runs and they would level up. This is simply a holy land for power leveling. Tyrant and the others exited the dungeon and re-entered immediately. Due to copyright restrictions, the video could not be shared. Consequently, Tyrant domineeringly purchased 100 copies for the team leaders to watch. This could also be considered a clever workaround. Ding!
Congratulations, you have obtained 10,000 coins. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 10,000 coins. The system notification sounds chimed incessantly. Fong was raking in money while just sitting there. Ding! Would you like to purchase the silver rank material ink sunstone? Ding! Would you like to purchase? Fong began sweeping up silver rank materials from the auction house. A gold rank blueprint?
While browsing the listings, Fong suddenly spotted the blueprint for a level 15 gold gear, the Broken Fortune Dagger.
Price, 500,000 coins. Fong purchased it instantly. Ding!
Congratulations, you have obtained the blueprint for the Broken Fortune Dagger. Note, attributes can only be inspected after the item has been forged.
This might be the reason why this blueprint is being sold so cheaply. This type of blueprint is also known as a destiny blueprint. Because of the uncertainty. It could yield god-tier attributes, or it could yield complete garbage. Consequently, the value of these blueprints is generally not high. But for him, this blueprint was undoubtedly the best and most suitable one. When forging fails, the 10 pieces of gear returned are not mirror copies, instead, each one is unique. The attached skills and attributes of every single piece of gear are different. Fong checked the auction house once more, wanting to see if there were any other similar blueprints.
There were such blueprints in the auction house, but this was the only one of gold rank. The rest were either silver rank or bronze rank.
Fong purchased the silver rank blueprints and passed on the others.
Just as Fong was about to begin forging, a system notification rang out.
Ding! Player Clay is requesting a voice call. Boss, come quickly, I need help.
Suddenly, Clay sent out a voice signal for help.
Chapter 42, Endless Loop. 2 hours ago.
Clay had finished investigating all the files and reached a conclusion: someone was definitely behind this. So, Clay whistled and entered the villa area completely off guard.
Young man, come back.
This is not a place you should go, come back quickly.
Get out of there, do you want to die? The city guards around the villa area anxiously tried to intercept Clay, not wanting him to take the risk.
But Clay was like a slippery loach, quickly sliding inside. The city guards tried to stop him, but it was too late. Chasing him to the entrance of the villa area, the guards suddenly halted, their eyes filled with terror.
Inside the villa district.
Clay headed first toward the lakeside, where the water was as calm as a mirror and as green as emerald. This was the origin of the hauntings in the villa district and the area with the highest number of deaths. Clay walked to the spot and stood where the red-clothed female ghost was recorded in the scrolls, meticulously examining every inch of the surroundings. There appeared to be traces of dried red pigment on the ground here, which was likely used to simulate blood. White traces of dried slime, resembling glue with a hint of black, were scattered around. These were likely meant to represent traces of rot.
This is all child's play. Behind this? There must be someone pulling the strings, someone arranging all of this.
These traces confirmed his suspicions.
A faint smile appeared at the corner of Clay's mouth. This was quite simple.
Clay then moved to another area, a sealed little black room located in the southeast corner of the villa district, looking somewhat desolate. Inside this small black room, at least 7 or 8 security guards had once hung themselves in a state of confusion. It was said that their souls never left, and every night, the terrifying sound of 7 or 8 grown men weeping in mournful resentment could be heard. Entering the small black room, Clay looked up and saw the hemp ropes hanging from the ceiling, and the scenes from that year involuntarily flashed through his mind. Clay surveyed the surroundings. The ground was covered in the dried remains of corpse fluid and the carcasses of maggots. In short, it was disgusting and reeked with a pungent odor. The 7 or 8 security guards who died here had perished at the same time, and they weren't discovered until 7 days later. By then, their bodies were already severely decomposed. The scene when the bodies were discovered was extremely chilling and terrifying. It was said that one person had even been scared to death by the sight. After a brief investigation, Clay immediately realized this place was man-made. The reason was simple: the floor was covered in drag marks, and the walls were riddled with scratches. Evidently, these 7 security guards had been trapped here to die and were later staged to look like a mass hanging. Clay could see these obvious signs, yet the records in the files made no mention of them at all.
Why was that? The third area recorded in the files was an eerie basement.
Those who died in this basement were all young girls in the prime of their youth. Clay felt a wave of extreme revulsion just by looking at a few photos, nearly vomiting. This place had once been where a pervert tortured and killed young girls. At least 100 of them were buried here. The strangeness of this place lay in the fact that once night fell, these young girls would appear in groups, bringing with them sounds of laughter and joy, but also extreme slaughter. Perhaps because their own deaths were so tragic, those they killed suffered equally gruesome fates. It was heard that at least 7 or 8 wealthy men had met violent ends, slaughtered by this group of young girls.
Clay conducted an investigation. This?
It was definitely man-made, without a doubt. Inside the basement, the skeletal remains were tossed together haphazardly, piled on top of one another.
Clay couldn't believe it. Could they really be resurrected after dying like this?
The 4th area.
The 5th area. Within this villa district, there were as many as 18 areas where abnormalities had occurred.
Clay investigated them one by one, eventually confirming his suspicions. All of this was man-made. Every single location bore traces of human interference. But as night fell, everything changed. First was the lakeside, where the rotting woman in red appeared abruptly. With a chilling aura, she split her mouth into a grin and looked toward Clay. Every hair on Clay's body stood on end, and a cold shiver shot straight from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head.
How is this possible? She shouldn't be able to appear. Clay did not flee.
Swallowing hard and suppressing his discomfort, he approached the woman whose body was in an advanced state of decay.
"Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with?"
Clay forced himself to stay calm. Knowing full well the danger ahead, he chose to face it head-on. According to the records in the files, every single person who tried to run away ended up dead without exception.
So, what if he took the initiative to communicate? This might be the way to break the deadlock. "I need you to help me, die."
The rotting woman's voice sounded like bones grinding together as it reached Clay's ears, sending wave after wave of chills through him.
Thump. The rotting woman bit down on Clay. Crunch. Clay's health instantly dropped by half.
Helpless, he had no choice but to flee. However, he seemed to have lost his way, running around in circles on the same spot. This was the terrifying ability of the rotting woman. After a long time, Clay escaped the rotting red-clothed woman's area, inexplicably entering a secret dark room.
Then, 7 hanged ghosts appeared out of thin air. The 7 of them?
They didn't attack Fong. Instead, they lowered their heads and wept like resentful women.
This?
Clay was instantly repulsed, while simultaneously feeling waves of chilling dread wash over him.
Once night falls, these people can actually come back to life?
To be honest, Clay was truly terrified.
"Why don't you stay too, and keep us company?"
These were the voices of 7 burly men, who were already busy fiddling with an 8th hanging rope. Upon hearing this, Clay fled immediately.
The third eerie scene.
Hundreds of victimized teenage girls had smiles on their faces, yet their bodies were riddled with holes.
They seemed to have forgotten the pain they endured and were playing happily. Jumping rope. Hide and seek. Aeroplane chess. "Big brother, do you want to join us?"
It was a sweet voice, but when Clay looked down, he saw a horrific sight: facial features gouged out, bones snapped into countless segments, and a head crushed down onto the feet. At this moment, Clay felt a searing rage burning in his heart. What kind of psychopath would do something like this?
"Big brother, if you won't play with us, we'll just have to turn you into one of us."
The sweet scent was utterly despair-inducing. Clay fled instantly. He had no desire to die here.
The 4th scene. The 5th scene. The 6th scene.
Everything had come back to life. Everything carried an air of infinite, horrifying spectacle. According to the records in the dossiers, these terrifying scenes wouldn't cause any direct physical harm to living beings.
However, come midnight, death was certain.
The reason Clay called for help was that he had fallen into a loop. He had experienced those 18 eerie zones a full 3 times over. Each time, he ran until he was utterly exhausted. He wanted to leave, he wanted to get out of here. But every time he had such a thought and tried to act on it, the cycle would restart. The 18 bizarre locations kept him in a never-ending loop. In his helplessness, he had no choice but to call for backup. Ding! Do you wish to dial the player Jin? Initially, Clay didn't want to bother Fong, nor did he want to drag Fong into this quagmire. But now, he was in too deep to extricate himself, he couldn't find a way out on his own. Chapter 43, The Bandit. Boss, come quick, save me. I think I'm... Clay's voice was intermittent, but after listening, Fong understood the gist of it. Wasn't this the legendary ghost wall encounter? A villa district, a ghost wall, wait, that's not right. Could this villa district be the same wasteland he had his eye on? No way, it couldn't be that much of a coincidence, could it? Fong did a serious comparison and realized it was indeed a possibility. Without a second thought, Fong headed toward the villa district. Along the way, he began to carefully recall the stories surrounding this area. From the depths of his mind, Fong pulled out a yellowed memory. In his past life. Initially, no one cared about this villa district after all, it was just a patch of wasteland. But as time passed and screenshots of an epic rank quest were leaked, more and more players flocked to the area, hoping to strike it rich overnight. This region suddenly became a hot commodity, becoming another iconic landmark in Destiny. At first, although people were scared, they treated it like a haunted house, tense and thrilling. Many players came to challenge it just for the fame. But in just a month, the mere mention of this villa district made people turn pale. The reason was simple, every player who entered contracted a curse called funeral. Every night at midnight, it would trigger, causing the player to die. The moment anyone stepped into this villa district, they would be marked with the death curse. No one could avoid it. Since players could respawn after death, no one took it seriously at first. But when the 9th death started causing attribute point drops, everyone panicked, completely spiraled into a frenzy. Losing 100 random attribute points with every death was something even the top-tier experts couldn't withstand. Thus, everyone pooled their wisdom to figure out how to break the death curse. Finally, the curse was broken. The method to dispel it involved lightning, specifically, lightning infused with the overwhelming majesty of the heavens, which happened to be the natural nemesis of the death curse. Later, this incident became known as the 10,000 player tribulation event. As for how this villa district was conquered, Fong had never paid much attention. He seemed to have heard that someone successfully completed an epic rank quest and obtained the title deed to this area. Where did this blacksmith come from? Back off immediately, this is no place for you. The city guards responsible for patrolling the perimeter barked at Fong. Fong ignored him and vanished quickly, slipping into the villa district like an agile kitten. Seeking your own death, then. The city guard didn't bother further with Fong, he had fulfilled his duty, and that was enough. Upon entering the villa district, Fong immediately saw a decaying woman in red playing with Clay. Clay seemed to have been driven senseless, his eyes vacant, knowing nothing but flight. The woman in red spotted Fong and, as if discovering a brand new toy, immediately moved to entangle him. Fong showed no fear. With a faint smile, he raised his forging hammer and slammed it with all his might against the woman's forehead. Thud! Decayed bones scattered across the ground. In essence, this decaying woman in red was still just a mob. Since she was a mob, she could naturally be killed. Clay had simply been paralyzed by fear, rendering him unable to break free. As the saying goes, the more one knows, the deeper one sinks. Those involved are bewildered, while onlookers see clearly. It was exactly like that. Fong followed behind Clay, and with rhythmic thuds, he slaughtered every mob in his vicinity. Clay gradually regained his senses and joined the ranks in slaying the mobs. Once the two of them left the villa district, Clay looked at Fong with a fair amount of embarrassment. Originally, he had intended to give Fong a surprise, but who would have thought that he would now have to trouble the boss to come to his rescue? This villa complex won't be easy to take down. But since there's hope, I might as well give it a try, Fong said, then exited the game and logged off to rest. Clay scratched his head and also logged off to rest. What kind of video is this, daring to sell for 10,000 coins? Is the creator insane for money? Within the world of Destiny, such voices were not uncommon. However, once they purchased the video, they all left comments below, "It's worth every penny. The author is truly a saint. I misjudged the author."
This is the ultimate tool for mob grinding.
The number of players purchasing the video skyrocketed.
However, it only earned Fong 8 million coins in revenue.
Another player, Rainy Knight, found a loophole and completely publicized this grinding shortcut at a price of 30 coins.
Rainy Knight remarked, "This kid's heart is black."
As a result, Rainy Knight made a massive profit as well. Inside the darkroom, Fong did not turn on the lights. Instead, he waited for his eyes to adjust and walked through the room by the moonlight.
He broke off a piece of bread, chewed it, and gazed at the pale words, "At Sky City." The black cat was not in the room.
The dark shadow was not in the room either.
Fong enjoyed a rare moment of peace, falling asleep by the moonlight.
Old Manly, our king has taken a liking to this area. If you're smart, back off early, and you might still meet a peaceful end. In the middle of the night, a reckless voice rang out, filled with arrogance, madness, and utter lack of restraint.
The roar of motorcycles thundered continuously, seemingly as an intimidation tactic.
In the area where Fong lived, lights in the rooms flickered on one after another. Sounds of sobbing and voices of worry rose and fell. Yet, there was still a group of residents who did not wake up. They had long grown accustomed to such situations.
Fong, for instance, was currently sleeping like a log.
When the sound of the motorcycles echoed, memories of Fong's past life resurfaced. There wouldn't be a real fight, it was nothing more than a group of people flaunting their presence. Wait until a year from now, that would be the real challenge, the challenge of death. Judging by the sound of the motorcycles, at least 100 people had arrived. These were bandits.
After the Great Chaos, bandits ran rampant.
Traces of them could be found everywhere, within cities and deep in the mountains. These people claimed territory as kings, possessed no mercy, and committed every evil imaginable.
The area where Fong lived was sheltered by the city's police bureau and was one of the few officially recognized zones.
This was why Old Manly alone could maintain the safety of this area for so many years. Before the Great Ruin, a force of fewer than 10,000 police officers could maintain order in a city of 5 million, or even 10 million people.
To Fong, this seemed completely impossible.
"Get out!" Old Manly spat out a domineering sentence. The bandits wanted to say more, but Old Manly pulled out a rusty grenade. No one knew if it could actually explode, but the group of bandits instantly vanished without a trace.
No one dared to gamble.
If they lost the bet, it would be their own life at stake.
"Everyone, please sleep peacefully. There is no trouble."
Old Manly made this announcement and then paid no further mind to it, returning to his guard post. And so, everything returned to a state of tranquility. The following day, Fong awoke and tossed a bottle of water to Oldly as a token of thanks. Oldly raised his hand, waving it dismissively. After preparing the day's necessities for the Black Cat and the Dark Shadow, Fong entered the game.
Ding! Welcome back to Destiny. Chapter 44, The Conditions for Hundredfold Returns. Ding!
Congratulations, you have received 8.34 million coins. This meant that over 800 suckers had purchased Fong's video.
Following yesterday's dungeon runs, a large quantity of attribute stones had appeared in the auction house.
After all, even the most talented players could only use 10 of these items. Those with weaker talent needed only 5 or 6, yet every dungeon run yielded more. Especially after watching Rainy Knight's video, players were clearing dungeons even faster. Consequently, there was now a surplus of attribute stones. In the auction house, they were listed at 1,000 coins each. The price was steep. Fong simply couldn't afford to sweep them all up. He was still waiting for all the players from the starter villages to enter the towns. Only then would the game truly begin. The Phoenix Guild had successfully slain the 3rd gold grade boss in their starter village, and with a stroke of incredible luck, a guild token had dropped.
Thus, the Phoenix Guild entered Tianyang town in record time. Phoenix went immediately to purchase a guild territory, but by the time he arrived, a long queue had already formed. These were all people waiting to register guilds and buy territories. With 3 guild tokens per starter village, Tianyang town had to provide 150 guild territories. Ding! Your number is 86. Please wait patiently. Phoenix was anxious beyond belief. If he honestly waited in line, there wouldn't be any good items or prime territories left by the time his turn came. If that happened, the Phoenix Guild might truly fall into decline. Guild leader Phoenix felt an immense weight in his heart. He wanted to cut the line, but the surrounding officials stopped him with warning glares. Especially among the other players, seeing guild leader Phoenix's restless, shuffling steps, a burly man suddenly grabbed Phoenix's hand and locked it firmly with his own. Thinking of cutting the line? No way. Such a voice immediately drew the attention of the surrounding players, who all turned to glare at Phoenix to prevent him from cutting in. This place? Every inch was worth its weight in gold. Who would be willing to let someone cut in? Perhaps that one skip would result in their coveted guild territory falling into someone else's hands. Phoenix had no choice but to wait in line, while simultaneously blasting messages within his guild: hurry up with the class advancements, get into the dungeons immediately, and find out the location of the Tyrant Guild's territory at all costs. Since Tyrant kept making things difficult for him, Phoenix wanted to teach Tyrant an unforgettable lesson. For instance, turning Tyrant's guild into ruins the moment it was established. In Tianyang town, opportunities were everywhere. Seeing that cutting the line was hopeless, guild leader Phoenix began chatting with leaders of other guilds, attempting to glean some insider information and see if they could join forces to suppress the Tyrant Guild. Fong began relentlessly sweeping up silver rank materials. With Xiaohei falling into a deep sleep, the supply channel with Tyrant had been cut off. To obtain materials, Fong could only purchase them. It couldn't be helped with an operation as large as the Tyrant Guild. Tyrant had to look out for the blacksmiths within the guild. These blacksmiths had followed him for several years and could not be abandoned. Furthermore, he refused to believe that with so many blacksmiths in the Tyrant Guild, they couldn't cultivate even one master. Blacksmith advancements, apothecary advancements, everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Just as Fong had collected a large batch of silver rank materials, a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding, congratulations! You have successfully spent 10 million coins. Ding, congratulations! You have obtained the title, spends money like water. Ding, congratulations! A string of system notifications chimed. All that money just for a single title. Title, spends money like water. Description, obtained by spending 10 million coins. Title effect, you can spend coins to deal massive amounts of damage. Note, maximum 999,999. Note, 10 coins equal 1 point of damage. This? The title was ridiculous. What kind of fool would be willing to trade 10 million coins for a single million damage strike? Unless it was a truly desperate situation. Otherwise, no matter how you crunched the numbers, it was a losing deal. Ding! Congratulations, you have met the basic requirements to activate the next tier of the rebate system. Ding! The next rebate multiplier for forging failures will be a 100-fold return. Upon seeing this, Fong's eyes turned red with excitement. The multiplier could actually increase even further? Fong felt that a 10-fold return was already a terrifying figure, but now? There was actually a 100-fold return. 1. Possess the title, million-level big spender. Fong already met this condition. 2. Activate blacksmith talent 2. This talent undoubtedly implied the necessity of having a hidden class. Without one, success would be impossible. Wait for 8 hours during a thunderstorm to promote to a thunder blacksmith and master the power of the second talent. 3. Promote to a silver rank forger. This currently required a wait of about a month. But even with the waiting time, Fong was happy. After all, he had seen the future. There was actually a 100-fold rebate. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Fong alone could rival 1,000,000 blacksmiths.
At this thought, the name for his shop immediately surfaced in Fong's mind.
Empty alleys.
As soon as Fong's blacksmith shop opened, it would surely cause a sensation, leaving every other street empty as crowds flocked to him. These are all rich people, being able to buy property right next to the respawn point.
Tell me about it.
I wonder if the potions sold in shops opened by these big shots will be cheaper than usual.
What are you thinking? Not only will they not be cheaper, they'll likely be even more expensive.
Sigh, every inch of land is worth its weight in gold.
Doesn't this money have to be squeezed out of the players?
Nearly 80% of the shops near the respawn point had been purchased.
The remaining ones either had poor locations or were key areas guarded by the city guard. Oh. This was the third day since entering the town. As long as the paperwork was complete, shop owners could hire experienced NPCs to serve as shopkeepers or stock clerks. Fong still remembered from his previous life that someone had pulled an 8-star NPC from a diamond mystery box, which immediately gave them a massive advantage. That player had no idea how to manage the shop, and it was a complete mess. But since obtaining the blessing of that 8-star NPC, everything returned to the right track and began generating a surplus. The higher the star rating of an NPC, the more human-like they become. However, compared to humans, they possess an excess of rationality, which can be quite a headache to deal with. Hiring staff like stock clerks is not done by attending job fairs, but rather by purchasing diamond blind boxes. Diamond blind boxes, as the name suggests, they can yield employees up to diamond grade at best. At worst, you get a 1-star employee, which is essentially an artificial idiot. Ding! Diamond blind boxes are now online. Everyone is encouraged to purchase. The moment the system notification rang out, countless players began browsing the description of the diamond blind boxes. As for Fong, he was busy sweeping up the stock at high speed. Fortunately, he hadn't spent all of his coins earlier. Ding! Congratulations on purchasing Diamond Blind Box 999. Ding! You have spent 5,000,000 coins. At 5,000 coins per Diamond Blind Box, the price alone was enough to deter a portion of the players. After all, it was too expensive. Furthermore, if you didn't own a shop, you had no need for them at all. According to the rates published by Destiny, inside a Diamond Blind Box, the probability of obtaining a 1-star NPC shop management staff member is 80%. Note, these are shop management staff. Opening a blind box might yield a stock clerk, a cashier, a shop manager, or perhaps anything is possible. In his previous life, Fong remembered someone pulling a 9-star accountant. That person's calculation speed was terrifying, but what was the point? Unless, of course, they could be traded. Chapter 45, 8-star shop manager, use A. In order to increase the return multiplier for forging failures as quickly as possible, Fong needed to raise his blacksmith rank to silver rank without delay. A 10-fold return was, to be honest, still too low. Once it reached a 100-fold return, then, the potential profits would be. Fong had originally planned to hire several more blacksmiths for his shop, Wanran Kongshan, but now? It seemed completely unnecessary. He could handle it entirely on his own. As for the managerial staff from the Diamond Blind Boxes, they were a necessity. After all, Fong couldn't stay in the shop every single moment. Why did Fong choose to buy 1,000 Diamond Blind Boxes? Because a post from his previous life claimed that opening 1,000 in a row increased the chances of obtaining an 8-star manager. He didn't know if it was true or false. In his past life, Fong could only watch with envy, drooling as he watched others livestream the opening of Diamond Blind Boxes. In this life, it wasn't too much to ask for him to try it for himself. Ding! Are you sure you want to perform a 100-pull opening of Diamond Blind Boxes? Confirm. Ding! Opening, please wait. Ding! Successfully opened. Please check the contents. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a 1-star Nora card, Shelf Manager. Capable of timely restocking. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a 2-star Mo Dan card, Shelf Manager. capable of timely restocking and generating out-of-stock lists. Ding!
Congratulations, you have obtained a 1-star Guang card, shop accountant.
Capable of organizing shop funds. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a 2-star Meng card, shop accountant.
Capable of organizing shop funds and assisting with price adjustments based on the market. Card can be used to summon a specific NPC.
Ding!
Out of the 100 pull, the highest ranking one was only a 5-star tally clerk, Mo.
Name, Mo.
Description, 5-star tally clerk.
Intelligence, 35. Function, able to keep the shop's inventory perfectly organized. Note, up to 100,000 items.
This was a true talent. 100,000 items could bury a person alive, yet Mo could keep them all in perfect order.
Ding! Confirm summoning? No!
Fong decided to wait until he had gathered all the members he wanted before summoning them together. As the diamond blind box opened, the system notification sounded immediately.
Ding! Congratulations to Playersion for unlocking the shop support staff NPC leaderboard.
As the name suggests, a leaderboard for shop support staff NPCs has been released, ranking them accordingly.
Fong's 5-star Meng now stood prominently at the number 1 spot.
This feature meant little to ordinary people. It was primarily designed to stimulate spending among the wealthy.
After all, what big spender wouldn't want to remain at the top of the leaderboard?
To achieve this goal, one could only keep opening diamond blind boxes repeatedly.
Ding! Would you like to open 100 diamond blind boxes at once? Fong opened them again. This thing was addictive. Ding! Congratulations! Ding! Congratulations! Ding! Congratulations!
This batch of 100 openings was even worse than the last. The best result was merely a 4-star.
Fong continued opening them, waiting for the final 100 pull. Ding! Congratulations! Ding! Congratulations!
The system notifications rang out continuously until, finally, Fong saw a flash of purple light flicker before his eyes.
Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an 8-star shop manager, Use card. 8-star? Fong immediately checked his attributes. Name, Use.
Introduction, a renowned shop manager in Destiny, who once managed stores worth over 100 million.
IQ, 88.
Ability, 8 stars.
Role, capable of handling all internal and external shop affairs.
In short, with him around, there was no need to worry about the shop at all. This was only the 5th set of 100 consecutive pulls, yet an 8-star had already appeared.
It seemed Fong's luck was actually quite good.
There was no point in saving the rest, so Fong opened them one by one. However, this time, it seemed as if Fong's good luck had been entirely depleted. The highest he obtained was merely a 5-star accountant. Consequently, Fong kept the 8-star store manager, Use card, the 5-star tally clerk, Meng card, the 5-star. In total, there were 9 NPC cards for shop management, ranging from a maximum of 8 stars to a minimum of 5 stars. Such a configuration was already considered very high. Now, he only needed to wait for the renovations of the crowded streets shop to be completed before it could open for business. As for the remaining low-tier management cards he had pulled, Fong had no choice but to melt them down.
Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 coin.
Melting down a 1-star card yielded 1 coin, a loss so bad it made Fong want to vomit blood.
But if he didn't melt them?
There was no other way. They took up too much space. Furthermore, these cards were non-tradable.
Once summoned, they were bound to you. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 2 coins.
This was for melting a 2-star card, and so on.
Fong's vision for crowded streets was auction house plus shop.
High-end gear would be handled via auction, while low-tier gear would be displayed in the shop, waiting for customers to purchase.
Fong planned to set up the 1st and 2nd floors.
The 1st floor hall would house ordinary gear.
The 2nd floor would be the auction house. Master, how much longer until the renovations are finished?
Fong patiently asked the renovation NPCs, but whether it was a language barrier or some other reason, these workers ignored him entirely.
Fong summoned Yuza to see exactly how intelligent he was.
Ding, store manager Yuza is now in position. Ding, store manager Yuza is now bound to you and has become your subordinate.
Boss, thank you for letting me join our big family. Regarding future work,
Yuza appeared as a middle-aged man, and his lengthy, flattering speech immediately left Fong feeling lightheaded.
Was this really an NPC?
After their conversation, Yuza gave Fong the impression of being a living person and a seasoned veteran of the corporate world at that.
Fong was very satisfied. Ding!
Your current favorability with Yuza is 100. After a brief conversation, the two of them had gained a preliminary understanding of each other. Yuza, I am now appointing you as the manager of Wan Rincong Siang.
Let's get to work. Boss, I'd like to discuss the salary first. This caught Fong off guard for a moment. A monthly salary of 100,000 coins.
This was the price Fong offered, but he had clearly underestimated Yuza's capabilities.
Ding! Your favorability with Yuza has decreased by 1.
Boss, I expect a monthly salary of over 500,000 coins and an annual salary of 10 million coins. Such was the confidence of an 8-star professional.
And what can you bring to me? Fong asked.
Boss, no matter what kind of business your shop operates, I guarantee I will bring you a profit of at least 100 million coins within a year.
After a moment of thought, Fong chose to agree. Ding!
You have agreed to Yuza's salary requirements.
Ding!
Your favorability with Yuza has increased by 1. An annual salary of 10 million coins. This was perhaps the highest annual salary recorded so far.
Let's get to work. My vision is.
Fong began to explain the philosophy and the future of his shop to Yuza.
Boss, if we are to complete your business blueprint, we need at least 100 blacksmiths. Perhaps even more.
Regarding this issue, Fong merely gave a mysterious smile and told Yuza not to worry, he would handle the supply issues. Yuza's job was simply to ensure every piece of merchandise was sold for its true value. Boss, if you can guarantee the supply volume, I can generate at least 200 million coins in sales within a year. Hearing this, Fong immediately felt that the 5 million coin diamond mystery box and the 10 million coin annual salary were well worth it.
Yuza was worth every penny. Chapter 46, 9-star Ming Kai, Banishing the Curse.
Boss, I need 10 million coins in startup capital.
Within 7 days, I guarantee that Wan Rincong Siang will become the largest auction house in Tianyang town.
This was the request of the 8-star Yuza, brimming with confidence and grandeur.
No. Fong was blunt as he replied, the most I can give is 1 million coins. Fong?
The server had only been open for a few days. He had simply caught a lucky break and built up some savings. But he had almost spent it all.
This was his last million coins. Once given to Yuza, Fong would be completely broke.
Unless, of course, he forged the silver rank materials in his backpack into
gold grade gear. 1 million coins? That'll do.
After a moment of thought, Yuza agreed to the lower amount of 1 million coins.
With money? There are ways to operate. Without money? There are still ways. That was the advantage of an 8-star Yuza.
Once communication with Fong was settled, Yuza immediately got to work, starting discussions with the renovation crew.
Boss, remember to deliver the first batch of gear on time by the 6th day. We need at least 1 adamantine grade piece. We have to make sure our grand opening is a total blast. Fong let out a sigh. This? It felt like he was raising an ancestor.
He had to hurry and start forging to level up his blacksmithing rank as quickly as possible.
As for the other cards?
He wouldn't activate them for now, lest he had to pay even more salaries in advance.
Guild leader? This Shin is truly something else.
A blacksmith who's constantly stirring things up every few days, and he has actually managed to make a name for himself.
The Flame Dungeon?
If not for Fong's video, even the Tyrant Guild would have suffered a total wipeout. It was no exaggeration to say that the Tyrant Guild had essentially ridden on Fong's coattails.
Exactly. He's first on the leaderboard again. An 8-star Yuze, that kid is no simple character.
Everyone in the Tyrant Guild knew how difficult an 8-star draw was.
Based on drop rates?
The chance of pulling an 8-star was 1 in a million. This meant that if luck wasn't on your side, you'd have to open at least 1 million diamond mystery boxes to get one.
This kid has some decent luck. Tyrant had also purchased 1,000 diamond mystery boxes, but the highest tier card he pulled? It was only a 3-star. Could it be that his luck was truly that abysmal?
Tyrant sighed, helplessly purchasing another 1,000.
Ling Tian, you open them for me. Chairman Tyrant had completely given up. Perhaps he really was just cursed with bad luck.
With the arrival of the diamond mystery boxes, every player in Tianyang town who owned a shop purchased them. If a shop is considered the hardware, then the shop management personnel found within the diamond mystery boxes or the software, both are indispensable.
Shop management can be handled by NPCs or by hiring players to manage on one's behalf. But then again, are people ever as reliable as NPCs?
In his past life, many people had others help manage their shops, only for those managers to eventually seize the property for themselves. Not even the closest of kin could be trusted. It was better to trust an NPC than a player. Inside the administrative hall, Chairman Phoenix finally reached the front of the line for the chance to select a guild base. A sweet-looking NPC spread out a map for Phoenix to make his choice. As Chairman Phoenix looked at the map already covered in markers, his rage nearly boiled over. 130 guild base locations had already been claimed. The remaining 20 locations were all bottom-of-the-barrel scraps, places even a dog wouldn't want. If it hadn't been for the Tyrant Guild causing trouble, and if it hadn't been Fortune interfering time and time again, he certainly would have been the first to choose a guild base. But now, from among these scraps, Chairman Phoenix selected the best possible guild base remaining.
Ding, are you sure? Confirm.
Ding, please pay 1 million coins.
Chairman Phoenix departed.
It must be said that Chairman Phoenix had a stroke of good luck. Beneath the guild base he selected, there was a gold-grade mineral deposit. For a period of time, it provided the Phoenix Guild with a significant amount of funding.
Brother, I want to buy a diamond mystery box too. Buy it.
Rainy Knight, being incredibly stingy, bought exactly 1 diamond mystery box. He handed it to Chingru.
Ding, would you like to open it? Open. Ding.
Congratulations, you have obtained the unique 9-star card, Store Manager Ming Kai.
Ding.
Congratulations to player Aqua for successfully obtaining the 9-star card, Store Manager Ming Kai. This was a server-wide announcement, and consequently, the entire world of Destiny was shaken.
What? Is it actually possible to pull a 9-star card?
This Aqua, did she save the universe in her past life? How can her luck be this good? The players looked at Ming Kai's attributes, every single one of them filled with envy.
Name, Ming Kai.
Description, one of the 9 9-star store managers on the continent of Destiny.
IQ, 150.
Ability, 9 stars. Function, capable of building a business from scratch that generates hundreds of millions of coins annually.
With a function like that? Who wouldn't be envious? The remaining 8 store managers? Doesn't that mean they also have the ability to earn a fortune of hundreds of millions from nothing? Exactly. Open the blind boxes. Maybe I'll be the next lucky one. Take a gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle.
The players were spurred into a frenzy.
Getting rich overnight like this? Who wouldn't want that? Consequently, the sales of diamond blind boxes skyrocketed.
Chingru was all smiles, extremely happy. She created a shop and handed it over to Ming Kai to manage.
This? Sigh, there's just no comparison. Fong also saw the news, and he could only let out a sigh. Chingru's luck? It could be called the greatest in all of Destiny. Ding. Forging failed. Ding.
Congratulations, you have triggered a critical strike, obtaining level 15 gold gear, void-shattering longsword. Fawn glanced at the time, then looked up at the sky and dialed Clay's communication line. Clay, come here quickly, I have something to discuss with you. Clay was scouting the situation within the villa district. Upon entering the game today, he immediately dove back into the villa area, determined to uncover its secrets.
Boss, I'm here. Fong and Clay met up. Boss? Is there some kind of emergency?
A look of concern surfaced on Clay's face.
It's nothing, just follow me. Fong led Clay out of Tianyang town, heading toward the nearby mountain peak. Ding, would you like to purchase iron rod too? Purchase. Fong used the long iron rods to set them upright on the summit, serving as lightning rods. He and Clay each held one. Boss, we're not actually going to get struck by lightning, are we? Clay was somewhat shocked, finding it hard to believe. Yes. Dark clouds were violently congregating in the sky, and in a short while, they formed a thick, heavy layer. The heavens went completely dark, thunder was brewing, and fierce winds howled like the roar of a furious man. Crack! The first bolt of lightning was drawn down, surging through Fong's iron rod and into his body. 9,999. This was lightning damage. Generally speaking, a single bolt would certainly kill a level 10 player. However, Fong managed to endure, though he looked quite disheveled. At this moment, Fong's hair stood on end, and his entire body was charred black. Clay watched in a daze. He really was going to have to be struck by lightning. Boss, I want in too. Clay felt a lingering sense of fear. There is a curse inside your body that can only be purged by lightning. Whether you choose to be struck is up to you. Hearing this, Clay immediately reached out and gripped the iron rod, taking the initiative to be struck by lightning. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully expelled the curse Shang from your body. Clay was shocked. There really was a curse inside him? Chapter 47, The Blacksmith's Task. How could this curse have been hidden so deeply? This was something Clay had never expected. But now that the curse was broken, the difficulty of this villa complex had effectively dropped to zero for him. If he were ever infected by the curse again, he would just have to get struck by lightning once more. Fong? He was still being struck by lightning. 9,999. 9,999. The damage numbers continued to rise, popping up one after another. Fong was gradually turning into charcoal. The moisture in his body kept evaporating, and plumes of white smoke drifted up, carrying a scorched stench. Watching from the side, Clay's heart pounded with fear. Fong continuously gulped down health potions, his HP recovering non-stop. Ding! Thunder talent activation in progress. Ding, 1%. Ding, 2%. Ding, 3%. Infinite pain, like the tides of the ocean, relentlessly battered Fong's nerves, growing more intense with every wave. Fong gritted his teeth, his expression contorted. Blood seeped from his gums, and the sound of his teeth grinding together echoed clack, clack. Crack! The brilliant lightning struck like a sharp sword into Fong's body, slashing through his flesh and bones. 9,999. At the current rate, Fong would have to endure at least another 100 lightning strikes before he could possibly activate the talent. This was simply too difficult. Ha! What's going on at the top of that mountain? Some kind of performance art? These two players must be out of their minds, actually standing there getting struck by lightning. Is that the blacksmith? Could it be that getting struck by lightning activates some kind of hidden quest? The players began to buzz with discussion. Because Fong was involved, the conversation grew even more heated. After all, this little blacksmith from Tianyang town had recently become quite famous. The thick, pitch-black clouds in the sky were gradually dispersing, as if someone were using a brush to slowly wash away the ink. When the first sliver of orange sunlight struggled through the dark clouds and fell upon the earth, the world regained its light. The world was once again filled with hope. Having been charred to a crisp, Fong struggled to swallow a life potion, and the injuries on his body instantly began to heal.
As for his health points, they would still need time to recover slowly.
Ding! Thunder talent activated by 32%. A single thunderstorm was not enough for Fong to fully activate his thunder talent. Ding! Congratulations, your lightning resistance has increased by +1. Oh! This was an unexpected surprise. Resistance? That was a form of hidden defense. The higher the resistance, the higher the defensive capability. Boss? Let's go. Fong tidied himself up and headed back toward Tianyang town. Boss, I'm going back to continue scouting the Villa district. I'll try to secure it as soon as possible. Seeing Clay so full of fighting spirit, Fong didn't have the heart to dampen his enthusiasm. That Villa district? Just 1% of that area would be enough for Fong's warehouse needs. He had originally planned to purchase a warehouse elsewhere. But seeing Clay in such high spirits, he couldn't bring himself to stop him. Fong returned to his shop and began forging. President Tyrant, let's keep the trades going. Fong handed President Tyrant another level 15 gold blueprint. Give me at least 30 sets of gold-grade forging materials, and I'll give you one finished product for free. It was like casting a long line to catch a big fish. President Tyrant was already hooked and couldn't break free. Deal. In Destiny, gear power levels hit a threshold every 20 levels. The attributes of level 25 iron rank gear would surpass those of level 20 gold gear. This also ensured, to a certain extent, that gear would not depreciate too rapidly. Brother, I will reach level 15 in 3 days at the latest. If your gear isn't ready by then, the deal is off. Understood. That's only fair. One shouldn't hog the spot if they can't deliver results. In the Flame God Phantom dungeon, defeating the Flame God Phantom in its complete form offers a chance to drop level 15 gold gear. But the question was, who could accomplish that at this stage? Ever since Fong and Rainy Knight successively revealed the tricks for farming gold grade bosses, which member of the top tier teams in the major guilds still put in real effort when boss hunting? Why exert yourself when you can resolve the issue with a single strategic strike? Consequently, attribute stones began appearing in the auction house. However, these days, new players were constantly leaving the starter village and entering the towns. There simply weren't enough attribute stones to meet the demand. Even with each stone priced at 500 coins, they still sold out instantly. After all, at this point, there weren't many teams capable of farming the 9th floor. There were no teams or individuals capable of acquiring attribute stones in large quantities. Chingru's high drop rate was an anomaly. Other players, after exhausting themselves farming the 6th floor dungeons, would at most obtain 1 or 2 stones. After deducting the cost of health and mana potions, 1 attribute stone yielded a profit of 100 coins at most. In a single day? After all that running around, one could only earn about 800 coins. Guild leader, trying to farm a gold grade boss normally? Are you out of your mind? Is that even something we can handle? If we don't farm it normally, level 15 gold gear will never drop. Look, here is Jin's deal with me, 30 sets of materials in exchange for 1 piece of gold gear. Tyrant was full of worry, feeling as though fate had him by the throat. But Ling Tian's sword's eyes lit up as he cried out, Guild leader, such a good deal actually exists? We have to agree. Tyrant rolled his eyes at him and fell silent. A short while later, Tyrant's team entered the Flame God Phantom dungeon once again. After a long time, they emerged with dark expressions. Is there really no other way? The elites of the Tyrant Guild fell into a long silence. The Tyrant Guild members entered the dungeons one by one, single-player dungeons, low difficulty. Tyrant's stubborn streak began to flare up. Fong received the first batch of gold rank materials. Ding! Your level is insufficient. You cannot use this blueprint. The blueprint can be used a maximum of 8,000 times before it shatters. Once shattered, it cannot be used again unless another blueprint is dropped. Left with no choice, Fong had to purchase silver rank materials and resume forging. After 8 double hours of forging, Fong had exhausted all his materials. He then began searching for blacksmith shops within Tianyang town to take on suitable blacksmithing quests. Moyang Blacksmith Shop.
This appeared to be the largest blacksmith shop in Tianyang town. The shop sold level 15 iron rank and bronze rank gear year-round.
As for silver rank?
That depended entirely on luck. It was possible that when opening the Moyang blacksmith shop's purchase list at 1 o'clock in the morning, silver rank gear might appear. However, the majority remained bronze rank and iron rank gear.
Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Fong asked politely, a smile playing on the corners of his mouth. Yes, get away from me.
The young blacksmith's face darkened as he directly snapped at Fong, telling him to get lost.
Fong was momentarily choked for words. Just as he was about to leave, an old blacksmith walked out from inside the Moyang blacksmith shop. Young man, you are a blacksmith as well, aren't you?
This was an elderly blacksmith full of vigor. Although his beard and sideburns were white, the muscles on his body were not the least bit weaker than a young man's. In fact, they were even stronger.
Senior, how could you tell? Fong stopped in surprise and looked quietly at the old blacksmith. Your body exudes the unique scent of a blacksmith. I can smell it. Follow me. Chapter 48, Silver Rank Blacksmith's Insights and Experiences. Ding.
Congratulations, you have triggered a scenario.
Note, your every move and every word will determine the direction of the story. Fong followed the senior calmly into the Moyang blacksmith shop. The young blacksmith at the entrance glared fiercely at Fong, appearing full of hostility and resentment. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere.
The young blacksmith's heart had become unsettled, causing the weapon he was forging to fail instantly, turning into a shower of brilliant iron sparks.
Fong didn't know why the man was so hostile. Could it be part of the plot?
Moyang blacksmith shop occupied a large area and accommodated a full 100 blacksmiths, which meant they had over 100 forging stations. Blacksmith players in Destiny generally had two future career paths. One was joining major guilds to forge gear for the guild and other players. The other was joining NPC blacksmith shops to forge gear for NPCs. The former is like a private enterprise, where rewards are proportional to effort, while the latter is exceptionally stable and perfectly suited for retirement.
Young man, how should I address you?
The old blacksmith led Fong to his forge. It was extremely modest. Everything from the flames to the materials was quite ordinary.
However, there was a faint, subtle aura lingering around the area, a spiritual essence left behind by years of forging. Senior, you may call me Fong. Fong revealed his real name.
Perhaps it was because this old blacksmith's age, build, and appearance all bore a striking resemblance to his own father.
Fong, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Mo Yang, the founder of this smithy. Do you know why I invited you here?
The old blacksmith sized Fong up seriously, asking with a deliberate air of mystery.
I don't know, Fong answered truthfully. Is there something you need from me? This old man? Why does he seem so strange?
The old blacksmith looked up toward the sky with a hint of sorrow and regret, his eyes filled with helplessness and pain. The levels of blacksmiths within Sun Sky Town are generally not high. The highest is merely a blacksmith at the peak of the silver rank. I have toiled all my life, yet I am only a silver rank blacksmith myself. I have remained at this rank for a lifetime. I wish to witness the elegance of the next rank, but unfortunately, I have failed to break through for all these years. I originally thought there was no hope, but recently, a batch of gold grade gear appeared within Sun Sky Town. The blacksmith capable of forging this batch of gear must be a gold rank blacksmith. Perhaps he could provide the guidance I need to break through. I have investigated every newly arrived blacksmith in Sun Sky Town, and you are one of my suspects. As he spoke, a light of wisdom flickered in the old blacksmith's eyes, as if he had already seen through Fong's disguise.
And Fong? He merely offered a faint smile. This old blacksmith? Surely he doesn't want me to guide him toward a breakthrough. Those pieces of gear were all returned via critical hit rewards after his failed forging attempts. As for actually forging gold grade gear, he was still a little way off. This was a turning point for the quest. Different choices would lead to different final quests being issued. Yes, that batch of gold grade gear was forged by me. Fong admitted it openly and generously. Now it was the old blacksmith's turn to be astonished. Fong was only one of his suspects.
In his mind, the probability was likely only about 1%. He actually favored another silver rank blacksmith the most after all, the level was there. It is understandable for a silver rank to forge gold grade gear. However, for a bronze rank to forge gold grade gear, that is simply incomprehensible. Is it truly you? How can you prove it? There is no need for proof. Believe it if you wish. If not, so be it. The old blacksmith fell into deep thought, looking somewhat conflicted as if he were weighing his options and making a difficult decision. I believe you. Ding! Blacksmith Mo Yang has issued a gold grade quest to you. Help him break through to become a gold rank blacksmith. Task reward, Silver rank blacksmith insights 1. Silver rank insights, upon use, guarantees an upgrade to a silver rank blacksmith. This item will significantly reduce the time Fong spends grinding his blacksmithing level. Ding, you have successfully accepted this task. Ding, if the task fails, you will be blacklisted by the Moyang smithy. This old blacksmith? He is quite petty. Old senior, let us begin. Fong prepared to finish the job quickly, claim the reward, and leave as soon as possible. Ding, would you like to gift this gold rank blueprint to the silver rank blacksmith Moyang? Confirm. Ding, gift successful. Moyang looked at the gold rank blueprint in his hand and frowned slightly. He already had gold rank blueprints. What he lacked wasn't just another blueprint. Old senior, you start forging first, and I'll see if there are any issues. These words felt incredibly awkward. If it were Moyang guiding Fong, it wouldn't feel so strange, but now it was Fong guiding Moyang. With the experience from Fong's previous life, to be honest, guiding Moyang was more than within his capabilities. It was just like a divine smith guiding Fong, it would also be effortless. After all, Fong had never reached that ultimate realm. Senior, there is an issue with this step of yours. It's a deep-seated problem accumulated over many years and needs to be corrected. Senior, your control over the flames is a bit off. You need to be more meticulous. Senior, your control over the tempering of materials is actually quite good, however. Fong provided constant guidance. At first, the old blacksmith didn't take it seriously, thinking Fong's advice was just child's play. But as time passed and Fong pointed out more and more issues, he realized that Fong possessed genuine talent in learning. The old blacksmith Moyang could even feel his own blacksmithing level slowly rising. One must know that his level had remained stagnant for many years. 5 hours later, the bright moon rose once again in the firmament, like an emerald jade plate engraved upon the black curtain of the night. Ding, congratulations on completing the task. The old blacksmith Moyang forged a piece of gold rank gear with incredible speed. After calming his nerves, he forged another piece. Having successfully forged 2 consecutive pieces of gold rank gear, the old blacksmith Mo Yan was ecstatic. It was done. He had truly become a gold rank blacksmith. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained silver rank blacksmith insights. This was exactly what Fong needed. Senior, since our deal is complete, I'll be taking my leave. Having finished his business, he prepared to depart, keeping his identity and fame hidden. Wait a moment, Fong. This is the highest ranking identity token of the Mo Yang smithy. From today onwards, half of the Mo Yang smithy belongs to you. Ah! Faced with the old blacksmith Mo Yang's statement, even Fong couldn't help but feel astonished, halting his steps. What is this? Is there really such a stroke of good luck? At this moment, Fong seemed to understand why the young blacksmith at the door had looked at him with such resentment when he first entered. Judging by his appearance, the young man bore a resemblance to the old blacksmith. He was likely his son. In my youth, I swore an oath, whoever helped me break through to become a gold rank blacksmith would receive half of my smithy. Now that you have achieved it, I cannot go back on my word. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 1/2 of the Mo Yang smithy. Note, this includes, but is not limited to, ownership rights, management rights. This felt surreal to Fong. He just wanted to wander the streets, and he ended up owning half of the Mo Yang smithy? Chapter 49, Energy Pistol. Senior, if I may ask, what is the annual income of the Mo Yang smithy in coins?
Could you let me know?
This was the question Fong cared about most. Since he had already obtained half of the property rights, he naturally had to get the details clear.
Coins?
Based on last year's income, it was roughly 30 million coins.
This includes iron rank gear. Additionally, there is an iron mine that also belongs to the Mo Young Smithy.
The old blacksmith began to introduce last year's income to Fong in detail. This was the empire he had built step by step. Fong now had a general idea of the situation, but he was not satisfied with that figure.
Nowadays, countless players are flooding into Moyang Town. This is a massive business opportunity. Moyang Town? It's too conservative. Senior, could you provide me with detailed information about the Moyang Smithy? Certainly.
The old blacksmith returned to the room, took out the register of blacksmiths registered at their smithy one by one, and handed it to Fong.
Fong looked through them one by one. These players?
The lowest ranking were apprentices who hadn't even been promoted to iron rank blacksmiths.
The highest ranking?
That was the old blacksmith's son, whose level had reached the peak of bronze rank, just a sliver away from being promoted to a silver rank blacksmith. Senior, I don't know much about operations, but I will send someone to assist in co-operating the Moyang Smithy. We will strive to break 100 million in sales within a year.
Sales of 30 million? Fong would only receive 15 million coins. This amount? It was already quite a lot, but Fong? He wanted more.
The old blacksmith was stunned, standing frozen in place as if time had stopped.
Over 100 million? He wouldn't even dare to imagine such a thing.
But looking at Fong's determined expression, he chose to believe.
Perhaps this young man truly could achieve it. Ding! The old blacksmith wishes to sign a contract with you. Fong raised his eyebrows in slight surprise and then flipped through the contents of the contract.
Within 1 year, if sales exceed 100 million, the Moyang Smithy will only take 30%, which is 30 million coins. If it does not reach 100 million, or is even lower, the Moyang Smithy will still take 30 million coins. This contract was clearly the old blacksmith's way of securing a minimum guarantee. He didn't want to take any risks. Fong thought over the loopholes in this contract and supplemented them one by one. Finally, both parties signed a brand new contract. Starting from today, if the sales volume within 1 year fails to break 100 million, Fong will withdraw from the Moyang Smithy directly without taking a single cent, and will even forfeit his 50% ownership. If it breaks 100 million, starting from the second year, Fong will require actual control of the Moyang Smithy. All the regulations relied on this single clause. The old blacksmith signed the contract with a beaming smile. He had no reason not to sign these terms? They were far too generous for him. The old blacksmith thought he had made a profit, but in reality, in the future, it would be Fong who would make a killing.
Ding! Do you wish to contact Yuze? Connect. Yuze, come quickly. Half of the Moyang Smithy belongs to me now. Help me plan.
When Fong saw Yuze's face was dark. One look at the Moyang Smithy and he knew it was another quagmire.
Boss, you're making me work 2 jobs.
Double the pay, and you get a 10% cut of the Moyang Smithy's profits.
Boss, I am willing to die for you.
The reward of cold, hard silver rank coins instantly caused Yuze to burst with terrifying enthusiasm as he quickly threw himself into the work.
Fong handed over full authority regarding the Moyang blacksmith shop to Yuze. As for the young blacksmith's hostile gaze, Fong simply ignored it. Everything was in Yuze's hands now, otherwise, what would be the point of spending so much money? Night fell. Ding! Do you wish to log out of the game? Log out.
Fong logged out early, took off the holographic helmet, placed it quietly to the side, and began preparing dinner. Fong broke off small pieces of the hard, pitch-black bread, putting them into his mouth and chewing steadily before finally swallowing. The entire process was quite lengthy, yet Fong showed no signs of discomfort.
Gulp!
Fong downed the murky, dark porridge at the edge of the table in one go, letting out a long burp.
Fong stood up and began clearing the dishes.
Once everything was tidy, he changed into pitch-black clothes and put on a black hat, completely concealing himself in the shadows. He flipped over the mattress, retrieved a dagger shimmering with a cold light, and hid it on his person. Only then did he close and lock the door before departing. Tonight was the time when Sky City would dump its garbage onto Sector 3. It happened only once a month. Sector 3 was the town area where Fong lived, or rather, a place 500 meters away from it. Under the desolate moonlight, the once empty streets suddenly became bustling. Countless figures in black crowded together, wary of one another and pushing each other aside, yet not a single person spoke. The scene was haunting. These people looked like a horde of demons crawling out of hell. Everyone wanted to scavenge some garbage. People on the road were all dressed in black, wrapping themselves up completely. To a certain extent, this ensured the safety of the scavengers. This was a lesson learned and summarized from countless past experiences. To Sky City, what they dumped was garbage, but to the humans struggling to survive on the ground, this garbage consisted of excellent items. I hope it's not kitchen waste. Kitchen waste was what everyone hated most. Even though it consisted of delicacies from land and sea, the smell of rotting delicacies was enough to choke someone to death. Fong shrank back into the outer edges of the crowd as much as possible, remaining completely inconspicuous, like a grain of sand blending into a beach. Tonight, Fong's goal was a compact and convenient energy pistol. In his past life, Fong had followed this crowd to scavenge garbage. That night had been the most harrowing night of all. Fong had nearly died. He remembered clearly that on this night in his previous life, someone had dug up an energy pistol and started showing it off. Consequently, a fierce melee broke out. All the nearby bandits rushed over to join the scramble. An energy pistol. It was different from a mechanical pistol. Mechanical pistols were limited by their magazines, holding at most 26 rounds. Once they were fired, if there was no ammunition to replenish them, they became useless junk. There was plenty of such junk in the town where Fong lived. But an energy pistol was different. As long as it had sufficient energy, it could fire indefinitely. Its power was no weaker than that of a mechanical pistol. As for how to replenish the energy, solar power would suffice. This thing might be nothing in Sky City, perhaps just a toy, but on the quagmire-like ground, its value was no less than that of an artifact. Whoever possessed it could control the entire town. In his past life, the bandit who obtained the energy pistol took only 3 days to unify this area. Old Man Lee was forced to surrender. Fong and the others lived under the tyrannical power of the bandits. Finally, Fong logged into the game and informed the Phoenix Guild of his situation, which allowed him to escape that misery. But immediately afterward, he entered another, even greater misery. He was seized and controlled by the Phoenix Guild. Why couldn't Fong escape? Why did he spend 10 whole years working for the Phoenix Guild? Because, in reality, he was being held captive. Hey, you guys guess? Did Fong wipe out the Phoenix Guild in the game or in reality? Chapter 50, Success. Fong knew the exact location of the energy pistol. Because the person who unearthed the energy pistol in his past life was right beside him at the time. Fong had watched helplessly as the man died, his large head bursting like a watermelon, and he was powerless to do anything. In his past life, Fong had a momentary thought of snatching the energy pistol in an instant to start resisting and gamble on his future. But in the end, he chose to kneel obediently on the ground, not daring to fight back. He was afraid. Even with a gun pointed at him, even while being humiliated, he was still alive. As for those who tried to rush forward and seize the energy pistol at the first opportunity, they all perished under the mechanical handguns. Fong was lucky. But in this life, he wanted that energy pistol. It was time to bring some order to this area. Perhaps because he was living a second life, Fong possessed an infinite amount of confidence and ambition out of thin air. Click, click. A dark opening appeared at the southeastern bottom of Sky City, like a gloomy cave, or a bloody mole waiting to devour people. Those on the ground with sharp eyes were carefully counting from left to right to see which opening it was, in order to deduce what kind of trash it would be.
The fifth opening, it should be household waste. As soon as these words were spoken, the men in black around immediately became excited. This meant that tonight's harvest wouldn't be too bad. The show is starting again. Place your bets. Who is participating? I'm in. I bet no one succeeds tonight. Gambling is the cheapest and most effective way to hypnotize and numb oneself. Thus, a large crowd of people joined in. Fong moved further away, distancing himself from this group. This thing? There would be blood later. He couldn't touch it. When Sky City dumps its trash, it is the best opportunity to sneak into Sky City along the trash chute. Every time this happens, there are at least a dozen hummingbird-class warships circling the trash exit. The moment the dumping is finished is the moment they risk their lives. Because someone had succeeded before, they kept throwing themselves at the flames like moths to a light. Meanwhile, the people on the ground were gambling on whether they could successfully break through, treating the whole ordeal as mere sport. Hummingbird-class warships are of low value due to their small size and simple construction. However, even with their low value, they are still far beyond the reach of the average person. Beep, beep, beep. This was the sound of energy rifles opening fire on the Hummingbird-class warships. These annoying flies never miss a chance to sneak in, even during a trash dump. It truly is sickening. Thud. The first Hummingbird warship was shot down, turning into a brilliant firework that brought a touch of tragic beauty to the endless darkness. Red. It represents hope, but tonight, it represents the extinction of life. The second one. Looks like this batch of pilots isn't up to snuff. Boom! A second exquisite firework bloomed in the firmament, revealing a brief moment of elegance. The third. The fourth. Whir! The waste chute opened, and countless pieces of trash poured down like a torrential rain, precisely injecting into the third sector without the slightest deviation. Someone was suddenly crushed beneath the mountain of refuse, letting out a single scream before being ground into a pulp. People like this? They exist every time. Too greedy, standing too close, too desperate to gain the upper hand. Fawn's position was just right. His eyes constantly scanned the scene as his mind raced. After a long while, he pinpointed a location. As soon as the trash finished pouring, he sprinted toward it. Fawn was fast, but a lean man in black was even faster, his eyes gleaming. In his past life, it was this man who had dug up the energy pistol. This man ran fast, but he died fast, too. In the end, Fong failed to beat the old man to the punch, losing the initiative to him once again. The lean old man took his position and immediately pulled out a self-made pickaxe to begin excavating. Fong glanced around. The area was almost completely surrounded. After some time, as everyone's progress and goals diverged, they would naturally disperse. Fong forced himself into a spot right next to the old man and began digging. Although the lean old man was annoyed, he didn't say anything. Fong locked onto a direction and began digging with all his might. Before long, he had hollowed out a small hole. A discarded razor, good stuff. Fong muttered to himself as he dug. Oh, a very sharp blade fragment that should be worth a bit of money, too. Disgusting, who threw their waste into? All around, the sounds of constant rummaging echoed, punctuated by intermittent gasps of wonder. Whenever someone unearthed something valuable, envious gazes were immediately cast their way. But more often? It led to greedy brawls. This place? There were no rules to speak of. What you dug up wasn't necessarily yours. It was only yours if you could take it away safely. Before long, the scent of iron began to drift as blood slowly trickled down the pile of trash. As Fong dug, his eyes remained fixed on the lean old man while simultaneously monitoring the surroundings. Suddenly, as if favored by fate, the lean old man actually uncovered a blue crystal again. From just the small bit of its shape exposed, Fong knew instantly it was the energy pistol. Fong scanned the perimeter and then pounced on the old man like a leopard. Because Fong was so close to the old man, his movements were small and subtle. A dagger gleaming with cold light plunged into the lean old man's chest in an instant. Fong reflexively covered the man's mouth to prevent him from making a sound. Everything happened in a flash. Fong repositioned the old man's body and silently tucked the blue glowing crystal pistol into his own black robe.
Having finished all this, Fong departed silently, moving like a ghost.
The situation here? No one noticed.
From the outside, one would think this gaunt old man was still scavenging inside the hole.
Crack!
Perhaps due to an unstable foundation, the gaunt old man was completely buried, becoming a part of history.
Fong took deep breaths to calm his racing heart. This was the first time he had killed someone in this life.
In his previous life, it had taken him nearly 10 years to understand a single truth: this is a dog-eat-dog world. Either you devour others, or others devour you.
Killing this gaunt old man left Fong with no psychological burden whatsoever. If he hadn't killed him,
the man would have caused even more death. In his previous life, a single gunshot from this old man had plunged the entire landfill into madness.
Muttering under his breath about the lack of good goods, Fong moved to another spot and continued digging. Everything was so casual, so natural. Boom!
Up in the heavens, the hummingbird-class warships were all turned into fireworks. Not a single one entered Sky City. This was their fate.
Fong resumed his digging until late at night.
Only when everyone began returning one after another did Fong stop his movements, preparing to follow the large group back. A mountain of trash as massive as this could not be excavated in a single night. It would take at least 10 days.
Clang! Fong swung his hammer once more, and a flash of blue caught his eye. Fong didn't dare inspect it closely.
Suppressing his pounding heart, he immediately pocketed the flash of blue. Then, acting as if nothing had happened, he followed the crowd back to the town.
Chapter 51, a brand new scene.
On the way back, everyone carried bulging bundles beneath them, wrapped in black clothing. Their heads were lowered, but their eyes glowed with a predatory green light, the light of desperation. They surveyed their surroundings warily. If anyone dared to rob them, they would surely face a desperate man's rage.
Every person here was struggling just to survive. Fong hid within the crowd, completely inconspicuous, following the tide of people back to his small shack.
Inside the room, Fong cautiously drew the curtains, making the space as light-proof as possible. To be honest, it was only at this moment that Fong's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled slightly. This little shack provided him with a certain sense of security. Holding the blue crystal energy pistol in his hands, Fong inspected it repeatedly, unable to contain the joy in his heart. In his grip, the entire body was blue, looking like a pistol model carved from a single piece. It felt cold to the touch, like holding solid ice, giving one a mental jolt. The weight of this blue energy pistol was extremely light. Inside, one could see patterns resembling a gun barrel, while the grip served as the charging point. It required solar energy to recharge, though bioenergy worked as well, albeit at a slower rate. Fong tempted to pull the trigger, but ultimately restrained himself. In the dead of night, amidst the pervading silence, a gunshot would surely attract unwanted attention and cause a disturbance. The gauge on the blue energy pistol showed 3 bars. Based on his deductions, it could fire at least 30 more rounds. Fong pulled out another blue-tinted object. This? It had never appeared in his previous life. It was circular, hollow, roughly the length and thickness of a pinky finger, and cast in the same deep azure. Fong studied it for a long time before finally taking out the blue energy pistol and screwing it on. It was a perfect fit. Suddenly, a layer of pale blue light flickered, and the two components fused perfectly into one, becoming inseparable, reminiscent of the finest traditional Chinese mortise and tenon joinery. This is... Fong seemed to understand. A silencer. Fong was eager to test it out, his heart burning with excitement. As the moonlight filtered down, Fong ultimately extinguished that small flicker of impulse. In this world, a small energy pistol wouldn't turn the tides of fate at most. It provided Fong with basic self-defense capabilities. At 4 a.m, as the first light of dawn gradually rose, Fong's excitement finally wore off, and he drifted into a deep sleep. Inside Destiny, Clay began his haunted house trek once again. At this stage, he was the only player capable of joining the city guard and accepting this mission. The next batch of players wishing to apply for the city guard would have to wait for the town examinations in a month's time.
Only the outstanding ones would be recruited. Clay was essentially a special recruit. As Clay entered the villa district, the rotting woman by the lake was instantly struck with astonishment. Him? He had actually broken the curse? How was that possible? Wasn't this curse supposed to be unsolvable? Ding, congratulations on triggering a new storyline.
Clay was startled, casting a surprised glance toward the rotting woman. At this moment, a golden question mark flickered above her head, and a sense of doubt seemed to emanate from the hollow sockets in her cheeks. How did you break the curse? A raspy, startled voice rang out, sounding like the grinding of bone. Ding, your answer will determine the direction of the plot. Please choose carefully. Thunder. Thunder can break the curse. Clay didn't hide anything and told her the truth. Upon hearing this answer, the woman with half a rotting face suddenly threw her head back and let out a piercing shriek like a demon, filled with infinite grief and indignation, venting her emotions as if driven to madness. Thunder? So thunder could actually break the curse? Clay was no fool. He also immediately looked up toward the sky. At the very peak of the skyline stood a thick lightning rod, installed to ensure the safety of the villa district. Salvation, so it was this simple all along. The decaying woman's voice was a mere mumble, filled with a sense of profound relief. You? Would you be interested in doing me a small favor? Ding! NPC Decaying Woman has issued an Iron Rank quest, Destroy the Lightning Rod. Do you accept? Quest reward, Decaying Cursed Bone X1. Decaying Cursed Bone can cast the Sorrow Curse on a target once. The target will die once at midnight. Note, can only be used on players. Note, must be within a 3-meter range to take effect. Ding! You have successfully accepted this quest. Destroy the lightning rod? This was an incredibly simple task. Clay immediately sprang into action like a nimble monkey, leaping toward the location of the lightning rod. Clay had a gut feeling that by completing this quest, he might finally obtain the land deed. Such stimulation filled him with confidence and boundless energy. Ding, you are destroying a defensive structure, lightning rod. Ding, please note, once destroyed, thunder will strike this location, and there will be no further protection. Ding, destruction in progress, 1%. Ding, 30%. Ding, 80%. Ding, destruction successful. Ding, please proceed to the administrative hall to pay a fine of 1,000 coins within the specified time. Interest will be charged for late payments. This? Although he was fined, Clay was still in a good mood. Destruction successful. Clay returned to the side of the rotting woman to submit the quest. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the quest. Ding, congratulations! You have received a reward, Rotting Cursed Bone 1. The rotting woman quietly returned to the lakeside, waiting for the thunder to descend. Over these years, she had been trapped for far too long. You could also take a look around their territory. Perhaps you might receive rewards there as well. The rotting woman seemed to have regained her sanity as she informed Clay of this. Clay glanced at the sky. There was more than just one lightning rod in this villa district. And so, Clay began to exploit the opportunity. The routine was always the same. These NPCs would first marvel at how Clay had actually broken the curse, then they would issue a quest, which Clay would accept before proceeding to destroy a lightning rod. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the quest. Ding, congratulations! You have received a damaged cursed bone. Ding, congratulations! You have received mutilated cursed flesh. These rewards were much of a muchness, all consisting of broken or rotting body parts. Clay didn't find them disgusting. He carefully tucked each one away. Clay destroyed every single lightning rod in the villa complex, and just as he thought he was ready to collect his final reward, in the next instant, the entire villa district was suddenly engulfed in swirling yellow sand, looking like a scene from the apocalypse. The sky seemed covered by an infinite black mist, and visibility instantly dropped to the extreme.
The howling wind, sounding like vengeful ghosts, acted like demonic music piercing the brain, constantly stimulating Fawn's eardrums. Seeing this anomaly, Clay immediately curled up in a corner to protect himself. Black raindrops, like ink, pelted the ground, sticky and utterly nauseating. What was this? What was going on? Clay found it difficult to comprehend. Ding!
Congratulations, you have triggered a brand new scenario.
Chapter 52, The Haunted House opens. The next moment. Within the boundless black mist, a ghostly face seemed to coalesce.
It was chilling to the bone, radiating a profound sense of death, as if it intended to curse and destroy everything in existence. Insignificant ant, how dare you sabotage my arrangements?
The voice carried infinite fury and an air of immense antiquity.
These 16 lightning rods served as more than just lightning protection, they also functioned as part of a mysterious magic circle. Once destroyed, they would draw forth a truly terrifying entity.
Clay immediately cast his gaze toward the rotting woman.
At this moment, her face wore a smile of successful conspiracy, yet it was tinged with a trace of apology. This rotting woman had known all along that simply destroying the lightning rods would not be enough. She had also known exactly what the consequences would be once they were destroyed. Clay had been manipulated like a mere pawn on a chessboard. In an instant, the terrifying ghost hurled a mass of black light that merged into Clay's body. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. Die! As the light entered his body, Clay suddenly felt an unbearable agony sweeping in from all directions. In an instant, it completely submerged him. It felt like a hydraulic press gradually increasing its weight. His breathing grew labored and rapid. Clay could feel his life force draining away at high speed.
9,999. 9,999. 9,999.
Clay curled up like a caterpillar, rolling on the ground in relentless pain. The muscles in his face bulged, and the sound of cracking and snapping filled the air. The sound of bones shattering, blood splashing, and meridians bursting, all of these were infinitely magnified, echoing continuously in Clay's ears. This was not just physical torture, but mental torment as well. High damage numbers continuously popped up until, finally, Clay died.
Death.
Perhaps it was a form of release. But death was not the end. In the next second, as if restricted by some power, Clay was resurrected on the spot with full health. However, the power of the curse remained. The boundless agony crashed against Clay's nerves like relentless ocean waves.
This?
Sensing the pain in his current situation, Clay didn't even have time to curse before his consciousness was overwhelmed by the agony, and he fell into a coma.
Ding! You have died. Ding!
Due to force majeure, you have been resurrected on the spot.
Ding!
You are currently under the curse of Shawnut.
Ding! You have died. This?
It was like a continuous cycle, with pain sweeping over him relentlessly.
Clay felt as though he was going insane.
He tried to turn down the pain sensitivity, only to be told the operation was unavailable. He tried to log out of the game directly, but that was also disabled.
Inside Tianyang Town. Look at that. What is it? What a terrifying scene, but why is it only shrouding that desolate area?
I feel like there's a quest triggered.
Should we charge in and take a look?
Viewed from outside the villa district, the entire area was wrapped in an airtight black mist, resembling a pitch-black egg with a smooth surface. It was impossible to know what was happening inside.
But the players who feared nothing?
They immediately sensed that this was an opportunity, and a massive one at that. Consequently, a crowd of common players and curious individuals within the town began charging frantically into the black mist. Guild leader, something strange has happened in Tianyang Town.
Look. Guild leader, should we get involved?
With a disturbance of this scale, it has to be at least a gold tier quest. Videos of the event were constantly being uploaded, forwarded, and the view counts were skyrocketing. As a result, the major guilds within Tianyang Town mobilized their forces one after another and charged into the black mist.
Wealth is found in risk, and in this game? You don't actually die, so what was there to fear? The black mist did nothing to restrict the entry of players.
However, the players entering the mist failed to notice that they had been invisibly cursed, branded with the mark of sorrow. At least 100,000 people surged into the black mist. These 100,000 people? They began to meticulously investigate the situation within the darkness. And so, Destiny's #1 haunted house officially opened for business, and it was free of charge. The rotting figure of a woman appeared by the lake, seductively urging players to stay. Hanging ghosts drifted from the rooftops, calmly asking them if they wanted to experience it. Countless girls who had died wrongful deaths revealed their faces, giggling with laughter as crisp as copper bells. Suddenly, within the entire area of the black mist, screams rose and fell one after another, turning the place into a living hell on earth. This situation was 10,000 times more realistic than even the most authentic VR goggles. This was real-world interaction in the truest sense. The players outside the villa district, hearing the pig-slaughtering screams of those inside, were instantly terrified. They halted their steps, not daring to enter. The sound was simply too unnerving to bear. Nevertheless, a few bold souls charged inside. Before long, their screams rang out even more shrill and terrifying than before. Finally, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a player who had been scared witless rushed out. His entire psyche seemed affected the moment he escaped. He slumped to the ground, his pupils dull and vacant, his body twitching sporadically. A glance at his lower half revealed a foul-smelling mess of solid and liquid waste mixed together, an utterly revolting sight. Inside? Could it really be that horrific? Humans are creatures driven by competitive nature. The more they feel looked down upon, the more they feel the need to prove themselves. Seeing someone else in such a miserable state only made others perceive that person as weak, believing they certainly wouldn't suffer the same fate. Thus, another group of players, eager to prove their mettle, charged in without a hint of fear. "You won't break me." Perhaps because players kept flooding in, the agony inflicted upon Clay was inadvertently shared. Clay managed a moment of respite and struggled to his feet from the ground. Is that so? Infinite agony swept over him once more, and Clay fell back into unconsciousness. Ding! Welcome back to Destiny. The moment Fong logged into the game, he sensed something was off about the atmosphere, so he listened patiently. I heard that players who enter that desolate area in the southeast corner end up losing their minds. Really? Now I actually want to go try it out. It's haunted. Latest news says there are ghosts in that desolate area. After listening, Fong immediately understood. The haunted house adventure from his past life had begun again in this one. This time, however, he simply gave a faint smile and did not participate. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was distracted from the auction house, Fong immediately began sweeping up goods, silver rancors. Fong was exceptionally sensitive to numbers. He noticed that today's silver rancors were clearly 10% more expensive than yesterday's. It seemed someone else was also sweeping the market, driving the prices up. Fong glanced at the price of attribute stones. They remained stubbornly high, with the cheapest at 700 coins. Fong immediately gave up on them. The optimal time to buy would be when they dropped to 30 coins. After all, as far as current standards went, these things were quite useless. Fong began smithing, accumulating gear. When his shop, Wanren Kong Xiang, opened for business, it had to be an instant hit. At noon, thick dark clouds gathered once more. In summer, thunderstorms were quite frequent. Fong abandoned his smithing and ran quickly toward the mountaintop. Chapter 53, Haunted House Paradise, Haunted House Dungeon. Clay had died for the 100th time. The mandatory protection mechanism was about to be triggered. Upon his 101st resurrection, his entire face was deathly pale, the color of a corpse. His steps were extremely unsteady, and he could barely stand. His gaze was scattered, but his eyes were slowly regaining focus. After a moment, a glint of light returned to his eyes. You cannot utterly defeat me. Clay stood up completely, like a sturdy tree or a towering peak, standing straight before that eerie face. He seemed invincible. The curse may have been temporarily lifted by some power, but from now on, you shall die 100 deaths every single day. Ha, I wonder, can you endure it? The eerie, terrifying face let out a sinister laugh, seemingly mocking Clay for overestimating his strength and for his utter weakness.
Clay remained silent.
He felt his consciousness gradually blurring, and waves of darkness swept before his eyes. He was on the verge of falling into a coma.
Ding!
Poor physical condition detected. Please log out of the game as soon as possible.
Ding!
The system will initiate a forced logout.
Countdown, 10, 9. Clay didn't even hear the end of the system notification before he was kicked out of the game.
The eerie face stared at the many players within the Villa district and let out a sigh. It seemed his plan was about to fail.
Consequently, the system notification resounded within Tianyang town. Ding!
Haunted House Paradise will open in 3 days.
Everyone is welcome to visit.
Haunted House Paradise was much like the theme parks of his previous life, except it was infused with elements of horror.
This thing. It was a major highlight.
In his previous life, the number of visiting players reached hundreds of millions. This was a massive project. Fong, who was running toward the mountaintop, heard the system notification and immediately quickened his pace, becoming even more anxious. The Thunder Blacksmith job change was imminent. Because once Haunted House Paradise opened, the Haunted House Dungeon would also open prematurely.
Thunder Gear could become a sensation once again. This paradise.
Fong remembered that in his previous life, it had only been in business for about a month before evolving into the Haunted House Dungeon. There seemed to be some inside story behind this, but Fong had forgotten it. The Haunted House Dungeon was not a global dungeon in Destiny, but a dungeon unique to Tianyang Town. This type of town-exclusive dungeon was generally hidden very deep and required high player participation in town construction before it could be activated. Who would have thought? Only a few days after the server opened, Tianyang Town was already opening the Haunted House Paradise. In his previous life, by the time the Thunder Blacksmith appeared, the Haunted House Dungeon had basically been cleared. Therefore, the player who became the Thunder Blacksmith in the past life didn't earn that first pot of gold.
However, the effectiveness of Thunder Gear in countering the Haunted House Dungeon? That was obvious to everyone.
Without using Thunder Gear, it would take at least 24 hours to clear this dungeon. But with Thunder Gear, it only took 8 hours.
That was the gap between them. Lightning suppression of ghosts and monsters was incredibly powerful.
The Haunted House Dungeon was a dungeon that Tianyang Town only opened in the 3rd month after the server launched in his previous life. Fong didn't know the specific reason, but it seemed to be because something strange had happened in this Villa district.
In this life.
Because of Fong and Clay's constant meddling, the Haunted House Dungeon was about to manifest ahead of schedule.
The Haunted House Dungeon.
Fong remembered it was divided into 16 minor stages and 1 major stage. At the end of each minor stage, there was a level 30 gold grade boss, while the final major stage was guarded by a level 30 adamantine grade entity.
That's right.
The Haunted House Dungeon, a level 30 dungeon. For the current player base, most of whom are only level 12 or 13, it seems a bit out of reach.
However, in a month's time, it will be just right.
One must never underestimate the leveling speed of these players. As of now, the top player on the Destiny leveling leaderboards has already reached level 18, far surpassing everyone else.
Ding, the Villa district is about to close. Ding, the Haunted House Paradise project is currently undergoing renovation. The renovation will take 3 days. Please stay tuned.
Ding, we apologize for any inconvenience caused during the renovation.
This was the Destiny World System announcement, delivered with a heavily apologetic tone.
Buzz gusts of wild wind swept through, as if Mother Wind had opened her bag. The black mist gradually dissipated, and the eerie faces turned into green smoke and vanished.
The entire Villa district returned to its usual tranquility.
The players inside, acting as if they had caught a final lifeline, scrambled madly out of the area. 30% of the players had looks of terror, 30% had disdainful smiles on their faces, and 30% were eager for more, seemingly wanting to go back in. The remaining 10% had fainted. These were the players whose mental fortitude just wasn't up to par.
That was so intense. I'm definitely going back in once the Haunted House Paradise opens. I'm going to bring my girlfriend next time.
She'll definitely be so scared she'll hide in my arms.
Who came up with the theme for this haunted house? A haunted house? That's it? I've seen way scarier stuff.
Hardly worth mentioning. From these conversations, one could easily distinguish between the players from Sky City and those from the surface. The Sky City players were filled with terror yet anticipation. Meanwhile, the surface players remained indifferent, signaling that they had seen this sort of thing plenty of times, and much scarier versions at that. These were two different classes, the class above and the class below. The Sky City town guards appeared extremely indifferent toward the strange occurrences in the Villa district. 32 minutes had passed before a few scattered guards finally arrived. They began taking random statements from the players and, after some brief processing, left quickly, fearing they might get mixed up in some kind of trouble. For no other reason than the fact that this Villa district was simply too bizarre. In an instant, sharp-witted players sensed something unusual and began investigating the secrets of the villas. However, the native NPCs avoided these inquiries at all costs, terrified of being tainted by some sort of ill omen.
President Jiosha, what does your guild think of this Villa district?
The Jiosha Guild was currently one of the top 10 guilds in Sky City, with over 10,000 members.
The owner of the voice questioning President Jiosha was the leader of the Mingyu Guild. The Mingyu Guild, also one of the top 10 guilds, had over 10,000 subordinates and was still actively recruiting. Just sit and watch. This Villa district is clearly something destiny specially created to fleece people.
Instead of wasting time here, we'd be better off grinding mobs or attribute stone dungeons to ensure the entire team completes their class advancement.
The guild leader of 9 kills was utterly disdainful and incredibly arrogant.
Previously, the two of them had entered the Villa district to experience it for themselves. Their impression, it felt very fake. It might fool children, but to them, it seemed a bit childish.
Meichem, I think so too. But this? Regarding the division of the leveling zones, look, how do you think we should split them up appropriately?
Conversations between the big shots never strayed from interests, and they were always laced with the smell of gunpowder. Fong climbed to the mountain peak, took out a slender iron rod, and began to draw down the lightning.
Ding!
Congratulations, your progress toward becoming a lightning blacksmith has reached 38.
Ding! Congratulations! Ding!
The system notification tones rang out continuously, and the heart of thunder gathering within Fong's body was gradually reaching completion.
Chapter 54, Silver Rank Blacksmith.
The thunderstorm lasted quite a while this time, but in the end, it wasn't enough for Fong to promote to a lightning blacksmith.
Ding! Progress has reached 83. Fong only needed one more thunderstorm to successfully promote to a lightning blacksmith. Fong packed up all his lightning drawing materials and returned to the Moyang blacksmith shop.
Since he owned a 50% stake, taking up one forging table shouldn't be considered excessive. Inside the deserted streets shop, Fong had built an independent forging room, but because it was currently undergoing renovations, he had no choice but to move to the Moyang blacksmith shop. At the entrance of the Moyang blacksmith shop, a young man with a cold expression looked at Fong with eyes that seemed ready to spit fire. It was him. This was the person who had taken away half of the blacksmith shop that originally belonged to him. What's more, he had even taken away the management rights of the shop. In the eyes of this young blacksmith, Fong was undoubtedly a mortal enemy. Fong didn't originally want to bother with this young blacksmith. After all, he was the old blacksmith's most prized son, and there was no need to make things too tense. However, a golden question mark appeared above the young blacksmith's forehead. Ding! You have triggered a new scenario. Jin, stop right there, you fraud. Filled with resentment, the young blacksmith reached out his hand, blocking Fong's path directly. Fong stopped in his tracks, tilted his head up, and asked with a smile, "Is there something I can help you with?" Jin, you despicable villain. I don't know what method you used to bewitch my father, but I will absolutely not let you take away my family's business. Faced with such hot-headed words, Fong remained silent, still wearing a smile. Jin, we are both silver-rank blacksmiths, and you even obtained my father's forging insights. How about this, do you dare to make a bet with me? A forging competition. If you lose, surrender all your shares and get out of the Moyang blacksmith shop.
If I lose, once I take over the shop, I will give you my half as well. Ding. Do you accept the quest, the little blacksmith's challenge? Ding. This is a wager-type quest. Please proceed with caution. As for such a quest? Fong naturally agreed immediately. Ding. You have successfully accepted the quest. Good, straightforward. In that case, let's enter the arena. The young blacksmith immediately pulled Fong into the blacksmith shop.
Inside the Moyang blacksmith shop, over 100 blacksmiths stopped their forging, their gazes shifting toward Fong and the young blacksmith. In the center of the shop stood two newly built forging stations, specifically prepared for their duel. Forging materials, fire starting supplies, and everything else were already in place.
Nonsense!
At that moment, the old blacksmith, who had been discussing the shop's future plans with Yuzhe, walked out of the inner hall with a look of shame upon hearing the report. He loudly rebuked the young blacksmith and then tried to soothe Fong, attempting to get him to cancel the challenge.
Fong shook his head calmly. Senior, I will not be canceling this wager.
As for the hot-headed young blacksmith, it was even more impossible for him to cancel. Father, don't worry. This time, I will definitely take back everything our Moyang blacksmith shop has lost. The old blacksmith looked helpless, able only to shake his head repeatedly. This Moyang blacksmith shop was now destined to belong entirely to Fong. This foolish son of mine. The old blacksmith let out 7 or 8 heavy sighs before finally beginning to preside over the wager.
Since the wager is set, I shall say no more.
I, Blacksmith Li Yifan, swear before the ancestral tablets that I will uphold the principles of justice and fairness in this contest.
I will never show favoritism or let emotions interfere.
If I violate this oath, may the gods and ancestors of the Li family abandon me. The old blacksmith, Li Yifan, was a serious man. He immediately knelt on both knees and kowtowed toward the ancestors.
Fong couldn't help but be impressed, feeling a sense of sullen respect.
A blacksmith's duel is generally decided by the best of 3 matches. Given that both of you are silver rank blacksmiths, the 3 rounds will consist of forging bronze rank, silver rank, and gold rank gear. The rules are as follows. The first to win 2 out of 3 rounds will be declared the final victor. In each round, if both parties successfully forge the gear, victory is determined by quality. If one fails and the other succeeds, the successful one wins. If both fail, the round is replayed. All materials for this forging contest will be provided by Moyang Blacksmith Shop. To ensure fairness, Jin shall choose his forging station first. For the first round, Jin will provide the blueprint. For the second round, Li Erfan will provide it. For the third round, I will personally designate the blueprint. Remaining calm and unhurried, Fong took out the blacksmith's study insights given to him by the old blacksmith from his backpack and absorbed it into his body.
Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 10,000 blacksmith EXP. Ding!
Congratulations, you have successfully promoted to a silver rank blacksmith. Seeing this scene, the old blacksmith rubbed his forehead in exasperation.
Fong?
To think he actually promoted to silver rank right before his eyes.
Senior, we can begin now.
Fong stood by the forging table, first taking a moment to familiarize himself with the setup, before signaling to the old blacksmith that he was ready to start.
For the first blueprint, Fong chose bronze rank blueprint Heart of the Staff.
Forging a staff is quite demanding because it requires gem inlaying. It is an extremely meticulous task.
The duel begins. Time limit, 2 hours. Failure to complete the forging within the allotted time will be considered a loss.
Inside the smithy, over 100 blacksmiths gathered around to watch the two forge at close range. Both of them were silver rank blacksmiths, and there was certainly much to be learned from observing them. Forging bronze rank gear was not difficult for either Fong or the young blacksmith. The young blacksmith, in particular, moved with incredible speed, 1 minute to study the blueprint, 30 seconds to select materials, 10 minutes for forging, and 5 minutes for inlaying. In the end, the young blacksmith was the first to finish. Like a victorious, arrogant rooster, he looked toward Fong with a gaze full of provocation. Fong, however, was in no hurry. In this competition, speed alone does not determine the winner.
Fong meticulously refined every single detail. Finally, after 53 minutes, Fong completed the forging. Ding!
Congratulations, you have successfully forged a bronze rank gear, Heart of the Staff.
Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 1 EXP. Ding!
Congratulations, you have forged a top-tier item, Heart of the Staff. Fong handed his work to the old blacksmith, who carefully examined both pieces, constantly comparing them side by side.
Finally, he announced, the winner of the first round is Jin. After the announcement, the old blacksmith looked at the young blacksmith with eyes full of disappointment. Too crude. Is this the standard of a silver rank blacksmith?
The old blacksmith hurled the staff directly at the young blacksmith's forehead. With a dull thud and a muffled groan, blood immediately began to trickle down the young blacksmith's head.
However, he remained motionless, stoically enduring the punishment. In the first round, he had been too careless. Truly too careless.
While the young blacksmith was fast, the final product was merely a mid-tier Heart of the Staff.
For the second round, I will set the challenge. Here is my blueprint.
The young blacksmith quickly adjusted his mindset and presented a blueprint he excelled at.
Fong said nothing, instead quickly studying this unfamiliar silver rank gear blueprint. The second round will last 3 hours. Anyone who fails to complete the forging within the time limit will be disqualified. Chapter 55 Gold Rank Gear, Divine Spirit Sword.
This was a silver rank gear named Boots of the Flying Spirit, wearable by all classes.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have successfully learned the silver rank blueprint, Boots of the Flying Spirit. Fong began selecting materials one by one, forging, quenching, and fusing. He strove for perfection at every step. However, since it was his first time forging this item, various issues inevitably cropped up. For instance, failures in quenching or fusion. Compared to Fong's series of mishaps, the young blacksmith was far superior and more stable in terms of speed, focus, and quenching technique. This time, the young blacksmith had learned his lesson.
He no longer acted nonchalantly, instead treating Fong as a true rival and pouring his entire heart and soul into the forging process. After 2 hours and 40 minutes, the young blacksmith finally finished. He let out a sigh of relief, a slight smile playing on his lips. A minute later, Fong finished his own forging after a bumpy process, a hint of worry clouding his brow. The old blacksmith looked at the 2 pieces of gear with a serious expression, evaluating them one by one. Afterward, he invited other silver-rank blacksmiths in the shop to join the evaluation. In the end, as expected, the young blacksmith's forging proved superior. Fong could see it for himself. His own creation?
In terms of the speed attribute, it lagged behind Li Erfan's by nearly a third. And for the Boots of Flying Spirit, nothing mattered more than speed. In this round, Fong was truly convinced of his defeat. The old blacksmith remained stone-faced. In his eyes, Li Erfan's victory in this round was somewhat unsporting.
The second match goes to Li Erfan.
Jun, do not be discouraged. It is already quite remarkable that you achieved such a high level of completion on your first attempt at forging this gear.
Fong was not disheartened and quietly waited for the third match to begin. For the third match, I will provide the blueprint. This is a blueprint I meticulously designed after advancing to the gold realm. Neither of you has ever seen it before, which, to some extent, ensures fairness. With that, the old blacksmith handed 2 copies of the gold rank blueprint to Li Erfan and Fong respectively.
Forging gold rank gear will be very difficult for both of you, but I hope you can succeed.
Time limit, 16 hours.
This round will decide the winner, so I hope you both stay sharp.
Fong respectfully took the blueprint from the old blacksmith's hand and began to study it earnestly.
For someone at the silver rank level, trying to understand this gold rank blueprint was inherently difficult. But Fong was a reincarnator and natural cheater. It took a full 10 minutes before the system's voice finally rang out in Fong's mind.
Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully learned the gold rank blueprint, Sword of Divine Soul. Fong closed his eyes, clearing his mind of all distractions.
He then began preparing the materials and started the tempering process. This time, the old blacksmith had only prepared one set of gold rank materials, meaning that regardless of who it was, they only had one shot.
Li Erfan was not at all influenced by Fong and continued to study the blueprint. However, in his heart,
he was inevitably flustered, his thoughts wavering.
How could Jin study it so quickly? Had he really learned it? Li Erfan was distracted.
It wasn't until an hour later that Li Erfan, with a worried frown, finally began selecting materials and started forging.
To be honest, Li Erfan had no confidence in this gold-rank blueprint whatsoever.
He could only give it a try, with a 95% chance of forging failure. Compared to Li Erfan, Fong carried no burden, because his system was there to back him up. If the forging failed, he would most likely receive 10 gold-rank swords of Divine Soul, or perhaps even a piece of adamantine rank gear. That being said, Fong still wanted to succeed. After all, this wager involved his shares. Fong closed his eyes and struck the metal repeatedly, seemingly sensing the rhythmic pulse of the metal and feeling its emotions. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Fong's state of mind grew sharper as his forging process became increasingly fluid. His technique took on an air of grandeur and confidence, as if crafting gold-grade gear was no longer a burden he had to bear. Watching Fong in such a zone, the old blacksmith was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition.
He knew then that he wouldn't be able to keep this smithy much longer. In contrast, Li Erfan's forging appeared timid and hesitant, as if he were constantly looking over his shoulder. One glance at Fong's work sent his own rhythm into further disarray. It seemed as though failure was imminent. Gold-grade forging was like an insurmountable threshold, weighing heavily and suffocatingly on Li Erfan's chest. In the 5th hour, Fong, now completely detached from all external distractions, brought down his final hammer strike.
In an instant, a flash of pure golden light erupted.
Fong's forging was a success. Ding!
Congratulations, the forging was successful.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have obtained a gold-grade gear, Sword of the Divine Soul.
Ding! Congratulations, you have gained EXP 100.
The system notifications chimed incessantly, allowing Fong to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at the quality top-tier, Fong felt completely reassured.
This time, it's a sure thing. What? He actually managed to succeed. This is a gold-grade gear we're talking about. Not good. Look at the young master, he seems to have been distracted. The surrounding blacksmiths began to chatter one after another. In the next second, Li Erfan saw the shimmering golden light from Fong's direction.
His vision momentarily went dark, and with a slip of the hand, the materials currently being fused turned into a pool of sludge. They were now scrap, completely useless for forging.
Forging failed. Li Erfan failed the forge. Fong succeeded in the forge. The gap between them was instantly clear.
Seeing this scene, the old blacksmith could only let out a long sigh and announce Fong as the winner.
Fong?
100 years from now, when I am gone, this Moyang blacksmith shop will be yours. Leaving behind these words, the old blacksmith felt a wave of bitterness in his heart before calling Li Erfan alone into a private room.
Fong had no interest in the private conversation between father and son.
He cupped his hands toward the surrounding blacksmiths and began forging the next piece of gear.
Fong's forging process was smooth and fluid, possessing a profound sense of aesthetic beauty.
However, the blacksmiths couldn't understand why Fong always made a mistake at the most critical step, leading to the failure of the entire forge.
This wasn't just a one-time occurrence, it happened every single time. Fong, however, was thoroughly enjoying it. Ding! Congratulations, the forging failed. You have received a 10-fold return. Ding!
Congratulations, you have triggered a critical strike and obtained a gold-grade gear. The constant ringing of these system notifications left Fong completely enthralled.
Fanner? You were truly too reckless today. In the future, it never hurts to think a bit more before acting.
The old blacksmith began to reprimand his son, analyzing the potential dangers of his actions. Li Erfan was the old blacksmith's son, born late in his life, and thus, his most beloved.
Father, I was wrong. I was too impulsive. I won't be like this in the future. This conversation caused Li Erfan to mature significantly.
At the very least, the arrogance in his eyes had dissipated quite a bit. President Tyrant, 1 gold grade gear in exchange for 20 sets of gold grade materials. Fong initiated another trade. The value on both sides was roughly equivalent. Tyrant's eyes lit up the moment he saw the image of the soul sword, and he promptly traded the materials to Fong. A level 15 gold grade gear was exactly what he needed most for tomorrow. Because tomorrow, he would be able to promote to level 15. Fong began forging the gold grade gear. Ding! Congratulations, the forging failed. Tenfold return has been triggered. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Soul Sword 10. Ding! Congratulations, the forging failed. Return critical strike has been triggered. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Adamantine Grade Gear, Divine Soul Sword. Chapter 56, Selling. The attributes of level 15 gold grade gear are much stronger than those of level 10 gold grade gear. Let alone an adamantine grade gear. Name, Divine Soul Sword. Description, forged by a blacksmith. Rank, adamantine. Quality, mid-grade. Required level, level 15. Equipable class, Knight, Warrior, Rogue. Additional HP, 20,000. Additional MP, 1,000. Strength plus 2,000. Agility plus 500. Spirit plus 100. Constitution plus 500. As expected of adamantite grade gear, these attributes are incredibly high. Active Skill 1, Armor Break. Every attack on a target has a 30% chance to reduce the target's physical defense by 1/3 for 3 seconds. Non-stackable. Active Skill 2, Bloodlust enhances one's own attributes by 10% for a duration of 10 seconds. Active Skill 3, Divine Soul Possession. Active Release grants 1 second of invincibility. Passive Skill, Lifesteal. Each attack restores 3% of HP. It is no exaggeration to say that this piece of adamantite grade gear is definitely the best currently in existence. Every skill feels as if it were perfectly tailored to the desires of warriors. On the gear rankings, this piece of adamantite grade gear has once again claimed the top spot. Hey, look! An adamantite grade gear has actually appeared. Divine Soul Blade. The name is quite domineering. And this appearance? I'm in love. Phew, these attributes are also very nice. This was forged by a blacksmith, which means it can be purchased. But where can we buy it? That's the big question. Players were discussing it one after another, lost in thought. Within the Flame God Phantom Dungeon, the Tyrant Guild and others were currently grinding the final boss. They had been defeated repeatedly, yet they continued to fight on. This was their 49th attempt at this boss, and not once had they succeeded. Every single time, they were tormented to the brink of death. I feel like our level just isn't high enough and our gear is lacking. Otherwise, we'd definitely be able to clear this gold rank boss, Tyrant remarked. Tyrant summed up the situation, his heart burning with desire at the thought of Fong's level 15 gold gear. Let's level up first. At level 15, things might get a bit easier. Maybe then we can take him down. By the way, Ling Tian? How is the guild base coming along? Are you monitoring the progress? Anyone causing trouble lately? This was a major matter, and Tyrant couldn't afford to ignore it. I'm keeping an eye on it. There won't be any mistakes lately. After all, everyone is busy building their own guilds. Who would dare risk public condemnation by attacking my Tyrant Guild right now? Keep a close watch on Phoenix. He's a petty man. Also, how are the blacksmiths within the guild? Has anyone been promoted to silver rank? Tyrant eventually asked. Silver rank? The highest in the guild is only bronze rank, and they just broke through yesterday. Upon hearing this, Tyrant sighed. It seemed he would have to keep sending money to Jin. Focus on excavating mineral resources. I'll be handling the permits soon to strive for legalized mining. Got it. Inside the dungeon, Tyrant and his group discussed guild affairs while grinding mobs.
Within 3 seconds, however, they perished in the intense heat. Lately, Tyrant and his team had sent players of various attributes into the Phantom of the Flame God dungeon one by one.
They finally concluded that the ice attribute was the most effective counter, but no such powerhouse existed within the Tyrant Guild. Guild Leader, look at the top-ranked item on the gear leaderboard. In an instant, players from major guilds and casual players alike all laid eyes on this adamantine rank gear. One must realize that the current mainstream gear consisted of level 10 bronze rank items. The sudden appearance of an adamantine rank gear, one could only imagine the sensation it caused. The moment Tyrant saw it, his heart raced, and he immediately contacted the player Jin.
He was absolutely certain that this was forged by Jin.
Furthermore, Tyrant had a suspicion, Jin was likely capable of forging items above his own tier.
His blacksmith class? It had to be a hidden class. Fong was startled. This Tyrant? His reaction time was certainly fast. Ding! Player Tyrant is requesting a communication. Do you accept? Brother, how about this? 8 million coins for that adamantine rank gear. Spare it for me, what do you say? Accept.
Right out of the gate, Guild Leader Tyrant offered Fong a price that was hard to refuse.
Gear is an asset that depreciates every single day.
For instance, the Frost Giant Ape set, a 5-piece gear set, now garnered no interest even at a price of 1 million coins.
Why?
Because it was gradually falling behind the curve and was about to be phased out. 7 million coins, plus 100 sets of gold rank forging materials. 7 million coins, plus 100 sets of gold rank forging materials.
This is Fong's price. Coins.
He could get those easily, but gold-grade materials were not so simple to come by these days.
Deal. President Tyrant was decisive and agreed to the deal. Ding. Trade successful. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained adamantine grade gear, Divine Soul Sword. Leveling up, come with me to level up. Looking at this piece of gear in his inventory, Tyrant couldn't contain himself. And so, an hour later, the gear rankings underwent a change. First place, adamantine grade gear, Divine Soul Sword. Owner, Tyrant.
In an instant, Tyrant gained the fame, and Fong gained the profit.
However, the players in Sky Sun Town were no fools. They immediately realized, this gear?
Since it's within the vicinity of Sky Sun Town, the player who forged it must also be within Sky Sun Town.
President Phoenix immediately thought of Jin.
Even though Jin had a grudge against Phoenix, Phoenix had to admit that he was a ruthless character.
Ding! President Phoenix is requesting a communication. Accept. President Phoenix? Also known as the Wealth Gifting President. Jin, you were the one who forged that adamantine grade gear, weren't you? President Phoenix got straight to the point, trying to seize the initiative. An ordinary person might get nervous if their secret was guessed, thereby losing their bargaining power, but Fong? He was different.
500 sets of gold-grade materials plus 2 million coins, and I'll sell it to you.
Fong directly seized control of the conversation. Your gear has already been sold to Tyrant, don't try to fool me. Look at the screenshot. Fong didn't bother wasting words and directly sent the screenshot to Phoenix.
When Guild Leader Phoenix saw it, his heart jolted, and he forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
Who could have imagined? Fong actually had more?
And it was adamantite grade gear. Although he couldn't use this Divine Soul Spirit sword himself, there was someone within the guild who could.
And that person? They certainly weren't short on money. Agreed.
During these days, the Phoenix Guild had discovered gold ore beneath their guild base. At this moment, guild members were digging day and night without pause.
500 sets of gold-grade forging materials? Not much at all. Ding, transaction completed.
Guild Leader Phoenix still didn't want to give up on a talent like Fong, so he spoke up to recruit him. Jin, there's no inherent blood feud between you and Phoenix. I can have Saber apologize to you, and I can have everyone who besieged you apologize to you as well. As long as you join the Phoenix Guild, I can give you the position of honorary vice leader under one person, above 10,000.
Welcome to Purchase Gear. Fong hung up the communication, giving guild leader Phoenix no face at all.
On the other end, guild leader Phoenix's eyes rolled incessantly as a scheme formed in his mind. Chapter 57, Guild Leader Phoenix, truly a good man.
Ding, player Phoenix is requesting a video communication. Do you agree?
Note, leader of the Phoenix Guild, has major news to share. Guild leader 9 Kills, who was currently grinding the Ice God Phantom dungeon, was stunned when he heard the system prompt and signaled his team to stop attacking mobs.
Phoenix Guild.
Regarding this guild, guild leader 9 Kills checked the Tianyang Town guild rankings and found it at the 138th position.
9 Kills, the leader of a low-tier small guild? What business does he have with me? Accept.
Hello, guild leader 9 Kills.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I've heard of your great name for a long time, and seeing you today, you truly possess an extraordinary and dignified presence.
What is it?
Guild leader 9 Kills was busy and urged him along, his voice carrying a hint of displeasure and arrogance. Guild leader Phoenix seemed not to notice the disdain in his tone and spoke again with a smile. This communication is to tell guild leader 9 Kills a secret.
The blacksmith who forged the adamantite grade gear is right here in our Tianyang town.
As soon as these words were spoken, even 9 Kills' pupils contracted slightly, and his heart stirred, though he showed no reaction on the surface.
Oh, thank you.
Guild leader 9 Kills' voice remained very icy and cold. Seeing guild leader 9 Kills so lukewarm, guild leader Phoenix suppressed a surge of anger and spoke again with a smile.
Tianyang town, player Jin. Believe it or not, it's up to you.
Ding, player Phoenix has ended the communication.
Phew.
Guild leader Phoenix clenched his fists tightly, forcing himself to take several deep breaths and exhale slowly. After repeating this several times, he finally calmed down. When one's influence is inferior to others, it is common to be met with a cold reception despite one's own warmth.
The next second, Phoenix dialed Tyrant's communication line once more. Accept. Between Tyrant and Phoenix, the facade of civility had already been thoroughly torn down. But now?
With Phoenix initiating the call, Tyrant, as a guildmaster, found it difficult to refuse.
Tyrant, are you interested in adamantite grade gear? You mean, the player Jin? I'll get in touch with him. Phoenix hung up the call with satisfaction.
He enjoyed talking to smart people like this. One sentence was all it took for them to understand.
Perhaps Tyrant would become a formidable rival of his in the future. After hanging up, Tyrant pondered, did Phoenix truly know that the player Jin could forge adamantite grade gear, or was this merely an inference he made just to muddy the waters? Regardless, he should still inform Fong. Ding, the line is busy. Please try again later. Tyrant frowned. Busy? Who was in communication with him? Shin, can't it be any cheaper?
This was the voice of 9 Kills, and his tone had noticeably softened. When Phoenix told him this news, he naturally understood what Phoenix intended. But he refused to let Phoenix have his way. The world thought 9 Kills was domineering and violent, assuming that upon receiving this news, he would immediately coerce Jin. If he did, the Phoenix Guild could step in to protect Jin and successfully recruit him. Would he really do something so stupid? Thus, Guildmaster 9 Kills decisively dialed Fong's communication line to negotiate the price of the adamantite grade gear. As the progress of destiny accelerated, these guild masters truly realized the scarcity of gear, especially high-tier gear, which was even rarer. Guildmaster 9 Kills was considered quite lucky, having obtained a level 10 gold grade set by chance. But what about level 15? What would he do then? A blacksmith like Shin, who could forge high-tier gear, was someone to be won over, not offended. Guildmaster 9 Kills, this is already the lowest price. If you don't believe me, ask Phoenix. The price I gave him was 500 sets of gold grade materials and 1 million coins. Guildmaster 9 Kills fell silent, but eventually agreed to the trade. Ding, trade completed. This batch of gold grade materials was being transformed at an extremely rapid pace into adamantite grade divine soul swords and gold grade spirit swords. By the way, President Jiu Sha, I still have a few gold-grade divine soul swords here.
Interested? They're 500,000 coins each. Fong sent a screenshot of the gold-grade divine soul sword to Jiu Sha.
Jiu Sha's eyes immediately lit up, and his breathing became slightly hurried.
10 items, 10% off. If that works, we have a deal. You can.
After all, not every guild leader was as lavish as tyrant haggling was the norm.
Ding, trade completed.
President Jiu Sha, if your guild has high-tier blueprints, specifically gold-grade blueprints, they can be exchanged for 1 gold-grade gear. Furthermore, any future purchases of gear made from that blueprint will be permanently 50% off.
You might want to consider it. High-tier materials?
Those can also be traded for gear.
Generally, the rate is 20-1. Fong began to expand his business operations.
After a brief conversation, Jiu Sha hung up. To be honest, Jiu Sha had been tempted, but he also felt as if Fong had him by the throat. Consequently, he said he still needed some time to think it over.
Ding. President Mingyu is requesting a communication. Accept. Brother Jin, meeting you is better than just hearing of your fame. Phoenix told me you can forge adamantite grade gear. I wonder if that's true or not.
President Mingyu was clearly a seasoned veteran. In an instant, he had sold Phoenix out. President Mingyu, adamantite grade divine soul swords are 8 million coins each, or can be paid for with gold grade materials.
Gold grade divine soul swords are 500,000 coins each. If you wish to buy, please place an order. If this is just small talk, please hang up. Ding, ding, ding. Throughout the communication, Fong continued his forging. Ding. You need to log off and rest. Ding. You need to log off and rest. System notifications like these chimed incessantly, but Fong ignored them completely. President Mingyu was momentarily choked up before speaking again. You still have adamantite grade gear in your possession? Fong didn't waste words and sent the item link directly.
6 million coins and 50 sets of gold-grade forging materials, I'll take it. President Mingyu's price cutting was even more ruthless.
Ding. Player Zhen has terminated the communication. Fong allowed haggling, but he wouldn't let someone cut the price off at the knees. Even though Fong would still make a profit, wouldn't doing that ruin the market ecology?
President Mingyu had intended to exert some leverage over Fong, but little did he expect that he would be the one getting played.
Ding, Tyrant is requesting communication. Accept. Brother, inside scoop, President Phoenix is spreading word everywhere that you can forge adamantine grade gear. Be careful of people taking desperate risks.
Fong froze for a moment, then a smile flickered at the corners of his mouth.
This President Phoenix is truly a good person.
Fong had been wondering why 9 Kills and Bright Moon came looking for him.
So this was it? Phoenix was the one pushing things behind the scenes. Fong's circle wasn't large to begin with, but now?
President Phoenix was using his connections to expand Fong's circle.
As for the danger?
There certainly was some, but wealth is found within risk.
President Tyrant, thanks for the heads up. I'll give you a 20% discount on your next piece of gear. President Tyrant hung up the communication, satisfied.
Ding, President Hanhai requests a video call. Ding, President Chitsai requests a video call.
Ding, President Sunshine requests a video call.
More and more guilds were proactively contacting Fong, and Fong's forging speed could no longer keep up.
After all, Fong was a human being, not a forging machine. Ding, you have been forcibly kicked out of the game.
President Sanxiang, who was in the middle of communicating with Fong, was suddenly interrupted by the system voice prompt.
Looking again, Fong had already logged off. Chapter 58, Walking on Two Legs, Fast and Steady. Night fell, and dark shadows obscured the sky. Fong subconsciously tightened his grip. The blue energy pistol was still beneath him, which put his mind at ease.
The translucent blue scale had already been charged to the 4th bar, capable of firing 40 bullets.
This was charged using Fong's own bioenergy.
Glancing around, the black cat was curled up quietly in the corner, its fur as clean and smooth as a silk ribbon. Seeing Fong wake up, it only half opened its eyes, gave a lazy glance, let out a meow, and then closed its eyes again. The dark figure in the other corner was watching Fong warily. No, more accurately, she was staring warily at the blue energy pistol at Fong's waist. The shadow could feel the approaching sense of crisis. As Fong took a step forward, she took a step back, her hands curved into claws, staring at Fong like a fierce tiger. Outside, it was raining. Fong glanced out, ignored her, and straightaway took out some black bread to eat, then tossed a piece to her. Once he had eaten and drunk his fill, Fong tossed a damaged holographic helmet to the dark figure. This is another world. It might change your fate, but remember, don't put it on until you're somewhere safe, or you might get killed. This was something Fong had scavenged last night after a bit of tinkering. It was barely functional. Fong was no saint, and he couldn't save everyone. But this shadow, he wanted to save her. The shadow toyed with the holographic helmet for a moment before tossing it aside, clutching the black bread to her chest instead. In her heart, this so-called other world offered far less comfort than a piece of black bread that could stave off hunger. Fong sighed and shook his head helplessly. The rain continued to fall, but Fong donned his black robe and stepped out of the room anyway, heading toward the junk heaps to scavenge for treasures. Everything was for the sake of appearances. Otherwise, he might be suspected of having unearthed something valuable, which would invite endless trouble. This world was a total mess. At midnight, as the rain intensified, the group of treasure hunters finally returned. The town fell into a heavy silence. Boom! Countless sparks erupted around Sky City, as brilliant as fireworks. Fong watched the scene in quiet appreciation. This was a powerful syndicate of thugs attempting to breach Sky City. However, Sky City's defenses were practically invincible. No one could break through. Those who dared to provoke them were all turned into fireworks, becoming nothing more than a laughingstock in the stories told later. At the desk inside his room, Fong spread out a piece of scribbled scrap paper and began consolidating information about the surrounding thugs. Before long, Fong had mapped out a dense web of connections, all of which were drawn from the memories of his past life. Fong wanted to consolidate the local gangs, but he didn't know where to start. Given the current situation, a single move could affect everything. Yet, this was a path he had to take. Destiny could help Fong secure a place in Sky City, but that was only one leg to stand on. Fong knew all too well that walking on one leg would make him a cripple. He had to develop a second leg, the real world. Only by walking on two legs could he move quickly, steadily, and reach greater heights. After a moment, Fong turned his gaze toward the shadow. Could she be fully trusted? Truth be told, the shadow's combat prowess was significant, but she was a loner who had only survived this long by relying on sheer, desperate ruthlessness. I don't know if you can understand me, but I'm going out to kill people now. Do you want to come with me? Fong crouched quietly beside the shadow, his clear eyes staring straight at her, watching her expression as he waited for her answer. The shadow took a savage bite of the black bread, chewed it, and swallowed. Her eyes were filled with a chilling coldness as she gestured that she would follow him, but she demanded 2/3 of the loot. In this world, it was either kill or be killed. It was as normal as anything else. Deal. But you have to listen to me. Don't go taking matters into your own hands. Fong caressed the deep blue pistol in his hand, established the rules for Shadow, and donned his black robe once more before leaping out of the window. Shadow followed closely behind. One after the other, they vanished into the rainy night. This rain seemed to have fallen specifically for him, perfectly concealing his tracks. In the southeast corner of the town lay the hidden trail of a small gang of thugs, numbering about 20 to 30. This was Fong's target for tonight. An ancient two-story villa, almost completely overgrown with greenery. This was the thugs' stronghold. The perimeter was walled with discarded bricks, appearing remarkably sturdy. The top of the wall was densely lined with thorn-like barbed wire, sending a chill down one's spine. The villa had only one entrance and exit, thus, those inside only needed to guard this single gate to rest easy. On the left and right sides of the gate stood watchtowers 4 to 5 meters high, staffed 24 hours a day with personnel monitoring the surroundings for fear of a surprise attack. Two dark figures crept closer silently, taking advantage of the cover provided by the night and the heavy rain.
Hiding in the shadows, Fong waited for the right opportunity. Holding his breath, he drew his energy pistol, aimed, and fired. Beep! A sound like a heartbeat rang out, incredibly faint. But in the next instant, a streak of pale blue light pierced through the darkness, entering the eye of the sentry atop the watchtower. Instant death. The bullet penetrated his hard skull, bringing forth red blood and white brain matter in a scene of extreme gore. Thud. The sentry's body collapsed heavily, gradually growing cold. The sentry on the other side noticed something was wrong and turned his head to investigate. But in the next instant, a pale blue light shot into his mouth and sprayed out from the back of his head. His body slowly slumped down. This sentry tried to pull the alarm, but the light in his eyes grew dimmer and dimmer until he fell into infinite darkness. In 2 seconds, 2 sentries were turned into cold corpses. Marksmanship was something Fong had dabbled in. Fong in shadow entered the perimeter of the wall with bold strides. Inside the walls, the atmosphere was foul and debauched. These thugs could no longer be called human, they were beasts. Women here were treated like cargo, like machines for venting lust. Human skeletons were discarded haphazardly on the ground under the sheds. Humiliated women sobbed softly. These were the primary sights of the place. Inside the villa, however, the lights were bright, and the people within were drinking. It took a full 3 seconds after Fong's arrival for these people to belatedly react. But 3 seconds was enough for Fong to kill them all. The screams of the women drew the attention of the beasts inside the villa. They immediately dropped their wine glasses, raised their weapons, and headed out to investigate, cursing incessantly as if to bolster their own courage. Fong and Shadow hid in the darkness, harvesting their lives one by one like reapers. Whoever shouted the loudest died first. Kneel and live. As Fong's voice rang out, these thugs, who were usually insufferable and arrogant, all collapsed as if they had lost their knees, kneeling prostrate on the ground. The battle had reached its end. Of the 30-plus thugs, only 10 remained. Such was the terrifying lethality of the energy pistol. This was a gun. The gang of thugs was terrified. Surrendering might mean a chance at life, but stubborn resistance would only lead to death. With their scale of operations, it was impossible for them to acquire firearms. Cold weapons like knives and spears were utterly useless in the face of a gun. These thugs dropped their weapons. Under Fong's command, they bound each other's hands, becoming lambs led to the slaughter. The last person. Black Shadow stepped forward personally to bind his hands. The next second, Fong, showing his ruthless side, fired his gun at each one, executing the entire group of thugs without leaving a single survivor. Chapter 59, Which one do you want? At this moment, even Black Shadow looked at Fong in astonishment. She had originally thought Fong would spare their lives, but who would have guessed that Fong only did it to make the killing more convenient? Leaving these people alive would only invite future trouble. Besides, I won't be staying here for long. Fong patiently explained to Black Shadow, and then, together with her, began to dispose of the bodies. If you don't want to die, help me deal with this. Fong's icy voice sounded as if it had emerged from hell, like a sound from the 9 netherworlds that made one's heart turn cold, leaving them daring neither to disobey nor resist. The surrounding women, who had long since become numb, scrambled to their feet and began to act, fearing they would be killed by Fong. They wanted to live. There were over 30 thugs here, but there were a full 60 or more women who had been oppressed and shackled to pillars, living like livestock. Over 30 corpses were tossed into a large pit like tattered sacks and buried underground. In the eyes of these oppressed women, something different seemed to emerge, something Fong called hope. This place? It belongs to you now. But I hope that when I return next time, you are still alive. This is a twisted and perverted world. Do you really want to keep living like sows? Do you only want to be tools for men's lust? Don't you want to turn the tables? Pick up the weapons on the ground and tell me, how do you want to live? This statement included even Black Shadow in its scope. The thugs were never Fong's true target, the people oppressed by them were his goal. Fong's words carried an infinite magic, as if souls were being poured back into the bodies of these women. The first woman picked up a long sword from the ground and let out a roar like a tigress escaping its cage.
She had been suppressed for far too long. She shed no tears, it seemed her tears had long since run dry. Led by her, the surrounding women also picked up weapons one after another, letting out their own roars.
These women?
Fong believed that given time, they would be no less capable than the so-called men. They had endured unimaginable darkness once reborn, they were destined to bloom like the most brilliant fireworks. I have granted you rebirth. In return, I need you to help me expand my territory. Within a year, I want this entire town under my control. With those words, Fong departed. He had no desire to involve himself in anything further. At that moment, Fong's silhouette was etched indelibly into the hearts of these women. Fong? He was like the light that had pulled them out of endless darkness. We ask the mistress to lead us in fulfilling the master's glory. Over 60 women knelt calmly on the ground, honoring Shadow as their mistress. Shadow suddenly became the master of this place, and she seemed a bit unaccustomed to it. But Fong's words inevitably echoed in her mind, in this world, either you kill or you are killed. Yes. This was the first time Shadow uttered a sound. Hope appeared on her face, and her gaze instinctively drifted toward the distance. This night was destined to be one of soul cleansing. In the middle of the night, these women suddenly went berserk. With bloodshot eyes, they dug up the corpses of those animals and began to lash the bodies. Only after the corpses were reduced to pulp did the group go to sleep with calm expressions. Shadow was stunned. She seemed to understand what Fong meant, that keeping these women might truly be more useful than keeping those men. These women? In a sense, they had already become monsters. Fong had planted a seed, as for whether it would bloom, take root, and sprout, he did not know. Perhaps by tomorrow, these women would be wiped out by even more powerful thugs. Or perhaps by tomorrow, they would give him a massive surprise. Under the cover of night and the heavy rain, Fong quietly returned to his room. Everything had happened in total silence. That night, Fong returned, and as exhaustion washed over him, he fell into a deep sleep. The black cat sniffed the scent of blood on Fong and, seemingly disgusted, moved further away from him. But the smell of blood lingered for a long time. The black cat mimicked a vomiting motion and quickly leaped into the rainy night, vanishing from sight. The next day, Fong woke up feeling refreshed. He washed up, prepared breakfast, and aired out the room. Once everything was ready, Fong logged into the game. Ding! Welcome back to Destiny. We wish you an enjoyable experience. Ding! Your pet Xiaohei has awakened. Fong felt a surge of joy and immediately summoned Xiaohei. After all, Xiaohei had previously devoured nearly 1/10 of a mineral vein. He wondered just how many rare materials it could produce. Put! Xiaohei first rubbed against Fong's trouser leg a few times, then let out several smelly farts without any regard for its image. Immediately afterward, precious materials flowed out like water, continuously being spit out. In the blink of an eye, they had piled up into a small mountain. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a gold-grade material, spirit-breaking brass. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained an adamantine-grade material, Yimo iron ore. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a gold-grade material, wall spirit stone shard. As these notifications rang out continuously, Fong suddenly felt like he had struck it rich. At the very least, for the next half-month, Fong would no longer have to worry about forging materials. Fong alone was worth 100 blacksmiths. And Xiaohei the cat was worth 100 miners. The combination of these two was simply invincible. A blacksmith who doesn't have to worry about materials is the most terrifying kind. Low-tier materials are never in short supply, but high-tier ones? They are far too expensive. No matter who buys them, it inevitably hurts the wallet. Ding! Player Mingyu is requesting communication. Ding! Player Elaine is requesting communication. Ding! Player Tyrant has requested a communication link. The moment he went online, Fong's communication channel was bombarded. These were all guild leaders from various major factions, requesting to trade with Fong.
Last night, the Phoenix Guild leader had stayed up all night to inform every guild leader in Tianyang town that Fong could forge adamantine grade gear. Now, the Phoenix Guild leader was still sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes. Fong didn't accept any of the calls because, at the moment, he had no stock on hand. And so, Fong began forging without a moment's rest. Ding! Congratulations, your forging failed, triggering a 10-fold return. Ding! Forging failed, triggering crit refund. Ding! The system prompts rang out incessantly. Fong began forging other gold grade gear. Relying solely on the soul-dazzling sword, a single piece of adamantine grade gear seemed a bit too limited. What if other guild leaders didn't need it? That would mean losing a massive number of potential customers. Ding! Congratulations, your forging failed, triggering a 10-fold return. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained gold grade gear, blood drinking bow 10. Ding! Congratulations, forging failed, triggering crit refund. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained adamantine grade gear, gilded blood drinking bow. System notifications like these rang out continuously. Accept communication from Guild Leader 3 Guns. Fong finally accepted the communication request from Guild Leader 3 Guns, which had been pending since he went offline last night. President 3 Guns, apologies. I was forced offline yesterday. Shin, do you still have any adamantite grade gear? Sell me one, it's urgent. Sure. 8 million coins, or the equivalent value in gold grade materials. Agreed. Let's trade immediately. Fong smiled slightly and shared the item descriptions of the adamantite grade gear in his possession with President 3 Guns. President 3 Guns, which one do you need? Different gear comes with different prices. The other party fell silent. Chapter 60, Hidden Class, Phoenix Flame Warrior. President 3 Guns only wanted one adamantite grade gear, the Divine Soul Blade, to farm the boss in the Divine Phantom Dungeon. But who would have thought? Fong actually posted 7 or 8 pieces of adamantite grade gear and asked him which one he wanted. This adamantite grade greedy wolf dagger, this adamantite grade blood drinking bow, this adamantite grade elemental staff, these adamantite grade sea treading boots. Every single piece made President 3 Guns' eyes burn with envy. He wanted every single one of them. Shun? Did you raid an adamantite grade gear treasury? President 3 Guns, time is tight. Other guild leaders are already lining up to buy. Please make your selection quickly. Can I have them all? President 3 Guns felt his throat become extremely dry. Certainly. There are 8 pieces of adamantite grade gear in total, amounting to 64 million coins. Since you are a major client, it will only cost you 60 million coins. Fong proactively lowered the price. But hearing this figure, President 3 Guns ultimately hesitated. Fong, I'll take 2. 1 Divine Soul Blade and 1 Greedy Wolf Dagger. Can you give me a discount? President 3 Guns felt as if his throat were being scorched by flames until it smoked. This was from excitement. He swallowed hard with difficulty to moisten his throat. Sure. 15 million coins. Thank you for your business. Ding. President 3 Guns has requested a trade. Ding, trade completed. Ding. Congratulations, you have traded adamantite grade gear too. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 15 million coins. President 3 Guns, I look forward to your next purchase. Ding. You have disconnected the communication. With 2 pieces of adamantite grade gear, he should be able to clear the Divine Phantom Dungeon now. Why was everyone so anxious today? Why were they so eager to purchase adamantine grade gear? All of this could be traced back to Tyrant. Yesterday, after obtaining adamantine grade gear, Tyrant organized his primary squad and once again began grinding the Divine Phantom boss. In the end, relying on the lifesteal effect of the Divine Soul Sword, they managed to slowly wear him down until he died. Up to this point, none of that was the key focus. The key focus was this.
The first kill drop of the Flame God Phantom erupted in a burst of golden light, dropping a rare class change book. A rare class change book, no matter the game, is an absolute strategic resource and a guarantee of a player's power. Rare classes are stronger than ordinary classes, and much stronger at that. How many common players have eventually become major powerhouses after obtaining a hidden class change through a stroke of luck? Hidden classes. They are the path to defying heaven and changing one's fate. The rare class change book Tyrant obtained was named Phoenix Flame Warrior. Its most significant feature is a max star flame talent, which can stack with one's own flame talent. This means that if Tyrant uses it and successfully changes classes, his flame talent would soar directly to 13. A flame talent of 13 means Tyrant would slaughter the talent rankings and take the number 1 spot. This is a massive upgrade and the best way for Tyrant to escape the mockery he faces. Why did this matter cause such a stir and become common knowledge? Was there a spy in the Tyrant Guild? No, it wasn't that. It was because Tyrant, being a show-off, started a live stream on the interactive platform. Shouldn't one show off such adamantine grade gear? Since the dungeon was sealed, to satisfy his desire to flaunt, Tyrant started a stream to show the public his power and his flair. But who would have thought? He actually ended up killing the Flame God Phantom, and who could have guessed that Tyrant's luck would be so good as to drop the Phoenix Flame Warrior hidden class change book? Although Tyrant shut down the stream the instant the skill book dropped, it was ultimately seen by those with keen eyes, screenshotted, publicized, and eventually became a massive sensation. To this, Tyrant just wanted to slam his head against the ground. He was in utter agony. He could have made a fortune in silence. He could have used this advantage to grind other dungeons and obtain more hidden classes. But now, everything had fallen through. Tyrant's live stream video was circulating across the entire internet. Consequently, countless players swarmed into the Divine Phantom dungeon, hoping to take a gamble on a hidden class change book. Whether they could get a hidden class change book to drop was unknown, but the quantity of attribute stones increased significantly. At 4 a.m. last night, Tyrant's communication line was blown up, everyone asking if it was true. Left with no choice, Tyrant directly went public with his hidden class book, no longer hiding it. When the Phoenix Guild leader saw this scene, he instantly went mad, jumping up and down like a monkey as fury continuously built up in his heart. He wished he could slap himself twice, his mouth was just too loose. If he had known, he would have gone to grind the Divine Phantom dungeon too. But unfortunately, last night he spent his time notifying every single guild leader. How could he have had time to grind a dungeon? Furthermore, he had inadvertently created so many rivals for himself. Originally, he was the only one with adamantite grade gear, giving him an absolute advantage. Crucially, no one knew who else could forge such gear. He could even buy surplus adamantite pieces from Fong just to be safe. But now, Guild leader Phoenix opened the gear rankings. Within Tianyang town, at least 7 or 8 people were now equipped with adamantite grade gear. And now, when he tried to contact Fong to buy more gear, he couldn't get through at all. The line was perpetually busy. At this moment, Guild leader Phoenix finally understood what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. Since 5 a.m, Phoenix had summoned every member of Team 1 to begin grinding the Ice Spirit Phantom boss. They had already reached the final stage. Although the fight was grueling, they were managing to hold their ground. Right now, everyone was racing against the clock. Whoever cleared it first would have a chance to obtain a hidden class change scroll. Fong might have been the last person to see Tyrant's livestream. Consequently, the 8 pieces of adamantite gear he just sold hadn't increased in price. In fact, he had even offered discounts for bulk purchases. The moment Fong sold out of his inventory and saw Tyrant's video, he beat his chest and stamped his feet in frustration, feeling as though he had lost a fortune. He should have raised the prices. What a waste, what a pity. Then again, perhaps not raising the prices this time was for the best. After days of forging, Fong had gradually deduced a pattern. The refund system only triggered if the forging process was more than 50% complete before failing. This meant that Fong's plan to speed-run gear production wouldn't work. To reach 50% completion on a gold-grade piece of gear, Fong needed at least 25 minutes, and that was at his fastest speed.
Maintaining good customer relations was also vital. Ding. Would you like to call Player Clay? Ding. Player Clay has accepted the call. A hidden class? Fong was intrigued.
He didn't want to forge gear anymore, he wanted to go grind the Spirit Phantom boss and get a hidden class change scroll.
Boss? What's up?
Today, Clay was back at full strength and ready for action. Come with me to grind for a hidden class change scroll.
It'll be useful for you. Clay's talent had long since been activated. Dark Element, 10. He was perfectly suited to be a rogue. If Clay could obtain the empowerment of a hidden class, just how terrifying would he become?
Keep in mind that in his previous life, Clay was just an ordinary player, not a hidden class player.
Once Clay becomes a hidden class player, his attributes, his sheer terror? They could reach even greater heights. Chapter 61, The Phantom of the Dark God Dungeon. The Destiny community forums have completely exploded. What? This Phantom of the Gods can actually drop hidden class change books? You have to kill it in a head-on confrontation? That's incredibly difficult. Multiplayer is hard, but maybe someone could clear it solo. No, did you see Tyrant's gear? That's at least an adamantite grade piece of gear. It feels so difficult. Difficult? What isn't difficult? Are we going to grind it or not? Go, go, go.
The comments on the community forums continued to pile up, and Tyrant mob grinding videos were being constantly analyzed to see exactly which aspect of Tyrant was so powerful.
Right now? The Phantom of the Fire God Dungeon dropped a hidden class change book, which means,
in the short term, this dungeon won't drop another one, otherwise, it would affect the game's fairness.
You mean? Go grind other Phantom of the Gods dungeons? Yeah, based on my speculation, the 36 Phantom of the Gods dungeon should contain at least 36 hidden classes. Right now?
It's probably most cost-effective to go grind other god dungeons. No, I have a different opinion. According to my guess, the Phantom of the Fire God dungeon can still drop hidden class change books. These were differing voices after all, everyone is an independent individual. So far, only the Rainy Knight and Tyrant teams have conquered the dungeon.
Rainy Knight obviously didn't get a drop, while Tyrant did, which means even a first clear isn't a 100% drop rate. No? How do you know? What if the Rainy Knight video was edited?
Right, that's possible. For now, I'm still leaning towards the theory of 36 dungeons, 36 hidden classes.
Go grind them now. Don't let others beat us to it.
Players immediately began diving into the god dungeons one after another.
Brother? These Phantom of the Gods dungeons? They can drop hidden class change books. Should we?
No, we shouldn't snatch these 36 spots. They must be left for the general player base.
Oh, I understand.
Rainy Knight and Aqua's brief conversation revealed a wealth of information.
While Fong dialed Clay and told him to meet at the blacksmith shop, his mind was racing through a quick search, hidden classes in his past life? When were they unlocked? Why did he have absolutely no memory of this? The Phantom of the Gods dungeon? It could drop hidden classes?
He had never even heard of such a thing. However, he did remember a period where hidden classes began popping up like mushrooms after rain, far more powerful than average players. That was the only reason he knew of their existence.
Could it be? Was it because of his arrival? Had he ultimately acted like a butterfly flapping its wings, bringing about a slight change in the timeline?
In his past life, perhaps some guilds were making a fortune in silence, and thus, the news never broke. But in this life, because of Tyrant showing off, the fact that the Phantom dungeons produced hidden classes had become common knowledge.
Grinding dungeons? What about the Villa District? Was Clay still worried about the Villa District? He didn't want to leave. What if someone snatched the opportunity while he was away?
All his hard work over the past few days would be for nothing.
Put the Villa District matters aside for now. It'll take at least another month before that opens up and yields results, so there's no rush. Right now?
Our focus should be on the Phantom of the Gods dungeon. While busy, Fong took out 3 or 4 pieces of adamantine grade gear and handed 2 to Clay.
Hearing Fong's confident words, Clay immediately felt at ease.
He stopped worrying and began focusing intently on studying the Phantom of the Gods dungeon.
This dungeon?
Clay had only heard of it, he hadn't experienced it for himself yet. This is the data I collected earlier. Take a look. Fong handed over the detailed information on the 36 dungeons to Clay as a single package, letting him study it so he would know what to expect. Clay, our target is the Phantom of the Dark God dungeon.
Hurry up and read through it.
Likely due to the time constraint, Fong pulled Clay along, forced to read while running. The hidden class advancement for the Dark God is undoubtedly the best match for you.
This time, we must succeed in one go.
According to Fong's data analysis, there were at least 7 or 8 guilds attempting to conquer the Phantom of the Dark God dungeon, along with no small number of top-tier solo players.
It was still anyone's guess who would eventually claim the hidden class.
Fortunately, Fong had not sold any gear to the guilds currently grinding the Dark God dungeon, otherwise, the outcome would truly be uncertain.
Fong and Clay entered the dungeon.
Just as they stepped in, guild leader 3 Guns arrived with his team and also chose to enter.
There was currently too little information available. Could a solo run yield a hidden class? No one knew. Could a duo run clear the dungeon? No one knew that either. Currently, the safest bet was undoubtedly to follow Tyrant's lead and form an 8-man party. Ding!
Welcome to the Phantom of the Dark God dungeon.
Ding! System detected your attribute as fire. Your power has automatically decreased by 3%. Ding!
System detected your attribute as dark. Your power remains unchanged.
System notification tones rang out incessantly. Fong and Clay felt a sensation of constant descent, as if they were falling into a bottomless pit.
After a long while, the two finally touched down as steadily as balloons. Darkness was the only melody here, and cold silence was its defining characteristic. The surroundings were like a pitch-black night where one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. Visibility was extremely low. Fong and Clay felt as if a black mist had been draped over their eyes. Screech! Fong took out an object resembling a rugby bat and swiped it against the ground.
Boom!
A red light flared up, instantly illuminating the surrounding environment.
This was a cave, a very eerie and gloomy one.
By the red light, Fong saw pitch-black little snakes crawling incessantly across the ground. They were about the length of an arm and only as thick as a thumb, flicking their tongues with a hissing sound that added a layer of terror to the darkness. These snakes, entirely black except for their crimson eyes, had already surrounded the two of them. In the next second, seemingly stimulated by the red light, the hissing from these little snakes grew louder and filled with rage. They sprang up one after another like arrows, lunging toward Fong and Clay. Fong's gear was the Divine Soul Sword. Its sharp blade shimmered with a brilliant, flame-like red light. Every strike he dealt slashed out like sword chi, mighty, overbearing, and magnificent to behold. Because the Divine Soul Sword was forged by Fong, it possessed a fire attribute. In fact, it wasn't just the Divine Soul Sword. Any adamantine rank gear forged by Fong carried the fire attribute. Fire-attributed gear automatically lowered attributes by 3%. It didn't seem like much, but in reality, that 3% could very well lead to ultimate failure. Fong checked the stats of the little black snakes. They weren't high-level 15 bronze rank mobs. He and Clay could crush them. Put. That was the sound of the Divine Soul Sword cleaving into a snake's body. Sis. That wasn't the sound made by the snakes, but the sound of the sharp blade cutting through flesh and blood splashing out. The black blood splattered onto Fong's body, and a corrosive effect immediately took hold. 10. 10. 10. Damage numbers kept popping up, but Fong didn't care in the slightest and began his slaughter. Chapter 62, The Eighth Floor. Fong transformed into a cold-blooded butcher, abandoning defense in pursuit of absolute offense. These pitch-black snakes were like withered vines, constantly being severed by Fong and falling to the ground. Even when hacked in half, the snakes' bodies continued to writhe, letting out mournful cries.
After 3 seconds, the bodies of these small snakes would self-detonate, sending pitch-black blood splashing everywhere.
If not handled in time, it would cause a fair amount of trouble. At this moment, Clay, who had already hidden in the shadows, acted like an envoy of the Dark Knight. He continuously harvested the lives of the black snakes that had been cut in two, preventing them from self-detonating. This could be considered reaping the benefits of those who came before. All of this had been clearly noted in the videos left by the Phantom of the Dark God. The adamantine rank greedy wolf dagger in Clay's hand acted like the most terrifying of weapons. It pierced straight through the center of their heads, instantly dealing massive critical damage. 14,221. With such high damage, these pitch-black snakes died in just 2 strikes. As the pitch-black little snake died, a phantom wolf head emerged from the greed wolf dagger in Clay's hand, swallowing the soul fragment within the snake in a single gulp. This is the unique property of the greed wolf dagger. It can devour the souls of those it slays to build up a devastating ultimate strike. It can consume up to 999 phantom souls, providing a damage multiplier of up to 10 times. The stored energy can also be released prematurely, though the damage multiplier will be lower. This greed wolf dagger was specifically crafted and left for Clay by Fong. With this gear, Clay's strength would easily double without any issue. This was their first time cooperating, and they were surprisingly in sync. Not a single black serpent managed to self-destruct. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the first floor of the Phantom of the Dark God dungeon. Fong and Clay didn't stop to loot the corpses, rushing straight into the second floor. In a moment like this, not a single second could be wasted. The first floor had 36 black serpents, but the second floor doubled that to 72, and they seemed to be a notch stronger in terms of size and toxicity. Fong took out several jars of strong spirits, smashed them, and ignited them. This formed a ring of fire with him and Clay positioned right in the center. As the flames spread rapidly and the light pierced through the darkness, the black serpents let out shrill cries, seemingly unable to withstand the scorching heat and blinding light. This was the most efficient way to grind the black serpents, though it was a bit costly in terms of coins. As the black serpents tried to flee, Fong switched to an adamantine rank bow and arrow, picking them off one by one and pinning them to the stone walls and the ground. P.S. The restriction for blacksmiths using all class gear: they can only use gear they have forged themselves. There is no rank limit. Clay continued the harvest, his hand speed becoming even faster. The 72 black serpents were wiped out in no time at all. Ding! You have entered the third floor of the Dark God dungeon. Inside the third floor were silver rank black medium snake elite monsters. Name: Dark Viper. Description: a serpentine creature born within the temple of the Dark God. Level: 15. Rank: Silver rank. HP 390000. MP 4521. Strength: 741. Agility: 365. Spirit: 965. Constitution: 390. Physical defense: 390. Magic defense: 965. Active skill 1, Black Snake Assault. Active skill 2, Black Snake Venom. Active skill 3, Black Snake Bite. Passive skill, Self-Destruct. The attributes of these small snakes are not much different from the sunbats within the Vulcan dungeon. Essentially, their HP is halved, but they possess an additional passive skill. The overall difficulty is similar. Fong and Clay exchanged a glance and immediately moved to sandwich the target, initiating a pincer attack. Perhaps due to living in a dark environment for a long time, its speed was not particularly fast. Furthermore, the surrounding cave area was not very large, leaving it with limited space to escape. Fong gripped a gold rank shield in his left hand while a sleek shortsword appeared in his right. He began to draw aggro, creating a favorable damage-dealing environment for Clay. Thanks to the bonus HP from the shield, Fong's health remained stable. However, he often struggled to hold aggro because Clay's damage output was simply too high. 8421 weak point plus critical. 4152 weak point. 4784 critical. The health of this silver rank pitch black snake dropped in massive chunks, a terrifying sight to behold. In just 30 seconds, through the mutual coordination of Fong and Clay, the pitch black snake died a miserable death. Its soul phantom was swallowed in one gulp by the phantom of the greedy wolf. A silver rank phantom could increase the greedy wolf's stats by 10 points. On the 4th floor, the number of pitch black snakes doubled, reaching a total of 144. On the 5th floor, it doubled again, reaching 288. Fong showed no hesitation in using the large jars of strong spirits. He poured them out and ignited them. Under the heavy threat of the flames, these pitch black snakes immediately fled in panic, only to be chased down and slain one by Fong and Clay. The 6th floor contains 6 silver rank pitch black snakes. Clay, I'll draw the aggro of all 6 snakes. You take the opportunity to kill them one by one. Boss, can you handle it? Regarding this, Clay expressed doubt. Fong didn't waste words and directly displayed his dominant side. He transformed into a spinning top, charging into the encirclement of the silver rank pitch black snakes. The siege of the 6 pitch black snakes put some pressure on Fong. However, Fong moved like a swimming dragon, constantly weaving through the snake's forms. He was like a roly-poly toy, swaying left and right incessantly, yet always preventing the snakes from landing a hit on him. Fong marked one snake, and coordinating with Clay, the two bombarded it relentlessly, killing it first to break them down one by one. The aggro of the other snakes was firmly held by Fong, never falling into chaos. Clay watched the scene in complete awe. This mob pulling technique was incredibly powerful. It felt like walking through a dense forest without a single leaf touching his body. Within 2 minutes, these small snakes were all reduced to soul phantoms and devoured by Sirius. The 7th floor. The number of silver rank pitch black snakes doubled, reaching 12. Boss? Can you still handle this? Facing Clay's doubt, Fong said nothing and stepped forward to pull the mobs. He only let Clay strike once he had maximized their aggro. 6 minutes later, Clay had slain the silver rank pitch black snakes one by one. The phantom of Sirius manifested and began to devour them one after another. The Sirius dagger in Clay's hand was constantly charging power, preparing to make a decisive contribution when it came time to kill the boss. With a tenfold amplification, if Clay could trigger a critical hit or exploit a weakness, he might be able to deal over 50,000 damage to a gold rank boss. Boss, you're amazing. Did you record the video? Fong's maneuvers had completely shocked Clay in just 8 short minutes. Against 6 pitch black snakes, Fong appeared to have plenty of room to maneuver against 12, he remained just as composed, showing not a hint of chaos. This represented Fong's true strength. He was much stronger than Clay had imagined. Dodge, attack, dodge, attack. These were the 6 words of wisdom Fong gave him, and truthfully, Fong practiced exactly what he preached. However, actually executing those 6 words was incredibly difficult. Why did it take 6 minutes this time? Because Clay felt that pulling mobs didn't look hard and wanted to try it himself. As a result, the aggro went haywire. It took Fong a great deal of effort to pull things back under control. Chapter 63, Phantom of the Dark God. Inside the 8th floor. The number of silver rank pitch black snakes doubled again, reaching 24. The pitch black snakes, roughly 2 meters long, reared their bodies and flicked their tongues at Fong and the others. The sight was enough to give anyone goosebumps. Their crimson eyes shimmered like rubies with a lethal glow, and a cold, dangerous aura emanated from them naturally. Boss? Let's go! Clay signaled for Fong to charge in and pull the mobs. However, faced with so many silver rank elite mobs, Fong didn't dare to be overconfident. He immediately led Clay back to the edge of the cave. Using the skill attached to his gold rank frost grade ape gear, he summoned 2 frost grade apes. They stood beside them like guardians, shielding them and keeping the pitch black snakes at bay. The 2 gold rank frost grade apes were quite effective. While they couldn't block all the snakes, they managed to hold off about a dozen of them. With a roar, the frost great apes turned into gods of war, grabbing snakes with their hands, trampling them underfoot, and even biting them in their mouths. In short, the frost great apes were showing their divine might. The remaining pitch-black snakes that broke through the ape's defense were handled by Fong and Clay. Fong pulled the aggro, and Clay performed the kills. After a short while, Fong's voice rang out with a slight sigh.
Clay, watch your positioning. Fong simply couldn't bear to watch any longer. Clay was being hit far too frequently.
The giant frost ape, after all, lacked true intelligence. The small black snakes were able to break through whenever its defense faltered, attacking both Fong and Clay. Fong was doing fine, maintaining a high evasion rate. Clay, however, was a pathetic sight. He was being hit constantly, and his health was dropping rapidly.
Oh, got it, boss.
At this moment, Clay finally recognized his own shortcomings. The previous continuous mob grinding and non-stop slaying had made Clay believe he was capable. Only now did he realize it wasn't that he was capable, but rather that Fong's mob pulling was so good that it had created an illusion. With Fong's method of pulling mobs, even if you hitched a pig to the team, that pig wouldn't take a single point of damage. Clay began practicing his positioning, but as the scene grew more chaotic, his movement became even worse, and he was hit even more often. Had Fong not risked his life to save him multiple times, Clay would have died. Once a player dies inside a dungeon, they cannot respawn. They can only wait for the dungeon to be cleared. Unless they purchase a dungeon resurrection stone. They cost 10,000 coins each and can be bought in the Destiny Mall. High quality at a fair price. Watch the positions of the silver rank snakes. At the very least, you need to predict their attack direction. Their attacks follow a certain pattern. They are very easy to anticipate. Under Fong's guidance, Clay managed to make some slight progress. Stumbling through the chaos, it took 18 minutes, but they finally managed to slay all the silver rank elite mobs in the area.
Phew! Fong exhaled a breath of turbid air and couldn't help but look at Clay, a hint of reproach in his eyes.
Clay's face instantly flushed as he lowered his head in shame, feeling embarrassed and uneasy. Like a student who had done something wrong, his hands fidgeted restlessly, and tears seemed to well up in his eyes.
Boss? Please don't make me leave.
Clay whispered with his head down, looking like a stray cat about to be punished by its master. This state of trepidation seemed to infect the surrounding atmosphere. The moment those words were spoken, any dissatisfaction in Fong's heart vanished instantly. It was true the Clay of this lifetime had been playing this game for less than 7 days. He wasn't the god of slaughter from his previous life yet. I didn't mean to blame you, Clay, truly.
Fong patted Clay on the shoulder, his gaze and words filled with sincerity. Pull yourself together quickly.
We're about to fight the boss, and you can't go in with this current mindset.
Boss. Give me a moment. I won't let this happen again next time.
To be honest, Clay had become a bit slack over the past few days.
Clay, believe in yourself. You are a genius.
If I had entered Destiny at the same time as you, I wouldn't be as good as you are. These were Fong's heartfelt words. Sometimes, you have to admit that in gaming, talent really does matter. However, Fong possessed 10 more years of experience than Clay. Once Clay had composed himself, the two of them stepped onto the 9th floor.
The 9th floor.
This place. It appeared to be a palace forged entirely from black bracelet stone. It was no longer shrouded in endless darkness. On the contrary, it was as bright as day, as if a great sun were hanging high above. Under this radiance, the black bracelet stone became crystal clear and translucent, reflecting a magnificent and enchanting beauty. Surrounding the palace stood 4 massive, pitch-black divine pillars that seemed capable of propping up the heavens. Beyond these pillars lay a void that could not be seen, as if obscured by a dense mist. The floor, as smooth as glass, was devoid of any tiny black snakes, appearing clean and pristine. In the central area between the divine pillars stood an altar, where the dark goddess with a human torso and a serpent's tail stood silently, her eyes closed as if in a deep slumber. The appearance of the dark goddess's phantom was exquisitely beautiful, possessing a visage so stunning that one could never forget it after a single glance. It was a form of ultimate beauty, a beauty that took one's breath away. With a peerless face, incredibly delicate features, and a fair neck, her towering peaks were partially veiled by 2 pieces of black bracelet stonecloth to prevent any untoward exposure that might provoke improper impulses. Below her navel was a snow-white serpent tail.
The dark deity.
Though she carried the title of darkness, her entire body was as pure and transparent as a white cloud.
Ding. You may inspect the attributes of the dark deity phantom. Combat will commence in 3 minutes, please be prepared.
The dark goddess's phantom stood silently upon the altar like the most perfect sculpture.
The way Clay looked at the dark goddess changed, his gaze carrying a hint of adoration.
It was only when Fong coughed that his focus quickly returned. Clay, focus on studying her weaknesses. Fong paced continuously around the dark goddess's phantom, seemingly trying to locate her vulnerabilities. The lower back, the center of the forehead, the spine, these spots can trigger weakness modifiers. The snake tail, the vent, these can trigger critical hits. Fong analyzed incessantly while Clay recorded the information, simultaneously beginning to visualize in his mind how to execute the plan later. As for how to counter her skills, Fong had no clue for the time being. Name, Dark Deity Phantom. Introduction, simulated from authentic data. Level, 15. Rank, Gold. HP 4000000. MP 360000. Strength, 3000. Agility, 3000. Spirit, 36,000. Constitution, 40,000. Physical defense, 1,000. Magic defense, 1,000. Active skill 1, fall into darkness, fall into absolute darkness and become a servant of the dark goddess for a duration of 30 seconds. Active skill 2, dark sweep, the entire space falls into extreme darkness, inflicting a blindness effect. Active skill 3, dark breath condenses the power of darkness to bombard the surroundings. A total of 9 skills, each one incredibly overpowered. Although this was a gold grade boss, it was far stronger and more terrifying than the gold grade bosses found in the starter village. Ding, the battle has begun. Upon the altar, the exquisite visage awakened. Chapter 64, The Slaying. Waves of dark energy were spreading outward as the pressure gradually closed in. Black mist drifted around the sculpture, intertwining with the white and adding a unique, haunting beauty to the phantom of the dark goddess. The strands of hair atop the dark goddess's head were awakened by an ancient power. Thousands of pitch-black tiny snakes opened their eyes simultaneously, causing Fong and Clay's faces to turn pale and sending a chill deep into their hearts. This? The prototype of the 8th skill, Thousand Snakes Heart Bite. Fong had originally been wondering where the 1,000 snakes would come from. Was the dark goddess some kind of summoner? He hadn't expected them to be the dark goddess's own hair. The previous 8 floors? Had everything they killed been nothing more than the dark goddess's hair? Once again, Fong witnessed the sheer power of a so-called deity. The strands of hair danced incessantly, flicking their tongues. In an instant, the dark goddess's temperament shifted drastically from exquisite beauty to pure horror. Humble humans, to dare disturb my slumber. The dark goddess's brow twitched slightly as a surge of anger welled up. Countless spheres of dark energy condensed and began to fall like raindrops. The moment they hit the ground, they exploded, dealing massive magical damage. Fong and Clay leaped to dodge, but with little success. Every second, they were either struck by the small black orbs or caught in the blast radius of the surrounding explosions. Crack, crack. Fong and Clay's health dropped to 2/3 and continued to plummet. Gulp, gulp. They downed health potions incessantly, forcing their health bars back up. Fong and Clay rapidly closed the distance to the dark goddess. Whether it was the god of fire or the goddess of darkness, they both belonged to the mage type of deities. Once closed in on, their capabilities were effectively halved. However, caution was still necessary. Their basic attacks were exceptionally high. A few moments of inattention could easily result in being swatted to death. Fong summoned the Divine Soul Sword. While attacking, he could also recover his own health, allowing him to stabilize his condition. Meanwhile, Clay's gluttonous wolf dagger also possessed a lifesteal effect. The two of them held their ground. The dark goddess seemed irritated by these two ants. In the next instant, infinite darkness surged forth, crashing toward the pair. Miss. 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 However, the sight of massive misindicators made them both sigh in frustration, leaving them no choice but to pull away. The blindness effect caused all of Fong and Clay's attacks to fail. Although they could rely on their instincts to strike the body of the gold rank boss, the Dark Goddess, the constant misses forced them to retreat.
Fall back. Retreat now. Fong's command was still a moment too late. Crack. The Dark Goddess's serpentine tail whipped out with agility, striking Clay squarely in the back. 8,945. Massive damage numbers popped up. Clay spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly swallowed a recovery potion. Fong and Clay leaped off the altar, putting a significant distance between themselves and her. In the next second, an endless rain of pitch-black droplets descended once more. Fong and Clay could do nothing but flee relentlessly. Fortunately, it wasn't a full map attack, otherwise, there would have been no escape. Humph, ants. The Dark Goddess snorted coldly. Strands of her hair snapped off, transforming into pitch-black bronze-rank vipers the moment they hit the ground. Dense and swarming, they formed an army of small snakes to besiege Fong and Clay. Boom! Fong continuously dropped wine jars, igniting them to begin harvesting the mobs. When Clay's gluttonous wolf phantoms reached the count of 999, the entire gluttonous wolf dagger turned a deep azure. The phantom of the wolf seemed ready to burst from its shell as a powerful aura surged outward. Fong covered Clay as they rapidly approached the Dark Goddess. Once they were close enough, Fong decisively activated the active skill on his gold-rank greaves, Bind. The Dark Goddess was instantly immobilized. Though it lasted only 0.5 seconds, it was enough for Clay to successfully trigger the skill, Gluttonous Wolf. Thump! A blood-soaked phantom of the gluttonous wolf lunged out from the dagger, crashing violently into the Dark Goddess's neck and beginning to tear away. Rip! The gluttonous wolf dagger plunged in following the phantom. 74,784 critical. Over 70,000 damage erupted, far exceeding what Fong and Clay had anticipated. The health bar of the Dark Goddess's phantom dropped visibly. 1,000 bleed. 1,000 bleed. Perhaps a major artery had been struck, triggering a bleeding effect. Roar! A shrill, piercing scream tore from the throat of the Dark Goddess's phantom. The wound on her neck drove her into a state of agonizing madness. This dark roar plunged both Fong and Clay into a 3-second stun state. Fong and Clay were instantly transformed into sandbags for the phantom of the Dark God to vent its fury upon. As soon as the 3 seconds passed, Fong and Clay immediately activated the teleport skill from their adamantine grade gear, rapidly distancing themselves from the Dark God. That was close. Fong and Clay were down to their last sliver of health. A single final blow would have meant certain death. Gulp, they downed health potions, and their HP began to recover rapidly. Clay, go kill those small pitch-black snakes to stack the greed wolf phantoms. Be careful, boss. Clay immediately understood Fong's intention. To be honest, this was likely the best possible strategy at the moment. Fong kite the boss, drawing aggro and occasionally landing basic melee attacks, dealing measly damage of 500 and 300. This damage was far too low. The bronze-rank pitch-black snakes were very easy to kill. In just 2 short minutes, Clay had accumulated 500 greed wolf phantoms. Boss, create an opening for me. Great. Fong's feet traced complex patterns on the ground. This was his unique movement technique. Thud, slash. He sliced through the phantom god's skin and vanished. Then he reappeared behind her, slashed again, and whoosh, Fong vanished once more. This footwork kept Fong in a state of constant displacement, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Aggro. He held it with an iron grip. As Clay drew near, the aggro suddenly shifted. After all, Clay's damage output was too high. The serpent tail lashed out, seemingly about to strike Clay again. Clay's eyes narrowed, and like an agile monkey, he effortlessly evaded the attack. In the next second, the greed wolf dagger was driven deep into the Dark God's spine. 41621 weak point. Another massive burst of damage left the Dark God in agonizing pain. The neck. The spine. These were all her vulnerable spots. Pitiful ants, you have thoroughly enraged me.
The Dark God unleashed its skill once more, Dark Radiance, causing Fong and Clay's health to plummet by 4/5.
The two quickly pulled back to create distance, adopting a front and back formation to begin whittling down this gold rank boss.
As far as the Dark God boss was concerned, as long as it couldn't kill Fong and Clay in a single strike, then the one destined to die in the end could only be the gold rank boss itself. Time ticked away, and the health of the gold rank boss, Phantom of the Dark God, grew lower and lower. At the 58th minute, after consuming countless health and mana potions, exhausting immense energy, and using 2 dungeon resurrection stones, Fong and Clay joined forces to slay the Phantom of the Dark God.
Dungeon resurrection stones.
These were practically essential for clearing dungeons.
It couldn't be helped, slaying a gold rank boss always came with various unforeseen complications. Ding!
Congratulations, you have successfully slain the Phantom of the Dark God.
Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Dark God Attribute Stone 99. Ding!
Congratulations, you have achieved the duo first clear of the Phantom of the Dark God dungeon.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have obtained Gold Rank Gear, Dark Staff.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have obtained Silver Rank Gear, Dark Ring.
Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained.
The system notifications chimed incessantly. As a first clear, the rewards were quite plentiful. However, there was no sign of a hidden class change scroll. Fong let out a sigh, quickly pocketed the loot, exited the dungeon, and prepared to start a new run.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have cleared the Phantom of the Dark God dungeon on simple mode.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have unlocked hard mode for the Phantom of the Dark God dungeon.
Would you like to challenge hard mode? Fong decisively chose simple mode.
They had been battered even in simple mode, let alone hard mode.
Chapter 65 Special Effect, Phoenix Phantom. Ding!
Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Phantom of the Dark God dungeon. The luckiest player from the Three Guns Guild's first team immediately looted the corpse, searching through it repeatedly, but the hidden class change scroll failed to drop.
What rotten luck, a teammate couldn't help but complain. Again. If it didn't drop on the first clear, then they would just have to clear it again and keep farming the dungeon. A hidden class advancement book? How could it drop so easily? As for Tyrant? That was an anomaly and cannot be used as a reference. Ding! Do you wish to select hard difficulty?
After a moment of thought, President Three Guns immediately selected the hard difficulty level. Since it wouldn't drop in ordinary dungeons, the drop rate should be slightly higher in hard mode. However, the moment he entered the hard difficulty dungeon, President Three Guns immediately regretted it.
This?
The difficulty was too high. The first floor already featured silver rank elite monsters?
Could it be that the third floor would be a gold rank boss?
President Three Guns and his team struggled through the first and second floors.
Upon entering the third floor, it was exactly as they expected: a gold rank boss, the pitch-black giant python.
It was a massive, towering serpent. Facing such a mini-boss, President Three Guns no longer hesitated and engaged in battle. By slaying gold rank bosses and obtaining gold rank gear, they could sustain their progress through combat. Once they completed a full set of gold rank gear, clearing this hard dungeon might no longer be a problem. Unfortunately, while the ideal was grand, reality proved harsh. The gold grade boss, the jet black giant python, perished under the seamless coordination of guild leader Three Guns and his team. But before the group could even loot the corpse, a violent explosion erupted, the sound of venom detonating.
All 8 members, including guild leader Three Guns, died instantly without exception. This venom was simply too terrifying. Impossible to counter.
This passive skill was practically unsolvable. Left with no choice, the first team of the Three Guns Guild re-entered the normal dungeon.
Since Tyrant could get a hidden class change book from a normal dungeon, there was no reason they couldn't.
Currently, major guilds in every town were dispatching their first, second, and even third, fourth, and fifth teams into the Phantom of the Gods dungeons, grinding away in hopes of obtaining a hidden class change book. On the Destiny interaction forums, wealthy players were even offering 500 million coins to purchase a hidden class change book.
Right now? Whoever could loot one would essentially become an overnight multi-millionaire.
Common players, expert players, and guild players alike entered the dungeons without exception.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Phantom of the Goddess of Life dungeon.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Phantom of the Ice God dungeon. System notifications like these rang out continuously, yet the dungeon records remained unbroken. For instance, in the Fire God dungeon, the fastest solo player record belonged to Lizard at just 10 minutes. As for Fong's record, it had long since been pushed back and currently sat outside the top 300.
The fastest clear for the Earth God Phantom dungeon was a mere 8 minutes. After all, the method for rapid boss slaying shared by Fong was highly effective. But now,
everyone had to slay the bosses fair and square to have a chance at dropping a hidden class changebook.
Who could be that fast? Currently, the fastest clears required at least 90 minutes or more. Ding!
Congratulations, you have successfully cleared. Selling attribute stones at low prices.
PM me if interested.
100 coins per attribute stone, PM me. I'll do 90 coins per attribute stone. Because so many players were entering the attribute dungeons, attribute stones began to flood the market, causing prices to plummet steadily. Naturally, the speculators within Destiny were not pleased to see this situation unfolding. Consequently, several powerful scalpers joined forces and began a large-scale buyout of attribute stones. In no time at all, they had cleared the market of these stones, only to list them again at inflated prices.
This is the market, a small segment of the market being manipulated.
This is just the beginning. These scalpers can still stomach the cost for now.
But who knows? In a few days, will they still be able to swallow it all? Ding!
Congratulations to player Tyrant for successfully changing classes.
Ding!
Congratulations to player Tyrant for becoming the first player with a hidden class.
Ding! The hidden class leaderboard is now open. These system announcements instantly left the players of Destiny green with envy. This Tyrant?
It hasn't been that long, and he's already completed his second class advancement. Clicking on the hidden class leaderboard revealed a void, with only one person on the list.
Rank 1, Tyrant Phoenix Flame Warrior. Fire Talent, 13.
Upon clicking the talent leaderboard, Tyrant's name appeared prominently at the very top, becoming the undisputed number 1 and crushing all those with a talent of 10.
This gave Tyrant's vanity a massive boost.
The smirk on his face was impossible to suppress. Let them try to mock him now.
From 3 to 13.
This was a qualitative leap. His attributes were increased by 13%. To be honest, this hidden class should have been given to Hua Fan, a player within the Tyrant Guild. If that had happened, Hua Fan's fire talent would have reached a staggering 20, meaning 20% more attributes than average players. At that point, it would have been no problem for Hua Fan to leapfrog to become the strongest member of the Tyrant Guild.
But was that possible? Obviously not.
Tyrant inspected his attributes and his brand new skills, feeling extremely satisfied. He quickly organized the guild members into Team 1 and Team 2 to grind other dungeons, striving to secure a second or even a third hidden class changebook.
Whoever loots it, keeps it.
This maximized the player's motivation to the limit. Inside the Phantom of the Frost God dungeon, Tyrant looked majestic, his full set of gold grade gear on display with all special effects active, looking like a golden god of war. He charged at the front lines, slaying mobs. Every 9 strikes, a phantom phoenix would flutter forth, wreathed in raging flames, dealing 0.01% damage to the target. The damage wasn't high, but it looked incredibly cool. This was the special effect attached to the Phoenix Flame Warrior hidden class, Phoenix Phantom. The other members of the team watched on, salivating with envy. A roar resounded as the Phoenix cried out, appearing once again. A smile played at the corners of Tyrant's mouth. He even contemplated getting a set of gear focused entirely on attack speed. If that were the case, could he trigger the Phoenix Phantom every single second? He wondered if Fong's forging skills could help him achieve this goal. Start the stream, start the stream. Tyrant launched his live stream once more. To have such a cool hidden class and not let the public witness it and envy him would be a total waste, like wearing fine silks in the dead of night. How could he let that happen? Holy crap, this dog tyrant. That's such a badass hidden class. This phoenix is so cool. This damn tyrant, his luck is way too good. Eyes full of envy and jealousy, along with endless greetings, poured out in the comments. On the interactive bullet chat, 89% of the comments were cursing Tyrant, but he didn't care in the slightest. On the contrary, he was beaming with joy, showing off from every possible angle. This move immediately sparked inspiration among the other guilds. Of course. Tyrant only dropped this hidden class change scroll the moment he started his livestream. Could it be that this was also a hidden condition? And so, in the next second, the interaction board was instantaneously flooded with countless livestream notifications. In the past, opportunities to see top-tier experts streaming were rare, but now? Nearly 80% of the top players were live. This was a golden opportunity to learn. Fong and Clay began clearing the dungeon with practiced ease. Stage 1. Stage 2. Stage 3. Stage 4. The two were moving fast. Chapter 66, Terrifying Dominance. The 5th floor. The 7th floor. The 9th floor. This time, slaying the Phantom of the Flame God was clearly about 10 minutes faster than the previous run, but unfortunately, the hidden class change scroll still failed to drop. This time? There wasn't even any gold grade gear, there was only silver rank gear and a single bronze rank blueprint. A level 15 bronze rank blueprint was practically useless. Even if it triggered a critical return, it would only result in silver rank gear. Ding! Player Zhou Yu has requested to add you as a friend. Ding! Player Morgan has requested to add you as a friend. Ding! Player Elven God has requested to add you as a friend. Fong accepted them one by one. When doing business, why would anyone shut people out? Ding! Player Elven God has requested a voice call. The fact that Fong could forge adamantite grade gear was no longer a secret within Sun-drenched town. Consequently, members from hundreds of guilds were scrambling to add Fong as a friend. While inside the dungeon, Fong had blocked these friend requests to avoid distractions. But now, he was approving them one by one. The leaders of these guilds? Though they ranked outside the top 10, the guilds themselves still possessed experts. Forming a team that was no weaker than the first string teams of the top 10 guilds was not an issue. Shin, get me a piece of adamantite grade gear. I won't haggle on the price. The Elven God? She was a woman whose appearance was unknown, but her voice was incredibly pleasant, albeit exceptionally cold and aloof. Fine. 10 gold grade blueprints, plus 1 million coins. This was Fong's new condition. Because of Xiao Hei, Fong wasn't particularly short on forging materials these days, but he was severely lacking in gold grade blueprints. Fong wanted a large number of gold grade blueprints to try and piece together a full set of adamantite grade gear. Fong knew the locations of many gold grade treasure chests hidden around Tianyang town. However, he had been so busy lately that he simply hadn't had the time to go out and dig them up. 3 gold grade blueprints, plus 2 million coins. If you agree, we have a deal. After a moment of reflection, a cold voice rang out. This was the counter-offer provided by the player Spirit God. Without a second thought, Fong chose to trade immediately, handing over the divine soul blade he was currently wielding to Spirit God. Ding! Trade successful. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 2 million coins. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained gold grade blueprint, Boots of Frost. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained gold grade blueprint, Frost Leg Guards. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained gold grade blueprint, Boots of Blazing Flame. To be honest, the value of these 3 gold grade blueprints wasn't exceptionally high, as they were for less critical gear like boots and leg guards. Even so, each blueprint was worth at least 2 million coins. After all, every blueprint was like a cornucopia. As long as the materials were sufficient and the blacksmith possessed decent skill, it could generate a steady stream of money. The most valuable blueprints were undoubtedly those for various weapons.
Fong knew that the player spirit god definitely possessed gold-grade weapon blueprints, but she chose not to bring them out.
That was her prerogative after all. The Spirit God Guild had a large number of people to support.
Attention, guild leaders and tycoons.
From this moment on, to trade for adamantite grade gear, you must prepare at least 2 gold-grade blueprints or 10 sets of gold-grade forging materials. The remainder can be settled with coins.
Fong announced his requirements.
Some players scoffed at these terms, but others quickly began preparing according to Fong's demands, fearing they would be too late and miss out on the trade.
Damn, does he really have to act like such a big shot?
Buying gear from you is doing you a favor, yet you dare to make demands.
Jin is so arrogant, this is getting interesting. Fong couldn't hear these comments.
In front of the Phantom of the Flame God dungeon, Clay looked at Fong's empty hands, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily.
Boss?
He had actually sold every single piece of adamantite and gold grade gear he was holding and wearing.
How was he supposed to clear the dungeon in a moment? Was he going to use his head? Boss? You? Clay was at a loss. Clay, the road ahead depends on you. I believe you can succeed.
From now on, you will grind this dungeon.
Fong patted Clay on the shoulder, signaling him to enter the dungeon.
The meaning was clear: I'm going to go make a fortune first, you go ahead and grind. Clay wore an expression as constipated as a newlywed bride who had just been swindled into her sedan chair.
Fong smiled and chose to return to town, while Clay helplessly entered the Phantom of the Dark God dungeon. Ding, you have returned to Tianyang Town.
Inside Tianyang Town, Fong stepped into the Moyang blacksmith shop and began a frenzy of gear forging.
Ding!
Congratulations, your forging failed, triggering a 10-fold return.
Ding, congratulations, forging failed.
Critical strike refund triggered.
As such system notifications rang out continuously, Fong took the opportunity to keep earning coins.
Forging until nightfall, Fong produced 3 pieces of adamantine grade gear and successfully sold them, bringing the number of coins in his backpack to over 10 million. After all, Fong's forging speed wasn't truly fast, and everyone used various payment methods. Coins weren't the only option.
Ding, your subordinate Yuze is requesting communication. Do you accept? Accept.
Boss, please transfer 10 million coins as soon as possible, otherwise construction will be unable to continue. In response, Fong immediately transferred the 10 million coins to Yuze. After being busy for so many days, he returned to poverty overnight. Fong sighed and began forging once more. Another 5 or 6 hours passed.
Ding, you have been gaming for a long time. Please log off and rest as soon as possible. Ding, your status: in 3 minutes, you will be forcibly kicked out of the game.
As the system notification sounded, Fong immediately stopped his forging and clicked open the gear rankings.
The gear rankings.
This was the leaderboard that gave Fong the greatest sense of accomplishment.
The top 10 on the list.
A total of 8 pieces of adamantine grade gear, from 3rd to 10th place, were all forged by Fong.
Among the top 20 on the list, a full 18 pieces of adamantine grade gear were forged by Fong. This was Fong's terrifying dominance.
As for the 1st and 2nd ranked pieces of gear, they belonged to Rainy Night and Aqua. In his past life, Fong had also wondered why these 2 pieces of gear always occupied the top of the rankings. It wasn't until the 10th year that Rainy Night announced the gear in his hands could upgrade its quality and rank indefinitely given the right conditions. In his previous life, these 2 pieces of gear eventually became artifacts. This was their destiny. Currently, these 2 pieces of gear had reached the adamantine grade. Their attributes crushed all other adamantine gear, which was why they sat firmly at the top of the list. In his past life, Fong had wanted to forge a peerless weapon that would crush the cheating weapons they had obtained, but he had never succeeded. In this life, he must succeed. In this lifetime, Fong wanted his gear to remain at the top of the rankings permanently. Ahem, a few days ago, Fong could be considered to have crushed them slightly. After all, for the past few days, it was Fong's gear that had held the top spot. Today, these 2 pieces of gear have just been upgraded, claiming the 1st and 2nd spots at the very top of the rankings.
Chapter 67, Us? We've been dead for a long time. Xiao Hei? Go ahead and devour the ores.
With only 10 seconds left before logging out of Destiny, Fong issued this command to Xiao Hei. This way, even while he is away from Destiny, Xiao Hei will be able to produce a pile of rare materials by the time he logs back in the next day.
Xiao Hei was very obedient and vanished instantly with swift steps.
Watching its leaping silhouette, Fong suddenly noticed that its body seemed to have grown slightly larger again, and the 9 patterns glowed even more brilliantly.
Ding, you have been forcibly logged out of the game. Fong felt his vision go dark.
When he opened his eyes again, his consciousness had returned.
He tiredly removed the holographic helmet.
Reaching out, he felt the blue energy pistol still pressing against his waist.
Fong's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, settled by a third.
He scanned the room finding nothing unusual, his anxiety dropped by another third. The black cat was still lying there lazily, occasionally licking its paws and grooming its knotted fur, seemingly treating this place as its home.
As for the dark shadow? She wasn't here today.
With a calm expression, Fong took out some black bread, broke it into pieces, and ate quietly, tossing a piece to the black cat as well. Once he was full, Fong stood up and headed outside to purchase a new batch of food.
Food. Fong only ever bought 5 to 7 days worth at a time. Any more than that, and he would be targeted. Fong returned to his room, set down the food, changed into a set of black clothes, and stepped out again.
After locking the door, he headed toward the junk mountain.
The joy of hunting for treasures within the trash was addictive.
Fong dug for a while and unearthed the wreckage of a broken robot, which was beyond repair. He dug further and found a small power cell.
This kind of power cell was considered a form of hard currency. The power cell was palm-sized and as pure and transparent as glass.
At its base, a flicker of purple shone through, giving it an air of nobility. To Sky City, these power cells were considered scrap, but for those living on the surface, that speck of purple was enough to cover 3 months of electricity bills. That trace of purple energy was incredibly pure.
Fong pocketed it, planning to sell it to the junk merchants upon his departure.
These junk merchants didn't dig for treasure themselves. Instead, they stayed at the entrance of the dump to buy items they deemed valuable. Those who knew the market rates wouldn't be cheated, but newcomers were easily swindled, allowing these junk merchants to buy high-value items at rock-bottom prices.
Such things happened all the time.
After a silent bout of standing his ground, Fong received the payment he desired. On his way back to his room, Fong glanced at the slaughterhouse from the previous night. It was very quiet inside, filled with a deathly silence.
Fong paid it no more mind and looked away.
Tonight, the moon hung high and the stars were sparse. It wasn't a suitable time to cause trouble. Furthermore, relying solely on Fong's own bioenergy to recharge was too slow. He wouldn't strike again until he had at least 4 bars of energy or more. This would take at least 2 days.
Closing the window and drawing the curtains, Fong fell into a deep sleep.
Inside the thug base from last night, a group of women who had undergone a complete transformation gathered together. They were cleaned up and dressed beautifully, with charming yet wicked smiles on their faces, exuding allure.
But those smiles?
No matter how you looked at them, they were cold and filled with death.
Tonight, we might die.
A thick killing intent flickered in the dark shadow's eyes. She had seemingly become the leader of the people here. Her gaze swept across each woman present. Dark Shadow now had her own plans for the future.
Us?
We've been dead for a long time. We have been dead for a very long time. The words of these women sounded like voices from hell, devoid of any emotion. Yet, there were smiles on their faces, making the scene appear utterly terrifying. These women were well aware of tonight's plan. They understood that they would likely never return. But still, they chose to go. They wanted to go.
And so, over 70 scorpion women launched their attack. Their outfits were provocative, barely covering the essentials. They swayed their hips, radiating a fatal charm. Their target?
A nearby thug outpost, occupied by a group of about 30 men.
Ergu, am I seeing things? Why is there a crowd of scantily clad women out here in the middle of the night?
Whoa, look at those bodies, look at those curves.
Wait, something is not right. It looks like their target is us. Who cares? Hurry up and notify the boss. We need to snatch them back. It's been so many days since we've had a taste of fresh meat. High atop the watchtower of the thug encampment, two starved men were practically drooling.
They immediately signaled the entire base to mobilize, determined to capture every single one of those women.
The women already in the base?
They were too filthy, too ugly, and smelled too bad. The men had lost interest in them long ago.
But now?
The appearance of these scantily clad women was like a world-class delicacy, an irresistible temptation that made them itch for some fun.
Beware of a trap.
These were the words of one of the few men in the base who still retained some semblance of reason. But when the others saw this group of enchanting young women with their ample curves and provocative figures, lust instantly clouded their judgment. One by one, they revved their motorcycles and charged out with a roar. Before long, the pack of thugs returned with their spoils of war. Each man had been allocated at least 2, or even 3, women.
Brothers, tonight, let us enjoy ourselves to the fullest.
The place was about to turn into a massive orgy.
Guzzi, you keep an eye on them. If anyone resists, hack them to death immediately.
This was the voice of the thug leader. He randomly picked a few men to stand guard over the women, fearing that while they were enjoying themselves, the women might suddenly revolt and they would end up dying right there in bed. The women didn't say a word. They began their service immediately, with smiles on their faces, showing mastery in every way. The scene became intensely erotic, and the thugs felt as if they had ascended to heaven. Guzzi and the guards watched, salivating, but were forced to suppress their urges due to the leader's orders. But it only took a second for them to succumb. They, too, joined the ranks of the debauchery to get their share of the pleasure.
These women?
They were already stripped bare.
Even if they resisted, what weapons could they possibly use? The leader was truly worrying over nothing. 10 minutes later.
This group of sickly women showed the thugs exactly what their weapons were: teeth.
Sharp, lethal teeth. Like ferocious zombies, the women struck simultaneously, sinking their teeth deep into the thugs' necks.
With a sickening tear, they ripped away flesh and muscle, severing carotid arteries. Blood sprayed uncontrollably. The women chewed on the raw flesh, their smiles never wavering as they stared deathly at the so-called thugs, sending a chilling shiver down the men's spines.
Ah!
Screams of agony pierced the sky as a wave of pure terror spread through the hearts of the thugs.
Fight back! Fight back!
In the next second, a dark figure clad in a black robe lunged out from the shadows, initiating a desperate, life-or-death slaughter. The women also snatched up weapons from the ground, beginning a cold-blooded and ruthless massacre.
With blood gushing from their necks, how much fighting strength could these thugs possibly have left?
Before long, all 30-plus thugs were decapitated, and then their bodies were hacked into mincemeat.
Only then did those smiles reappear on the women's faces. Men?
They look best when they've been turned into a pulp. Inside this thug encampment, the women who had been imprisoned, beaten, and stripped of their freedom and humanity were all stunned. The embers of hope in their hearts quietly flickered back to life. So, they could resist after all.
The next day, Fong woke up. Ding! Welcome back to Destiny. Ding! We wish you an enjoyable game and good health. Chapter 68 Adamantite Grade, Glacial Spirit Ice Boots. The first thing Fong did upon returning to Destiny was to block all chats and begin forging Adamantite grade gear once again. Ding!
Congratulations, your forging failed, triggering a tenfold return. Ding! Congratulations on a failed forge. Critical strike refund triggered. After 12 hours, Fong had forged 11 pieces of adamantite grade gear. Only then did he open his communications. The first callers to get through would be the ones able to purchase the gear. Brother, quick, give me another 5 or 6 pieces of adamantite gear.
You name the price. It was Tyrant's voice, brimming with grandeur and a hint of urgency.
Last night, due to their gear, their dungeon clearing speed was too slow. If every person could be equipped with a piece of adamantite gear, then things would truly be glorious. Random gold grade blueprints, random gold grade materials, plus 3 million coins.
Upon hearing this, Tyrant had only 2 words: wait for me. Tyrant began to mobilize these resources.
Ding, congratulations on obtaining gold grade blueprints 17. Ding, congratulations on obtaining gold grade materials 999. Ding, congratulations on obtaining 6 million coins. In this way, the values were finally balanced.
Fong flipped through these gold grade blueprints. About 9 of them were for various weapons. Selling each for 2 million coins or 3 million for the popular ones would be no exaggeration. Ding. Trade successful. Brother, I won't let you get the short end of the stick. Next time, make sure to prioritize my calls, alright? This was Tyrant's helplessness. In the past, only he knew how formidable Fong was, so his gear purchases had always been smooth sailing as long as he had the money. But things were different now. Fong had become the most sought-after person in Tianyang town. Want to buy gear? Get in line. Starting from last night, Tyrant had spent a full 6 hours trying to call, but simply couldn't get through. He spent another 8 hours calling this morning before finally connecting. At this thought, Tyrant couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Ding, congratulations on obtaining adamantite grade gear, greedy wolf dagger. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the adamantine grade gear, frost spirit ice boots. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the gear. Fong traded 6 pieces of gear to Tyrant, 5 of which were weapons. The only pair of frost spirit ice boots even came with a special effect. Tyrant was extremely satisfied and immediately led his team back to grind the Divine Phantom Attribute Stone Dungeon. From yesterday to today? Everyone's enthusiasm remained incredibly high. The players of Sky City hadn't even logged off, grinding throughout the entire night. Yet, in the entirety of Destiny, not a single second hidden class changebook had dropped. Today. I wonder if we can get a drop. Ding. Player Phoenix is requesting a communication link. Fong simply ignored it. That old fox? He's way too good at haggling. Doing business with him is a loss, unless he's pushed into a corner where he has no choice but to buy. Fong selected several guild leaders and top-tier solo players who didn't haggle to trade with instead. Ding. Trade successful. Ding. Trade successful. Ding. Trade successful. Another 3 consecutive waves of trades left Fong's pockets overflowing with wealth, an uncontrollable smile spreading across his face. Woo, a faint howl like that of a young tiger sounded as Xiaohei's figure came into Fong's view. Xiaohei affectionately rubbed against Fong's calf, then, as if showing off, began to spit out rare materials. The lowest grade among them were gold grade materials, with even more adamantine grade ones, and even a piece of purple gold grade material the size of a pinky fingernail. This? Fong couldn't help but feel envious. This was far superior to the materials he had obtained through trading. A pet hatched with tens of millions of coins is truly powerful. Fong clicked on the pet rankings. Xiaohei still stood alone at the top. Because on the entire pet ranking list, Xiaohei was the only pet. Lately, due to the opening of the pet system, players had been trying to tame wild beasts in the wilderness or steal beast eggs to hatch them, but so far, not a single person had succeeded. Players wishing to purchase gear, please wait patiently. They are currently fresh out of the forge. Minimum wait time is 12 hours. This was the Tianyang town announcement Fong posted for 500 coins. Sigh, I waited a day and a night, and this is the result. You don't have to wait, nobody's begging you to. I have to say, the gear forged by Greg Masterjan is perfect in every way except for one, it's expensive. You get what you pay for. Adamantite tier gear? Who else can forge that nowadays? I'll wait. I'll wait as long as it takes. Just as Fong was about to mute the chat to focus on forging, a voice call from Clay came through. Fong's spirits suddenly jolted. Could it be? Had Clay struck gold? Clay? Did it drop? There was a hint of excitement in Fong's voice. Ah, no, boss. Hurry up and mail me some health and mana potions. A player just bought some. To this, Fong simply rolled his eyes, disappointed after getting his hopes up for nothing. Ding, transaction in progress. Ding, mailing in progress. Ding, mailing successful. Ooh, thanks, boss.
Among the gear Fong mailed to Clay, he had mixed in 2 pieces of adamantine grade gear.
The first piece, Frost Spirit Boots.
Description: spirit-infused boots carved from eternal ice.
Required level, level 15. Available classes, all classes. Rank, top grade. Attribute, attacks deal an additional 7% damage. Note, the bonus effects vary depending on the wearer's talent. HP plus 10,000. Strength plus 50 plus 57%. Agility plus 1,550. Constitution plus 50. Spirit 50. Physical defense plus 100. Magic defense plus 100.
Passive skill: Frost Spirit. Every 500 attacks, applies a 0.5 second Icebind effect.
Active skill 1, Frost Spirit summons a level 15 adamantine grade Frost Spirit for 10 seconds. Active skill 2, Frost Spirit blink teleport in a designated direction. These attributes, these skills?
Every single detail pushed this piece of gear to its absolute peak, to the very height of excellence.
This? Top tier gear. Second piece, Frost Spirit Greaves. Description: sentient greaves carved out of eternal ice. Required level, 15. Equipable class, all classes. Rank, Supreme Grade. Attributes, fire damage plus 3%. Note, bonus effects vary depending on the wearer's talent. HP plus 50,000. Strength plus 550 plus 557%. Agility 50. Constitution plus 500. Spirit 50. Physical defense plus 300. Magic defense plus 300. Passive skill: Piercing Frost. Once an enemy accumulates 500 hits against you, they will be stunned for 1 second. Active skill 1, Frost Spike summons a massive ice spike to deal damage to the target. Active skill 2, Icebound inflicts a freeze effect on the target for 1 second. Exquisite, yet another piece of top-tier gear.
These 2 adamantine grade pieces of gear instantly boosted Clay's strength significantly. The reason gear forged by Fong is so popular is because of his talent, strength. Every piece of gear has an additional 7% strength attribute attached to its base strength. It might not seem like much, but with a 7% bonus on every strike, the cumulative damage is quite formidable.
Chapter 69, Successful Class Advancement, Thunder Blacksmith. The Elven God did this on purpose. Frost Spirit Boots and Frost Spirit Greaves, these are 2 pieces of a set. If they could be combined into a 3-piece set, the attributes would undergo a qualitative leap. But what about the third piece? President Elven God didn't trade it to Fong. Perhaps her intention was to hike up the price later. Fong wants it? Fine, but he'll have to show some real sincerity.
Fong felt helpless about this. After all, he hadn't offered his best gear to President Elven God either. It can only be said that everyone has their own hidden motives.
Ding!
Your ordered weather warning notification: in 3 hours, a thunderstorm with strong winds will occur.
Please be prepared.
The system notification sounded, immediately bringing joy to Fong's heart.
After a delay of so many days, his hidden class, Thunder Blacksmith, was finally about to be completed.
Once the class change is successful, the gear forged by Fong in the future will be imbued with 2 attributes, Thunder and Strength. Both of these are talent attributes that provide ultimate offensive power. They are incredibly strong.
Fong's strength talent attribute isn't particularly high. It is only 7%. It hasn't even reached the peak of 9 yet. Wait? On the interaction forums in his past life?
It seems someone had shared a method to improve talents.
Fong's brain began to work rapidly, recalling the information quickly.
Eventually, Fong recalled 4 or 5 methods to enhance talent. Even though much time had passed, Fong still remembered them because he was a beneficiary in his past life. His strength talent had been raised to 9. In his past life, Fong had consumed a talent fruit. It was given by the Phoenix Guild. This talent fruit was not a free gift from the Phoenix Guild. Fong had purchased it with his own salary. In his past life, because of this talent fruit, Fong was once again fooled into stupidity. This talent fruit is a blessing from the guild. You must learn to be grateful. This fruit sells for 300 million outside and is extremely rare. If it weren't for the guild, you would never even see it. So you must work harder to shine for the guild. Ah, you're asking how to buy it? Let me tell you. A series of words meant to deceive a newcomer left the past Fong's head spinning. But where would Fong get the money? So he bought it on credit. Where did the loan come from? The Phoenix Guild provided it. How was the interest rate set? The Phoenix Guild set it. And so, because of this talent fruit, Fong worked for the Phoenix Guild for another 3 years for free. Fong seems shrewd and decisive now because he stepped into too many pits in his past life, and all the water in his brain has been drained out. Talent fruit? It seems the elven race has them. Once the matters in Tianyang town are settled, it will be time to pay a visit to the elven race. Within the elven race? I heard it's also possible to activate other talents. Clang. Thump. The crisp sound of forging rang out. 3 hours later, the thunderstorm began. Fong quickly climbed to the peak of the mountain, preparing to be struck by lightning. Huh, isn't that Jin? Why is he here to get struck by lightning again? Could it be that getting struck by lightning can prolong one's life? A quest? Maybe there's some kind of quest. What kind of quest would be related to thunder? Scattered players caught sight of Jin and couldn't help but mutter to themselves in suspicion. But he was in no hurry. He sprinted to the mountaintop, got everything ready, and began to summon the lightning. Ding, your progress has reached 97%. Ding, the heart of thunder has been successfully forged. The system notification chimed, and Fong immediately felt as if a second heart had appeared within his body, with endless power bursting forth from it. In an instant, the thunder transformed into pale blue electric arcs, swirling around Fong. Ding, congratulations! You have successfully changed classes to become a thunder blacksmith. Buzz! A bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking Fong's body with immense force. At this moment, Fong felt no pain at all. Instead, there was only an endless tingling sensation that was incredibly comfortable. He couldn't help but close his eyes and let out a soft groan. It was as if Fong could see the meridians within his body and the operational map of the lightning's path. Ding, congratulations on awakening your thunder talent. Ding, congratulations! Your thunder talent has reached 10. Fong's thunder talent immediately climbed the rankings, sitting just below Tyrant. One must realize that currently, the top-tier talents were only at 9, yet Fong had reached 10. Ding, as you are the second player in Destiny to successfully change to a hidden class, and as you are the first blacksmith in Destiny to successfully change to a hidden class, you are hereby rewarded with Exclusive Class Weapon 1. Ding, the reward has been sent via mail. Please check your inbox. Ding, mail has been delivered. Ding, congratulations! You have obtained the Thunder Forging Hammer exclusive. Fong immediately checked the attributes of this forging hammer. This hammer had a common shape, the most ordinary form of a forging hammer, but its entire body glowed with a purple light, looking very noble. Faint traces of lightning swirled around the hammer. When held in his hand, it felt extremely heavy, as if it weighed 100 pounds. Using such a hammer to craft gear would be a massive test for any blacksmith. One could easily collapse from exhaustion. There were exactly 9 sockets on the Thunder Forging Hammer, their purpose unknown. Name, Thunder Forging Hammer. Description, the exclusive forging hammer of the Thunder Blacksmith, bestowed by the system. Rank, none. Suitable class, Thunder Blacksmith. Passive skill, abundant thunder. When forging gear, an additional 10% lightning damage can be added. Passive skill, Thunder Infusion. When forging gear, there is a 1% chance to attach a random lightning-based skill. Passive skill, Thunderous Abundance. For every 10 pieces of gear forged at the same level, the 10th piece is guaranteed to succeed. Fong looked over the Thunder Forging Hammer, his brow furrowing slightly. This forging hammer?
It didn't provide any bonuses to the 4 primary attributes, HP, or anything of the sort. It was, quite literally, a pure forging hammer. However, the 3 passive skills were each incredibly useful. Socketable. Note, this forging hammer is currently in a sealed state. Additional attributes can be activated for every exclusive thunder gem socketed. Fong suddenly understood why there were empty sockets left on this forging hammer. Gear status, bound, non-discardable. Ding. Quest issued, search for the exclusive thunder gem. Ding. You have successfully accepted this quest. The world map of destiny flickered before Fong's eyes. A purple point of light was blinking, marking the location of the exclusive thunder gem. The first one, inside Sky Sun Town. Fong immediately returned to Sky Sun Town, preparing to search for this first exclusive thunder gem. While running, Fong slapped his forehead, having almost forgotten this opportunity to strike it rich. Fong quickly published a post, "Players who die every night at the hour of the rat, click here." Guaranteed not to disappoint. Ding. Would you like to publish a pay-to-view article? Ding. Please set the purchase amount. Ding. Setup successful. Available for 30 coins. Fong had to learn how to keep the profit flowing steadily. The 10,000 coins price tag last time was truly a case of draining the pond to catch the fish. Ding. Would you like to spend 10,000 coins to pin this post for 8 hours? Confirm. Fong's article was instantly pinned to the top. Ha! This article? This looks interesting. Dying at the hour of the rat? Isn't that talking about me? Wait. Could it be there's a way to break the curse? 30 coins isn't expensive. Buying it. Buying. I need to see what this is all about. In an instant, the number of purchases surpassed 100,000. After all, too many players were troubled by the death curse. Chapter 70, The Terrifying Grocery Store. 10 minutes ago, as the most ordinary blacksmith in Destiny, everything was mundane for Fong even though he had awakened a strength talent. Unlike other players who activated flame talents and were shrouded in dazzling fiery light, or those with ice talents who appeared covered in frost, bone-chillingly cold, or those with dark talents, where wisps of black aura snaked in and out of their bodies like living things. And now, Fong had awakened the Thunder Blacksmith talent. His body? It was suddenly surrounded by lightning, looking incredibly cool. The one who posted this 30-coin thread is the player Jindot. The credibility is very high. His previous post was actually priced at 10,000 coins, and so many people bought it. I've got it. Jin is the player who revealed that the God's Phantom Attribute dungeon could be cheated. Buy it. What are we waiting for? The purchase volume surged again, reaching 200,000. Ding, congratulations! You have received a cumulative total of 5.4 million coins. Fong, this really is the fastest way to make money. Walk Rainy Knight's path so that Rainy Knight has no path left to take. What? All players who enter the villa area are infected with the curse sorrow, and only lightning can break it. This? Why does it feel so fake? I just saw Fong going to get struck by lightning. Could it be? Perhaps it really can be broken. Wait for a thunderstorm. If it doesn't work, file a complaint. It was only the second day, so people didn't really care yet. It's just one death at night, right? It's acceptable. Fong had set this post to no comments, no forwarding, no. In short, there were many restrictions. One could only know the information for themselves. This is also a benefit of the Destiny world. Everyone must follow the rules. Anyone who violates the rules faces penalties ranging from a temporary ban to a permanent account deletion. Guild leader? Have you seen this post? Sort of Ling Tian had already purchased it and knew the contents, but he couldn't speak of them. He could only give Tyrant a quiet reminder. The Tyrant Guild? They were hit hard last night. As soon as the hour of the rat arrived, the first and second echelons who were currently grinding a gold grade boss all died for no reason, forced to fail and leave the dungeon.
Most critically, they were only 1 minute away from successfully slaying the gold grade boss, the god's phantom.
Tyrant had been frustrated all night over this.
He firmly believed that if not for this death, the Tyrant Guild would have secured a second hidden class change scroll.
As for this silent death?
The Tyrant Guild repeatedly scrutinized the video of them slaughtering the gold grade god's phantom, attempting to find the cause of the sudden deaths. Unfortunately, they had no clues and had no idea what caused the wipe.
Ding, purchase successful. After reading the article, Tyrant and the others suddenly saw the light. So that's how it is lightning? Lightning. Check the time for the next thunderstorm. This debuff must be removed as soon as possible, otherwise, won't we have to die once every night?
This post was reposted by Tyrant within the guild in a different manner, requiring all members to purchase it. The funds required for the purchase could be deducted from the guild fund.
It wasn't just Tyrant. After reading it, the leaders of other guilds also began demanding mandatory purchases. Fong had essentially mastered Destiny's article publishing mechanics to their fullest extent.
If you don't buy it, you can't tell others, and others can't tell you. Otherwise, it counts as a breach of contract. It was a classic case of paying money just to be aggravated. Fong returned to Tianyang Town, opened the mini-map, and began searching for the location of the first gem according to the markers. Since these exclusive Thunder Gems had appeared, he absolutely had to get them as soon as possible. Inside Tianyang Town, Fong followed the navigation, turning left and right as he constantly shuttled through the narrow alleys. It took a full 35 minutes for Fong, panting with exhaustion, to finally reach his destination. This was a small shop located in a very remote corner. Looking up, the plaque above clearly read, General Store. To be honest, such a shop was incredibly inconspicuous within Tianyang Town. Outside the general store, an old man with a face full of wrinkles and simple clothing lay peacefully on a withered, well-worn rattan chair. His right hand gently waved a tattered cattail leaf fan, while his left hand beat a rhythm up and down. His mouth moved rhythmically, as if he were reciting a play. The old man was deeply immersed in it, his voice rising and falling with emotion from time to time. The rattan chair, the fan, the old man, and the shop seemed to be products of the same era, all imbued with a heavy sense of time. This old man? There was no golden light above his head. Fong tried to speak with him, but received only silence in return. So, Fong ignored the old man and stepped directly into the general store. In any case, it would be the same to settle the bill when he came back out. Inside the general store. The moment Fong entered, he was stunned on the spot. The shop's floor area wasn't large, but it was extremely tidy with no dust covering anything. 3 display counters were placed in the center of the shop, and 2 of them? They were empty. Even the only remaining counter? It wasn't full, displaying only 7 or 8 items scattered about. But it was this one counter that made Fong unable to look away, causing greed to surface in his eyes. This? How could he believe his eyes? On the innermost shelf on the left sat an egg shining with a brilliant golden light. This golden light was so dazzling people could hardly open their eyes. It seemed as if it didn't want anyone to look at it directly. Inside the egg, a tiny golden dragon seemed to be swimming around. It was incredibly agile and filled with the light of wisdom. This. Could it be the top-tier pet from his previous life, the golden dragon? In his previous life, Fong had seen this flashy pet many times. Not only was its appearance cool, but its destructive power was also terrifying. Who could have imagined that in this lifetime, he would actually lay eyes on the egg of the divine beast, the golden dragon? Ding, would you like to take a screenshot? Fong immediately took a screenshot as a memento, his heart burning with passion. If possible, he wanted to buy it. Beneath this egg were the description and the price. Description: offspring of the divine beast, the golden dragon. Price: 100 million gold coins. In terms of conversion, that is 1 trillion copper coins. With Fong's current income rate of 5 million copper coins per day, it would take him roughly 200,000 days to earn that much, requiring 549 years without eating or drinking. This? Fong let out a sigh. This item? It was not something he could obtain.
He immediately abandoned that unrealistic thought. Even a peerless tycoon like Tyrant wouldn't shell out 1 trillion to purchase a pet.
On the third shelf to the right, a small bowl was tossed aside haphazardly. This bowl was entirely black and covered in the colors of mottled rust. Fong instinctively felt that there was more to this bowl than met the eye. Sure enough, he checked the description. Description: artifact. Price: 100 million gold coins. Fong was shocked. This grocery store? What a terrifying place. Fong forced his gaze away, fixing it on a purple thunder attribute gemstone not far away. Description: thunder gemstone. Price: 10,000 gold coins. It was actually 10,000 gold coins? This equated to 100 million copper coins? Fong was wondering where he could scrape together so many copper coins. Should he borrow them, or go on a frantic gear forging spree? Wait, that's not right. Could it be that his eyes were playing tricks on him? It was actually just 10,000 gold coins? How could the price be so low? It felt completely out of place compared to the surrounding extravagance. But Fong still purchased it immediately, lest the seller regret the deal. Ding! Purchase successful. Ding! You have obtained exclusive Thunder Gem 1. Chapter 71, System Evolution, Hundredfold Return. In his previous life, Fong had no impression of this blacksmith shop whatsoever. It was as if it simply did not exist. Wait, that's not right. Sky Sun Town is only so big, and if this grocery store had always been here, how could other players have missed it? Logically speaking, this shop should have been discovered by players long ago. Ding! The Spacetime grocery store will disappear within 1 minute. Please exit within the allotted time. Fong froze, standing as still as a living statue. So this? This was the legendary Spacetime grocery store. All the mysteries were solved. In his previous life, there weren't many posts regarding the Spacetime grocery store, which was why Fong didn't make the connection immediately. The Spacetime grocery store. It descends randomly upon any location on the Destiny continent from time to time. Every item inside is exceptionally rare and precious, but the prices are also sky high. Fong quickly snapped out of it and couldn't help but curse himself. The timer at the top showed only 50 seconds left. He was wasting time. Fong quickly scanned the descriptions and prices of the other 4 items, viewing them one by one. The third item, this was a purple rain. Description: epic rank pet rains. Price: 10,000 coins. 100 million coins. Fong wanted to buy it, but he was truly short on funds. The fourth item, this was a hammer that was blood red all over. Description: artifact forging hammer. Price: 100 million coins. He decisively gave up. The fifth item, this was a yellowed blueprint. Description: artifact blueprint. Price: 100 million coins. This? Fong suddenly truly grasped the value of the artifact blueprint that Divine Smith Long had given him. At this moment, a thought even crossed Fong's mind: should he give up the artifact blueprint in exchange for the pet golden dragon egg? But after thinking it over, he abandoned the idea. Item 5, this was a white bead. Description: God-slaying bead. Price: 500 million coins. What? What on earth is this? The price is actually higher than that of an artifact. God-slaying bead? Could it really be capable of destroying gods? Item 6, this was a rainbow-colored feather. Description: phoenix feather. Price: 100 million coins. Wait, the only thing Fong could possibly afford was the epic rank pet rains? Ding, would you like to call Tyrant? Yes. Fong watched helplessly as time ticked away second by second, his heart burning with anxiety. Pick up, hurry up. Brother? What's the matter? President Tyrant, I urgently need 10,000 coins right now. Can you transfer them to me within 30 seconds? The price I'm willing to pay is 300 pieces of adamantine grade gear, to be delivered within 3 days. The contract will be signed afterward. This price?
To be honest, Fong was taking a massive loss.
Based on current market rates, a single piece of adamantine grade gear was worth at least 5 million coins.
300 pieces? That was 1.5 billion coins.
But then again, Fong was the one borrowing money. He wasn't in a position to be firm.
Wait for me. Tyrant could hear the tension in Fong's voice. He was indeed anxious and in urgent need, likely facing a major dilemma. He immediately decided to help Fong. That was one reason. On the other hand, the price Fong offered was something Tyrant simply couldn't refuse. 1 second. 3 seconds. Ding, the Spacetime grocery store has 10 seconds remaining. Please leave as soon as possible. Ding. Tyrant has requested a trade. Ding. Trade successful.
Fong quickly reached out, grabbed the purple pet reins, and paid 10,000 coins.
Ding, the Spacetime grocery store has 1 second remaining before closing. Please leave as soon as possible. Ding. Trade successful. Crack. Fong felt everything around him shatter like a mirror. Every fragment reflected the image of the grocery store, intersecting and overlapping in a dreamlike beauty.
Puff, the illusory beauty dissolves into nothingness. Fong felt as if his throat were being squeezed, making it impossible to breathe.
The next second, he was thrown out from within, crashing heavily onto the ground. 9,999. A high amount of damage popped up.
Fong didn't care at all. It wasn't until he saw the pet reins lying quietly in his backpack that he finally revealed a smile. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the epic rank pet reins. Description: capturing pets below epic rank has a 100% success rate. Capturing epic rank pets has a 90% success rate. Capturing pets above epic rank has a 10% success rate. The reason Fong was so obsessed with these pet reins was because he knew of a type of pet that was extremely difficult to capture, but possessed virtually limitless potential for promotion.
My thanks to President Tyrant.
Fong sent a message of gratitude, then drafted a contract and sent it to Tyrant.
Tyrant signed, Fong signed. It was in effect. Fong returned to the Moyang smithy and began forging.
Ding, congratulations on successfully completing the system upgrade requirements.
Ding, system is entering sleep mode.
Ding, estimated sleep time, 30 minutes. This was the system notification that had surfaced in Fong's mind after he promoted to a Thundersmith. This was also his strongest source of confidence for completing 300 pieces of adamantine grade gear within 3 days. Once the system updated and evolved successfully, reaching the level of 100-fold return, producing 300 pieces of adamantine grade gear would not be difficult. Ding, system evolution and upgrade complete.
Ding, congratulations on obtaining forging failure, 100-fold return. Fong began forging gold grade gear. Lightning crackled wildly, transforming into a faint glow that eventually merged into the piece of gear.
Ding, forging failed, triggering 100-fold return. Ding, congratulations on obtaining gold grade gear, flame leather armor 100. Ding, your backpack space is insufficient. The items will be sent via mail.
This? Fong's backpack slots had already reached 500, but it was still not enough. Ding, would you like to purchase more backpack slots? Purchase. Fong spent another 5 million coins to purchase 1,000 additional backpack slots. Ding, expanding inventory. Fong tossed these gold grade gears directly to Yuze, letting him arrange them as he saw fit.
At the latest, the crowded streets auction house would open in 2 days. Ding, forging failed, triggering critical strike refund.
Ding, congratulations on obtaining adamantite grade gear, earthen armor 10.
Fong had already anticipated the critical strike refund. Ding, due to your insufficient level, you cannot be refunded higher level gear.
This works out fine.
Ding, congratulations, forging failed, triggering critical strike refund.
Ding, congratulations on obtaining adamantite grade gear, windwing blade. Fong could continuously afford trial and error.
While Fong was forging, the Tyrant Guild summoned the top 100 players in the guild for a meeting. In 3 days, our Tyrant Guild will receive 300 pieces of adamantite grade gear. At that time, we will sweep all the Phantom of the Gods dungeons and scavenge for hidden class change scrolls.
Hearing the tyrant guild leader's words, the players within the guild immediately looked at him as if he were a fool. Guild leader? It's broad daylight, what kind of nonsense are you talking?
300 pieces of adamantite grade gear would cost 150 million, no, 170 million coins.
This amount of coins? Who's paying?
Sword of the Heavens asked with a frown, his heart tightening instantly.
Me. Tyrant announced with a smile, followed by thunderous applause.
Thank you, Guild Leader, for your selflessness. Guild Leader, you are the eternal God.
The Guild Leader is great. Chapter 72, the first batch of Thunder Gear. Guild Leader? With the gear in place?
We're guaranteed to sweep through everything. Rest assured. The 100-man team beat their chests as they gave Tyrant their word, their voices booming with absolute confidence. Even though I provided this batch of adamantite grade gear, the skill and execution are yours. So, how about this, we split any hidden class change scrolls that drop 50-50.
I take 50%, and you divide the remaining 50% among your team. That is fair, isn't it? This was Tyrant's condition.
The guild belonged to him, but he couldn't be expected to foot the bill for everything indefinitely. In the early stages, Tyrant could afford to invest. But as time went on, the guild had to learn to give back. Otherwise, the guild would inevitably fall apart. If you don't agree to this plan, you can also use coins to buy out the gear. That way, you won't have to split anything with me, just with your teammates. You have 3 days to think these two options through. Give me your answer in 3 days when the gear arrives.
You can. You can. Agreed.
The 100 experts within the Tyrant Guild began to ponder and weigh their options. Wait, look at the player Jin's talent. At that moment, Hua Fan, bored, opened the talent rankings to admire his own position. To his surprise, his rank had dropped yet again.
Tyrant and the others immediately opened the talent rankings. Fong?
He was now sitting firmly in second place.
Thunder Talent 10? What kind of talent is that? I remember Jin's talent was strength, wasn't it? Yeah, what exactly is Thunder Talent?
Look at the player Jin's class. Opening the hidden class rankings, Jin's name was prominently listed in second place.
Hidden class, Thunder Blacksmith? The second hidden class has been born. Is it possible? Can the Phantom of the Gods dungeon actually drop hidden class change scrolls for subclasses?
That's possible. For a moment, everyone's focus was derailed.
If it really can drop hidden classes for blacksmiths or alchemists? Then we have to go all out. At a time like this, who wouldn't understand?
Subclasses like blacksmiths, alchemists, and gunners were of immense help to combat classes like theirs. In some respects, a subclass could be even stronger and more useful than a combat class. Guild Leader, let us go grind the dungeon. Let us go, let us go.
The Tyrant Guild suddenly turned into a sea of excitement as everyone clamored to enter the dungeon again. Tyrant, however, let out a faint sigh. This time? He had benefited from Fong. A Thunder Blacksmith with talent 10?
The gear he forged would surely command an even higher price.
News of Fong's hidden class spread through Sun City with lightning speed. Did you see?
Jin actually promoted to Thunder Blacksmith, and his talent reached 10.
Does this mean the gear forged by Fong can now be imbued with lightning damage? An additional 10% lightning damage. Phew, it looks like the price of Jin's gear is about to skyrocket again. Buy it. As soon as the first batch of lightning gear hits the market, I absolutely have to buy it. Wait, that's not right. Where did Jin get the hidden class change scroll? Could it be that it also dropped from the Phantom of the Gods dungeon?
The vast player base finally realized this point, and their passion was reignited as they swarmed into the dungeon once again.
Fong did not respond to the discussions in the outside world. He was still focused on forging. Ding! Forging failed. Congratulations, you have gained 1 EXP.
Successful forging naturally yields more EXP, while failure grants only a single point, but Fong remained tireless and undeterred.
Once Fong forged a set of adamantite grade gear with the lightning talent, he immediately mailed it to Clay. With this help, Clay's monster grinding journey would surely be much faster. Ding, you have new mail. Ding, you have new mail.
Currently fighting a boss, Clay heard the system notification, immediately opened the mail, and checked the contents.
Ding. Congratulations, you have received adamantite grade gear, Thunder Wolf Dagger. Ding. Congratulations, you have received adamantite grade gear, Thunder Frost Boots. Ding. Congratulations, you have received adamantite grade gear, Thunder Necklace. Ding. Congratulations, you have received an 8-piece set of adamantite grade lightning gear. Fong had arranged everything for Clay.
Although they were individual pieces without a set bonus, these 8 pieces of gear together were enough to turn even a pig into a peerless master, let alone a naturally talented player like Clay. It was no exaggeration to say that Clay now possessed the best gear in Destiny. As soon as Clay equipped the 8-piece set, he immediately felt an influx of boundless power, with energy surging into his body as shimmering lightning and frost swirled around him.
Swoosh! Clay's figure turned into a bolt of lightning, moving as fast as electricity.
His speed surpassed the phantom of the dark god as sparks flickered beneath his feet and he vanished.
Crack! When he reappeared, the Thunder Wolf Dagger in Clay's hand was driven deep into the skull of the gold grade boss, the phantom of the dark god.
Lightning flashed as a fierce wolf, crackling with electricity, bit savagely into the god's neck, instantly dealing massive damage. Against the darkness, lightning could unleash even more devastating power. And so, the slaughter began. The phantom of the dark god's attacks couldn't even touch Clay, yet every single one of Clay's strikes was a weak point hit or a critical blow. In 3 minutes, the dark god lay dead. Clay looted the corpse, but still no hidden class change book dropped.
Ding, do you wish to exit the dungeon? Ding, do you wish to re-enter the dungeon? Clay began grinding this dungeon once again. Fong was immersed within the Moyang smithy, continuously forging gear. Ding, the number you are calling cannot be reached. Ding, the number you are calling cannot be reached. Ding, the number you are calling cannot be reached.
At this moment, countless players were trying to contact Fong, because things had absolutely exploded. Clay's clear time for the Phantom of the Dark God dungeon had been shortened to 5 minutes.
What kind of concept is that?
Other guilds worked themselves to the bone and needed at least 60 minutes or more to clear it.
But Clay? Only 5 minutes. In 1 hour? That was 12 times.
The strongest team of the Tyrant Guild, even if they spent 20 hours out of 24 grinding the dungeon, would only manage 20 runs. However, Clay only needed 2 hours to completely crush the Tyrant Guild's first team.
What did this mean?
The probability of Clay looting a hidden class change book was countless times higher than theirs.
Why? Why did the gap suddenly become so massive?
At first, players thought Clay was cheating, but as time passed, everyone realized the first batch of Thunder Gear had quietly appeared in the world.
And Clay was strikingly the beneficiary of this first batch.
On the gear rankings, from 3rd to 10th place, all of them were the new gear worn by Clay.
This set of gear?
Its attributes were so powerful they made people green with envy, making them itch to claim it for themselves.
Thunder Gear? Thunder Blacksmith? Anyone could see the connection between the two. Consequently, Fong's communications were bombarded, but they received no response.
Fong, focused entirely on his work, had long since disabled his communication functions.
Tyrant also saw this complete set of Thunder Gear, and he immediately drooled with envy. Fong?
To actually be able to forge a set of adamantite grade gear, this was somewhat beyond his expectations.
Chapter 73 Hidden Class, Pluto of the Ghostly Night. For 10 full hours, Fong never left the Moyang smithy, nor did he step away from the forging anvil.
Relying on his sheer willpower, he persevered through it all. On the floor of the forging room where Fong stood, gold grade gear was tossed about haphazardly, almost covering the ground, roughly 700 pieces. As for the adamantite grade gear, he had stored it all in his backpack. After a quick count, there were a full 150 pieces. By tomorrow, Fong would likely be able to pay off this debt of 100 million coins. Earning a fortune of hundreds of millions in just 2 days, even Fong found it somewhat hard to believe.
Fong opened his communication interface and was instantly overwhelmed by a sea of notifications. Ding! Player 3 Guns has requested a call. Unanswered 99. Ding! Player Phoenix has requested a call. Unanswered 99. Ding! Player Tyrant has requested a call. Unanswered 99. These people?
They were incredibly patient, calling Fong at regular intervals to check if he had finished forging.
As for private messages?
They were like grains of sand, buried under the sheer volume.
Fong simply deleted them all with one click. Ding! Your subordinate Yuze is requesting a call. Do you accept? Accept. Boss, by midnight tomorrow, the Empty Streets auction house will be fully renovated.
Please prepare some high-end gear in advance to make a grand debut. Also, boss, the Moyang Smithy needs some gold-grade gear as well. I have a use for them.
Hearing Yuze's words, Fong let out a sigh.
Fong, who had intended to rest for a while, threw himself back into forging once more. This batch of gear was not only needed by the major guilds but also by Yuze and Moyang. For a moment, Fong felt a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction.
Ding!
No gear will be sold for the next 2 days to focus on forging. Players wishing to purchase gear, please visit the Empty Streets auction house the day after tomorrow.
The coordinates are.
Fong announced the coordinates for Empty Streets and then completely shut down his communications, leaving only his private line open so that only Clay could reach him.
Upon hearing this system announcement, both top-tier experts and ordinary players alike exploded with frustration. What? Another 2-day wait? That was far too long.
In Tianyang Town, only guild leader Tyrant remained calm and composed. He knew exactly why Fong wasn't selling gear, because everything forged in these 2 days belonged to the Tyrant Guild.
Tyrant felt this money was very well spent.
It not only helped the player Jin, earning him a favor, but it also indirectly weakened other guilds to a certain extent.
Most importantly,
the arrival of this batch of gear coincided with the moment the Tyrant Guild would face the monster siege. It was, without a doubt, a timely blessing. Without this batch of adamantine grade gear, Clay lacked confidence in facing the monster siege. But with this gear, the probability of Tyrant successfully defending the city would increase by at least 10%.
As for Clay's dungeon clearing speed, everyone was truly envious.
Many guild members and various guild leaders reached out to Clay one after another, but Clay had only one response: rejection. It must be said that Phoenix's mind was very sharp. He proposed that Clay lead them through maps for a fee. One run through the Phantom of the Gods dungeon for 10,000 coins, but all drops would belong to the Phoenix Guild. Regarding such proposals, Clay simply hung up the call immediately.
This old geezer? Does he think I'm an idiot? Does he think I don't check the interaction forums? Nowadays?
Hidden class transfer scrolls have already been bid up to 500 million coins, and the trend is only intensifying.
And he, the Phoenix Guild Master? He actually has the audacity to try and sweep it all up for a mere 10,000? Where does he get the nerve? Ha! Have you heard?
Moyang Blacksmith Shop is also selling gold-grade gear.
What? The NPCs in this town can actually forge gold-grade gear?
That certainly provides a brand new option.
Buy it, buy it. Hurry up, don't let someone else beat us to it.
With the loss of Fong as a stable source of gear output, everyone could only turn their gaze toward the Moyang Blacksmith Shop.
This? How does this gear also have the Thunder attribute? Could it be? I have a bold guess, though I don't know if I should say it. Don't say it. I have the same guess as you, but I'm unwilling to believe it. Is it possible that the player Jin truly has 3 heads and 6 arms?
How can he possibly forge so much gear at the same time? The players were buzzing with discussion, but in an instant, the topic shifted to the mobs outside the town recently. The vengeance of the gods has begun. Lately, the attributes of the mobs have increased by at least 10%.
Exactly. Every single day, the mob's attributes are growing. Our temporary squad is almost unable to defeat them anymore.
With all this effort, we might as well go grind the Divine Phantom dungeon.
I've tried grinding it, the returns aren't as high as the returns from the mobs. For the vast majority of common players, the Divine Phantom dungeon? At most by the 3rd stage, the silver rank elite monsters could wipe out their entire team.
It was time-consuming and exhausting, and in the end, a group of 7 or 8 people would harvest a single attribute stone, not even enough to cover the cost of the wasted potions. It was better to just grind mobs.
Ding, the system has detected that your body has reached its limit. Please log out of the game. Fong had forged gear for another 6 hours when this system notification rang out once again. Ding, player Clay is requesting a communication. Do you accept? Accept.
From 6 in the morning until 3 in the morning, Fong's body had indeed reached its limit right now. He felt as if his brain had turned into mush.
Boss, look.
The communication connected, and Clay's voice immediately rang out with good news.
Pop, a screenshot was tossed over by Clay. Although Fong had some expectations in his heart, when he saw this hidden class change scroll,
he finally let out a long sigh of relief, a knowing smile appearing on the corners of his mouth.
It actually dropped. Then hurry up and use it. Are you just waiting to show off to me?
Fong wanted Clay to use it immediately and made a teasing remark, but to his surprise, he heard a system notification the very next second.
Ding, player Clay has requested a trade.
The object of the trade was none other than this hidden class change scroll.
Boss? For you. The words were brief, but anyone could hear the underlying desire for approval and the sense of relief. Finally, he had completed the task the boss had assigned him. Clay had misunderstood. He believed that Fong sending him to grind the Phantom of the Dark God dungeon meant Fong viewed him as a pure hired gun, specifically tasked with farming this class change scroll. Throughout the entire day, Clay had treated this as his mission, regarding Fong's words as a divine decree to be executed unfailingly. For no other reason than this, he knew his boss needed this scroll. Clay was a pure person, an honest soul without a single calculating thought in his head. Fong immediately confirmed the trade. Ding! Trade successful. Only then did a deep smile spread across Clay's face, curving with genuine joy. He felt immense satisfaction in knowing he had helped his boss, while simultaneously feeling a sense of relief as if he had repaid a small portion of the favor he owed. The reason Fong agreed to the trade was out of curiosity. He wanted to see the attributes of this hidden class change scroll. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the hidden class, Hades of the Ebon Knight change scroll. Ding! Player Jin is requesting a trade. Clay, I understand your intentions, but this is meant for you. Use it immediately, and don't make me repeat myself. Hearing this, Clay was stunned. He was about to refuse, waving his hands in a flustered manner, when Fong's voice rang out again. The stronger you are, the more help you can be to me. Boss, I can't take this. Clay shed silent tears. This hidden class change scroll was worth at least 500 million coins. Boss, he actually just gave it to him like that? Chapter 74, The Infamous Moniker, Black Widow. Boss, I can't take this. Clay thought it over repeatedly and still wanted to refuse, but Fong had already been forced offline. Ding! You have a new voice message. Would you like to listen to it? Accept. Use it immediately and don't drag your feet. If you haven't used it by the time you log on tomorrow, don't bother calling me boss anymore. Fong spoke these words very sternly, with an unusual level of seriousness. Looking at the hidden class change scroll in his hand and listening to Fong's message once more, Clay's hesitation vanished. He immediately decided to use it. Boss was right, the stronger he became, the more help he could be to him. Ding! Do you wish to use the hidden class change scroll? Confirm. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the hidden class change quest, Hades of the Ghostly Knight. Ding! Please complete the class change quest within the specified time. Ding! Please clear the Phantom of the Dark God dungeon again. Ding!
System has detected that your mental energy has reached its limit.
Ding. You have been forcibly logged out of the game. Clay exited the game and quietly waited for tomorrow. Sigh, what bad luck.
I grinded all day and still didn't get a hidden class change scroll. So frustrating.
I wonder if Clay succeeded.
With his terrifying clearing speed, maybe he already did.
On the hidden class leaderboard? It's still just Tyrant Engine. A third hidden class player hasn't appeared yet. Logging off. I'll fight again tomorrow. Time for some rest.
Players logged out one after another. Only Tyrant persisted. Since everyone else had left the game, he would simply grind the solo dungeons. President Phoenix's frustration was beyond words. He had already smashed his fifth table, wanting nothing more than to give himself 2 hard slaps across the face. Originally, even if he had a grudge against the player Jin, he could have at least contacted him and purchased high-priced gear. But now, because of his own death-seeking behavior and his aggressive publicity, he wanted to reach out to Fong only to find himself stuck at the back of a massive queue. Sigh, Phoenix let out a heavy, weary groan.
At 3 in the morning, the light in Fong's room flickered on.
His stomach growled with unbearable hunger. Gulping down a bottle of cold water to soothe his empty gut, he finally began preparing his late-night meal. A piece of pitch-black bread, hard enough to crack a skull, and a glass of slightly murky cold water. This was Fong's dinner. Outside the window, besides the ever-majestic sky city floating in the heavens, there was only the moonlight, as crisp and white as frost. No, tonight seemed particularly different.
Not far away, a fierce crimson fire blazed.
It appeared to be a gang fight between thugs. Even from this distance, Fong felt as though he could hear the screams.
Fong sensed something was amiss.
Narrowing his eyes, he listened intently.
A second later, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out.
Sensing immediate trouble, Fong bit off a large chunk of bread to chew on, quickly drew his Azure energy pistol, and leaped from the edge of the window, vanishing into the darkness.
Is this? Someone has targeted his direct subordinates. Under the cover of night, Fong sprinted rapidly toward the site of the firefight.
Before long, Fong arrived. Hidden in the depths of the shadows like a reaper, he watched the 2 groups with cold, indifferent eyes. One group was the all-female militia Fong had incorporated. They were huddled behind an earthen wall, resisting desperately. The wall seemed on the verge of collapse, yet the women inside showed no sign of panic. Under the command of a dark figure, they maintained an orderly defense. Whenever a man from the wild wolves poked his head out, he was immediately cut down. Every time these women killed someone, they let out a loud shout, their momentum surging like a rainbow, fighting like possessed demons.
This female militia?
In just 2 short nights, they had actually grown to a scale of over 200 people.
This left even Fong astonished.
The other group consisted of members from the notorious Wild Wolf Gang, numbering about 100. In this town, they held a bit of a reputation. At this moment, these men wore cruel, arrogant, and hysterical grins, though a hint of fear could be seen flickering in the depths of some of their eyes.
Kill them. Wipe out every single one of these damn women.
The leader of the Wild Wolf thugs sat proudly atop a motorcycle, gripping a pitch-black spear.
Break through that wall.
Everyone gets 2 of these bitches as a reward.
Since they're fighting back so hard, I wonder how their skills are in bed.
Kill.
Don't give them another chance to resist.
Perhaps frustrated by the prolonged stalemate, the Wild Wolf leader fired a shot, killing the most fiercely resistant woman. He believed this would terrify the women and force a surrender, but it had the opposite effect. The women grew even more frenzied, their eyes instantly turning blood red like monsters. Even in death, they were determined to take a few enemies down with them. On the ground, severed limbs lay scattered, and blood flowed like a stream. Fong saw several familiar faces lying in pools of blood, yet his heart remained unruffled. Fong hid himself as completely as possible in the darkness to avoid being spotted, and then, he waited patiently.
Thump!
The earthen wall collapsed.
The thugs of the Wild Wolf Gang, eyes glowing with heat, stepped into the inner perimeter.
Once all the members had entered and the screams began to ring out, Fong finally drew his azure blue pistol and began harvesting the lives of the wolf thugs.
Bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, and lives were extinguished. 45 bullets had taken down 43 thugs. This was already nearly half of the wild wolf gang. Counting the members killed at the very beginning, how many were left now?
Fewer than 20 remained alive. Surrounded by over 100 women who resembled wild beasts, these 10-odd men felt a deep-seated fear rising within them. They called themselves the Wild Wolf Gang, but at this moment, these women seemed more like predators than they ever did. Surrender, and you may live. Acting as the leader, Black Shadow stepped out from the crowd and uttered those words. Consequently, the remaining men of the Wild Wolf Gang knelt on the ground one after another, choosing to surrender without a shred of backbone. The thug king of the Wild Wolf Gang had long since died under Fong's gun. His long rifle had been scavenged by Black Shadow. Those who had survived until now and remained were nothing more than cowardly underlings who feared death. Kill them. Black Shadow issued a cold-blooded command, ordering the newly joined members to carry out the execution. Ah! You'll die a horrible death. We've already surrendered. You can't kill us. You animals. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. The women showed no hesitation. With a flurry of blades, the pack of wild wolves was instantly transformed into a pack of dead wolves. Clean up the battlefield. We're heading to the wild wolf stronghold. Black Shadow left those instructions and then looked around, searching for any sign of Fong. She wasn't a fool. If that man hadn't been helping from the shadows during this raid, they might not have all perished, but they certainly wouldn't have escaped with only 30-odd casualties as they did now. Fong had already returned to his room. His mind was as clear as a mirror. After tonight's slaughter, these women should be able to establish a firm foothold in the town. The reason was simple: they now had guns. Under the watery moonlight, the women paraded through the streets with their spoils of war and took over the Wild Wolf Gang's base. The other thugs in town had all been watching this battle. Everyone had initially assumed the Wild Wolves would win, but in the end, it was the women who emerged victorious. The thugs silently acknowledged that this group of women had replaced the Wild Wolves as a new power among the outlaws. Tonight, these women earned their own outlaw moniker, the Black Widows. After absorbing the female prisoners from the Wild Wolf Gang, the Black Widows' numbers surpassed 300, making them a formidable gang in their own right. Shadow. The leader of the Black Widow. Fong returned and fell asleep the moment he hit the bed. As for these matters, he didn't take them to heart. The next day, Fong washed up, had breakfast, and logged into the game immediately. Ding! Welcome back to Destiny. Ding! We wish you an enjoyable gaming experience. Chapter 75, Thunder Amplitude, Gloomy Night Fury. Ding! Your friend Clay is now online. Ding! Your friend Clay is requesting communication. Ding! Accepted. Clay, have you used the hidden class change scroll yet? Fong asked as he stroked the fur of the returned Little Black. Yesterday, Little Black had naturally gone to Devour or Veins again to produce rare materials for Fong. Boss, I've used it. After Clay finished speaking, he seemed to hesitate. If you have something to say, say it. Don't be so bashful like a new bride. Boss? This is a contract I've drafted. Please take a look at it. If you feel there are no issues, please sign it. Oh. Fong was stunned. He didn't know what Clay was trying to do, but when he opened the contract, he couldn't help but find it both funny and touching. It was a simple, indentured servitude contract. Simply put, it completely sold himself to Fong, with every line filled with a certain degree of naivety. Boss, I drafted this roughly. If you see anything wrong with it, you can add more conditions. Clay was extremely nervous, fearing that Fong wouldn't sign. To be honest, in Fong's eyes, this contract was full of loopholes. If the one signing it were him, Fong would have 10,000 ways to break free from the constraints of this contract. But this time, Fong didn't change a single sentence or a single word. He decisively signed his name. Ding, the contract is now in effect. Only then did Clay feel relieved, letting out a deep sigh of pent-up air.
Last night?
Although he had logged off, Clay had ultimately tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. In the end, he came up with this method.
Alright, now you can change your class with a peace of mind. Hee, boss, are you going to change classes with me?
Perhaps because the contract had been signed, Fong could clearly sense that the distance between himself and Clay had drawn a step closer.
No, you go ahead.
I still have gear to forge.
Got it, boss.
Clay hung up the communication, instantly ecstatic. He quickly entered the Phantom of the Dark God dungeon to begin clearing it and completing his class advancement quest. Fong began to inspect the materials Xiao Hei had pulled out one by one. After organizing them, he prepared to immerse himself in forging, but before he could even begin, a system notification rang out.
Ding! Tyrant is requesting communication. Do you accept? Accept. Brother, could you return some adamantite grade gear ahead of schedule?
Not too many, just a set similar to Clay's would do, preferably for a warrior.
You can. Ding! Player Jin is requesting a trade. Ding! Trade successful.
Brother, you're a real class act.
Tyrant hung up the communication with a beaming smile and immediately began showing off within the Tyrant Guild. Fong was taken aback. He had originally intended to trade the 150 pieces of adamantite grade gear he forged yesterday to Tyrant, but who would have thought? Tyrant's request was so modest, and his hand speed in cutting the communication was so fast. Once the trade was completed, Tyrant immediately inspected the attributes of the gear. The attributes of this gear were no different from ordinary adamantite grade items, save for an additional plus 10% lightning damage. Wait, that's not right. These 8 pieces of gear? Every single one of them actually had an attached lightning skill. This? How did Fong do it? Is this the terror of a lightning blacksmith?
Ding, player Ruined is requesting communication.
Here we go again. Fong decisively cut off all communications and began forging.
Today, a purple gemstone, as dazzling as a bolt of lightning, was embedded atop the thunder forging hammer, looking exceptionally brilliant and eye-catching.
Yesterday, Fong had finished the embedding as soon as he returned to the Moyang blacksmith shop.
This purple gemstone granted the thunder forging hammer an active skill, Thunder Amplitude. Thunder Amplitude gear forged using this hammer will have its overall attributes amplified by 5%. This was an active skill. Fong could choose which piece of gear to use it on and which to forge without it.
Fong focused his mind and began forging.
At noon, Clay finally completed all the class change quests and heard the pleasant system notification. Ding, congratulations on completing the class change quest. Ding, congratulations on your successful class change. Ding, congratulations, your class has been replaced with Ghost Knight Underworld King.
Ding, talents are stacking.
Ding, your darkness talent has reached 20. Ding, your attacks can now deal an additional 20% darkness damage. 20% extra darkness damage plus an extra 10% lightning damage. This was Clay, a Clay who could look down upon a crowd of top-tier players, a Clay personally cultivated by Fong. Ding, as you are the third player in Destiny to change to a hidden class, you are granted a special reward, Ghost Knight Underworld King exclusive skill, Ghost Knight Fury. Gloom Knight Fury, every attack builds up Gloom Knight Fury, reaching a maximum of 999.
This? A minor god tier skill.
Ding, would you like to spend 10,000 coins to learn the Gloom Knight Pluto skill, Gloom Knight Stealth? Ding, would you like to spend 10,000 coins to learn the Gloom Knight Pluto skill, Pluto's Fury? Ding, would you like to spend 10,000 coins to learn? Class change successful. New class skills must be purchased with coins. Just as Clay was worrying, an email arrived.
Ding, you have new mail.
It was sent by Fong, coming like a timely rain.
Clay immediately clicked it open.
Ding, congratulations on receiving 1 million coins. With reddened eyes, Clay purchased all 9 of these brand new skills.
Clay plunged back into the Dark God Phantom dungeon, eager to test out the Gloom Knight Pluto class. Inside the Dark God Phantom dungeon, Clay immediately activated the first skill, Gloom Knight Stealth.
In an instant, Clay seemed to exist between reality and illusion, perfectly merging with the surrounding environment until they were indistinguishable. Gloom Knight Stealth allows hiding in the darkness can only be detected by those over level 20. Note, attacking once will reveal your presence. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Gloom Knight Fury cost, 1. Note, consuming 10 Gloom Knight Fury points can empower this skill. Gloom Knight Pluto's concealment allows hiding in absolute darkness can only be detected by those over level 50. Consumes 10 Gloom Knight Fury points per second. Second skill, Pluto's Fury. In a flash, pale red flames drifted around Clay's body. Pluto's Fury, 100% attribute boost, duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Consumes Gloomy Night Rage, 10 points. Note, consuming 100 points of Gloomy Night Rage can strengthen this skill. Gloomy Night Hades Rage attribute amplification of 300%, duration, 30 seconds. Clay's figure turned into an elusive phantom, beginning to slay the pitch-black little snakes all around. These little snakes could only last 5 seconds under Clay's attacks. They died instantly upon contact, turning into EXP. Second stage, third stage. Clay constantly experimented with the brand new skills he had obtained, testing out the strengthened skills from time to time. All in all, Clay was having the time of his life. This brand new class was truly much more powerful than his original class. 8th skill, Hades Gaze. A bottomless crack opened in the center of Clay's brow, and a lifelike eye popped out from within. Swish! A beam of brilliant light shot out, plunging the phantom of the dark god into a confusion effect lasting 5 seconds. Chapter 76, Ready. The 5-second confusion effect caused the phantom of the dark god to spin in circles on the spot, flailing its limbs disorderly like a blinded octopus. Clay seized this rare opportunity to rapidly deal high amounts of damage. Humble ant, I will be back. The phantom of the dark god, looking utterly grief-stricken, left these angry words behind before turning into green smoke and vanishing. Clay looted the corpse, yielding 99 dark attribute stones and a gold-grade potion blueprint. Clay put them into his backpack, waiting for Fong's instructions. Inside Clay's backpack, the number of dark attribute stones exceeded 5,000 simply because his dungeon clearing speed was too fast. Ding, player Zhen has sent a scheduled voice message. Play. Clay, after completing the class advancement quest, quickly go grind other dungeons and try to obtain a few more hidden class advancement scrolls. After listening, Clay immediately had a brand new goal in mind. By the way, go grind the Phantom of the Light God dungeon. Fong suddenly remembered that the Light God also seemed to be a blacksmith among the gods. He wondered if it could drop a so-called blacksmith hidden class advancement scroll. After listening, Clay departed quickly. The moment Clay promoted to the Abyssal Knight Pluto, players immediately took notice. Look! A new hidden class has appeared on the hidden class rankings, Abyssal Knight Pluto. Just from the name, you can tell it's an assassin class. Wow, Clay? Isn't that the guy decked out in full adamantite grade gear? Exactly. A full set of adamantite gear and a hidden class? How are other players supposed to compete? I wonder if his attributes are strong. They shouldn't be weak. Let's check his talent. One after another, players followed the trail to investigate Clay's talent. When they opened the talent rankings, countless players were struck speechless, their mouths agape and their eyes filled with utter disbelief. Dark talent? Ranked at the top, reaching 20? Doesn't that mean Clay's strength is 20% higher than ours? Adding that to this set of perfect adamantite grade gear, I'm willing to call him the #1 expert in Tianyang. Is this the peak power of a hidden class? Looking at Tyrant's talent now? It suddenly feels a bit laughable. If I successfully change classes, even I could surpass Tyrant's talent. Initially, everyone felt that Tyrant's talent of 13 was exceptionally high, but seeing Clay's talent the most perfect one to date, everyone realized that Tyrant's talent really wasn't all that special. Terrifying, truly terrifying. I remember now, isn't Clay that player from Starter Village number 999 who was selling himself to bury his father?
At the time, I thought it was fake news, but who would have thought?
Player Jin actually managed to land him. Clay will definitely become Player Jin's right-hand man in the future. I'm so envious. For just 100,000 coins, he gained such a loyal subordinate. Players sighed and lamented one after another, especially the guild leaders of the major guilds, who all marveled at Fong's incredible luck.
Did you all forget where Clay's gear came from?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. That's right, the way these two complement each other is what makes them the strongest duo. Clay is responsible for carrying, while Player Jin is responsible for forging the gear for Clay to carry with. They bring out the best in each other.
A pity he can't be recruited.
Within the Town of Destiny, the guild leaders of every major guild personally intervened to recruit the two of them, but without exception, everyone was rejected.
Needless to say, Clay relied on the Player Jin and his fortune. It was always the same line, welcome to buy gear, but anything else? Don't even talk about it.
Upon learning the news that Clay had successfully completed his class advancement, the members of the first team of the Three Guns Guild could only shake their heads in frustration. Grinding the same Phantom of the Dark God dungeon alongside Clay was an immense pressure. Every time they cleared it, they had to first check if Clay had obtained the hidden class advancement tome.
If he hadn't changed classes yet, the group still had the drive to keep grinding. But now,
Clay had successfully changed classes, which meant there was no longer any necessity to continue grinding the Phantom of the Dark God dungeon. The Three Guns Guild had wasted 2 full days and, in the end, achieved absolutely nothing.
This feeling of being so stifled, it drove one mad?
It was enough to make someone break down. It was painful, simply too painful.
Guild leader? What do we do now?
Go grind the Phantom of the God of Light dungeon. Three Guns immediately made up his mind, but before they could set out, they received a new piece of information.
Guild leader?
Clay has entered the Phantom of the God of Light dungeon. Hearing these words, the face of the Three Guns Guild leader instantly darkened.
This? Is he intentionally trying to make things difficult for my Three Guns Guild? But has Three Guns calmed down and thought about it this?
The other guy had simply gotten there first. Consequently, the Three Guns Guild tactfully headed to other god-tier dungeons to avoid a direct confrontation with Clay. The Phoenix Guild, currently grinding through the Phantom of the God of Light dungeon, suddenly looked as if they were suffering from severe constipation, their expressions as pained as if they had swallowed dead flies.
Clay has gone mad. He is actually heading in our direction. Are you kidding me? What a load of crap. Guild leader, why don't you try communicating with Clay?
The players of the Phoenix Guild knew full well that once Clay entered the Phantom of the God of Light dungeon, it meant they would be even further away from obtaining the Light Hidden Class Change Scroll. Cut the nonsense and hurry up with the grind. We need to try and get that Hidden Class Change Scroll before Clay does.
The Phoenix Guild pushed themselves even harder. Clay entered the God of Light dungeon. Tyrant Guild.
The top 100 players looked at Tyrant's set of adamantite grade gear, their eyes glowing with such envy that they wished they could rob him.
This? It was simply infuriating. Starting now, Team 1 will be reorganized. I am leaving the team to solo the dungeon. No one raised any objections to this.
Based on Clay's previous performance, it was clear that loot dropped during solo runs as well, and soloing was far more efficient and faster.
You can. Agreed. Guild leader? When you log off, could you let me borrow this gear set? I want to try soloing too.
Ahem, I don't plan on logging off for the next month. The players of the Tyrant Guild immediately began cursing Tyrant. Amidst a chorus of grumbles and curses, Tyrant departed with a smile and entered the Phantom of the Earth God dungeon. Inside the Moyang blacksmith shop, the old blacksmith was lecturing the young blacksmith.
Do you see now? Do you know why you lost to Jin?
The young blacksmith lowered his head in shame, nodding slightly. The forging sessions over the past 2 days had left the young blacksmith feeling overwhelmed with frustration and regret. Being a blacksmith boils down to 6 words: persistence, hard work, and relentlessness.
Only through constant forging and continuous effort can one succeed.
Look at Jin, he forges at least 12 hours a day.
Now look at you, you're always slacking off. The young blacksmith lowered his head even further, muttering under his breath, "Isn't it because there's too little silver rank or in the shop? Besides, who actually knows what Jin is doing in his room?" The young blacksmith was at a rebellious age, and his words instantly ignited the old blacksmith's temper. He pulled off his belt to give him a harsh lesson. "What you need to do is constantly improve yourself, not question others." The old blacksmith sighed, frustrated that his apprentice failed to live up to expectations. Chapter 77, The Mysterious Blacksmith. Go! Forge for 10 hours every day. If you don't finish, don't even think about eating. Facing his roaring father, the young blacksmith didn't dare to offer the slightest resistance, allowing himself to be dragged to the forging table like a helpless chick. "The rest of you? Don't think you're off the hook. There's an assessment at the end of the month." The old blacksmith looked at the group of blacksmiths who were watching the drama and coldly spat out those words. Terrified, everyone scrambled back to their respective posts. Ding! Congratulations on your forging failure. You have received a 100-fold return. Ding! Congratulations on your forging failure. You have received a critical strike return. Fong struck while the iron was hot, forging all the adamantite rank gear the tyrant required. As the sun set, the brilliant sunlight spilled across the land like a golden carpet laid over the earth. Fong finally emerged from the forging room exhausted. He exhaled a heavy breath of turbid air and stretched comfortably, feeling the relief of having a weight lifted off his shoulders. Tomorrow is the soft opening of the Empty Streets auction house, and it needs a weapon capable of commanding the room. At the very least, it must be purple gold rank gear, or perhaps even epic rank gear. Only then can it make a stunning debut. Purple gold rank gear? With Fong's current level, he was unable to forge it. Fong stepped out of the Moyang blacksmith shop and headed toward the northwest corner of Tianyang town. In his past life, he knew of an eccentric and mysterious blacksmith. This blacksmith was a terrifying existence who had forged epic rank gear while only at the bronze rank level. This shocking record was not set by a player, but by this elderly, mysterious blacksmith. It seemed that the conventional blacksmith ranks held no meaning when applied to him. Strictly speaking, this blacksmith could be considered Fong's mentor, though the old man had never acknowledged it. He wondered what kind of sparks would fly when they met again in this life. At this thought, a smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of Fong's mouth. The northwest corner was considered the slums of Tianyang town or, in modern terms, an urban village. A large number of commoners congregated here. His acquaintance with the mysterious blacksmith had been an accident. It happened during the 9th blacksmithing competition held by Destiny. Both players and Destiny NPCs could participate. The registration fee was 300 coins. The rewards for the competition were extremely generous, attracting nearly every blacksmith across the continent of Destiny. Tianyang town served as the Tianyang division. Only after the top 100 were decided in this division would they be eligible to travel to the actual city of Destiny for the grand finals. On that day, the sun was shining brightly. Fong met this mysterious blacksmith during the 3rd round of the Tianyang division. The initial impression the man gave was one of utter slovenliness, as if he had just woken up in a garbage heap. A foul stench wafted from him, causing many players to feel disgusted and hurl curses his way. As a blacksmith, he held no forging hammer in his hand, but instead clutched a cheap bottle, drinking cheap liquor. Drenched in booze, his gait was unsteady and stumbling. Yet, it was this very blacksmith who stunned everyone by forging epic rank gear while still at the iron rank level. The NPCs and players present were all shocked, finding it hard to believe. The reason he had chatted with Fong back then was that he had caught the scent of alcohol on Fong and wanted to beg for a drink. Fong had not been stingy, pulling out 7 or 8 bottles of liquor and handing them to the old man. The old man had looked at Fong thoughtfully for a long time before slurring out a single sentence, "If you have good wine, you can come find me." From then on, whenever Fong encountered a problem with forging, he would carry fine liquor to seek the old man's advice. The old man answered his questions one by one, explaining concepts from shallow to deep. Each time, it felt like a sudden enlightenment for Fong, causing his forging skills to advance by leaps and bounds. It would not be an exaggeration for Fong to consider this old man his mentor.
In his past life, he had only met this old man in the second year after Destiny launched. He wondered about this life. Was the man still in his doghouse? The doghouse was the old man's self-deprecating name for it. It was actually just a pile of trash by a wall. Fong headed to the best tavern in Tianyang town and spent a fortune to purchase over 999 bottles of the finest liquor. As night fell, Fong arrived at the site of the former trash heap under the moonlight. This trash heap was overflowing with filthy water, and various rotting odors assailed the senses. Even passing residents had to hold their breath and hurry away. Fong looked down and immediately saw a familiar figure. A filthy, elderly blacksmith with hair like a bird's nest was curled up at the edge of the trash heap like a maggot, seemingly fast asleep. Fong did not call out to him. Instead, he took out a bottle of fine wine on his own, slumped down next to the trash heap, uncorked the bottle, and swirled it evenly. He let the aroma of the wine waft out before taking a massive gulp, as if paying tribute to his buried youth. As Fong drank, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Before long, Fong felt a gaze as greedy as a wild beast staring at him, or more accurately, staring at the remaining dregs of fine wine in his hand. The old blacksmith had awakened. His eyes were lifeless, like a puppet's, fixed firmly on Fong's wine. Fong directly tossed him a new bottle. The old blacksmith did not hesitate, unscrewing the cap and gulping it down like water. Ding! Congratulations, your favorability with Iron Rank Blacksmith, Li Xia, has increased by +1. Ding! Congratulations, your favorability with Iron Rank Blacksmith. Faced with these system notifications, Fong remained indifferent. He took out hundreds more bottles of fine wine and placed them quietly on the ground, seeking to get drunk with the old man. Tonight, we don't stop until we're drunk. Fong was a game character. No matter how much he drank, he could never feel intoxicated. Therefore, to avoid waste, Fong only drank a single bottle. But the old man? His face grew increasingly flushed as the drunkenness deepened. Passing NPCs looked at these two lunatics and immediately pinched their noses to keep their distance, lest they be tainted by such bad luck. The players, however, had eyes gleaming with excitement. Could it be? By engaging in a drinking contest with him, could one trigger a hidden quest? But when the crowd saw the wine bottles on the ground, they left at once. One bottle cost roughly 3,000 coins. Who could afford to sustain such a habit? Even if there really was a quest, they had no choice but to give up. This drinking bout lasted until the hour of the rat, when the jade plate of the moon hung high and everything around was bathed in brilliant light. Why did it stop? Because the wine was gone. On the ground, only empty bottles remained, which Fong casually tossed into the trash heap. Burp, your wine is good. The old man's voice sounded strained and uncomfortable, as if he hadn't spoken for many years and was suddenly forced to find his voice today. He let out a satisfied wine burp and slumped onto the ground, searching for a comfortable position to fall back asleep. Teacher, in my heart, you are not trash. You are the most brilliant genius in this world. Fong suddenly knelt on the ground and uttered these words. In his past life, Fong had once asked the old man why he lived in a trash heap. At that time, the old man said something that Fong could never forget. Trash, if it doesn't live in a trash heap, where else would it live? Ha ha. As he spoke, the old man laughed with a pale face, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memory once again. Regarding Li Xia's story, Fong spent a full 10 years in his past life inquiring about it before finally piecing it all together. Fong's heart was filled with sympathy for Li Xia, yet it was tinged with a hint of displeasure. If he had to describe it in a few words, it would be self-abandonment and wallowing in self-pity. Chapter 78, Warming Up. Li Xia's body trembled slightly as long-buried memories surfaced in his mind. A look of pain flickered across his cheeks, but as time passed, he gradually regained his composure. He stood up from the pile of junk, striving to stand as straight as possible. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered a new scenario. Ding! Please note that your every word and action will change the plot of the story. You? Who are you? Li Xia opened his eyes. They were no longer clouded, but carried a hint of suspicion and alertness. Someone who could say those words? They must be from the clan. The clan? Have they found me?
I am Fong. Fong's words seemed to state his identity, yet at the same time, they said nothing at all. You feel somewhat familiar to me. Have we met before? We have. Fong's answers were always very brief, but the emotion in his eyes could not be faked. Your wine is good, whatever weapon you want, I can satisfy your request. I want you to see yourself clearly. I want you to stand up once and for all and stop being so dejected. Fong's voice was somewhat hysterical, somewhat crazed, carrying a heavy weight of admonishment. He had originally intended to simply ask for a piece of gear, but now? He didn't want the tragedy of his past life to repeat itself. He wanted to wake Li Xia up, he wanted Li Xia to pull himself together. Oh! The disheveled old blacksmith gave a soft grunt in response, then lay back down in the pile of junk once more, motionless. This is for you, consider it payment for the wine. A flicker of purple light shimmered from the void, landing at Fong's feet. With a ding, the sound of metal striking the ground echoed. Fong glanced down and saw it was a piece of purple gold grade gear. Judging by the richness of its purple glow, it was at least of the highest quality. He didn't bother to examine the gear. Instead, he kept his eyes locked on the scruffy old blacksmith. The day after tomorrow, I'm going to forge adamantine grade gear. Do you want to come and watch? I'll show you what a true genius looks like. You should be able to tell that I'm a silver rank blacksmith. But let me tell you, how long has it been since I first picked up a hammer? Barely 10 days. Oh. The scruffy old blacksmith turned away, uttering meaningless syllables. It was unclear whether he was agreeing or if he hadn't heard a word. Fong let out a sigh, picked up the purple gold gear from the ground, and walked away quickly. His objective, in a sense, had been achieved. Ding! Would you like to call Yuze? Ding! Communication established. Yuze, I'm giving this piece of purple gold gear to you. I want a sensational effect tomorrow. I want the streets of Tianyang town to be completely deserted as everyone flocks to see this. Don't worry, boss. Mission guaranteed. I'll go post the news announcement right now. An incense sticks time later. Every billboard throughout Tianyang town changed in an instant. Bus stops, subway stations, glass curtain walls, all of them suddenly displayed Yuze's face. To be fair, Yuze was quite handsome. He could easily pass for a celebrity without any trouble. Yuze's sudden appearance immediately caught the attention of a massive crowd. Holy crap, that scared the life out of me. Who is this guy? Is this some kind of new quest? Wait, why does this guy look so familiar? This looks like 8-star Yuze. What is he trying to do? Just listen patiently. He actually rented and activated every screen in Tianyang. What a massive move. Fong's heart was bleeding. Using every screen in Tianyang town to advertise for a deserted streets effect was certainly grand. But every second cost 50,000 coins. 1 minute meant 3 million coins. This? Looking at Yuze's expression, Fong knew his speech wasn't going to be short. Hello everyone, I am Yuze, the manager of the city-wide auction house. We will be holding a soft opening tomorrow, and everyone is welcome to come and show your support. Now, some of you might be wondering, what exactly does your auction house sell? To answer that, I have 3 questions for you all. Have you ever seen purple gold grade gear? Have you ever seen mountains of adamantite grade gear? Have you ever seen a tidal wave of gold grade gear? After finishing his 3 questions, Yuze immediately began posting screenshots to bolster his credibility. The first item is a piece of purple gold grade gear. To protect the future buyer's privacy, I apologize that I cannot reveal too much. An image of a piece of gear shimmering with purple light appeared before everyone's eyes, showing only its name. Name, Purple Pole Heavy Sword. Description, forged from a solid block of purple gold grade material, purple pole stone. The rest of the information was blurred out. This? It instantly took the breath away from the players in Tianyang town, making them feel short of breath. There's actually real purple gold grade gear? Just what kind of existence is Playersion? I'm stunned, truly stunned. This piece of gear represents invincibility. Raise 50 million coins, we must secure this. Tyrant was as extravagant as ever.
Prepare the coins, I want coins. Players from the major guilds turned red with envy, especially those from the Phoenix Guild. This purple gold grade gear could sustain Phoenix's momentum for nearly half a month. Those 2 weeks would be enough for the Phoenix Guild to catch up and become a top-tier guild once again. The greatest benefit of this purple gold gear was for farming god-tier dungeons. With a piece of gear like this, who would worry about failing to farm a hidden class change scroll? The second image showed a small mountain formed by adamantite grade items tossed aside haphazardly. From the look of it, there were at least several hundred pieces. Did the player Jin stumble upon an adamantite gear nest or something? I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. So many pieces of gear? This has to be fake. Tyrant looked at the batch of gear, a bad feeling sinking in. Surely Jin hadn't sold the gear that was meant to cover his debt? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a system notification chimed. Ding! Player Jin is requesting a voice call. Do you accept? Accept. President Tyrant, thank you for your generous help. The 300 pieces of adamantine grade gear I promised you have been forged and are ready for trade at any time. Are you available now? Ah, yes, I'm available. Tyrant found it hard to believe. Player Jin? He actually managed to forge that many pieces of adamantine grade gear in just 2 days? Ding! Player Jin has requested a trade. Do you accept? Accept. Ding! Congratulations, you have received adamantine grade gear 300. President Tyrant, we are square now. For our next transaction, I'll give you a 10% discount. Fong hung up the call. Tyrant stood frozen on the spot. After a moment, he snapped out of it and summoned the top 100 players of the guild. The gear has arrived. No sleep tonight. Cheers erupted throughout the Tyrant Guild. Everyone had received at least 3 pieces of adamantine grade gear. Everyone's strength had seen a massive boost. This is the third image. Upon seeing this image, the players were even more shocked. Within a room spanning a full 500 square meters, gold grade gear was piled up as far as the eye could see. And it wasn't just one layer, but many. The number of gold grade gear easily exceeded 3,000. Alright, that concludes today's introduction. Tomorrow at noon, the Wanren Kongshan auction house awaits your arrival. Yuze's phantom image vanished, and the billboard immediately reverted to its original state. In just that short while, 6 million coins were gone. It had only been 2 minutes. Chapter 79, The Second Hidden Class Change Scroll. Night fell. Fong miserably went back to forging gear once again. Since he had given that batch of 300 adamantine grade pieces to Tyrant, tomorrow's trade was going to be difficult. Ding! Congratulations, the forging failed. Triggering critical return. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained adamantine grade gear, Mana Breaker Necklace 10. System notification tones rang out incessantly. At the hour of the rat, Yuze called. Boss, everything is ready. We're just waiting for the opening in 12 hours. I have a premonition that tomorrow will definitely be a massive hit. Understood. Get some rest early. This 8-star card was truly a labor saver. He didn't need to worry about a thing. Fong couldn't resist buying another 1,000 draws, but this time? The highest was only a 6-star. Fong painfully sent them to the auction house, leaving Yuze to handle the arrangements. Ding, player Clay is requesting communication. Accept. Boss, aren't you asleep yet? Yeah, I'll be sleeping soon. Did a hidden class change book drop? No, that thing is way too hard to get. Oh, right. Boss, I'm trading these items to you. My inventory is almost full. Ding, player Clay has requested a trade. Ding. Trade successful. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained gold tier blueprints 23. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Dark Attribute Stones 15866.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have obtained Light Attribute Stones 7128. Clay had spent almost the entire day grinding the God of Light dungeon 6 times an hour for 12 full hours, totaling 72 runs. Such a harvest was not unreasonable.
I've received them.
I'll purchase all of these at market price and credit it to your account. Whenever you decide to leave, I'll give it all to you at once.
Hearing Fong's words, Clay immediately grew anxious and blurted out, "Boss, I'm not going anywhere." "I know. Hurry up and go rest back to the fight tomorrow."
"You got it, boss." Clay immediately hit his online status and entered the God of Light dungeon once more. He could still grind. As for Fong, he didn't sleep either. Masking his status, he immersed himself back into forging. It wasn't until 3 a.m., when the system notification sounded, that Fong was forcibly kicked out of the game. The room was deathly silent, without a single sound. Fong glanced at the deep blue energy pistol, which was charged to 2 bars, feeling a slight sense of relief. He took out a piece of pitch-black bread, had a quick bite to satisfy his hunger, and went to bed. The Black Widow Headquarters.
From its founding until now?
Black Widow had endured 4 battles won every night, and every single one a life and death struggle. Tonight was a rare moment of quiet, a rare night of rest, yet they were still ambushed this time by a small mob of 70 to 80 thugs. With fury burning in her eyes, Black Shadow personally commanded the battle. After paying a certain price, they slaughtered the entire group, then hung their heads upon the earthen wall as a deterrent.
Because they were an all-female gang, they were easily provoked. And because they were a newly established gang, everyone wanted a piece of them.
Black Shadow ordered that the deceased women be buried with dignity, granting them inscriptions on their tombstones to leave behind traces of their existence. For them, death was a form of liberation. Thus, even as they buried their own friends, these women did so with smiles on their faces.
"You're the lucky one, leaving so early."
"Sigh, I still have to endure a few more days of hardship."
"I truly envy you. Once you're on the other side, take good care of yourself."
In this world, death can be considered a form of liberation.
In your next life, don't be human again. It's not worth it.
These words were incredibly bleak, but when spoken with smiles, they took on a strangely profound meaning.
Scavenge the loot.
After the women finished the burials, they immediately integrated everything from this bandit group into the Black Widows, including the people, the women, and the food supplies. The strength of the Black Widows increased once again. The official authorities within the town also took notice of the Black Widows, and it couldn't help but give them a headache.
This group of women? They seemed even more troublesome than a group of men.
However, there was one saving grace: the Black Widow bandit group seemed to target only other bandits.
This was considered good news. The next day, as the first ray of sunlight rose, Fong entered the game. Ding! Welcome back to Destiny. Ding! Wishing you a pleasant gaming experience.
Xiao Hei seemed to sense Fong's presence and returned immediately, letting out a few fawning meows to assert its indispensability before starting to produce materials. Fong stroked Xiao Hei's back as a reward, sorted through the gold rank materials, and began forging.
For the past few days, Fong hadn't paid much attention to Xiao Hei.
Looking at it again today, the patterns on Xiao Hei's back were even more radiant, shining like golden light. Checking the attribute panel, Xiao Hei's level had already advanced to silver rank. Such a promotion speed was quite fierce. Perhaps it was because the ore Xiao Hei had devoured over the past few days were of such high quality. With 6 hours left until the noon auction, and accounting for the time needed during the auction itself, Fong could forge at least 100 pieces of adamantite rank gear, which should be enough to barely cover the gap. Clay entered the game and immediately headed into the Light God dungeon.
8 a.m. Tyrant suddenly posted a picture on the interaction forum with a caption, "This? It's quite simple. 500 million coins secured."
A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. This map was none other than a hidden class transfer scroll. Hidden class, Wind Spirit Archer. Harness the power of the wind to become a master archer.
Damn, Did Tyrant step in dog shit this morning or something? How is he this lucky? How is this possible? Is heaven favoring the Tyrant Guild? The drop rate is simply